Chapter 1. Capturing the Beautiful School Belle. Qin Xiao, which outfit do you prefer, the maid costume or the previous OL attire? In the spacious and luxurious bedroom, a woman dressed in a black and white maid costume stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her long, smooth legs crossed elegantly. With a teasing smile, she gazed at Jiang Qin, who sat at the edge of the bed. Yet, Jiang Qin merely cast a cold glance in her direction, offering no response. This woman, known as Su Zhifei, was his brother Jiang Mian's girlfriend, formerly renowned as the Belle of Zhonghai University. Noticing his silence, Su Zhifei's smile grew more provocative. "Don't be nervous, I've locked the door. No one will disturb us." As she spoke, she seemingly carelessly swept aside her long hair, revealing a delicate and fair collarbone. Jiang Qin remained unmoved, his expression indifferent, as though the stunning beauty before him was nothing more than a piece of driftwood. Su Zhifei furrowed her brow slightly but quickly regained her alluring demeanor. Leaning forward with a soft giggle, in an instant, a deep valley caught Jiang Qin's attention, momentarily dazzling him. To his surprise, Su Zhifei wore no undergarments beneath her attire, presenting herself with audacity. Recalling the original narrative of this scene, Jiang Qin suddenly chuckled and beckoned her with a finger. Su Zhifei responded with a light laugh, seemingly mocking his timidity, then slowly leaned closer that a fragrant aroma enveloped him, and Jiang Qin smirked, reaching out towards her astonishing curves. Seeing this, Su Zhifei slightly pouted, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. Jiang Qin noticed and abruptly accelerated his movements, swiftly seizing the gemstone pendant she had tucked away. "What are you doing?" The sudden action startled Su Zhifei, and her carefully crafted makeup quickly displayed a hint of panic before she could finish her sentence. Ding! The host has caused Su Zhifei to feel flustered. Emotion value 223. Ignoring the unexpected system notification, Jiang Qin maintained a bemused expression as he scrutinized the charming maid before him. Su Zhifei's features were exquisite, her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented by a curvaceous figure that could be described as the epitome of slightly plump beauty, especially in this alluring maid outfit that maximized her appeal. After a moment of admiration, Jiang Qin calmly inquired, "What benefits has Jiang Mian promised you to make such sacrifices?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei's finely shaped eyebrows shot up in shock. Ding! Su Zhifei is utterly astonished. Emotion value 355. However, in the blink of an eye, her expression shifted to one of deep anger. "What are you talking about? What sacrifices? What do you take me for?" She attempted to straighten up, hoping to free the pendant from his grasp. Yet Jiang Qin held on tightly, forcing her to remain in an awkward position, half bent over with her lower body elevated. Frustrated and furious, Su Zhifei raised her voice. "Jiang Qin, I never expected you to be so ungrateful. After knowing each other for so long, haven't you sensed my feelings for you at all? Do you think I go out of my way to please you, even dressing like this without ulterior motives?" After delivering this fierce retort, she bit her lip, her fair chest rising and falling rapidly, her eyes reddening with an expression of utter grievance. Jiang Qin had to admit that some women were indeed born actresses, capable of denying wrongdoing even when caught red-handed, entangling themselves in their own web of deceit. If he weren't a transmigrator familiar with the original text, Su Zhifei's performance would certainly have fooled him. With a suppressed chuckle, he decided against further conversation, yanking the gemstone pendant free and squeezing it between his fingers. Crack! The sound echoed as the seemingly indestructible jewel shattered. To his astonishment, embedded within the broken gem was a small black orb attached to a chip. Seeing this, the grievance on Su Zhifei's pretty face evaporated, her cheeks flushing bright red. Jiang Qin fixed his gaze on her, leisurely lifting the black orb before her. "What is this?" Faced with the inquiry, Su Zhifei panicked, her eyes darting aimlessly, avoiding his gaze. Yet this woman was resourceful. She quickly regained her composure, looking down at him with a cold expression. "I don't know what this is. Since you are so suspicious, you'll take it as my own delusion." With that, she tossed her hair back, twisting her waist, and turned to leave. Seeing her attempt to feign innocence, even at this point, Jiang Qin lost his patience, abruptly rising to seize her hair and yanking it back. "Ah!" Su Zhifei cried out in surprise, stumbling backward and involuntarily turning to face him. Before she could steady herself, Jiang Qin swiftly delivered a hard slap. Smack! The resounding sound knocked Su Zhifei to the ground, her already short skirt flipping up and exposing her. But she was too shocked to cover herself, propping herself up with one hand while the other clutched her stinging face, staring at Jiang Qin in disbelief. You! Yet before she could utter another word, Jiang Qin leaned down and gripped her neck, lifting her off the ground. This rough maneuver sent Su Zhifei into a panic, her hands gripping his arms tightly, her long, smooth legs kicking wildly in desperation. Jiang Qin remained silent, his expression impassive as he observed her bulging eyes, veins protruding, her beautiful face contorting. Ding. Su Zhifei feels fear towards you. Emotion value 575. The system notification echoed once more, while Su Zhifei struggled to form incoherent sounds. I'll tell you. But Jiang Qin remained unresponsive, tightening his grip until her eyes began to roll back before he finally released her. Thud! Su Zhifei collapsed onto the floor, coughing violently as her elegant figure flickered in and out of view. Jiang Qin, unfazed, took out his phone, activated the camera, and silently awaited her confession. Though he understood the full context of the situation from the original text, he needed Su Zhifei's testimony to proceed with the ensuing events. After what felt like an eternity, Su Zhifei finally regulated her breathing, looking at him with trembling fear and a hint of unfamiliarity, as if she no longer recognized him. Jiang Qin waited a moment longer, noticing her hesitance to speak, before he took a half-step closer. This small movement sent Su Zhifei's complexion paling, and she hurriedly confessed that it's a pinhole camera. Jiang Mian gave it to me. He instructed me to seduce you, and once you took the bait, I would pretend to resist. He said with your temperament, as long as I resisted, you wouldn't dare to force me, and would let me go, perhaps even asking me not to disclose anything. Chapter 2. This is how we operate once the video is obtained. Jiang Mian will instruct someone to edit out the segment where I tantalized you, leaving only the parts where you coerced me, and then present it to Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang has never been fond of you. Should he discover that you engaged in such behavior, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Upon hearing Su Zhifei's confession, Jiang Qin scoffed disdainfully and took over the conversation. Merely anger? How casually you speak. Given Chairman Jiang's temperament and his favoritism towards Jiang Mian, if he were to believe I attempted to assault you, he would promptly expel me from the Jiang family and revoke my inheritance rights. Indeed, even if he were to see through the ruse, he would feign ignorance, seizing the opportunity to cast me out. The brevity of his words left Su Zhifei trembling with fear, her complexion paling. The Jiang family was well aware that although Jiang Qin, the second young master, was a privileged scion, he had always been shy, gentle, and kind-hearted, described more charitably as harmless, or, less charitably, as ineffectual. Yet today, Jiang Qin seemed transformed, as if he had taken a different path. Su Zhifei even believed that had she not yielded moments ago, Jiang Qin might have truly harmed her. However, this was within the realm of her understanding. After all, a cornered rabbit will bite. No matter how ineffectual Jiang Qin might be, he was still a young master of a prominent family, and it would not be out of character for him to resort to violence under duress. Yet the clarity and insight he exhibited at this moment struck her as utterly inconceivable. Could it be that this second young master had been concealing his true self all along? Was his previous introversion and timidity merely an act? If so, the depth of his cunning was indeed profound. While she pondered this, Jiang Qin had already saved her confession video and was scrutinizing her with keen interest. Meeting his unusual gaze caused Su Zhifei's heart to race. Today's second young master was exceedingly abnormal. Steeling herself, she tentatively inquired, Qin Xiao, I have said all that I needed to say. May I leave now? Fearing his unpredictable nature, she added a veiled warning. The footage captured here will be transmitted in real time to Jiang Mian. If the signal is interrupted, he will quickly sense something amiss. However, Jiang Qin appeared unfazed by her caution, letting out a cold laugh as his gaze brazenly roamed over her exposed areas. You think you can harm me and simply walk away? Such a bargain is far too generous. Su Zhifei's heart tightened again, and following his gaze, she realized her skirt had flipped up to her waist. In a fluster, She hurriedly attempted to cover herself, but the fabric was too short to conceal her allure. "Qin Xiao," she exclaimed in a fit of panic, her voice trembling with unease. At that moment, Jiang Qin suddenly posed a question. "Having been with Jiang Mian for so long, you must have discovered the secrets of his body, have you not?" Su Zhifei's movements halted abruptly, and her anxiety deepened. As his girlfriend, she was indeed aware of her partner's physical secret. Although Jiang Mian resembled his elder brother Jiang Qin, tall, handsome, and dignified, he bore a congenital flaw. He was incapable of intimacy. Now, with Jiang Qin unexpectedly broaching this topic, what could be his intent? A foreboding sense of unease surged within Su Zhifei, prompting her to urgently caution, "Qin Xiao, I am your brother's girlfriend." Jiang Qin, unfazed, maintained his smile and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although we share different mothers, he is still my brother. However, such details have become trivial. Since he has chosen to regard me as an adversary, I shall equally view him as nothing more than a beast." As she scrutinized Su Zhifei once more, his gaze ultimately settled on her partially obscured tail light, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "As for you, having opted to act as his pawn in this scheme against me, you must be prepared for the consequences of your betrayal. Now that you are so adeptly disguised, why not make the most of it and not squander this attire?" Su Zhifei was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Jiang Qin's unexpected bluntness. This was a side of him she had never anticipated. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, she hastily rose, retreating while pleading softly, "Qin Xiao, ergo, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter. I was at fault. Please, spare me. I know you're a kind-hearted individual who is merely trying to intimidate me. You could never commit such a heinous act." Jiang Qin's laughter, laced with mockery, filled the air. "Kind-hearted? The fate of the kind-hearted is to be schemed against and ensnared by you. I believe it is far better to embrace villainy. Only as a villain can one act without constraint, following one's desires." Su Zhifei hesitated at a loss for words. Jiang Qin, observing her silence, shook his phone, his smile gradually fading. "I possess evidence of your conspiracy against me. While this alone may not suffice to bring down Jiang Mian, do you truly believe it would be a significant matter if I were to use it as justification to eliminate you?" At these words, Su Zhifei's retreat faltered, her face marked by red fingerprints reflecting sheer horror. Firstly, Jiang Qin had demonstrated through his actions that he was capable of ruthless measures. Secondly, the Jiang family wielded immense power, their influence undeniable even in this city teeming with hidden talents. As a scion of the Jiang family, Jiang Qin would face no repercussions for her demise, at most. It would be a familial rift, and he appeared utterly unconcerned about such matters. Even if Jiang Qin chose not to kill her, but instead reported the incident to Chairman Jiang, Su Zhifei knew she would face dire consequences. As the girlfriend of his brother, to have attempted seduction of the elder sibling would be a scandal the Jiang family would never tolerate. In such a scenario, the blame would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. With this realization, Su Zhifei grasped the gravity of her predicament, drowning in regret. However, it was too late for remorse. With no other options left, she resolved to employ a delaying tactic. Jiang Mian had undoubtedly sensed something amiss and would likely rush over shortly. Yet, just as she solidified her decision, she saw Jiang Qin dialing a number, his voice low and commanding as he instructed, "Ensure the entrance is secured. No one is to enter without my explicit permission, no one." Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei's heart sank like a stone. She understood that Jiang Qin was contacting the head of the security team downstairs. The individual in question was an elderly woman brought by Jiang Qin's mother from her maternal home, a person of stubborn disposition who sometimes ignored even Chairman Jiang. In her moment of despair, Jiang Qin put away her phone and approached her with measured steps. Until that moment, Su Zhifei had never considered Jiang Qin to be remarkable, even believing that Jiang Mian, who had physical shortcomings, resembled a man more. Yet now, she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from Jiang Qin. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to realize there was nowhere left to retreat, as behind her stood the door she had locked herself. Furthermore, even if she managed to escape through that door, downstairs awaited a bodyguard who answered solely to Jiang Qin. Besides, She was still clad in a maid's outfit. How could she possibly face anyone in such a state? Contemplating these thoughts, a wave of despondency washed over Su Zhifei. By then, Jiang Qin had reached her side, her features sharply defined yet softened by a warm smile, as she gently caressed Su Zhifei's face, an action tender enough to seem like a consolation. This gesture stirred a flicker of hope within her. Could it be that Jiang Qin was merely attempting to intimidate her? However, in the next moment, Jiang Qin presented the shattered pendant before her. "We might as well make use of this," she remarked, and the words struck Su Zhifei like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing any remnants of optimism she harbored. She comprehended Jiang Qin's intent, and after a moment's hesitation, she tremulously accepted the broken pendant, using its cord to tie up her hair. Chapter 3. Jiang Mian's alarm ding. The host has rendered Su Zhifei utterly humiliated. Emotional value, 476. Ding. The host has instilled panic in Jiang Mian. Emotional value, 233. Ding. The host has left Zhou Wanqing perplexed. Emotional value, 199. Shortly thereafter, a series of system notifications began to chime incessantly. Upon hearing the alerts concerning Su Zhifei and Jiang Mian, Jiang Qin remained unfazed. Yet the mention of Zhou Wanqing caused a flutter in his heart. For Zhou Wanqing was no ordinary individual. She was the fiancée of his deceased elder brother and the CEO of the Jiang Group. This nominal sister-in-law, along with his younger brother Jiang Mian, resided not far from him, and it was likely they had noticed something amiss on his end. With this thought, Jiang Qin lightly patted Su Zhifei's head. Simultaneously, less than 100 meters from Jiang Qin's residence, a group of sharply dressed men escorted a young man out of a villa. This young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, possessed a tall and well-proportioned frame, with strikingly handsome features, yet his countenance bore a heavy air of malice, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. Upon exiting the villa, the young man chose not to use the walkway, instead treading directly across the lawn towards Jiang Qin's villa. "Mian Xiao! Mian Xiao!" The bodyguards blocking the entrance greeted him, their demeanor respectful yet resolute in their refusal to part. Observing this, the young man furrowed his brow, a stormy expression crossing his face. He was Jiang Mian, the third son of the Jiang family, and Jiang Qin's half-brother. Earlier, he had been watching his girlfriend's movement from his own villa and had known the plan was compromised upon seeing Jiang Qin calmly inquire of Su Zhifei what benefits Jiang Mian had offered her. He, however, remained unperturbed, calmly leading his companions to knock on the door. In his view, even if the matter were to come to light, it would be of little consequence. The inept Jiang Qin would not dare to take any action against Su Zhifei. As long as he personally stepped in to intimidate and threaten, Jiang Qin would undoubtedly keep his mouth sealed, not daring to utter a single word. However, upon arriving at Jiang Qin's villa, he was taken aback to find that the ineffectual man's bodyguards had assumed a posture of strict vigilance. A sense of foreboding began to creep over him. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Qin's bodyguards, Jiang Mian uttered two words without further ado: "Step aside." His voice was not loud, nor was his tone harsh, yet it carried an undeniable aura of authority. The bodyguards blocking the entrance exchanged hesitant glances, revealing a palpable uncertainty. Within the Jiang family, aside from the head of the family, Jiang Jinyu, and the eldest daughter-in-law, Zhou Wanqing, no one dared to defy the third young Master Jiang. The reason was simple. Jiang Mian was favored by Jiang Jinyu, and his temper was notoriously volatile. Seeing the bodyguards hesitating, Jiang Mian's entourage naturally sought to bolster their master's presence, vociferously rebuking the guards. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what young Master Mian said? Do you seek a beating? Step aside. If you don't clear the way, do not blame us for being impolite." Faced with such brazen colleagues, Jiang Qin's bodyguards were somewhat at a loss, none daring to retaliate. They had no choice. Their employer was a rather timid individual, leaving them unable to stand firm. At that moment, the heavy entrance door suddenly swung open, revealing a sharp, formidable figure. Upon seeing this individual, Jiang Mian's already furrowed brows tightened even further, and his arrogant entourage fell silent. The person in question was named Yin Li, the head of Jiang Qin's security team. He answered solely to Jiang Qin, disregarding any other authority. including that of the family patriarch. His emergence clearly indicated Jiang Qin's orders. Jiang Mian's sense of foreboding deepened, and he quickly voiced his inquiry. Yin Li, what are you blocking the door for in broad daylight? Is Jiang Qin engaged in some clandestine activity inside? Yin Li, in his 40s, was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his shoes gleaming, exuding an air of meticulousness. Standing at the door with an upright posture, he resembled a sharp spear. In response to Jiang Mian's question, he remained silent, his serious expression devoid of any emotion, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Jiang Mian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Mian's tone grew more severe. Yin, I'm addressing you. Have you lost your voice? Speak. What is Jiang Qin doing inside? Yet, Yin Li continued to maintain his silence, as if Jiang Mian were merely a figment of the air. Enraged, Jiang Mian abruptly raised his hand, pointing a finger at Yin Li's nose, bellowing, "Attack." At his command, his entourage sprang forward, eager to act, yet none dared to truly advance. They all knew full well that Yin Li was not only tough in temperament, but also formidable in skill. Maintaining his accusatory posture, Jiang Mian waited in vain for a response, and upon seeing no movement, he turned around, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. However, reconsidering, he managed to restrain himself. The entire situation reeked of strangeness. Jiang Qin, that good-for-nothing, has actually discovered something amiss, and he even has his lackeys blocking the door? This is clearly a prelude to mischief. Although Jiang Qin is nothing in his eyes, if he manages to extract any information from Su Zhifei, especially if it reaches Jiang Jinyu, it would spell serious trouble. After contemplating the situation, he turned to glance at the adjacent villa, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number saved as sister-in-law. "Hello, sister-in-law. You must come to Jiang Qin's place immediately. There's been an incident." Zhifei had approached Jiang Qin for something, but she hasn't emerged yet, and her phone is unreachable. Strangely, that dog named Yin has even brought people to block the entrance. I suspect Jiang Qin intends to harm Zhifei. The woman on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding succinctly, "I will be there shortly," then abruptly hung up. Putting away his phone, Jiang Mian felt an escalating urgency, even irrationally considering the possibility of being cuckolded, despite knowing that even with 1,000 lives, that wastrel would not dare to lay a finger on his girlfriend. He remained acutely sensitive to such matters due to his physical flaws. Amidst his swirling thoughts, images of Jiang Qin and Su Zhifei engaged in sports together invaded his mind. At that moment, Jiang Sanshao could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth as he glared at his subordinates. "I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you do not take action now, you may as well get the hell out." Upon hearing this, his subordinates turned pale. "Charge!" Suddenly, someone shouted. In the next instant, Jiang Mian's bodyguards surged forward, clashing fiercely with Yin Li and his men. The villa's porch erupted into chaos, with fists flying and shouts ringing out. Jiang Mian intended to seize the moment and rush inside, but he soon realized that Yin Li's reputation was well-deserved, as he effortlessly dispatched his subordinates while firmly blocking the entrance. At that moment, bodyguards stationed at the villa's rear heard the commotion and hastened to join the fray. Jiang Mian's heart raced. He abandoned the others and sprinted toward the back of the villa, successfully breaking in through the rear door. Upon reaching the second floor, he hurried to Jiang Qin's bedroom door, pressing his ear against it almost instinctively. Chapter 4. He knows how to provide assistance. Jiang Mian pounded on the door with fervor. "Open up. Damn it. Jiang Qin, open this door for me." Yet, the door remained solid and unyielding, no matter how hard he struck. Losing all reason, he retreated repeatedly, then charged at the door with all his might, kicking furiously, his shouts replaced by primal roars of a wounded beast. Meanwhile, just a doorway in the bedroom. Ding! The host has driven Jiang Mian into a frenzy, earning 999 emotional points. Jiang Qin, who was tidying his clothes, could not suppress a smile at the notification. 999 indicates that his dear brother's emotions were completely out of control, practically wishing to kill him. With this thought, he glanced at the charming maid, who was now collapsed on the floor. Miss Su Zhifei was in a state of complete disarray, her hair tousled, her gaze vacant, though her chest rose and fell violently, her entire being trembling slightly. The maid outfit, which was already exceedingly frugal in its fabric usage, lay in disarray, failing to conceal her slightly plump figure. However, after a brief moment, she suddenly jolted as if awakening from a dream, grasping the door in an attempt to rise. "Stay seated," Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Su Zhifei, as if obeying a command, halted her ascent, merely adjusting her attire while glancing up at him, her expression profoundly complex. Even Jiang Qin could not decipher whether her face bore resentment, shock, or something else entirely. Outside, Jiang Mian continued to furiously kick the door. Jiang Qin discreetly calculated the frequency of the kicks, quietly disengaged the lock, and at a precise moment, abruptly flung the door open. With a rush of wind, a figure flew in from the outside, followed by the sound of a thud. Jiang Mian had kicked nothing but air, tumbling into the room and landing awkwardly on the carpet, performing an unintended split. "What are you doing, brother? Practicing the splits?" Jiang Qin asked with a teasing smile. Jiang Mian, clearly in pain, grimaced and struggled to retract his legs, laboriously rising to his feet. Ignoring Jiang Qin for the moment, he turned his head to survey the room, quickly spotting Su Zhifei seated behind the door. In that instant, a murderous glint flickered in his bloodshot eyes. Meeting his boyfriend's gaze, Su Zhifei's previously flushed face turned deathly pale. In the next moment, she buried her head, one hand pressing down her skirt while the other awkwardly tugged at her slipping shoulder strap, too afraid to meet Jiang Mian's eyes. The bedroom fell into a profound silence. Jiang Mian, as if petrified, fixed his gaze on his girlfriend, his eyes traveling from her face to her neck, down to her chest, and further down. With each passing moment, his breathing grew more frantic, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, even his hair stood on end, and ultimately, he erupted into a tirade of curses. "Su Zhifei, you wretched creature, filthy harlot." Taken aback by the vulgar insult, Jiang Qin was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated Jiang Mian would confront him upon entering, yet he was taken aback to hear Jiang Mian unleash his fury upon Su Zhifei first. Su Zhifei, equally shocked by the outburst, lifted her head, staring blankly at her boyfriend, her expression one of disbelief. But Jiang Mian was far from finished, trembling. He pointed an accusing finger at her nose and continued his vitriolic tirade. "Are you so starved for attention? You can actually tolerate a waste like Jiang Qin? Are you satisfied now? Enjoyed yourself? Finally felt like a woman? You shameless harlot. Weren't you just crying out with delight? Go on, call out again. Do it in front of me." Under the relentless barrage of insults, Su Zhifei bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. This time, Jiang Qin could see that she was not merely acting. Perhaps moved by his girlfriend's tears, Jiang Mian ceased his tirade and abruptly turned to Jiang Qin. Though not born of the same mother, they share the same father. Both brothers stood tall and handsome, even bearing a slight resemblance. However, at that moment, the elder brother remained composed and unyielding, while the younger brother's face twisted in fury, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After staring at Jiang Qin for a moment, Jiang Mian began to approach slowly, step by step. Before Jiang Qin stood a towering figure, trembling as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Jiang Qin, however, regarded him with an air of serene composure. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Mian's blood-red eyes seemed poised to ignite with fury as he hurled a venomous insult. "You bastard! You seek death!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Jiang Qin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed as Jiang Mian, standing over 6 feet tall, was sent spinning, the unmistakable imprints of fingers swiftly appearing on his face, with blood even trickling from his nostrils. This unexpected blow left him utterly dazed, more so than Su Zhifei had been earlier. After a considerable pause, he turned back, his expression a mixture of rage and astonishment, as if he could hardly fathom that Jiang Qin would dare to strike him. Su Zhifei, who had been silently weeping on the ground, was equally taken aback by Jiang Qin's slap, standing up with a face full of shock. Jiang Qin hitting her was one thing. Striking Jiang Mian was an entirely different matter. "Fuck you!" Jiang Mian suddenly screamed in a fit of rage, lunging at Jiang Qin. Anticipating his move, Jiang Qin was prepared, striking like lightning as he delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Mian's ribs. The sound of the impact was muffled, and the imposing Jiang San Shao doubled over. Resembling a shrimp, Jiang Er Shao, with a face as cold as ice, refrained from holding back. Once he struck, he did not relent. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Mian was bent over, he yanked his hair down forcefully and kneed him sharply in the abdomen. Jiang Mian emitted a pained groan, and as soon as Jiang Qin released him, he fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. The speed and ferocity of the attack were such that Jiang Mian found himself on the ground, prompting a startled cry from Su Zhifei. Jiang Mian. She rushed to his side, squatting down anxiously to check on her boyfriend's condition, despite only receiving a couple of blows. Jiang San Shao's face was now a deep shade of purple, veins bulging as he curled up in agony. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled heavily, gradually regaining his composure. With great effort, he lifted his head to glare at Su Zhifei, his gaze fierce, as though he wished to carve out a piece of her flesh. Yet after a brief hesitation, she still inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" The response she received was a venomous retort that spat out through clenched teeth. "Slut." Upon hearing this, the urgency and worry on Su Zhifei's face vanished almost instantaneously. After scrutinizing Jiang Mian for a moment, she rose and stepped back, her expression devoid of emotion, falling silent. Chapter 5. Have you learned to fear? You know you are doomed. After berating Su Zhifei, Jiang Mian turned his gaze towards Jiang Qin, his contorted face a mask of hatred, as if he were ready to erupt at any moment. "You worthless piece of filth! How dare you touch my woman and strike me? If I do not destroy you this time, I swear I will not share the same surname as you. Just wait. I will not only strip you of your inheritance, but also cast you out of the Jiang family. At that time, I will have 1,000 ways to make your life a living hell." After listening to his menacing threats, Jiang Qin merely chuckled and shook his head. "You may possess a myriad of methods to retaliate, yet I currently have the means to bring about your ruin." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian laughed, a grim and sinister smile that revealed his teeth in a snarl. "You, a mere wastrel? Your only fortune lies in being born into the Jiang family. Otherwise, your kind would be regarded as inferior to a stray dog. Alas, your luck has run out. Once I divulge this matter to father, you shall find yourself sleeping on the streets, akin to those in the lower echelons of society." Jiang Qin, dismissive of his words, calmly retrieved his phone and began to play a video. Soon, the voice of Su Zhifei echoed from the speaker. That is a pinhole camera, which Jiang Mian gave to me." Upon hearing this statement, the arrogance and malice in Jiang Mian's expression instantly vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment. Before the video could finish, he abruptly turned to Su Zhifei, furiously berating her. "Damn you, you treacherous wretch! How dare you betray me? What is this? Has he truly captivated not just your body, but your heart as well?" This time, Su Zhifei remained unresponsive, not even casting a glance in his direction. Jiang Mian, witnessing her indifference, spat at her in disgust, then laboriously rose to his feet, his countenance a tempest of emotions as he glared at Jiang Qin. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Qin chuckled softly, shaking his phone. "If I were to disclose this matter to Chairman Jiang, what do you suppose would be the consequences?" At this, Jiang Mian's brow furrowed tightly, the panic in his expression impossible to hide. For if this matter were to be exposed, the repercussions would be unbearable for him. In his ruthless pursuit of his goals, he had used his own girlfriend to ensnare his brother, Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Jinyu favored him greatly, he would find it intolerable to endure such a scandal. More critically, given Jiang Jinyu's current circumstances as his son, Jiang Mian's actions displayed a complete disregard for his father's situation. Once Jiang Jinyu learned of the truth, he would be not only enraged, but deeply disappointed. Realizing this, Jiang Mian felt fear creep in and hastily softened his demeanor and tone. "Must we escalate matters to that extent? You are well aware of Father S' situation. Why cause him further distress?" Jiang Qin responded with a cold laugh. "Only now do you wish to act as a devoted son? Had you possessed even a modicum of filial piety, you would not choose this moment to stir trouble. It is a pity he cares for you so deeply. Yet you remain indifferent to him, only concerned with his wealth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mion's expression shifted dramatically as he vehemently denied the accusation. Nonsense. He is my father. How could I not care? Jiang Qin chose not to argue further, merely shaking his phone once more. Then go speak with him yourself. Jiang Mion was rendered speechless by this retort. However, after a moment of anxious silence, a fierce resolve returned to his face. Jiang Qin, do not think that possessing a slight advantage gives you power over me. He gestured angrily towards Su Zhifei, as the elder brother forcing his younger brother's girlfriend. If father were to find out, whose troubles would be greater? Yet, in response to his threat, Jiang Qin merely scoffed dismissively. Jiang San, I am a man. Your slander does not concern me. However, Su Zhifei is a woman, and your reckless words jeopardize her reputation. Is that truly acceptable? Upon witnessing his denial, Jiang Mion's demeanor instantly intensified. So, you possess the audacity to act yet lack the courage to admit it? He abruptly turned to Su Zhifei, demanding in a sharp tone. Did he force you? Su Zhifei maintained her impassive expression, refusing to meet his gaze, silently fixing her eyes on Jiang Qin. After a moment, she coldly replied, What force? I do not comprehend what you are saying. At her words, Jiang Qin's lips curled into a knowing smile, rich with implication. Su Zhifei was no mere ornament. In the original narrative, she was portrayed as a woman of considerable talent. After enduring a series of tumultuous events, especially upon witnessing Jiang Mion's attitude toward her, she had come to a clear understanding of her next steps. You, damn it. Jiang Mion's face flushed with rage, his mouth opening to curse again, but he halted mid-sentence, suppressing his fury to temper his tone. Do not be afraid. As long as you identify him as your assailant. Before he could finish, Su Zhifei interjected impatiently. I shall reiterate. I do not know what you are talking about. This time, Jiang Mion could no longer contain himself, erupting in fury. You filthy dog. I heard everything clearly outside, and your clothing, your hair. Do you dare claim you did not engage with Jiang Qin? In the face of his frenzied insults, Su Zhifei appeared utterly unmoved, as if numbed by his tirade. While Jiang Qin relished Jiang Mion's disarray, he still had matters to attend to, and felt it necessary to defend Su Zhifei at this moment. Thus he commanded in a deep voice, Enough. Cease your foul-mouthed tirade in my presence. Let us three go meet Chairman Jiang together. The impact of his words was immediate, silencing Jiang Mion. However, he was evidently seething from Su Zhifei's sudden defiance, his chest heaving in agitation until he finally calmed down after a moment of silence. Lowering his head for a brief spell, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Fine. This time, I concede. He then raised his gaze to Jiang Qin. As long as you do not disclose this matter, I am willing to compensate you. Whatever you desire. Name your price. His confidence stemmed from the substantial backing he had received. Jiang Jinyu had long encouraged him to study and partake in the management of the group, even entrusting him with several core operations. Thus, the resources at his disposal far surpassed those of Jiang Qin. Yet, having failed in his scheme and lost his girlfriend in the process, he was begrudgingly submitting, though his tone remained rather brusque. However, Jiang Qin regarded his words with disdain. A price? Have you lost your mind? You wish to ruin me, and yet you expect to negotiate? If negotiations are to occur, they shall be with Chairman Jiang. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? Jiang Mion's face flickered with shock, and a hint of wariness crept into his gaze at Jiang Qin. For Jiang Qin's words struck a nerve. The brother, in a bid to tarnish the other, had resorted to sending his girlfriend to seduce him. Such a scandal would undoubtedly be suppressed by Jiang Jinyu. To do so, he would need to placate Jiang Qin, and it could not merely be verbal reassurances, but must entail tangible benefits. It was possible that Jiang Jinyu might even grow cold towards Jiang Mion and instead support Jiang Qin's ascent. Realizing this, Jiang Mion's heart, once filled with resentment and even murderous intent, dissipated entirely. He hurriedly called out, Second brother. Hearing this, Jiang Qin smiled. This was the first time Jiang Mion had addressed him in such a manner. Previously, he had always called him by his name. Ignoring the mockery in Jiang Qin's smile, Jiang Mion became increasingly fluent in his appeal. Second brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. We can discuss this matter. There is no need to burden father with it. After a moment of contemplation, he proactively offered a proposal. Second brother, how about this? I will speak to father and sister-in-law about appointing you as the senior vice president of the group, overseeing several core businesses. Jiang Qin merely smiled in silence. To be honest, this offer was not insignificant. However, the current situation within the Jiang Group's management was exceedingly complex, with factional conflicts intensifying, making it an unfavorable time to enter the fray. Noticing Jiang Qin's silence, Jiang Mian lowered his posture further. Second brother, what are your thoughts? As long as it is within my capacity, I will certainly comply. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jiang Qin no longer held back and calmly presented his terms. I want the land in Nanwan. Jiang Mian owned an investment company that had recently acquired a plot of land in Nanwan. According to certain channels, it was rumored that the area might be designated as a high-level development zone. Although this news had circulated for years without fruition, once it was realized, the value of that land would soar to astonishing heights. Jiang Mian's expression momentarily froze, and he immediately shook his head without a second thought. However, before he could voice his objections, a commanding female voice suddenly resonated from downstairs. Stop it. Fighting among ourselves is utterly disgraceful. With the sound of her voice, the previously chaotic scene below swiftly regained calm, followed by the respectful calls of the bodyguards. Manager Zhou, greetings. Upon hearing the commotion below, hope flickered in Jiang Mian's eyes as he turned to focus on the entrance. Meanwhile, Su Zhifei, visibly flustered, rushed into the cloakroom to change her attire. Jiang Qin, however, remained unperturbed, calmly awaiting the arrival of Manager Zhou. Before long, a crisp and rhythmic sound echoed from outside, the sound of high heels steadily striking the ground. After a brief moment, a graceful figure appeared at the doorway of the bedroom. Although Jiang Qin, with his merged memories, was not unfamiliar with this woman, he could not help but be captivated upon seeing her. Standing at the door was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her exquisite and fair, oval face adorned with a touch of makeup, her demeanor cool yet utterly enchanting. Her tall frame was largely enveloped in a black coat, yet a glimpse of her silhouette was enough to reveal an alluring curvature. After standing at the entrance, she surveyed the two brothers in the bedroom, her sharp gaze emanating from her alluring eyes. This was none other than Jiang's eldest sister-in-law, Zhou Wanqing, a prominent figure within the Jiang group. Sister-in-law, Jiang Mian called out urgently, hurrying to meet her. Zhou Wanqing did not respond to him, but instead fixed her gaze upon Jiang Qin. Her delicately arched brows furrowed swiftly, as if she detected something amiss. Sister-in-law, Jiang Qin called out indifferently, yet he displayed no intention of approaching her. Only then did Zhou Wanqing step inside, her long, slender legs encased in flesh-toned stockings appearing alternately beneath her skirt and coat, creating a striking contrast against her cool demeanor and formidable presence. You two have truly accomplished quite a bit, having the bodyguards fight below while you engage in conflict above. What is this? A civil war? Upon entering, she chastised Jiang Qin and Jiang Mian with a tone of authority, delivering a metaphorical slap to both. Jiang Qin and Jiang Mian remained silent in response to her remarks. Although Zhou Wanqing had not held a wedding with their late elder brother, the engagement between their families had long been established. Their father, Jiang Jinyu, had been quite pleased with his daughter-in-law and had long since invited her into the Jiang group, later entrusting her with significant responsibilities. Thus, in the eyes of Jiang Qin and Jiang Mian, Zhou Wanqing was indeed their sister-in-law, deserving of their respect. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Zhou Wanqing crossed her arms before her chest and inquired coldly. Sister-in-law, it's like this. Jiang Mian hastily began to explain, but faltered, struggling to articulate the situation, as it was undeniably disgraceful. Sister-in-law, it's like this, Jiang Qin interjected, picking up where Jiang Mian left off, briefly recounting the entire affair and even presenting Zhou Wanqing with a video testimony of Su Zhifei. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the more intimate exchanges he'd had with Su Zhifei. After listening to his account, particularly after viewing the video, Zhou Wanqing fixed a piercing gaze upon Jiang Mian, her already indifferent expression seemingly encased in frost. Aware of his wrongdoing, Jiang Mian turned his face away in shame. Following a brief silence, Zhou Wanqing wasted no words and made her ruling clear. You will immediately prepare the necessary paperwork to transfer the land in Nanwan to Jiang Qin today. Jiang Mian abruptly turned back, astonished by her unexpected attitude. Jiang Qin, while maintaining a composed exterior, felt a similar surprise. He had anticipated that Zhou Wanqing might show some bias or at least seek a compromise, yet she decisively instructed Jiang Mian to sacrifice his interests. As he processed this unexpected turn, Zhou Wanqing intensified her reprimand, sternly chastising Jiang Mian. Have you lost your senses or become deluded? Jiang Qin is your own brother. You dare to set trap for him? He is offering you an opportunity. All you need to do is relinquish a piece of land. You hesitate? Let me tell you, were it not for considering your father's current situation, I would have dragged you before him myself to face severe consequences. Such was the weight of a large corporation. When angered, her presence commanded authority, causing even the typically arrogant Jiang Sanshao to lower his head in silence. Jiang Qin also discerned the underlying message in his sister-in-law's words. Although she was reprimanding Jiang Mian, she simultaneously reminded him to take into account Jiang Jinyu's present circumstances and to avoid escalating the matter further. Very well, sister-in-law, I shall prepare right away. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Mian finally acquiesced, albeit with a hint of reluctance and a greater sense of resignation. Without further ado, he disregarded the presence of the individual still in the cloakroom and departed Jiang Qin's bedroom, his expression clouded and bearing the mark of a slap on his face. Zhou Wanqing, choosing not to engage with him, redirected her gaze towards Jiang Qin, scrutinizing her younger brother-in-law, as if she were attempting to form a new understanding of him. After a brief moment, a warmth blossomed on her otherwise cold countenance, softening her gaze considerably. Sister-in-law understands that you are concerned for father's health, fearing that he may not withstand such a blow, hence your reluctance to escalate matters. But rest assured, I shall have a serious discussion with the third brother, ensuring that such incidents do not recur in the future. As she spoke, she gently grasped Jiang Qin's arm, letting out a tender sigh. Sister-in-law has been too preoccupied, and I have not shown you enough care. Jiang Qin, you have endured much. Chapter 7. A desire to strike him twice upon hearing Zhou Wanqing's heartfelt words. Jiang Qin merely smiled faintly and remained silent. She had adorned him with accolades, attributing his reluctance to escalate matters to his filial piety, then proceeded to play the emotional card, promising future protection. In light of this, what could he possibly say? At this juncture, silence seemed the wisest course of action, as refraining from speech implied neither commitment nor assurance. However, Zhou Wanqing was not easily deceived. Observing his smile and silence, the charming CEO directly clarified the matter. Jiang Qin, father's current condition is quite dire. We, as his children, should not burden him further with our worries, should we? Realizing he could not evade the issue, Jiang Qin promptly agreed without hesitation. Sister-in-law, you need not worry. I will certainly keep this matter from father and ensure that those beneath me remain tight-lipped. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing flashed a radiant smile, transforming the atmosphere as if spring had arrived after winter, blooming with beauty beyond compare. After softly comforting and praising Jiang Qin, she gracefully took her leave. Jiang Qin accompanied her to the door and watched her descend the stairs. Just as he intended to return to his room, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has instilled vigilance in Zhou Wanqing, emotional value 268. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow slightly. Throughout her presence and departure, Zhou Wanqing had shown little outward surprise at his transformation, yet internally she seemed to take note. Recognizing this, Jiang Qin became inwardly cautious. For one familiar with the original narrative, the overbearing Jiang Mian posed no real threat. Rather, it was this captivating and enchanting sister-in-law who represented the most significant risk to his control over the Jiang family. While lost in thought, a sudden noise behind him snapped Jiang Qin from his reverie. Turning around, he observed Su Zhifei emerging from the cloakroom. She had changed out of the worn maid's outfit into a crisp white shirt and wide-legged trousers, presenting a distinctly different charm. Meeting Jiang Qin's gaze, she did not shy away. Instead, their eyes locked, revealing a mixture of wariness, scrutiny, and an ineffable nuance. Ultimately, Her expression returned to neutrality as she coldly stated, Jiang Mian has already consented to your request. Can we consider this matter concluded? Who said that? Jiang Qin inquired nonchalantly. Su Zhifei's expression shifted dramatically. Her tone suddenly tinged with urgency. You promised CEO Zhou to keep it confidential. Jiang Qin responded with a dismissive chuckle. I merely assured her that I wouldn't disclose this matter to the old man. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei rushed a step forward, seemingly intent on confronting him, but then quickly withdrew, her large eyes, still slightly reddened, fixated on him. Are you truly Jiang Qin? At this question, Jiang Qin's smile broadened. Did you not experience it firsthand? The moment these words escaped his lips, Su Zhifei's face flushed a deep crimson, her delicate fists trembling as if she wished to strike him. Observing this, Jiang Qin advanced rather than retreating, slowly approaching her and locking his gaze on her eyes. Su Zhifei remained unmoving, standing her ground, her figure rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Just then, the sound of deliberately muffled footsteps echoed from outside. Su Zhifei, feeling guilty, hurriedly stepped back, increasing the distance between her and Jiang Qin. Shortly thereafter, Yanli appeared at the doorway with a group of bodyguards. Yanli appeared unscathed, his hairstyle perfectly intact, while others bore signs of a scuffle, some with torn suits and others sporting bruises. Nevertheless, these individuals adhered to decorum, halting at the entrance, casting a glance to confirm Jiang Qin's presence before lowering their heads to avoid further scrutiny. Yanli, ignoring Su Zhifei in the bedroom, directed his apology solely to Jiang Qin. Young Master Qin, I apologize for our failure. We allowed Mian to rush in. Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, disregarded Su Zhifei and approached the doorway, inspecting each bodyguard in turn before finally resting his gaze on Yanli's face, smiling nonchalantly. This is not your fault. After all, Jiang Mian's status is different. It was inappropriate for you to resort to violence against him. Furthermore, as the commander, I may appear delicate, but how could you exhibit strength in my stead? Hearing this, the typically serious and composed Yanli could not help but be moved, lifting his head in astonishment to gaze at Jiang Qin. The subordinates behind him, who had been keeping their heads down, also subtly raised their gazes, their eyes filled with surprise. Even Su Zhifei, who had been sulking in the bedroom, cast several furtive glances at Jiang Qin. Amidst the unusual scrutiny, Jiang Qin remained unfazed, his countenance serene. Enough, you have all worked hard. Go take a rest. I will transfer some money to team leader in shortly, and each of you will receive a red envelope. Those who were injured will receive double. Yanli and the others were momentarily taken aback, taking quite some time to process his words before hurriedly expressing their gratitude. Jiang Qin casually acknowledged them before dismissing the others, leaving only Yanli behind. It was only then that Yanli scrutinized him closely, inquiring with concern, Young Master Qin, are you all right? I noticed Mian left with injuries. Did he confront you? Jiang Qin chuckled derisively at the mention. He wished to engage me, but I did not afford him the opportunity. Yanli was momentarily stunned, the uncertainty etched on his face becoming increasingly evident. Jiang Qin, appearing indifferent, wiped the smile from his face and asked, Do you know anyone in the media? A professional journalist would be ideal. Yanli straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied cautiously, I know a few, but our acquaintance is superficial at best. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively. That is of no consequence. Find a journalist who possesses a strong pen and an even bolder heart, and inform them that I have scandalous revelations regarding a prominent family to expose. Yanli was genuinely taken aback, the astonishment etched clearly upon his face as he hesitated, grappling with his words. To seek out a journalist, particularly one with audacity, was an unmistakable indication of his intention to unveil the Jiang family secrets. Jiang Qin, aware of Yanli's concerns, preemptively reassured him, there is no need for apprehension. I am fully aware of my actions. Despite this, Yanli remained somewhat hesitant, yet ultimately refrained from further inquiry, promptly accepting the task. As he departed, he made sure to close the door behind him. No sooner had the door clicked shut than Su Zhifei's panicked voice pierced the silence. You intend to expose this matter to the media? Jiang Qin did not respond to her question, nor did he glance her way. Instead, he casually remarked, "Did you not wish to leave? Go ahead, no one is stopping you now." With that, he entered the cloakroom, preparing to change his attire before heading out. Contrary to his expectations, Su Zhifei did not leave. Instead, she followed him into the cramped space. "Qin Xiao, you cannot be serious. Have you considered the repercussions of such an action? If this information becomes public, the Jiang family and the entire Jiang group will be mired in scandal. You are also part of the Jiang family. Your reputation will be tarnished as well. Moreover, should you bring this matter to the media's attention, there will be speculation regarding Uncle Jiang's capability to manage affairs and whether he has lost control over the Jiang family and the Jiang group. Consequently, the capital market will react swiftly, leading to a significant drop in the Jiang group stock value." Although her words were spoken in haste, they were astutely articulated, reflecting a keen awareness and insight. Chapter 8. As a time traveler, this seems quite reasonable, does it not? Yet Jiang Qin remained unmoved, selecting his clothing while responding with an outsider's calmness. "You have overlooked the most critical factor. Currently, the factional struggles within the Jiang group are exceedingly intense. Once this matter is made public, it will undoubtedly incite turmoil within the organization, exacerbating internal conflicts. For a conglomerate like the Jiang group, external pressures are bearable. It is the self-inflicted chaos that proves fatal." Su Zhifei, momentarily taken aback by his remarks, found herself momentarily lost in thought, but her urgency quickly returned. "If you understand the logic, why proceed with this course of action?" Jiang Qin donned a light gray suit jacket, inspecting himself in the mirror. Satisfied with his appearance, he then turned to regard Su Zhifei's reflection. "It is quite simple. If I cannot have it, I shall destroy it." Su Zhifei staggered back in disbelief, gazing incredulously at the figure in the mirror, a tall, handsome man whose features were marred by a chilling indifference bordering on cruelty. Although Jiang Air Xiao's rationale sounded absurd, she found herself unable to refute it. The favoritism shown by Jiang Jinyu towards his younger son, Jiang Mian, was common knowledge within the Jiang family. It was hardly surprising. After all, how many parents manage to treat their children equally? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jiang Mian is not the legitimate son of Jiang Jinyu, but rather the illegitimate offspring of Jiang Jinyu's mistress, while Jiang Qin is the legitimate child of Jiang Jinyu's lawful wife. This revelation accentuates the chairman's apparent bias. Consequently, both within the Jiang family and in the public eye, there are considerable murmurs of discontent. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhifei, clinging to a flicker of hope, finally spoke. "Qin Xiao, you undoubtedly have ample reasons to resent Uncle Jiang and Jiang Mian, yet I must caution you. Destroying the Jiang family and the Jiang group will yield no benefit for you. At most, it will merely serve as a means of venting your frustration. Is it truly worth severing ties with your family and loved ones for the sake of a momentary satisfaction?" Upon hearing her words, Jiang Qin responded with two simple words: "Worth it." Those succinct words filled Su Zhifei's countenance with despair, causing her to falter and lean weakly against the wardrobe. Once the scandal erupted, the Jiang family and the Jiang group would inevitably face a monumental upheaval, and as one of the scandal's central figures, she would become a topic of public scrutiny, leading to her social demise. Jiang Qin observed her reaction in the mirror, and after a brief silence, he spoke for himself. "Initially, I had no psychological barriers regarding this matter, but now I find myself with an added hesitation." At his words, Su Zhifei's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, and she hastily inquired, "What hesitation?" Jiang Qin turned to face her, delivering an unexpected response. "You." Su Zhifei was momentarily taken aback. "Me?" Jiang Qin nodded slowly. "Yes, you. If I expose this matter, it will create significant trouble for you." Su Zhifei fell silent, her gaze fixed on him, clearly incredulous. After a considerable pause, she tentatively posed a question. "Are you asking me to do something?" At her inquiry, Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow, openly displaying his admiration. "Astute. I do not regret having held you in high regard." As he spoke, he turned to open the drawer, selecting a watch while candidly suggesting, "Since I have already sent team leader Yin to approach the reporters, if this matter remains undisclosed, we must uncover some other intriguing tidbits. I trust you are aware of what both the reporters and I would find compelling. This time, Su Zhifei did not exhibit much of a reaction, merely lowering her head in contemplation, deep in thought. Jiang Qin refrained from hurrying her, confident that Su Zhifei's intellect and insight would lead her to a prudent decision. However, the time she took to deliberate and wrestle with her thoughts far exceeded his expectations. After he had tried on 5 or 6 watches, Su Zhifei finally inhaled deeply, exhaled heavily, as if having resolved to commit to a certain course of action. Qin Xiao, let us speak candidly. I know you do not care for my well-being. You simply wish to use me to deal with Jiang Mian. Naturally, I acknowledge my prior wrongs towards you. Thus, I harbor no objections. Moreover, since Jiang Mian has acted so ruthlessly, I see no reason to sacrifice myself for him. Therefore, I am willing to cooperate with you, provided you agree to one condition. Jiang Qin continued to select his watch, his expression impassive. Speak. After a moment of consideration, Su Zhifei stated, once I reveal what you wish to know, I will leave the Jiang family. From then on, regardless of what you undertake, do not involve me again. Jiang Qin ultimately selected a Richard Mille watch to adorn his wrist. After a brief moment of admiration, he readily acquiesced. I agree. Although his words were unequivocal, Su Zhifei hesitated, gazing at him for an extended period before divulging information. In recent years, Jiang Mian had engaged in numerous clandestine activities. While I shall refrain from discussing those matters solely pertaining to his personal life, there are a few incidents involving others and even the public, such as stock manipulation, insider trading, and illegal operations. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. The trifecta of stock manipulation, insider trading, and illegal operations not only implicates criminal offenses, but also stirs public sentiment. Should these allegations be substantiated, a tempest of public opinion would undoubtedly ensue. He calmly encouraged Su Zhifei to continue. Having broached the subject, Su Zhifei felt no further need for concealment. Thus she elaborated on the circumstances in detail. After attentively listening, Jiang Qin nodded once more and then inquired, these are merely your assertions. Where is the evidence? At this juncture, Su Zhifei had fully regained her composure and presented a condition. I possess the evidence and can present it to you, but in exchange, I would like you to delete the video. To her surprise, Jiang Qin did not react with anger. Instead, he smiled and inquired, how shall we exchange? Su Zhifei, having anticipated this moment, promptly proposed her plan. I have stored the evidence in a cloud drive, which I can show you. Once you verify its authenticity, you may hand me your phone, and I will personally delete the video. Subsequently, I will send you the evidence. To alleviate any doubts Jiang Qin might harbor, she added, this is your bedroom. As a girl, I am neither capable of overpowering you nor escaping you, so there is no need for concern. Seeing her meticulous considerations, Jiang Qin harbored no doubts, although he felt a twinge of admiration. This woman had clearly anticipated Jiang Mian's actions. Otherwise, she would not have secretly preserved evidence of his illicit activities. Indeed, the complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. However, this also indicated that Su Zhifei was not merely a pretty face, but a woman of resourcefulness and capability. Accepting her would undoubtedly prove to be a significant asset. Once both parties reached an accord, the subsequent proceedings were straightforward. Su Zhifei presented the evidence to Jiang Qin, which included chat records, transaction details, financial statements, and more. Jiang Qin, being straightforward, confirmed the accuracy and handed her his phone, permitting her to proceed with the deletion. After all, having more than one phone as a wealthy scion is entirely reasonable, and as a time traveler, being prepared for impending danger is also quite rational. Chapter 9. The Villain's Deception. Su Zhifei, speechless. All right, Qin, sure, I have transmitted all the evidence to you. We are now even. Following the transmission of evidence, Su Zhifei not only regained her composure, but also appeared more relaxed, reverting to her astute and striking demeanor. After uttering this statement, she did not wait for Jiang Qin's response. She tossed her long hair, elegantly turned, and began to depart. However, upon reaching the doorway of the cloakroom, she paused, turned her back to Jiang Qin in silence for a moment, then pivoted to face him again, scrutinizing him without uttering a word. Misu, do you have any further guidance? Jiang Qin inquired, tucking away his phone while wearing a gentle smile. Su Zhifei unexpectedly smiled faintly, accompanied by a self-deprecating hum. To be frank, I've always been confident in my ability to read people, yet I must admit I misjudged you. I never anticipated that the consistently gentle, kind, and somewhat timid Jiang Xiao would turn out to be a person of hidden depths. Jiang Qin deliberately infused his smile with a hint of apology. I must apologize. I was indeed a bit harsh earlier while hiding behind the door. Su Zhifei instantly wore an expression of disbelief, casting him a sharp glance. That is not what I meant. Yet Jiang Qin maintained his smile, even allowing a trace of shamelessness to show. You must concede that being with me is preferable to being with Jiang Sanchong, right? Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei felt a surge of irritation, yet moments later, she chuckled softly. Yes, I concede that in many respects, you are indeed far superior to him, immensely so. So, how does it feel to have your male vanity greatly? Immensely, overwhelmingly satisfied? Jiang Qin beamed widely, nodding repeatedly. Satisfied, satisfied, thank you for the compliment. Su Zhifei was utterly speechless, choosing to say nothing further. After giving him a fierce glare, she turned to leave. Miss Su, I still have a phone. Jiang Qin remarked casually. As soon as he spoke, it was as if his words had conjured an incantation. Su Zhifei, who had stepped out of the cloakroom, stumbled slightly, nearly twisting her ankle. Yet, disregarding her posture, she swiftly turned around, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Qin. What do you mean by that? Jiang Qin first checked his appearance in the mirror before leisurely walking to the table, retrieving the phone from amongst a pile of books. He saved the video that was being recorded and then pressed play. The phone screen displayed him adjusting the camera angle before opening the door, and soon after, a beautiful woman clad in a white blouse and wide-leg pants, her figure undeniably curvaceous, entered the frame. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhifei's previously sharp and efficient demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer panic. However, this time, amidst her fluster, there was a sense of helplessness, even a hint of fatigue. Jiang Xiao, no, Jiang Yi, what exactly do you intend to do? I have done all that I needed to. I am of no further use to you. What more do you want? Jiang Qin set aside the phone and seated himself at the table, gesturing for her to come closer. With no alternative, Su Zhifei limped over to him. Jiang Qin glanced at her foot, concern etched on his face. Did you truly twist it? Come, sit down and talk. After saying this, he patted his lap. Su Zhifei seemed to have relinquished any pretense of treatment, sulking as she plopped down heavily on his lap, her face long as she regarded him. Though her weight caused him discomfort, Jiang Qin did not even furrow his brow. Instead, he encircled her slender waist and gazed sincerely into her eyes. I admit I have used you, but I never intended to discard you once I had finished. You need not leave the Jiang family. Rest assured, I will protect you. Su Zhifei remained unmoved, still sporting a long face. You will protect me? How will you do that? Jiang Mian certainly will not tolerate me, and your sister-in-law is already aware. Jiang Qin then playfully patted her voluptuous thigh. It is quite simple. You shall follow my lead from now on. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei let out a cold laugh, her gaze colder than her smile. Follow you? What do you take me for? A mere plaything for you and your brother? Having said this, she attempted to rise. However, Jiang Qin held her waist firmly, playfully revealing his intentions. I see you as my secretary. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated plan. Su Zhifei, a graduate of Zhonghai University, was not lacking in intellect, and during her time with Jiang Mian, she had participated in many of his schemes, broadening her horizons. With her intelligence, insight, and beauty, she was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a secretary. Moreover, having the guise of secretary would make her association with Jiang Qin less conspicuous in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Su Zhifei ceased her writhing and struggling. Ding! Su Zhifei's emotion stirred. Host emotion value 357. Jiang Qin remained composed, applying slight pressure to draw her form closer to him. Unaware, Su Zhifei was lost in thought, her expression shifting between clarity and obscurity. After a while, she refocused her gaze, on Jiang Qin. Don't tell me you're acting this way because you like me. I'm not some naive girl of 17 or 18. Jiang Qin chuckled and patted her back. Firstly, I do indeed like you. No one could resist the allure of the campus belle. Su Zhifei immediately retorted with a dismissive huff. Jiang Qin, unperturbed, continued to elucidate. Secondly, I hold your talents in high regard. You are not merely a pretty face devoid of substance. The moment you recognized Jiang Mian's flaws, yet chose to accompany him, it was evident to me that you possess ambition and aspirations. As his words fell, ding, Su Zhifei regarded the host with newfound respect, emotion value 561. As if in synchrony with the system prompt, Su Zhifei gazed at Jiang Qin with her doe-like, sparkling eyes, her attention unwavering. Your scheming is rather profound, isn't it? For all these years, you have feigned innocence while perceiving everything with remarkable clarity. Jiang Qin raised an eyebrow at her remark, smiling without a word. Su Zhifei quickly adjusted her posture, awkwardly placing her hand on his shoulder, her lips parting as if to speak. Just then, the system alert rang out unexpectedly once more. Ding! The host has astonished Zhou Wanqing, emotion value 667. This revelation left Jiang Qin momentarily stunned. What had transpired? Why was Zhou Wanqing astonished again? As he pondered, a male voice suddenly resonated from outside. Director Zhou, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin's heart raced. That was Yin Li's voice. The director Zhou he referred to was undoubtedly Zhou Wanqing. Hadn't she left already? Why had she returned? Moments later, Zhou Wanqing's response echoed in. Oh, I was initially looking for Zhifei to discuss something. Since you are here, please inform her to find time to meet with me. This reasoning was plausible. Yet, Jiang Qin detected an undercurrent of unease in her tone. Just as he contemplated this, Su Zhifei anxiously stood from his side, lowering her voice to caution him. This is bad. She likely overheard our conversation. Chapter 10. I advise you not to proceed. Jiang Qin shares the sentiment. Regardless of whether Zhou Wanqing's arrival was coincidental or intentional, it is highly probable that she had not just ascended the stairs. Rapidly contemplating various possibilities, Jiang Qin wore a composed smile. There is no need for concern. I shall handle this. You may retreat to the cloakroom and tend to your feet. Perhaps consider if a physician is necessary. In his 2 lifetimes, Jiang Qin had come to embrace an ancient adage. In this world, it is challenging to cater to women and petty individuals alike. Distance breeds resentment, while proximity invites disrespect. Therefore, one must maintain a delicate balance in their dealings with women. Neither too far nor too close. A blend of affection and authority is essential for enduring relationships. It is said that Confucius himself must have been quite the charmer. Otherwise, he could not have accumulated such profound insights into life. As Jiang Qin chuckled at the wisdom of ancient sages, Su Zhifei re-entered the cloakroom, and a knock echoed through the air. Come in, Jiang Qin responded cheerfully. Yin Li opened the door, but remained by the threshold, reporting on his earlier encounter with Zhou Wanqing. Jiang Qin listened attentively, responding with a mere before inquiring about the journalist. As per your request, I have contacted a journalist. Her writing skills remain to be assessed, but her courage is undoubtedly commendable. Firstly, she is newly employed, eager to make her mark, and thus is bold in her endeavors. Secondly, she is the 7th daughter of the Lin family, a background that distinguishes her from the ordinary. Yin Li succinctly reported. Jiang Qin took a moment to organize the merged memories, faintly recalling the prominence of the Lin family. In the realm of Zhonghai, the Lin family indeed constituted a significant household. Given that she was a daughter of such a family, there was little cause for trepidation. With this realization, he rose and, while heading towards the exit, instructed, "That must be Miss Lin. Please arrange a time and place for a meeting and inform me. I shall pay her a visit." Yin Li acknowledged the command, swiftly stepping aside to allow Jiang Qin passage through the door. He then meticulously closed the door, not casting a glance into the bedroom throughout the encounter. As the two exited the villa, Yin Li set about contacting Miss Lin, while Jiang Qin proceeded to a different villa. Meanwhile, within the confines of Villa Number 2, as referred to by Zhang's bodyguards and servants, Zhou Wanqing sat with her arms crossed on the sofa, her expression dark and her gaze piercing. Initially, she had been taken aback by the conflict between Jiang Qin and Jiang Mian. However, upon her return and overhearing the conversation between Jiang Qin and Su Zhifei, she was genuinely astounded. Contrary to Su Zhifei's perspective, she did not believe that Jiang Qin's prior meekness and kindness were mere facades. She possessed the confidence that no one could maintain such a guise beneath her watchful eye for an extended period. It was precisely this realization that intensified her astonishment at Jiang Qin's remarkable transformation. Yet, she found no time to ponder the underlying reasons. Instead, she envisioned the unfolding events. Should Jiang Qin truly expose Jiang Mian's scandals, the latter's fate would be sealed. Forget about any claims to inheritance. His personal freedom could very well be lost forever. This outcome was utterly intolerable to her. With this thought, she decisively retrieved her phone, locating Jiang Mian's number, and her fingers flew across the screen as she composed a text. Jiang Qin has no intention of letting you off the hook. Su Zhifei had disclosed your dark secrets under his coercion, and he instructed Yanli to contact a journalist, preparing to expose your disgraceful past. The situation is dire. You must urgently find a way to seal the breach. Otherwise, not only will our plan fail, but you may also face imprisonment. After editing the message, she double-checked it before preparing to send it. Just then, a sinister voice unexpectedly echoed. A plan? What plan do you have? In an instant, Zhou Wanqing was startled, her heart racing and her complexion paling, as she sprang up from the sofa, in her haste to locate the source of the voice. She was horrified to discover a sharply dressed, exceptionally handsome young man standing behind the sofa, hands in his pockets, a half-smile playing on his lips. It was Jiang Qin. What are you doing here? I'll let you in. However, she quickly composed herself and demanded answers in a sharp tone. Jiang Qin, seemingly unfazed, shrugged his shoulders. There's no one guarding here. I simply entered through your back door. Without a second thought, Zhou Wanqing pointed towards the back door. Leave. Since Jiang Qin had already seen the content of her message, there was no need for her to pretend any longer. She would confront him directly. After all, Jiang Qin held no leverage over her, and even if he underwent an inexplicable transformation, she would not regard him with concern. Yet, Jiang Qin acted as if he had not heard her command, instead circumventing the sofa to approach her, the faint smile vanishing as he stood before her. Sister-in-law, I advise you not to send that message. The consequences will be severe. His words jolted Zhou Wanqing, prompting her to grasp her phone and prepare to send the message. Suddenly, she perceived a flicker of movement before her eyes, and her hand was empty. Upon focusing, she realized Jiang Qin had snatched her phone away. For a moment, she stood in astonishment. Since meeting Jiang Qin, he had always been as gentle as a girl in her presence. Never before had he acted so rudely. Moreover, as the CEO of the Jiang Group, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went. Who would dare to act disrespectfully in her presence? Yet, Jiang Qin did just that. A surge of indignation welled up within her, and Zhou Wanqing narrowed her phoenix eyes, her figure exuding a commanding presence. Jiang Qin, return my phone immediately and leave my villa. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance, spinning her phone between his fingers before smoothly placing it in his pocket, then stepping closer, nearly invading her personal space. As his imposing figure loomed over her like a mountain, Zhou Wanqing could no longer maintain her authority. She retreated while sternly admonishing him. Jiang Qin, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you are doing? Jiang Qin's demeanor shifted back to that of a playful, irreverent youth. Oh, I know. I'm preventing my dear sister-in-law from making a mistake. Although you have never considered me of any importance, I truly value you. Once that message is sent, there will be no turning back for us. Upon hearing his nonsensical words, Zhou Wanqing clenched her teeth, fury rising, her exquisite features contorting slightly. Fine. You don't understand human language, do you? Originally, I intended to shield you to some extent, but it seems there is no longer a need for such discretion. I shall proceed to Villa 1 and relay your conversation with Su Zhifei in its entirety to Father. Can you fathom how Father will react upon discovering your true nature? The entire Jiang family is aware that although Jiang Jinyu has overtly favored Jiang Mian, Jiang Qin, on the surface, dares not express any dissatisfaction, for he is profoundly fearful of his formidable father. Thus, Zhou Wanqing is utterly convinced that even if Jiang Qin were to undergo a transformation or become a different person altogether, his trepidation towards Jiang Jinyu would remain unchanged. Chapter 11. Expressions may deceive, but emotions do not, however. Upon hearing her threat, a more pronounced smirk of mockery adorned Jiang Qin's sharply defined visage. You intend to report me to the old man? Excellent. Let us go together, for I too have matters concerning you to discuss with him. With that, he graciously picked up the coat Zhou Wanqing had placed on the sofa and offered it to her. Zhou Wanqing, however, regarded him with a darkened expression, refusing to accept it. My matters? What matters could I possibly have? Jiang Qin tossed her coat onto the sofa and leisurely settled down, nonchalantly propping up his legs. This action caused Zhou Wanqing to frown, yet she refrained from commenting. Only then did Jiang Qin recall that this sister-in-law harbored a cleanliness obsession. However, having already severed any pretense of civility, he cared little for her feelings. The living room fell into a momentary silence. Jiang Qin was not in a hurry to unveil his intentions. Instead, he seized the opportunity to brazenly scrutinize his sister-in-law before him. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing was neither clad in her coat nor in high heels, donning merely a white blouse paired with a conservative black knee-length skirt. Yet, despite this modest attire, her alluring curves could hardly be concealed. She was exceptionally tall, standing at approximately 175 centimeters, even without heels. Height aside, her figure was strikingly exaggerated, ample where it needed to be and slender where it mattered, boasting an impressive waist-to-hip ratio that rendered Jiang Qin reminiscent of those fitness influencers on social media who excessively utilize filters. Have you finished your gaze? If so, speak. Zhou Wanqing suddenly pulled a stern face, her voice icy as she admonished him. Only then did Jiang Qin recline against the sofa, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. You have long been aware that Jiang Mian intends to set a trap for me. You have forged an agreement with him to assist in usurping the entirety of the inheritance rights, effectively sidelining me. Once accomplished, he would support you wholeheartedly in the boardroom, ensuring your position remained secure. This revelation was not divulged by Su Zhifei, but rather was a detail embedded within the original narrative. Yet upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing merely let out a derisive snort, the corner of her mouth curling into a disdainful smile. Do you truly believe the old man would trust your baseless assertions? Or do you assume that text message could serve as evidence? Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. I am not so naive. Merely my word in a text message would hardly suffice to convince the old man. However, as he reached this point, the smile upon his face gradually faded. You are well aware that since the old gentleman's health has deteriorated, his emotions have become exceedingly unstable, characterized by irritability and suspicion. While he may not readily trust my words, he cannot help but entertain doubts. Once those doubts arise, he will seek to verify them. This, indeed, is the effect I desired, serving as a prelude to my next move. Zhou Wanqing maintained her composure, regarding Jiang Qin with the gaze one might reserve for an immature youth lost in his own fantasies. Observing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but admire her poise. She truly embodied the grace of a refined individual, remaining unruffled. Ding! The host has instilled a sense of wariness in Zhou Wanqing. Emotional value, 385. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin chuckled softly. He was secretly praising Zhou Wanqing for her composure when the system promptly revealed the facade she had put on. It is worth noting that the function of this system is to collect the emotional values of the principal characters within the narrative world, using them for a lottery of sorts. The system notifications, strictly speaking, do not constitute a feature. However, with these notifications, the primary characters in this literary universe can no longer conceal their true emotions in his presence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Wanqing spoke up. What is your next step? What do you intend to do? Her tone was remarkably indifferent, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. Jiang Qin offered her a teasing smile and then patted the space beside him, inviting her to sit down for a leisurely discussion. Yet, Zhou Wanqing crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating her curves, and regarded him with a cold stare, silent and unmoving, as if to say she would speak only if she wished. Seeing this, Jiang Qin chuckled lightly and casually posed a question. I have heard that under your influence, the board has appointed a new member. This individual, the chief operating officer, is tasked with formulating the company's long-term strategy and overseeing the execution by various departments and subsidiaries. They hold considerable power, ranking among the core executives of the company. As expected, upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Wanqing's sharp eyes, though it vanished almost immediately. The next moment, she looked down at Jiang Qin, her voice low and serious. What are you implying? Jiang Qin smiled silently and patted the space beside him once more. This time, Zhou Wanqing did not refuse. After a brief moment of hesitation, she elegantly adjusted her skirt and gracefully took a seat beside him, albeit at a considerable distance, almost as if she wished to perch on the armrest of the sofa. Noting her continued pretense, Jiang Qin seized the moment. How can I speak if you sit so far away? If I were to raise my voice even slightly, a fragment of our conversation might be overheard, and the Jiang family could face upheaval. The effect of his words was immediate. Although Zhou Wanqing frowned slightly, appearing somewhat reluctant, she quickly rose and moved closer to him, now so near that Jiang Qin could distinctly sense her fragrance. Yet, Jiang Qin deemed this proximity insufficient. He stretched his arm and casually draped it over the back of the sofa, giving the impression of embracing her. Zhou Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at his arm, maintaining her stern expression without uttering a word. Observing her reaction, Jiang Qin did not push further, instead revealing his hand. During the time the old gentleman has stepped back, you have orchestrated a series of personnel changes under the guise of suppressing factional struggles, quietly nurturing an entire cadre of supporters. As he had yet to finish his statement, Zhou Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure. She adjusted her posture several times, betraying her unease. Jiang Qin observed her reaction and incisively articulated her intentions. Although she had reached an agreement with Jiang Mian, her lack of trust in him compelled her to prepare for any eventuality. Should Jiang Mian ascend to power and choose not to heed her counsel, she possessed ample means to destabilize his reign. Upon his declaration, Zhou Wanqing's countenance shifted dramatically. Her phoenix eyes widened in shock, and her slender brows arched high, unable to mask her astonishment. The alert chimed, indicating her distress. Host's emotional value at 529. Hearing the system's notification, Jiang Qin smirked slightly and chose to remain silent. Since the untimely death of her fiancé, Zhou Wanqing had devoted herself entirely to her work, pouring her efforts into it without seeking reward, seemingly attempting to numb her own pain. Jiang Jinyu, feeling both regret and guilt, gradually promoted this fiancé, who had yet to step into their home, to a high position within the corporation. Were he to discover that Zhou Wanqing harbored a hidden agenda, perhaps even anticipating his demise, he would undoubtedly act with ruthless decisiveness. Chapter 12. Zhou Wanqing's agitation. With this thought, Jiang Qin turned his gaze towards his sister-in-law. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing also glanced at him, her enchanting yet dignified visage devoid of any trace of panic, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Who would have imagined that the seemingly harmless second young Master Jiang was, in fact, a cunning and ruthless individual? After half mocking and half sighing, she took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Speak, what do you desire? Jiang Qin chuckled upon hearing her words. This is the advantage of engaging with an astute individual. Much can be conveyed without explicit articulation, as both parties are well aware. If he truly intended to expose Zhou Wanqing, he could simply approach Jiang Jinyu. Rather than waste words here, given the lengthy discourse, it was evident that he sought to negotiate terms. However, Zhou Wanqing's current demeanor did not sit well with him, prompting a dispassionate snort. Let us converse when you have decided how to address me. Her tone, laden with authority, elicited a sudden shift in Zhou Wanqing's gaze, which became piercing, reminiscent of a decisive and formidable woman who would not tolerate disrespect. Yet, in an instant, she showcased her adaptability to Jiang Qin. A gentle smile graced her nearly flawless features, and her tone softened considerably. Let me rephrase that. What must you do to ensure you keep this secret from me? Her smile seemed to melt the icy tension in the room, dissipating the anxious atmosphere and causing Jiang Qin to feel a flicker of intrigue. In a subtle movement, his right hand, which had been resting on the back of the sofa, slid down to her delicate shoulder, while his left hand rose to rest upon her legs. Zhou Wanqing, taken aback, widened her eyes in disbelief at the hand on her thigh. However, the moment was fleeting. As her brows furrowed, her expression darkened, and she abruptly stood, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Qin. She appeared poised to unleash a torrent of invectives, but upon uttering a single word, she faltered. Standing there with clenched teeth, her complexion turning an ashen hue in her fury. Suddenly, Zhou Wanqing's anger surged, her emotional index spiking to 666. Yet, her ability to manage her emotions was commendable. As soon as Jiang Qin received the system notification, she had already quelled her rage, her expression as cold as ice. Her gaze sharp as a blade as she resumed speaking. Jiang Qin, let me be unequivocal. If what you desire is something else, we can certainly negotiate. However, if this is your intention, then there is no need for further discussion. Despite her vehement reaction, Jiang Qin did not retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to test her resolve once more. Is that so? Then it seems we have nothing left to discuss. With that, he stood up. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Wanqing's once unassailable aura diminished somewhat. However, this was fleeting. In an instant, she regained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly, though she remained silent. Her message was unmistakable. She was neither willing to submit to Jiang Qin nor to be reported. If forced to choose, she would prefer the latter. Recognizing her boundaries, Jiang Qin ceased his probing, retrieving Zhou Wanqing's phone along with his own to preserve evidence. Yet, Zhou Wanqing assumed he was about to report her, and in her agitation, she blurted out, "Wait." Jiang Qin, however, remained unfazed, continuing to operate his phone. He understood well that a woman like Zhou Wanqing would not easily cross her limits. Her call for pause was merely a tactic to buy time. As anticipated, Zhou Wanqing subsequently proposed several alternatives, even hinting at a willingness to change her stance in support of his ascendance. Jiang Qin, however, harbored no belief in her words and was disinclined to manipulate her further. After securing the text message screenshots, he laid his cards on the table. Zhou Wanqing, listen carefully. From this moment on, your focus should solely be on your work. Refrain from entangling yourself in other matters, particularly those concerning Jiang Mian. Otherwise, whether it be the Jiang family or Jiang Corporation, your position will become untenable. With that, he flung Zhou Wanqing's phone onto the sofa and strode away. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, only to exhale a sigh of relief shortly after. For Jiang Qin's words clearly indicated that he was not reporting her, and as long as she complied and refrained from causing further trouble, he would not expose her in the immediate future. Yet, before long, Zhou Wanqing's heart sank again, while she could vehemently deny any collusion with Jiang San. Apart from a single screenshot, Jiang Air possessed no substantial evidence. However, her endeavors to establish a faction within Jiang Corporation were far more vulnerable to scrutiny. Although Jiang Qin had not imposed any excessive demands, he had nonetheless suspended a metaphorical sword above her head, ready to descend at any moment. Realizing this, Zhou Wanqing felt compelled to tread cautiously, racking her brain for strategies to employ should her misdeeds come to light. Strangely, as she pondered, her thoughts drifted back to the moment when Jiang Qin had wrapped one arm around her shoulder while caressing her leg. From that point onward, the image lingered in her mind, rendering her unable to concentrate. Over the years, she has devoted all her energy to her career, showing little interest in the trivialities of romantic relationships. To her surprise, today a man has drawn closer. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Zhou Wanqing hastily pulled her long hair from the back of her head and rushed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin had just stepped out of Illinois, too, when he received a call from Yin Li, who informed him that he had arranged to meet Miss Lin, the seventh daughter of the Lin family, at a CAF near the television station in an hour. Jiang Qin agreed, and after putting his phone away, glanced back. His requests of Zhou Wanqing were rather lenient. As long as she refrained from causing trouble, he would temporarily keep her secrets. This was not out of mercy, but rather confidence that Zhou Wanqing would soon seek him out. At that moment, he would entertain himself with her. With that thought, Jiang Qin withdrew his gaze and proceeded towards Villa Number 4, his own residence. Interestingly, his father, Jiang Jinyu, resided in Villa Number 1, while his late brother had occupied Villa Number 2, the very one where Zhou Wanqing currently lived. By this arrangement, one could argue that his residence should be termed Villa Number 3. However, in the eyes of the family's bodyguards, drivers, and servants, Jiang Mian's villa was considered Villa Number 3. This distinction was well understood by everyone in the Jiang family. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Qin was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Su Zhifei, who had come down from upstairs and was sitting on the living room sofa, lost in thought, completely oblivious to his entrance. This was hardly surprising. Today was likely the most thrilling day in Su Zhifei's life. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Qin inquired casually as he took a seat beside her. Su Zhifei, immersed in her reverie, was startled at first but quickly shifted her seat closer to him. Her anxiety palpable as she asked, "What is going on? Did she overhear our conversation?" Jiang Qin feigned a solemn nod. "Indeed, she heard everything and mentioned reporting us to the old master." Hearing this, Su Zhifei's already pale face turned ghostly white, her mouth agape in shock. Although Jiang Jinyu had aged, his formidable presence remained, and when angered, very few could withstand his wrath, especially not someone of her modest stature. Noticing her distress, Jiang Qin smiled reassuringly, deciding to put her at ease. "I was jesting. I've already managed to suppress the situation. Ms. Zhou will remain tight-lipped." Su Zhifei appeared skeptical, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief as she scrutinized him. "Really? That is hard to believe. She is Ms. Zhou, after all. How could you possibly keep her quiet?" It was evident that she held a considerable apprehension, even fear, of Zhou Wanqing, who was merely a few years her senior. Jiang Qin chose not to elaborate, merely offering a faint smile. "I have my methods. You need not worry. Simply focus on being my secretary." Su Zhifei felt silent, her gaze fixed upon him as if attempting to discern the truth in his words. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Jiang Qin turned to see Jiang Mian entering, one hand in his pocket while the other held a file folder. Jiang Sanshao changed into casual attire, donning a baseball cap pulled low to obscure his face, which was swollen to the point of resembling half a pig's head. Upon his entrance, Su Zhifei instantly adopted a displeased expression, though she subtly shifted her position, moving her broad tail light a bit further away from Jiang Qin. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of resentment flickered in Jiang Mian's eyes hidden beneath the cap, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Jiang Qin remained silent, sitting on the sofa with a cold gaze directed at him. Jiang Sen clearly lacked the emotional regulation exhibited by Zhou Wanqing. He stared at Su Zhifei for a prolonged moment before tossing the document bag onto the coffee table before Jiang Qin. "All the documents for that piece of land are here. I have signed what needs to be signed," he declared brusquely, his tone a stark contrast to his earlier pleas. Jiang Qin was not surprised by this display. Although Jiang Mian was a bastard child, he had been spoiled and indulged by Jiang Jinyu, growing up arrogant and domineering. He had always been the one to inflict harm, never the recipient. Having suffered such a significant loss at Jiang Qin's hands, it was only natural for him to feel increasingly agitated. As Jiang Qin contemplated this, he noticed Jiang Mian directing his gaze towards Su Zhifei, harshly questioning, "Are you still here? Have you truly become addicted?" This was not Jiang Mian's first instance of insulting Su Zhifei today, nor was it the most disparaging. Yet her face flushed crimson and her breathing quickened. Observing this, Jiang Qin rose silently and approached Jiang Mian with measured steps. As he neared, Jiang Mian shifted slightly, as if to retreat, but quickly steadied himself, standing there with a sidelong glare. Jiang Qin approached the irate Jiang Sanshao unhurriedly, lifting his chin before delivering a sharp slap. The resounding crack of the slap echoed, causing Jiang Mian to stumble, nearly losing his balance, his cap flying off. However, unlike the previous occasion, he was not left dazed. As soon as he regained his footing, he erupted in fury. "What are you doing? I've already given you the land. What business is it of yours if I'm speaking with my girlfriend? Yet, after his outburst, he instinctively took a step back, wary of another slap. Jiang Qin paid him no mind, extending his right hand to the side, although he uttered not a word. The previously furious Su Zhifei immediately rose and handed him the document bag from the coffee table. Truly, she was a natural secretary. Jiang Qin silently praised her, then abruptly hurled the document bag at Jiang Mian's face. Get lost. This was his way of informing Jiang Mian that he no longer wanted that piece of land, thereby rendering their prior agreement null and void. Jiang Mian clearly grasped the implication. As the document bag struck his face, fury surged in his eyes. Yet upon hearing the phrase "get lost," his expression froze in an instant. The living room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Moments later, Jiang Mian silently bent down to retrieve the document bag and, after a brief hesitation, extended it toward Jiang Qin. The gesture was unmistakable, submissive, and accepting defeat. However, Jiang Shao did not take it, merely gazing at him with a slight tilt of his head. Noticing this, Jiang Mian inhaled sharply and forced a semblance of a smile. His left cheek had swollen to the size of half a pig's head, and his right cheek had just been slapped by Jiang Qin, leaving it reddened. At this moment, a smile was more grotesque than tears. Second brother, do not misunderstand. My ire is not directed at you. Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still cold and austere. Nor is it directed at Miss Su. Jiang Mian paused momentarily upon hearing this, but quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak wisely, second brother. After speaking, he leaned in slightly closer with the document folder. Jiang Qin still refused to take it, and after a brief contemplation, he began to disclose his arrangements regarding Su Zhifei. By the way, there is something I must inform you. I hold great admiration for Miss Su's capabilities and have decided to invite her to serve as my secretary. Therefore, when you encounter her in the future, remember to be courteous. Instantly, the expression on Jiang Mian's face froze, his shock evident. However, upon regaining his composure, he did not react with the fury Jiang Qin had anticipated. Instead, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Second brother, that may not be appropriate. After all, Jiang Qin understood the source of his trepidation. Jiang Mian had been with Su Zhifei for several years and was privy to many of his dark secrets. Jiang Mian was undoubtedly concerned that should Su Zhifei turn against him, she would expose his misdeeds. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin had no interest in his ramblings and interrupted him directly. Did you not hear what I said? I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel. Jiang Mian fell silent, lowering his head, lost in thought. At that moment, Jiang Qin noticed a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, and his grip on the document folder had become so tight that it had begun to warp. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Su Zhifei, remained silent throughout, clearly acquiescing to Jiang Qin's arrangements. After a long pause, Jiang Mian raised his head and fixed her with a deep gaze, as if to remind or perhaps warn her. He then shifted his attention back to Jiang Qin, his lips twitching several times before he managed to force a semblance of a smile. Very well, I shall heed second brother's wishes. You shall have the final say. With that, he once again presented the document folder with both hands. This time, Jiang Qin accepted it without refusal and inclined his head slightly towards Su Zhifei. Understanding the cue, she stepped forward to take the folder. Jiang Mian did not look at her again, but instead focused on Jiang Qin, inquiring, "Second brother, if there is nothing further, may I take my leave?" Jiang Qin offered no verbal response, merely affirming with sound. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin turned and departed, his steps hurried and heavy, neglecting to retrieve the hat that had been knocked off earlier. As his figure disappeared beyond the entrance of Villa Number 4, a notification chimed. Ding! Host's emotional value, 999. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiang Qin's heart stirred, and his gaze toward the door sharpened with an unmistakable intensity. 999, the highest emotional value obtainable in a single instance, also indicated that, as the system had warned, Jiang San had developed murderous intent toward him. Chapter 14, Reward Settlement, a frantic ascension at that moment. Su Zi Fei Su Denli Linding Closer. Qin Shao, Although Jiang Mian appears docile under your pressure, he must harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. She paused before adding, and for me. Despite Jiang Mian having departed, she kept her voice low, her tone laced with concern. Jiang Qin withdrew his gaze, responding with a dismissive chuckle. I am aware, he replied. Su Zhifei, noticing his demeanor, grew somewhat anxious and leaned in closer, almost to the point of whispering. Qin Xiao, based on my understanding of Jiang Mian, he would not hesitate to bring us to ruin at the first opportunity. Even if no opportunity presents itself, he would create one. Inhaling the fragrant aroma that permeated the air, Jiang Qin turned his head, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. I know. Therefore, I shall not grant him any opportunity, not even the chance to fabricate one. This statement was somewhat convoluted, yet Su Zhifei comprehended it, her almond eyes brightening with realization. Are you referring to the journalist you asked team leader Yin to meet? Jiang Qin did not respond verbally, but raised his hand, gently tracing her still slightly reddened left cheek with his fingertip. As I have said, you need not worry about anything. I shall take care of everything. As long as you diligently assist me, no matter what transpires, I shall protect you. Su Zhifei's eyes visibly flickered, and after gazing at him for a moment, she slowly nodded, murmuring in agreement. Ding. Host has reassured Su Zhifei. Emotional value 360. Jiang Qin smiled subtly, his gaze trailing down her curvaceous form. How is your foot? Are you able to walk? It was only then that Su Zhifei realized how close she was to him, nearly pressed against his side, prompting her to step back slightly. It's fine, it doesn't hinder me. Jiang Qin nodded slightly, then proceeded to assign her first task. All right, I will entrust you with the paperwork for that piece of land. Additionally, take some time in the next few days to visit the site. Suthifei readily agreed, and after waiting a moment for any further instructions, she made her way outside. Jiang Qin watched her depart, a self-satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Su Zhifei was slightly shorter than Zhou Wanqing, yet her figure was more voluptuous, and despite wearing loose-fitting wide-leg trousers, her alluring curves remained evident. Moreover, her gait appeared somewhat unnatural. It was uncertain whether it was due to the earlier altercation or her prior ankle sprain. Nevertheless, regardless of her discomfort, she threw herself into her new responsibilities without hesitation. Such a commendable attitude warranted thoughtful rewards later that evening. Suddenly, Jiang Qin's thoughts shifted back to pressing matters, and he settled back onto the sofa to access the system. At the onset of his transmigration, prior to Su Zhifei's visit to Villa No. 4, the system known as Villain Emotion Collection had already been activated. However, he had yet to delve into its intricacies. Upon further examination, he discovered that the system was both powerful and straightforward. In essence, it collected the emotions of individuals possessing fortune within this narrative realm for the purpose of a lottery. The term individuals possessing fortune referred to the principal characters within the story, such as Jiang Mian, Zhou Wanqing, and Su Zhifei. Contemplating these three figures, Jiang Qin's thoughts momentarily stalled, as he realized that the world he inhabited was that of a novel entitled The Return of the War God. As an avid bibliophile, he could discern the underlying trope merely from the title, even without knowing the content. Unfortunately for him, his role was not that of a mighty warrior returning to reclaim all, but rather that of a feeble and oppressed scion of wealth, crushed under the heel of the war god. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, for he traversed into the narrative a year prior to the war god's return, armed with a valuable year and the aid of a system. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Qin summoned his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Qin. Identity: chosen villain. Second son of the Jiang group. Physique: 11. Average person is 10. Strength: 10. Average person is 10. Mentality: 13. Average person is 10. Charm: 85. Maximum value is 100. Free attribute points: 0. Available emotion points: 7721. Although this set of attributes was familiar from numerous novels, Jiang Qin meticulously examined it. Suddenly, he noticed something flashing on the panel. Upon clicking it, he discovered it was a novice gift pack bestowed upon him upon system activation. And without hesitation, he chose to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the villain's halo, allowing you to disregard the protagonist's fortune, unafraid of backlash. and enabling you to perceive the fortune auras of other main characters. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a designated attribute, 10 points in physique, which will be automatically allocated to the host. Before Jiang Qin could fully comprehend this, a warm current surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly permeating his entire being, bestowing upon him a feeling of utter relaxation, as if every pore in his body was unfurling. Once this sensation subsided, he clenched his fist, distinctly aware that his physique had significantly strengthened. After all, the average person's physique measured merely 10 points, whereas his had now reached an impressive 21 points, more than doubling his strength. Moreover, according to the system's elucidation, this enhancement was not merely superficial. Following the allocation, his reaction time, defense, vitality, and other physique-related attributes would surpass those of an ordinary person by a factor of 2, making it an apt description to say he had undergone a complete transformation. Elated by his newly forged body, Jiang Qin's attention shifted to the available emotion points. As stipulated by the system, a standard lottery draw required 3,000 emotion points, permitting him 2 draws with his current total. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to proceed with the ordinary lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a designated attribute, 10 points in physique. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. Another one? Did this mean his physique would be over 3 times that of an ordinary person? What an extraordinary concept! Before he could fully grasp it, the system automatically allocated the points to enhance his physique. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a special skill, Heart's Whisper. This skill allows the host to hear the thoughts of nearby female targets. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang Qin nearly exclaimed in disbelief. He could hear the innermost thoughts of his targeted females. This meant, with this skill, he would know precisely what was on their minds. This was far more advantageous than the system's built-in emotional indicators. Just as he was reveling in his newfound excitement, he suddenly caught the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Based on the cadence and force of the steps, he discerned they belonged to Yanli. Moments later, as anticipated, the robust and formidable figure of Yen Li appeared outside the living room. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin felt a surge of delight within. This was the remarkable prowess of a physique 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Not only could he discern sounds and their origins, but he could also identify individuals by their voices. Qin Xiao. Yanli stepped into the center of the living room and respectfully called out. Concurrently, he instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Qin, his typically serious countenance momentarily betraying a flicker of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something wondrous. Chapter 15. The female protagonist of another novel? An unexpected fan. What's the matter? Jiang Qin casually inquired. To his surprise, the usually rule-abiding Yanli stole a couple more glances at him before finally bowing his head to respond. The time we agreed upon with Miss Lin is approaching. When shall we depart? Noticing this, Jiang Qin felt a twinge of suspicion, pondering whether he truly bore an aura of villainy overhead. However, it was clear that such a notion was absurd. It must have been the subtle changes in his appearance or demeanor following the enhancement of his physique that had caught the meticulous Yan Li's attention. With a silent chuckle, Jiang Qin promptly stood up. Let's go now. With that, he strode out with an air of brisk determination. Although he had only traversed into this world for half a day, he had already thwarted Jiang Mian, subdued Su Zhifei, and restrained Zhou Wanqin, marking his endeavors thus far as exceptionally smooth, which imbued him with a sense of elation. Upon arriving at the garage, Yanli had already arranged for his exclusive vehicle, a sleek black Bentley Bentayga. Unlike Jiang Mian, who reveled in flamboyant supercars, Jiang Qin's personality was more reserved and modest, favoring the understated elegance of such a vehicle. Of course, understated was relative. Anyone who beheld the Bentley's iconic wings emblem would not underestimate its owner. At that moment, Yanli personally took the wheel, driving Jiang Qin away from the Jiang family estate. Meanwhile, at a CAF near Zhonghai television station, patrons were sparse due to the workday, scattered in small groups, conversing quietly. In a corner that was not particularly conspicuous, a young lady sat alone, her fingers dancing swiftly across her phone screen. She appeared to be in high spirits, even somewhat exhilarated, her delicate lips curving into a persistent smile, and her large, radiant eyes twinkling beneath long lashes. "Hey, Lin Shishir, can you stop being so mysterious? Who are you meeting?" Looking at the WeChat notifications popping up on her screen, the girl, referred to as Lin Shishir, smirked and replied, "I really can't say. But I can tell you this much. The other party hails from a prominent family, someone who could be counted among the elite of Zhonghai." As soon as she sent those messages, her counterpart responded with a flurry of exclamations. "Someone of that caliber in Zhonghai? Is it for real? Wow, a person of such stature meeting you, surely isn't just for casual acquaintance. I suspect he has significant news to share with you." Upon reading the final message, Lin Shishir's smile grew even more radiant. "Only a face-to-face meeting will reveal the truth, but I have always been curious about this low-key scion of a wealthy family. Even if this meeting isn't for news or anything, I am quite eager to meet him." Her reply left her counterpart even more intrigued. "A low-key scion of a wealthy family? Miss Lin, I implore you, may I treat you to dinner this evening? Just tell me who that extraordinary figure is." As Lin Shishir contemplated her response, her peripheral vision caught the door of the CAF swinging open. She looked up to find a sharply dressed, middle-aged man with a serious demeanor scanning the patrons. Upon noticing her, he gave a slight nod and stepped aside to hold the door open. Following him was a tall figure who soon captured Lin Shishir's attention. This was a young man in his 20s, standing at least 6 feet tall, clad in a light gray suit with a black shirt underneath, exuding both vitality and competence. Upon entering, he surveyed the room and quickly locked eyes with Lin Shishir. At that moment, her heart skipped a beat, not due to his striking handsomeness, but rather the penetrating intensity of his gaze. Yet, in the next instant, he softened, breaking into a warm smile. Disregarding her colleague's presence, Lin Shishir promptly stood to welcome the guest, who was none other than Jiang Qin, the second young master of the Jiang family. After confirming Lin Shishir's identity with Yan Li, he strode towards her. As a scion of one of the 3 prominent families of Zhonghai, Lin Shishir stood poised, waiting with a smile rather than rushing to greet him, extending her hand only when he approached closely. "Are you Master Qin? I am Lin Shishir. A pleasure to meet you." Jiang Qin raised his hand to lightly meet hers, responding courteously, "I am Jiang Qin. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lin." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, appraising one another. Jiang Qin had already encountered the stunning Su Zhifei and Zhou Wanqing at home. Yet Lin Shishir still struck him with a sense of awe. The Lin family heiress appeared to be in her early 20s, her skin luminous and flawless, reminiscent of pure white jade. Beyond her fair complexion, her bright eyes and charming smile were captivating. It was evident she aimed to project an image of maturity and competence, donning a tailored black suit skirt. However, the white lace blouse and her bun hairstyle revealed her youthful vibrancy. Suddenly, Jiang Qin felt a jolt of realization as he noticed something unusual above her head, an ethereal halo of faint golden energy. The term fortune aura flickered through his mind, leaving him astonished yet perplexed. Possessing such an aura indicated that Lin Shishir was one of the principal characters in a narrative. However, he distinctly recalled the main characters of the novel The God of War Returns, and none bore the name Lin Shishir. What could this mean? Remembering that his system could scan others' attributes, Jiang Qin promptly activated it, issuing a scanning command. Within mere seconds, a panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Name: Lin Shishir. Identity: the 7th young lady of the Lin family in Zhonghai. One of the protagonists of my 7 sisters are bewitchingly beautiful. Upon reading this information, Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. He had perused such novels before. Their content was hardly novel. The narrative revolved around a valiant soldier returning home, wreaking havoc and winning the affection of 7 sisters, with whom he shared no blood ties. Is it possible that this world is constructed from more than one narrative? Could it be that it is a tapestry woven from multiple stories? After digesting this astonishing revelation, Jiang Qin steadied his thoughts, bypassing Lin Shishir's other attributes on the panel, focusing solely on the essentials. Charm: 95, maximum value, 100, effect, 70, maximum value, 100. The charm score was self-evident. Lin Shishir's beauty rivaled that of Su Zhou's second daughter, albeit with a different style, justifying a score of 95. The effect score evidently indicated Lin Shishi's fondness for him. A score of 70 was by no means low, suggesting she held a favorable impression of him. This was indeed an unexpected delight, given that this world comprised more than a single narrative. It implied he had numerous avenues and opportunities to garner emotional value, preparing for the impending return of the war god a year hence. Young Master Qin, what would you like to drink? At that moment, a server approached, prompting Lin Shishi to inquire politely. Mocha, Jiang Qin replied casually, then quietly activated her empathy skill within the system. Chapter 16. The plan is set, intensifying Lin Shishi's affection upon activating the skill. Apart from the hushed whispers of nearby patrons, Jiang Qin heard nothing. He merely observed Lin Shishi as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and offered him a faint smile before averting her gaze. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly caught a faint whisper in his ear. This second young Master Jiang appears somewhat aloof, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. He seems rather difficult to approach. Having watched Lin Shishi intently, he was certain this was not mere self-talk, but her true thoughts. Her empathy had activated. Realizing this, Jiang Qin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions, continuing to listen to Lin Shishi's inner voice. What is there to fear? He was merely a young man in his 20s. This was a rare opportunity. Lin Shishi, muster your courage. Initiate a topic of conversation. With this thought, Lin Shishi lifted her coffee cup and took a sip, clearing her throat as if preparing to speak. Yet, after a silence of at least 10 seconds, she remained mute, instead taking several more sips, evidently still a bit nervous. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qin offered a gentle smile, breaking the silence. Miss Lin, to be honest, I was quite surprised to hear that the reporter you contacted was you. As he spoke, Lin Shishi promptly set down her cup, her eyes sparkling with a hint of surprise. Oh, why is that? At that moment, the server brought the mocha, and Jiang Qin thanked him softly, his smile becoming increasingly warm and inviting. Because I never expected you to be a reporter, perhaps influenced by his amiable demeanor or intrigued by the topic he introduced. Lin Shishi appeared more at ease, smiling as she began to explain herself. From a young age, I have harbored a passion for writing, which gradually blossomed into an interest in journalism and communications. Thus, during my university years, I pursued a relevant major, aspiring to become a journalist. As Lin Shishi spoke of her experiences, she became quite loquacious. Jiang Qin listened intently, interjecting only at pivotal moments to express his genuine interest. It is a common human tendency to desire to share, particularly when the topic is dear to one's heart, and to seek the engagement of others, especially among women. Oh, Qin Xiao, I beg your pardon for digressing, Lin Shishi exclaimed after a lengthy discourse, suddenly realizing her rambling and hastily apologizing to Jiang Qin. Yet, her demeanor suggested that she still had much more to convey. Jiang Qin smiled and gently shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed, and even offered words of encouragement. Miss Lin, though I may not be well-versed in your profession, I believe you will make an excellent journalist. Lin Shishi raised an elegantly arched brow in curiosity. What makes you say that? Just as Jiang Qin was about to respond, a prompt from the system chimed in. Ding. Lin Shishi's favorability has increased. Host's emotional value is 193. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin gradually subdued his smile, adopting a serious expression. From your words, I can sense your immense passion for your work. This, indeed, is a prerequisite for success. Lin Shishi's lips pressed together, and a look of heartfelt emotion graced her fair visage upon hearing this. Ding. The host has moved Lin Shishi's heart. Emotional value is 271. In that moment, her inner thoughts echoed in Jiang Qin's ears. To his surprise, beneath his seemingly cold and sharp exterior lay a delicate sensibility. He appeared indifferent, yet harbored a warm-hearted nature, and with striking good looks and a prestigious family background. What a remarkable combination! After a brief pause, Lin Shishi beamed, her smile revealing 2 subtle dimples. Qin Xiao, thank you. If that day ever comes, I shall not forget your affirmation and encouragement. Jiang Qin merely smiled and raised his glass in a toast to her. Lin Shishi's smile remained undiminished, and the initial wariness in her gaze had dissipated. However, her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. While I truly enjoy my work, the competition in this field is fierce, and as a newcomer, establishing my footing is no easy feat. Jiang Qin could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, as a scion of a wealthy family, choosing a career in journalism was hardly indicative of naivety. She was clearly testing the waters. After sharing a laugh, he slowly swirled his glass, took a sip, and set it down with a solemn expression. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Lin Shishi's expression shifted slightly, her brows arching in intrigue. Here it comes. It seems he indeed has something noteworthy to share. Yet, Jiang Qin did not rush to divulge his information. Instead, he posed a question. Miss Lin, are you acquainted with my brother Jiang Mian? Lin Shishi appeared somewhat taken aback, but quickly nodded vigorously. Of course, I am aware of him. Among the affluent heirs in Zhonghai, Jiang Sanshao is quite renowned. Over the past 2 years, he has made significant moves in the business realm, capturing widespread attention and being regarded as a paradigm of the ambitious second generation. After uttering these 2 sentences, he silently added another in his heart. Of course, he was more renowned for those sensational tabloid stories. Jiang Qin naturally pretended not to hear and made no comment on her words, merely chuckling softly. Lin Shishi, observing this, felt a renewed intrigue. Rumors circulated that Jiang Jinyu had a preference for illegitimate children, which emboldened Jiang Mian to disregard Jiang Qin altogether. Judging by the smile of the second young master Jiang, it seemed the rumors held some truth. Could it be that he possessed some scandalous information regarding Jiang Mian to share with me? Upon reaching this thought, Jiang Qin no longer withheld the information. He took out his phone, opened the album, and without further explanation, handed it directly to Lin Shishi. Witnessing this action, Lin Shishi displayed an expression of anticipation and quickly accepted it with both hands. Ding! Lin Shishi felt both puzzled and eager, her emotional value reading 265. Jiang Qin had grown somewhat accustomed to the system's incessant notifications and was undeterred, savoring his coffee while observing Lin Shishi's reaction, ready to provide clarification when she appeared confused. Lin Shishi was deeply engrossed, her demeanor reflecting a maturity beyond her years, completely shedding the earlier anxiety and tension. Observing this, Jiang Qin slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, intending to explain the situation to her. Just then, the delicate arch of Lin Shishi's brow suddenly raised, her face blooming with astonishment. Ding! Lin Shishi was utterly shocked, her emotional value reading 307. Hearing this notification, Jiang Qin's eyes widened slightly. Could it be that Lin Shishi understood? As he pondered, her heart's thoughts were instantly captured. This was an attempt to manipulate stock prices. Illegal. Who had the audacity to do such a thing? Could it be Jiang Mian? Goodness, it truly was Jiang Mian. This bore his autograph. This was yet another case of insider trading. What on earth was Jiang Mian up to? This was evidently illicit business. Listening to these inner thoughts, Jiang Qin couldn't help but regard the beautiful woman before him with newfound respect. Chapter 17. Lin Shishi's affection soars. The warrior male lead makes an appearance. Lin Shishi was indeed worthy of her heritage from a prominent business family. Despite not studying a related field, she comprehended those intricate financial statements and transaction details. Even more impressively, she discerned the legal issues entwined within these transactions. Jiang Qin chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting her response. However, Lin Shishi did not keep him waiting for long. Within a minute, she placed his phone down, her lips adorned with gloss, slightly pouting as she exhaled softly, the shock evident on her lightly made-up face. Ding! Lin Shishi felt invigorated, her emotional value reading 427. Seeing this, Jiang Qin smiled, ready to commend her, but then noticed her hands clenching tightly, an anxious expression returning to her delicate features. Qin Xiao, I have reviewed the materials, and I have a general understanding of the issues involved. However, I am unclear whether you intend for me to report this news or if you wish for me to pass it on to a seasoned writer at the station. Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Why do you ask that? Lin Shishi responded with a wry smile. I am merely a novice, fresh on the scene. There are many seniors at our station with greater fame and deeper experience than I. Such significant news naturally warrants the expertise of a seasoned journalist. At this point, she gently bit her lip, a flicker of hesitation shimmering in her bright eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. Of course, on a personal note, I sincerely hope you will. Jiang Qin, not allowing her to finish, interjected. Miss Lin, you are overthinking it. The very fact that I have come to meet you indicates that I am relying on you to pen this report. As his words resonated, Lin Shishir could hardly contain her joy, her previously luminous complexion suddenly adorned with a blush of excitement. Ding! Overwhelmed with elation and gratitude, the system notification indicated her emotional value had reached 580. Lin Shishir's voice rang out, brimming with enthusiasm. Not a bother at all. This is hardly an inconvenience. You are clearly offering me an opportunity. To be candid, while I have commenced my employment, I am still in the probationary period and am in urgent need of achievements to secure my position. At this point, her exhilaration nearly propelled her to her feet. Qin Xiao, thank you. Jiang Qin promptly gestured for her to remain seated, signaling that such displays were unnecessary, and after she composed herself, he spoke candidly. Since you're being so forthright, I will reciprocate. You are, without a doubt, my ideal candidate. Without waiting for her to respond, he sincerely elaborated. You are well aware that the Jiang family wields some influence in Zhonghai, and we have connections in various spheres. A typical reporter might hesitate to report on this matter without reservations. However, you, Miss Lin, with your distinguished background, are unfazed by the inherent risks. And as a newcomer to the field, you possess an unquenched fervor. Thus, this is not a matter of one party granting an opportunity to the other. Rather, it is a mutual alliance where we aid one another and fulfill our respective needs. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shishir gazed intently at him, her eyes sparkling with brilliance and vitality. After a brief moment, she nodded solemnly, her exquisite visage radiating determination. Very well, Qin Xiao, I shall refrain from pleasantries. Even if not for my own sake, to honor your trust, I will give my utmost effort. With a smile, she displayed her youthful charm. If this news garners attention, I shall treat you to a grand feast, and I will owe you a significant favor. Jiang Qin responded with a bright smile. Then I can choose the location right now. In high spirits, Lin Shishir momentarily forgot her composure, tilting her head. Really? You have such confidence in me? Jiang Qin nodded earnestly. Indeed, throughout our conversation, I refrained from elaborating, yet you comprehended the complexities of those reports and details entirely. Moreover, you discerned the issues and their severity. Such a depth of knowledge is not common, even among ordinary journalists. He emphasized this point slightly. Therefore, I not only firmly believe this news will thrive, but I'm also convinced that you will become an exceptional journalist. Lin Shishir was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she gradually straightened her head. Uncertain if she had misinterpreted, Jiang Qin noticed a hint of redness in her eyes. However, before he could discern it fully, Lin Shishir lowered her gaze. The next moment, her heartfelt thoughts emerged. Unexpectedly, even my family does not understand or believe in me. Yet he has unwavering faith in my eventual success. It appears his belief is sincere rather than mere flattery. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin felt compelled to seize the moment and further encourage her. But suddenly, her heartfelt sentiments rose in intensity. All right, Lin Shishir, the opportunity has been bestowed upon you. You must grasp it. Go forth. Give it your all. Jiang Qin nearly burst into laughter. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding finer details. Lin Shishir was quite astute, voluntarily promising to maintain confidentiality without Jiang Qin needing to prompt her, and throughout their conversation, she refrained from prying into the affairs of the Jiang family, demonstrating commendable professionalism. After concluding their meeting, she took the initiative to settle the bill, and together they departed the CAF. At that moment, Jiang Qin noticed that Lin Shishir was not particularly tall, standing at around 165 centimeters, yet her figure was well proportioned, with a finely tailored blazer accentuating her slender waist, which was no wider than 4 sheets of paper. However, her short skirt clung tightly, emphasizing her form. Upon exiting the CAF, Jiang Qin assumed she was headed back to the television station and intended to bid her farewell. Yet, Lin Shirshir suddenly furrowed her brows and cast an impatient glance toward a certain direction. Following her gaze, Jiang Qin was taken aback to see someone striding purposefully towards them. The individual, in his early 20s, possessed thick brows and large eyes, and wore an expression of sternness. With a crew cut and leather boots, he walked with a commanding presence. Before Jiang Qin could fully comprehend his appearance, the young man had approached, casting a sidelong glance at him. In that instant, Jiang Qin distinctly sensed a trace of danger emanating from his razor-sharp gaze. However, he soon disregarded Jiang Qin and directed his attention toward Lin Shirshir, a hint of a smile breaking through the darkness of his features. Seventh sister. Upon hearing this address, Jiang Qin's mind stirred. Seventh sister? Could it be that he is? Lin Shirshir fixed the newcomer with a cold stare, her previously furrowed brow tightening even further. What are you doing here? Are you following me? The young man instantly wiped the smile from his face and shook his head. No, I came to pick you up after work and happened to see you exiting here. Lin Shirshir clearly did not believe his words, and her tone turned stern. Lin Feng, how many times have I told you? Instead of wasting your time following us, you should focus on what you plan to do next. Your incessant presence is seriously disrupting our lives and work. Do you understand? After hearing her reprimand, Jiang Qin concluded that this young man, Lin Feng, was indeed the male lead for My Seven Sisters Are Stunning, who had just returned to Zhonghai after concluding his mercenary career. Chapter 18. A Frenzied Harvest of Emotional Value. Lin Feng was infuriated. Confirming the identity of the individual before him brought immense delight to Jiang Ershao, as yet another wave of emotional value was ripe for the taking. In the face of Lin Shirshir's rebuke, which could even be perceived as an accusation, Lin Feng remained unfazed, a proud expression gracing his features. Seventh sister, I am fully aware of my actions. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with my future. As long as I desire, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. Such a declaration was undoubtedly audacious, yet Jiang Qin understood that he was not merely boasting. The return of the king of mercenaries to the city signifies a remarkable display of dominance, particularly with the formidable influence of the Lin family, one of the three great clans of Zhonghai. For the young master Lin, achieving great success is undoubtedly within easy reach. Individuals like Jiang Qin, the scion of wealth, are merely tools for others to flaunt their superiority. Jiang Qin, in a moment of humility, suddenly found himself under the piercing gaze of Lin Feng, who scrutinized him from head to toe with a sharp intensity. Ding! A sense of distaste welled up within Lin Feng, as the system indicated a host emotional value of 198. Despite enduring the Soldier King's scrutiny, Jiang Qin remained unperturbed, maintaining a composed demeanor. According to the original narrative of My Seven Sisters Are Unparalleled in Beauty, Lin Feng had recently discovered that he and his seven sisters were adopted by their father, with no biological ties whatsoever. Consequently, he had developed a possessive attitude toward his seven beautiful sisters. Therefore, upon noticing another man beside Lin Shirshir, his displeasure was palpable. In that moment, Lin Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Qin, yet he directed his inquiry toward Lin Shirshir. Sister, who is this fellow? Lin Shirshir, still reeling from his earlier brash words, felt a surge of defensiveness and stepped forward, positioning her slender figure protectively in front of Jiang Qin. It's none of your business. You should leave at once. Witnessing her actions, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and his disdain for Jiang Qin deepened. Jiang Qin, amused by the unfolding drama, casually brushed Lin Shirshir aside with a light gesture and stepped forward to introduce himself. My surname is Jiang Qin. You must be Lin Feng, right? Greetings. Before he could finish, the system chimed again. Ding. Lin Feng, now thoroughly irate, registered a host emotional value of 301. He glared at the hand that had touched Lin Shirshir before fixing a steely gaze on Jiang Qin. You are Jiang? The one from the Jiang group? Jiang Qin responded with a slow nod, remaining silent. What do you want with my seventh sister? Lin Feng pressed, adopting an interrogative tone. Jiang Qin smiled nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. However, before he could respond, Lin Shishir interjected. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Young Master Qin is the second son of the Jiang group and also my friend. Lin Feng shot Jiang Qin a fierce glare and then turned his serious attention back to his sister. Seventh sister, I am aware of the Jiang family's circumstances, and I trust you are too. Their patriarch, Jiang Jinyu, is no pushover, and his brother, Jiang Sangong, is equally untrustworthy. As the saying goes, like father, like son, it would be wise for you to limit your associations with such individuals. Jiang Qin's expression soured at this remark. While he had no objection to Lin Feng's words, the direct denigration of his father and brother, coupled with a veiled insult toward him, naturally drew his ire. Lin Shishir, however, reacted with far greater intensity, her voice rising dramatically. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are to speak to my friend like that? Are you taking yourself too seriously? Do you understand the concept of boundaries? At this juncture, Lin Shishir was seething with indignation, her teeth clenched in fury. You are nothing short of a barbarian. Unreasonable. In a fit of anger, her voice rose to a thunderous level, drawing the attention of patrons entering and exiting the CAF, as well as passers-by on the street who cast curious glances in her direction. Not far away, Yin Li, who was waiting for Jiang Qin, quietly alighted from his vehicle, observing the scene with vigilance. Under the harsh reprimand from Lin Shishir, Lin Bingwang's composure faltered. Bloodshot veins began to appear in his eyes, and his robust chest heaved with agitation. Ding! The host has incurred the wrath of Lin Feng. Emotional value, 436. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Qin calculated that the emotional values provided by Lin Shishir and Lin Feng seemed insufficient for a single reward draw. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to adopt a charming demeanor and harvest additional emotional value. Just then, Lin Shishir turned her gaze toward him, her expression and eyes filled with remorse. Qin Xiao, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Lin Feng. Please do not hold his behavior against him. He has spent several years as a mercenary, and it has affected his judgment. Jiang Qin chuckled lightly, glanced at Lin Feng, and then began to comfort Lin Shishir. Miss Lin, it is quite all right. As I mentioned before, the path you have chosen does carry certain risks. Your brother is merely concerned for your safety. His worry has clouded his judgment. I can empathize with his feelings. Witnessing his magnanimous demeanor, Lin Shishir's previously tense expression gradually softened, leaving her at a loss for words. Gazing upon her delicate, snow-like visage, Jiang Qin found himself further immersed in the role of a charming gentleman. Rest assured, it truly is no trouble at all. On the contrary, I find it somewhat reassuring. Since your brother has a background as a mercenary, I need not worry about your safety. This remark left Lin Shishir momentarily speechless. She stared at him, her head held high, and soon her bright eyes shimmered with an unusual hue. As their gazes locked, an abrupt sound of teeth grinding interrupted them. Ding! Lin Feng was seething with rage. Jiang Qin turned to see that Lin Bingwang's eyes were nearly ablaze, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his wrath. At that moment, Yin Li, sensing the escalating tension, approached, casting a cold glance at Lin Feng before slightly bowing his head toward Jiang Qin. Qin Xiao, may we leave now? Having already established a persona of magnanimity, Jiang Qin felt compelled to see it through. He replied affirmatively and extended his hand toward Lin Shishir. Miss Lin, I shall take my leave. Lin Shishir promptly grasped his hand, even tightening her grip slightly to convey a message. All right, Qin Xiao, I am truly sorry for today. I hope to have the opportunity to properly apologize to you another time. Jiang Qin, sensing the moment, reciprocated her grip with a gentle squeeze, bestowing upon her a warm smile. After holding hands for a few seconds, they both released their grasp. Jiang Qin feigned to turn to depart, but then pivoted back, casting a glance at the ashen-faced Lin Feng before letting out a heartfelt sigh directed at Lin Shishir, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. Please, do not continue quarreling. As siblings, you are bound in this life, and togetherness is paramount. With those words, he departed, his visage tinged with melancholy. Ding! Lin Shishir felt a pang of compassion. Her emotional value at 299. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Qin, who had turned his back on the Lin siblings, struggled to suppress a smirk that was more difficult to contain than a machine gun's recoil. In this chapter, as Lin Shishir and her brother Lin Feng bid farewell to Jiang Qin, the elder sister's expression revealed a mixture of sorrow and pity, while the younger brother's eyes seemed ablaze with indignation. Once Jiang's vehicle had disappeared from view, Lin Feng exhaled forcefully through his nostrils, releasing a heavy sigh. "Sister, please don't tell me you believe his deceitful words. That fellow is cunning and inscrutable. He is certainly no good." Lin Shishir frowned, her expression betraying a growing aversion as she spoke in a tone as frigid as that of a stranger. "Are you truly not the least bit ashamed? Standing before Jiang, didn't you feel a sense of disgrace?" As Lin Feng expelled another breath of frustration, he was instantly incensed by her words. "Ashamed? Disgraced? What is Jiang to me? I could crush him with but a finger." His crude insults deepened Lin Shishir's frown, intensifying her distaste. Since Lin Feng's return to Zhonghai, he had abandoned all responsibilities, trailing after her and several other sisters without any sense of boundaries. She often wondered if his experiences as a mercenary had left him psychologically scarred. At times, she felt that the way he looked at them was not befitting of a brother. Contemplating this, Lin Shishir subtly shifted her position to distance herself from Lin Feng, then turned her gaze back towards the direction Jiang Qin had departed, her heart heavy with a sigh. Why was it that, despite being men of a similar age, the disparity between them was so vast? Meanwhile, after leaving the scene, Jiang Qin accessed the system to check his data. His emotional value had reached the threshold for another lottery draw. However, after a moment of excitement, he decided against an immediate draw. Given that this world was a fusion of multiple novels, there were numerous avenues through which he could acquire emotional value. It would be wiser to accumulate his emotional points for a multi-draw, or perhaps to attempt a more advanced lottery. Resolute in his decision, he concealed the system and, in a joyful state of mind, admired the street scenery through the car window. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out, not from the system, but from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Su Zhifei. "Young Master Qin, the transfer procedures have been completed and the land has been registered under your company's name. I am currently en route to the site and will report back to you later." Reading these messages, Jiang Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. Su Zhifei was not only capable, but also decisive in her actions. Once she committed, she fully embraced her role with commendable professionalism. With this in mind, Jiang Qin felt it was appropriate to show his appreciation and reward this highly efficient secretary. After a moment's thought, he quickly typed a response. "Well done, and thank you for your hard work. I heard you injured your ankle. The construction site is uneven, so please do not risk further injury. You need not visit today. Just return directly and join me for dinner tonight, as I have some matters to discuss with you." After the message was sent, Su Zhifei seemed either too occupied with driving to check her phone, or perhaps there was another reason. Regardless, several minutes passed before she replied. "Thank you for your concern. Qin Xiao, I think I will head to the site first." Upon reading this, Jiang Qin could not help but smile broadly. Clearly, Su Zhifei had seen through his intentions, realizing that once she arrived at his place that evening, it would be far more than a mere dinner and casual conversation. Therefore, she offered such an ambiguous response, neither consenting nor declining. Yet this ambiguity only heightened Jiang Qin's enthusiasm, prompting him to send another message after a moment's thought. "I recall you have a habit of working out and practicing yoga, do you not?" However, until Jiang Qin returned home, Su Zhifei did not respond. It was evident that she understood the underlying implication of his words. Though she did not provide a clear reply, Jiang Qin instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner for two upon his return to the villa. Considering Su Zhifei's likely fatigue and diminished appetite, he also reminded the kitchen to prepare appetizing dishes. As evening approached around 7 o'clock, the sky began to darken, and still, there was no sign of Su Zhifei nor any phone call from her, suggesting she might be letting him down. Jiang Qin refrained from calling to prompt her. Instead, he settled in the living room, revisiting the original texts of the Return of the God of War and Seven Roll Sisters through the system. Time slipped by unnoticed as he became engrossed in his reading, when suddenly he heard footsteps drawing nearer, distinguishing the rhythm and force of the steps. He chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the door. As anticipated, a graceful figure soon appeared at the entrance of the living room, her skin slightly flushed. Her curves enchanting, none other than Su Zhifei. Qin Xiao. Su Zhifei stepped forward to the coffee table, clutching her handbag before her voice soft, and her demeanor still somewhat awkward. Jiang Qin noticed that the bag she held was not the same one she had taken when leaving. It was larger in size. Upon recognizing this change, Jiang Qin smiled knowingly and discreetly opened the channel to her heart. Come sit. I will notify the kitchen shortly. Su Zhifei hesitated for a moment before complying, taking a seat half a space away from him, neither too close nor too far. Once settled, she did not offer an explanation for her late return, but instead reported on her work, focusing solely on the land transfer issue. This indicated that she had heeded Jiang Qin's advice and had not gone to the site. But where had she been during that time? Jiang Qin's curiosity was piqued as he observed the handbag still clutched in her hand, speculating whether the answer lay within. Su Zhifei noticed his gaze, and a flicker of panic crossed her expression. Oh no, could he truly be thinking that? Why else would he be looking at my bag? Su Zhifei, oh Su Zhifei, you truly have short-circuited your thoughts. Did you actually go shopping? Good heavens, how mortifying. No, I absolutely cannot let him see what's inside my bag. As Jiang Qin listened to her internal monologue and observed the flush on Su Zhifei's face, ripples of understanding stirred within him, growing ever more pronounced. So that was it. However, he chose not to confront her directly, instead patting the space beside him, signaling for Su Zhifei to come closer. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Zhifei could only lower her head, her cheeks flushed, as she awkwardly shifted her voluminous tail light to sit beside him. Jiang Qin naturally draped his arm around her delicate shoulder, whispering teasingly, I surmise that the contents of your bag are precisely what I inquired about earlier. Your prolonged absence must have been dedicated to procuring this item. Am I correct? The words startled Su Zhifei, causing her complexion to pale. She lifted her gaze to fixate on him, her enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with astonishment, before promptly denying it. No, my bag contains only documents and materials. Just as Jiang Qin was about to expose her, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside, likely the kitchen staff delivering the meal, prompting him to withdraw his hand. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for your belongings to be moved from Villa Number 3, he remarked with a half-smile directed at Su Zhifei, adding, to spare me the trouble of wondering what you will wear, lest you need to purchase new attire. At this, Su Zhifei was taken aback, her eyes nearly bulging, her round and exquisite face flushing deeply to the roots of her ears. Chapter 20. Breach Defenses? At that moment, two maids entered together. Upon seeing Su Zhifei, they displayed no sign of surprise, respectfully greeting her before proceeding to set the table in the dining room, leaving without lingering for a moment or casting a stray glance. Once they departed, Jiang Qin took Su Zhifei by the hand and led her to the dining area. Let's dine first. I anticipated that your appetite might not be robust, so I specifically requested the kitchen to prepare a few delectable appetizers. At his words, Su Zhifei cast several shy glances at the table, her expression somewhat conflicted. He could be perceived as ruthless and merciless, yet he also exhibited a considerate and attentive side. Had it been that scoundrel, he would hardly have cared whether she had eaten or if she felt hungry. With this thought, she timidly raised her eyes to steal a glance at Jiang Qin. What should she do? Should she dress to impress him? Jiang Qin, perceptive to her unspoken thoughts, refrained from voicing them and merely served her dishes. After the meal, Su Zhifei seemed to have resolved something within herself and promptly went to freshen up. Jiang Qin, witnessing this, felt elated and took the opportunity to cleanse himself thoroughly, afterward lying on the grand bed, patiently awaiting her return. This time, Su Zhifei did not keep him waiting long. Within half an hour, the heavy bedroom door creaked open. Jiang Qin fixed his gaze, and with a single glance, his pulse quickened and his heart raced. Yoga pants. The following morning, Su Zhifei awoke in a daze, staring blankly at her surroundings. Uncertain of the time, she could tell from the sunlight streaming through the curtain's fissures that it was at least morning. Feeling somewhat muddled and lacking in strength, she turned to snatch a few more moments of slumber. However, as she shifted, a sharply defined visage came in her line of sight. gazing at that handsome face, particularly the eyes that glimmered like candlelight in the night. She found herself momentarily entranced. It was only when she noticed the slight upward curve of one corner of his mouth that she jolted back to reality, her mind erupting with clarity. She recalled everything, from last night until this morning. She had not slept at all. Jiang Qin was like an unceasing machine, a beast descended upon the earthly realm. Ding! Su Zhifei was overwhelmed with shame, and the host's emotional value stood at 886. Jiang Qin promptly accessed the system. However, upon examining the system, he was taken aback. The emotional value displayed a number beginning with 2, consisting of 5 digits in total, and even after an 8-fold draw, there were still remnants left. Staring at that string of numbers for an extended period, he confirmed there was no mistake, and his heart soared with joy. Su Zhifei, you are finished. Not only does he possess leverage over her, but he has also reduced her to this state. Wake up, you foolish girl. These sentiments were not articulated by Jiang Qin, but rather resonated within the heart of the individual beneath the covers. After absorbing this silent outcry, Jiang Qin's initial reaction was to smirk. Yet, upon contemplating the hidden implications of the last statement, he found himself somewhat astonished. What does this mean? Is it possible that Su Zhifei has lowered her defenses? Moreover, has she succumbed emotionally? Considering this possibility, Jiang Qin wasted no time and seized the moment to solidify his gains. He did not force Su Zhifei to show her face, but gently patted her from beneath the blanket. You need not worry about anything today. Just rest here peacefully. In a little while, I will make an announcement. No one is permitted to enter my villa today. Su Zhifei remained unresponsive, curling up under the covers. Observing this, Jiang Qin's tone softened further. Additionally, do not overthink things. As I have reiterated, as long as you follow me diligently, regardless of what transpires, I will always protect you. Su Zhifei still did not reply, yet Jiang Qin could distinctly sense her body beneath the blanket relaxing slightly. Still yearning for more, he asked, "Did you hear me?" Su Zhifei remained silent. Jiang Qin, undeterred, repeatedly inquired with tireless patience. At last, when he posed the question for the 4th time, a muffled yet gentle voice emerged from beneath the covers. Upon hearing this sound, a triumphant smile graced Jiang Qin's face. And just as he intended to tease her further, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted him. Jiang Qin discerned the sound's origin and had just pinpointed the phone's location when a fair hand emerged from under the blanket, presenting the phone to him. Witnessing this scene, he was initially taken aback, pondering how the phone ended up under the covers. But soon, the reason dawned on him, and a roguish smile crept across his lips as he reached for the device and pressed the answer button. Young Master Qin, have you risen? I have matters to report. As soon as the call connected, Yin Li's somewhat urgent voice echoed from the other end. Jiang Qin frowned slightly and sat up. Yin Li was typically composed, and, judging by his tone, it seemed something significant had occurred. As he pondered this, an unexpected system notification chimed in. Ding! Zhou Wanqing is filled with trepidation and worry. Host emotional value 573. Zhou Wanqing? Jiang Qin's heart raced as he instantly deduced what had transpired. However, he remained uncertain. Thus he spoke into the phone with a serious tone. What is the matter? Speak here. Yin Li acknowledged with a brief response, followed by a moment of silence, as if the matter was weighty and required careful articulation. Young Master Qin, Miss Lin has acted with remarkable swiftness. She released news on the television station's social media account last night. Within merely 2 to 3 hours, this piece of news garnered an immense number of shares, swiftly ascending to the trending charts. By this morning, it had become a fervent topic of discussion across various social media platforms, creating quite a stir online. At this juncture, Yan Li pausa momentarily. Jiang Qin merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, devoid of any further reaction, as he had anticipated every development. Manipulating stock prices, insider trading, and illicit operations are inherently prone to inciting public outrage. Coupled with Jiang Mian's typically ostentatious demeanor and considerable online following, his misfortune would inevitably attract widespread attention. However, Jiang Qin did not foresee Lin Shishi's promptness in drafting a news release overnight, transforming it into a trending topic. This affluent young woman proved to be quite formidable indeed. Chapter 21. This despicable creature, too audacious, as Jiang Qin silently commended Lin Shi. He suddenly caught sight of Su Zhifei, who had emerged from her cocoon, her head peeking out with a look of palpable tension. Clearly, she had overheard Yan Li's remarks. At that moment, after a brief pause, Yan Li, noticing Jiang Qin's lack of direction, lowered his voice and continued his report. Although his tone was subdued, it was laden with gravity. Furthermore, this news had attracted the attention of relevant authorities. Just before I called you, Mr. Mian was taken away by personnel from the Zhonghai Police Department. Jiang Qin remained unfazed upon hearing this. However, Su Zhifei, seated upright, appeared utterly oblivious to her own disarray, whether out of shock or excitement. Witnessing her distress, Jiang Qin felt a flicker of amusement, but quickly diverted his gaze, hastily contemplating the various possible outcomes before posing a question. Has the villa received any news? The so-called Villa Number 1 refers to the residence of his father, Jiang Zhenyu. Upon hearing his inquiry, Yan Li's tone grew notably heavier. The chairman is already aware and is quite furious. He instructed me to inform you to meet with him immediately. Yet upon hearing this, Jiang Qin let out a cold laugh. Jiang Zhenyu wished to see him, yet declined to call directly, opting instead to send Yan Li as a messenger. One could easily mistake Jiang Qin for the illegitimate child in this scenario. While he internally scoffed, Yan Li's voice, tinged with concern, echoed through the phone. Young Master Qin, the chairman's summons undoubtedly signifies that he harbors suspicions. Therefore, please exercise utmost caution in your words. Simply clear yourself of blame and refrain from divulging anything further. This remark bore a somewhat instructive tone. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin recognized Yan Li's loyalty and acknowledged the fact that he had watched him grow up, thus he bore no offense. After exchanging a few words with Yan Li, Jiang Qin ended the call, contemplating how best to navigate his father Jiang Zhenyu's inquiries. At that moment, Su Zhifei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. What team leader Yan said is correct. Since the chairman has called you to meet him, he surely harbors doubts about you. Do not take this lightly. Jiang Qin offered a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at her. As long as you remain silent, he shall never know that I am behind this. Su Zhifei naturally understood the underlying implications in his words. Her expression immediately darkened as she raised her ivory-like arm to tidy her disheveled hair. You need not worry about me. You still hold my secrets in your hands. What you should be concerned about is your sister-in-law. She overheard our conversation yesterday. If she were to inform the chairman, we would be in grave trouble. Jiang Qin stole a glance at the delicate skin revealed by her gesture, a slight smile gracing his lips. Our trouble? That we is quite fitting. After a moment of contemplation, he intended to reveal how he had secured his sister-in-law's compliance. However, before he could speak, Su Zhifei suddenly regarded him with a serious expression. There is something I feel compelled to share with you. Although I lack concrete evidence, certain signs suggest your sister-in-law is likely allied with Jiang Mian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin chuckled. Regardless of whether it was for self-preservation or some other motive, her willingness to disclose this information indicated her loyalty toward him. You already know? Su Zhifei asked in surprise at his laughter. Jiang Qin nodded with a smile and proceeded to recount how he had encountered Zhou Wanqing at Villa Number 2. Just as she was about to alert Jiang Mian, Su Zhifei's eyes widened in shock. Is that true? Did you retain any evidence? Jiang Qin remained silent, merely offering her a knowing smile. Seeing this, Su Zhifei placed a hand over her heart, exhaling deeply, and returned him a smile rich with meaning. Of course, with your style, how could you not retain evidence to keep her in check? No wonder you were so confident yesterday that you had subdued her. Noticing her charming smile, Jiang Qin felt a stir of emotions, but he was soon reminded of his impending meeting with Jiang Zhenyu. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he reached out to gently pinch Su Zhifei's creamy cheek, whispering, "All right, you should rest easy. I must go see the old man." Though she nodded and murmured in agreement, she remained motionless, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. At her gaze, Jiang Qin smiled broadly, tenderly pulling her close and planting a kiss on her hair before jumping down and disappearing into the cloakroom. Su Zhifei seemed momentarily dazed by the kiss, her eyes trailing him until he vanished from sight, at which point she slightly furrowed her brow. This person is truly transformed, with a deep cunning and decisive actions, striking at the heart of matters. He has endured for so many years, perhaps waiting for the right moment. Su Zhifei, you must remain vigilant. Do not allow genuine feelings to develop. He is merely using you. In the cloakroom, Jiang Qin, having heard her inner turmoil, regarded his reflection in the mirror with a subtle smile. Once dressed, he departed his villa, strolling leisurely towards Villa No. 1. The servants and bodyguards he encountered greeted him with the same deference as always, as if everything were normal and nothing had occurred. Yet, Jiang Qin could discern the subtle complexity hidden within their expressions. The most cherished of Jiang Jinyu, Jiang Mian, has been apprehended, a matter of immense gravity for both the Jiang family and the Jiang group. Upon arriving at Villa No. 1, Jiang Qin observed a number of bodyguards stationed downstairs, each with a solemn demeanor, remaining silent. Entering the living room, he discovered that Jiang Jinyu's confidant awaited him. Without uttering a word, led him directly to the study on the second floor. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a tall figure, Zhou Wanqing. Today, this sister-in-law donned a coffee-colored long-sleeved silk blouse paired with a black body-hugging skirt that nearly reached her ankles, though her exaggerated figure was hardly concealed. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Wanqing turned her head. Her already indifferent expression seemed to harden momentarily. Jiang Qin, undeterred, approached with a smile reminiscent of a warm spring day. "Hello, sister-in-law." Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, a wave of anger flickered in Zhou Wanqing's phoenix eyes, and she turned away, arms crossed, ignoring him. Yet the next moment, her inner voice was captured by her intuition. "You wretched creature, how dare you even consider my intentions, let alone act upon them? Just wait and see how you fare. Since father summoned you to inquire, it is clear there are suspicions of an insider. However, I bear no motive to harm Jiang Mian. It is you, Jiang Heir, who has ample reason to conspire against your own brother. Should Jiang Mian be imprisoned, wouldn't the Jiang family be left with you as the sole heir?" Chapter 22. Awaiting your just deserts with this thought, she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Qin. Nevertheless, this fellow was indeed decisive, having only acquired Jiang San's scandal yesterday. Today Jiang San was already captured. It seems I must remain vigilant against him in the future. Jiang Qin, thinking the ordeal concluded, was caught off guard when Zhou Wanqing cursed him once more in her mind. It appeared that she was genuinely infuriated by his teasing the previous day. With this in mind, rather than adopting a more serious demeanor, the second young master of Jiang instead revealed the same frivolous and roguish expression he had donned yesterday, intending to provoke Zhou Wanqing further. At this moment, a commotion arose from outside. Shortly after, two female nurses wheeled in a wheelchair. Observing the two charming yet somewhat aged women, Jiang Qin couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This old man, even in a wheelchair and in need of professional medical care, still chose such alluring nurses. What is he planning? To flirt until his last breath? Having vented his thoughts, Jiang Heir finally directed his attention to the wheelchair. Sitting, there was an elderly man clad in pajamas, emaciated and pallid, his hands drooping over the armrests, his head resting against the back of the wheelchair, appearing to be nearing the end of his vitality. This man was none other than Jiang Jinyu, the illustrious chairman of the Jiang group. "Father," Zhou Wanqing called out, hastily stepping forward to relieve the nurses and personally push the wheelchair. Jiang Qin, witnessing this, desired to feign filial piety, intending to assist and inquire after his father's well-being, but reconsidered deciding against it. Thus, he merely stepped aside, indifferently calling out, "Father." Jiang Jinyu did not even glance in his direction as he was wheeled to the desk by his daughter-in-law. However, as Zhou Wanqing maneuvered the wheelchair to face Jiang Qin directly, the ailing elder suddenly straightened his posture, his eyes widening with intensity, casting a fierce and domineering gaze upon his son. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to transform back into the formidable tycoon of the business world, decisive and commanding. After scrutinizing Jiang Qin for a considerable time, he finally diverted his gaze and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You must be aware of Jiang Mian's situation. I presume? Zhou Wanqing stood obediently before him, lowering her head in response. Yes, father. Jiang Qin, however, merely bowed his head in silence. The original owner had always held a profound fear of this authoritative father, never daring to speak freely in his presence. Oof. Jiang Jinyu scoffed with irritation. It seems some believe that I, Jiang Jinyu, am aging, ailing, and nearing my end. Thus they have hastened to undermine my son. Following this outburst, he was seized by a fit of heavy breathing. At that moment, the nurse prepared to exit, closing the door behind her. Zhou Wanqing quickly stepped forward to support her father-in-law's shoulder, urgently offering words of comfort. Father, please remain calm. I have secured the finest lawyer for Jiang Mian. Our entire legal team is on standby. Moreover, we are still in the investigation phase. The outcome is far from certain. Jiang Qin could not help but smirk at her words. Within less than a day, the situation had already ignited fervent discussions online. The public sentiment would continue to escalate over the next couple of days, ultimately culminating in a media frenzy. Zhou Wanqing's reassurances seemed almost incredulous, even to her own ears. Regaining his composure, Jiang Jinyu directed a piercing gaze toward Jiang Qin. That news article was meticulously crafted, complete with corroborative materials. This could not have been independently discovered by a journalist. Rather, it was deliberately leaked from within our ranks. Jiang Qin had to concede that the old man possessed remarkable insight. Despite being on the brink of death, he could still make such astute assessments. Just as he was contemplating this, Jiang Jinyu posed a soul-searching question. What did you take Yin Li yesterday afternoon? This inquiry caught Jiang Qin off guard. What? Has the old man dispatched someone to keep tabs on me? Upon reflection, however, he immediately dismissed this possibility. Not to mention Yin Li's exceptional caution and alertness. It was improbable for him to be followed without awareness. Furthermore, he had left the house in an exceptionally heightened state, and if anyone had been surveilling him, he would have undoubtedly sensed it. Speak, Jiang Jinyu commanded with an imposing tone, his presence formidable. Zhou Wanqing turned her gaze toward Jiang Qin, her eyes icy. Under the weight of their scrutiny, Jiang Qin feigned a hint of anxiety, lowering his voice as he replied, I went to the cemetery to visit my mother. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting immediately. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu's formidable aura waned, leaving him momentarily speechless. Observing their reactions, Jiang Qin sighed and took the initiative. Father, to be candid, my relationship with Jiang Mian has never been harmonious. Nevertheless, he bears the Jiang surname, is your son, and my brother. Moreover, his utmost offense towards me is merely a lack of respect. He has neither harmed nor wronged me, so why would I wish him any ill? Though his words carried an implicit insinuation, they were articulated with a certain emotional resonance. However, despite Jiang Jinyu's silence, his unwavering gaze remained fixed upon him, evidently still harboring doubts. Observing this, Jiang Qin feigned a demeanor of helplessness and turned to Zhou Wanqing, who stood beside Jiang Jinyu. Sister-in-law, you are the person my father trusts the most, and you have been at the helm of the Jiang group during this period. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing's expression momentarily faltered, yet she swiftly regained her composure. Acknowledging that she understood his insinuation, Jiang Qin proceeded. I have but one question. Are you aware of the actions Jiang Mian has undertaken? Zhou Wanqing, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Jinyu, resolutely shook her head. I do not know. Jiang Qin gestured towards Jiang Jinyu with an open palm. Father, if even my sister-in-law is unaware of Jiang Mian's actions, how could I possibly be informed? At this, Jiang Jinyu's eyelids drooped as he gazed contemplatively at the ground, then gradually reclined against the back of his chair. Closing his eyes, sensing he was indeed in a deep slumber, Jiang Qin seized the opportunity to exchange a glance with Zhou Wanqing. Yet, she averted her face, choosing to disregard him. Just as Jiang Qin was about to escalate the matter, she spoke up. Father, no one knows a son better than his father. Are you not familiar with Jiang Qin? He has always been humble and uncontentious. How could he possibly engage in such vile acts against his own brother? The term vile was pronounced with particular emphasis. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin chuckled. Ah, so you are subtly insulting me, are you? Just wait. I shall have my day. Zhou Wanqing's attempt at mediation began to take effect. Jiang Qin exhaled a tense breath, releasing it heavily. Then Wanqing, who do you suspect might be behind this? Who in the company has had conflicts with a third brother? This question proved challenging to answer, as Zhou Wanqing furrowed her brows. Jiang Qin, noticing this, initially intended to steer the conversation towards the recent factional struggles within the Jiang group to provide Zhou Wanqing some insight, but ultimately chose to divert the topic and assist her instead. Father, we must ascertain who is scheming against Jiang Mian. It is imperative, but it is not the most urgent matter at hand. Jiang Qin remained with his eyes shut, yet irritably inquired. Then what do you deem to be the most pressing issue? Jiang Qin was acutely aware that the elder would not be oblivious to the answer. This was a deliberate test, or perhaps a challenge. Bearing in mind the original's deficiencies, particularly his lack of managerial acumen, Jiang Qin resolved to assert himself confidently. Jiang Mian is not only a scion of the Jiang family, but also an executive within the Jiang group. His situation has already attracted considerable attention and is continuing to escalate. In the next 2 to 3 days, negative public sentiment regarding the Jiang group will reach its zenith. At that point, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. Our operations will be affected, stock prices will suffer severe blows, shareholders will express their discontent, and internal turmoil within the group will be palpable, leading to widespread unease. He spoke with such eloquence and fluidity, as effortless as sipping water. Zhou Wanqing, initially disinterested, found herself reassessing him after his words. Jiang Qin's reaction was even more pronounced. His eyes flew open before he had finished listening, his brow furrowing in perplexity. After a moment of silence, he coldly inquired, "What do you suggest we do moving forward?" Without hesitation, Jiang Qin responded, "We should promptly issue a statement on behalf of the Jiang group, articulating the following positions. First, the Jiang group will fully cooperate with the relevant investigations. Second, we must emphasize that the events involving Jiang Mian are solely his personal actions and do not reflect the collective will of the Jiang group. Third, we affirm our respect for the law, our commitment to compliant operations, and welcome scrutiny from media representatives and various stakeholders." As he concluded, Zhou Wanqing subtly raised an eyebrow, her internal thoughts echoing, "This transformation is astonishing." This announcement encapsulates the essence of effective crisis management, showcasing great skill. Just as her thoughts settled, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Host has garnered Zhou Wanqing's admiration. Emotional value 582. Jiang Qin, unperturbed by this, focused on the chairman, who resembled a stern father figure. Jiang Qin straightened his posture, his gaze penetrating as if he sought to unveil Jiang Qin's innermost thoughts. "Are you suggesting we sever ties with Jiang Mian?" His words were deliberate, each syllable a pointed inquiry. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, a fierce intensity emanating from their slits. Jiang Qin was not surprised by this reaction. Once the Jiang group distanced itself from Jiang Mian, the latter would have little chance of reclaiming control over this multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Yet, the Jiang group found it imperative to take such action. Thus, Jiang Qin met his father's gaze without flinching, his expression heavy with sorrow. "You know better than I how to proceed. The Jiang group must remain intact for Jiang Mian to have any support." Jiang Qin's countenance, already burdened, suddenly contorted with strain, the result of gritting his teeth in anger. In that moment, silence enveloped the study, punctuated only by the sound of his clenched jaw. However, he was ultimately a man afflicted by grave illness and nearing his end. This outburst drained him of all strength, leaving him slumped in his wheelchair. After a prolonged silence, he let out a heavy and resigned sigh. "Wanqing, let us proceed as he suggested. I entrust the matter of the third son to you. Do whatever it takes to mitigate his punishment, ideally securing bail." He sighed again. He has been coddled since childhood. How can he endure incarceration? Upon uttering this, the once merciless Jiang Qin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Qin observed this, a smile blossoming within him. The depth of their father-son bond was truly touching, stirring one's emotions to the core. Subsequently, Zhou Wanqing solemnly agreed, while Jiang Qin laboriously waved his hand, signaling for his exit. However, just before leaving, he turned his back to Jiang Qin and Zhou Wanqing, his voice laced with fury. "And We must also expedite the investigation for the mole. Once identified, I shall ensure their suffering is unimaginable." The words were spoken with great severity, yet as the final syllable left his lips, he found himself gasping for breath, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Jiang Qin responded repeatedly, entrusting him to the nurse who had entered upon hearing the commotion. Watching the old man depart, Jiang Qin turned back, her gaze coldly fixed on Jiang Qin, slowly shaking her head. "I never anticipated you possessed such talent for theatrics." Effortlessly displaying a myriad of emotions without a trace of artifice. Despite her scornful tone, Jiang Qin met her derision with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words, Director Zhou." Instantly, Zhou Wanqing's expression soured, yet after a brief silence, her brows furrowed once more. "Have you not been a tad too ruthless? Jiang Mian is, after all, your brother. Are you truly willing to send him away? Moreover, with our father in such a dire state, can you bear to subject him to further anguish?" Upon hearing her moralistic critique, Jiang Qin responded with a dismissive scoff. "Director Zhou, let us not forget Jiang Mian's past transgressions against me. You were present at the scene yesterday. As for Chairman Jiang, I shall refrain from mentioning his favoritism. But I trust you have heard of the beatings I endured in my youth." The moment those words escaped his lips, the dismissive demeanor that had adorned Zhou Wanqing's features evaporated, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her reaction, a smirk crept onto Jiang Qin's lips. "Furthermore, anyone may cast aspersions upon me, yet you, of all people, are in no position to do so." Zhou Wanqing fell silent, rendered voiceless. In her dealings with Jiang Mian, she maintained a facade of collaboration while harboring suspicions. With Jiang Jinyu, she had taken preemptive measures, merely awaiting the moment he would draw his last breath. However, her conscience weighed heavily regarding Jiang Qin. If truth be told, she bore no fundamental distinction from this quintessential antagonist. Only their methods diverged. Ding! A sense of shame washed over Zhou Wanqing as the notification chimed, indicating her emotional value had reached 329. Jiang Qin had initially intended to leave, but upon hearing the alert, he reconsidered and approached Zhou Wanqing with measured steps. Momentarily lost in thought, she did not realize until he stood merely a few fists away. "What are you doing?" she questioned, retreating hastily. Yet, as she stepped back, Jiang Qin swiftly encircled her waist. Zhou Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of shock and fury overtaking her countenance. True to the prowess of a major corporation, in her moment of panic, she instinctively raised her hand to strike him. However, Jiang Qin's extraordinary physique was no mere illusion. With a single hand, he deftly seized her wrist and twisted it backward, while simultaneously tightening his embrace, rendering her immobile. As she struggled desperately, she shouted in indignation, "Are you insane?" Yet, before she could continue, Jiang Qin leaned closer, his face perilously near hers, compelling her to fall silent. "This is the old man's residence. If we disturb him, the implications could be dire. He would undoubtedly suspect that we are entangled, conspiring to send Jiang Mian away to face dire consequences. And once the investigation begins, my affairs, your affairs, everything would be laid bare." Chapter 24. Wait, are you serious? As Jiang Qin uttered these words, a flicker of fear crossed Zhou Wanqing's lightly adorned face, prompting her to glance anxiously at the wide-open door. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qin seized the opportunity to draw closer. In the next moment, Zhou Wanqing turned her head and inadvertently offered him a kiss. Jiang Qin immediately displayed a look of bewilderment. "No, are you serious?" Zhou Wanqing, filled with rage, nearly ground her teeth to dust, but dared not shout. Instead, she could only mutter through clenched jaws, "You lunatic, let go." Jiang Qin had no intention of truly harming her. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled and released her. Ding! Zhou Wanqing, furiously embarrassed, felt her emotional value surge to 623. Once free from his grasp, she hastily retreated, adjusting her dress in a manner that suggested she had indeed been wronged. Observing her swaying figure and recalling her earlier struggles against him, Jiang Qin's smile widened. "You'd best compose yourself before heading out. Otherwise, others will surely notice something amiss." In response, Zhou Wanqing shot him a fierce glare, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Jiang Xiao remained unfazed, tempering his mirth with a touch of seriousness. Have you not realized that I only show restraint with you? Honestly, you should consider aligning yourself with me. When Jiang Mian enters the picture, the old man will revert to his usual self. If we join forces, who could possibly stand against us in Zhonghai? Zhou Wanqing ignored him, preoccupied with fixing her attire. Jiang Qin waited for a moment, yet hearing neither the system's alert nor her thoughts, he ceased his chatter and stepped outside. Just as he exited the study and was about to descend the stairs, a faint mental whisper reached him. Join forces? You audacious cur. Jiang Qin found himself perplexed as to why Zhou Wanqing consistently referred to him as a cur. With his question lingering in his mind, he departed from Villa Number 1. Conventionally, as a son, he should check on Jiang Jinyu to see if his father had calmed down. But he was self-aware enough to know that Jiang Jinyu would not wish to see him again. Moreover, he had no desire to feign filial piety, so he decided against it. On the way back to Villa Number 4, his phone rang. Jiang Qin pulled it out, and his mood brightened considerably upon seeing that it was Lin Shishir calling. As soon as he answered, her excited voice burst forth. Hello, young Master Qin. You must have received the news by now. Jiang Qin adjusted his demeanor to ensure his tone remained neutral. After all, he and Jiang Mian were family, and it wouldn't be appropriate to appear overly joyful. Yes, I received it. Lin Shishir, oblivious to his restraint, continued to exude enthusiasm. The news has gone viral. The station is extremely pleased. My supervisor just informed me that I'm officially being promoted. Jiang Qin allowed his tone to rise slightly. Is that so? Congratulations. A new star is rising in the Zhonghai journalism scene. This remark instantly ignited Lin Shishir's girlish delight, and she giggled on the other end, showering him with humble gratitude before swiftly changing the subject. I truly owe you for this. I won't waste time thanking you over the phone. Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Fearing that Jiang Qin might be unavailable, she hurriedly added, if you can't today, any day will do. I'm always at your service, young Master Jiang. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qin agreed. Why would he pass up an opportunity to garner emotional value? As this journey approaches its conclusion, it seems that I will soon accumulate enough for a tenfold draw. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qin began to ponder the upcoming rendezvous. Lin Shishir holds a favorable impression of him, and one could even say there is a budding affection, as evidenced by the emotional value she contributed yesterday. If they were to continue their interactions in a methodical manner, it is conceivable that Lin Shishir's feelings for him could evolve into a transformative affection. However, if he desires to achieve significant progress today, a systematic approach would not suffice. After much contemplation, Jiang Xiao resolved to be more proactive, aiming to facilitate a qualitative shift in his relationship with Lin Shishir today. With this determination, he hurried towards Villa Number 4 while dialing Yanli, requesting a vehicle to be prepared for departure. To his surprise, before the call could connect, he spotted the anxious Yin group leader pacing at the entrance of Villa Number 4. Qin Xiao. Upon seeing him, Yanli quickly approached, reporting the situation. I just saw General Zhou leaving in quite a hurry. Although Yanli did not pose any questions, the tension and concern were palpable on his face. Just as Jiang Qin intended to share his thoughts, he suddenly recalled something important, halting his words to transfer a sum of money to him. I almost forgot the bonus I promised you yesterday. Distribute it as you see fit. Those who are injured should receive double. At that moment, Yanli was less concerned about the bonus. However, as Jiang Xiao had spoken, he had no choice but to check his phone for confirmation of the payment, expressing gratitude while casting a curious glance at Jiang Qin. In a buoyant mood, Jiang Qin jested with him, Group Leader Yin. I suspect you are on the verge of a promotion. Yanli was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. Promotion? What do you mean? Jiang Qin did not elaborate, but instead engaged in playful banter. Before long, you shall become the head of security for the chairman. Upon hearing this, even the typically composed Yin Li was left in a state of disbelief, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion. With a sly smile, Jiang Qin did not wait for further inquiries and proceeded into the villa. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Su Zhifei is delighted. Host's emotional value is 681. The rapid arrival of this unexpected alert left Jiang Qin momentarily puzzled. Su Jifei? Wasn't she supposed to be resting upstairs? How is she so elated? Upon further reflection, he speculated whether the Jiang group had released an announcement, and perhaps Su Jifei had learned of it. As he pondered, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the villa. Turning towards the noise, Jiang Qin observed Secretary Su descending the stairs, one hand clutching her phone and the other grasping the railing. In a hasty manner, she was making her way down, seemingly caught between urgency and some unspoken intent. Dressed in her own trousers, but wearing one of Jiang Qin's shirts, it was evident that she had spent the night at her lover's place. Upon spotting Jiang Qin, her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling, but she quickly noticed Yen Li and momentarily slowed her pace, adopting a more demure demeanor. Observing this, Jiang Qin stepped into the living room, while Yen Li maintained decorum, keeping a respectful distance behind him. "Didn't I tell you to rest? Why are you up?" Jiang Qin inquired with a smile as he walked. Su Jifei hastily brushed her hair back, letting out a wry laugh. How could one possibly find slumber in such a moment? Uttering these words, unable to contain the excitement within, I swiftly approached Jiang Qin and in a hushed tone inquired, "How did you manage this, young Master Qin? It's one thing to have dealt with General Zhou, but even the chairman?" Upon hearing this, Yen Li, who had been gazing down at the ground, abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of exhilaration passing over his countenance after a brief pause. Chapter 25. Where could this fellow's thoughts be wandering? Jiang Qin, with an air of composure, settled onto the sofa, and noticing that the two remained standing, beckoned them to take a seat. Yen Li, upon seeing this, distanced himself and perched on a nearby armchair. Due to his presence, Su Jifei felt it inappropriate to sit too closely to Jiang Qin, and thus chose a seat at the opposite end. Once seated, both fixed their gaze upon Jiang Qin, a mixture of anticipation and curiosity alight in their eyes. Jiang Qin calmly turned to Su Jifei. "Are you already aware of the announcement's contents?" Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded vigorously. "Yes. Just now, the personnel from the Public Relations Department informed me that they have drafted the announcement in accordance with General Zhou's directives, awaiting only his signature for public release." Jiang Qin chuckled softly at this revelation. He had only spoken to the group the previous day, transferring Su Jifei's employment relationship to the company he oversaw. Yet today, the entire headquarters was already in the know. Remarkably, before the announcement had even been officially published, the public relations team had already relayed its contents to his secretary. Such a precedent had never occurred before. At that moment, observing his quiet laughter, Su Jifei could no longer restrain herself and transmitted her thoughts. Once that announcement is issued, it signifies that the Jiang family has forsaken Jiang Mian. Given the magnitude of this incident, Jiang Mian is bound to face legal repercussions, especially considering the chairman's current predicament. Thus, the only heir to the Jiang enterprise remaining is none other than the one before us. Contemplating this, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Jiang Qin. This fellow, within a mere span of 2 days, he had executed a series of decisive maneuvers, turning the tide against all odds, displaying a boldness and ruthlessness that belied his youthful years. Should I consider myself unfortunate or fortunate? Hearing her cascade of thoughts, Jiang Qin remained impassive, merely suppressing a smile. Ding! Su Jifei, filled with admiration, noted the host's emotional value at 520. Upon hearing this prompt, particularly the distinctive number, Jiang Qin's lips curved upward, allowing his emotions to manifest on his face. While the two exchanged glances laden with unspoken words, Yen Li, observing from the side, was left in a state of perplexity, unable to inquire further, and resorted to pulling out his phone to search online. In his search, he fortuitously stumbled upon the announcement released by Jiang's official account on a short video platform. The Jiang Group fully cooperates with the investigation. Jiang Mian's actions are his own and do not reflect the group. The Jiang Group expresses gratitude and welcomes oversight from media friends and individuals from all walks of life. Upon reading this freshly minted, succinct announcement, Yen Li was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Even he, typically composed, couldn't help but spring to his feet and exclaim, "Young Master Qin, the announcement has been released." Upon hearing this, Su Jifei's brows lifted and her eyes widened as she hurriedly reached for her phone. However, Jiang Qin merely nodded with a serene demeanor. His calmness elicited both joy and reflection from Li, who had safeguarded him for many years. The young master has grown up. At this very moment, Jiang Qin appeared to hear his unspoken thoughts, offering him a knowing smile. Li, observing this exchange, felt a sudden warmth in his eyes. The two were silently communicating when Secretary Su, having finished reading the announcement, put down her phone and gazed at her boss with excitement. Young Master Qin, the entire group is bound to be in an uproar. Jiang Qin merely nodded gently, responding with a soft emem. It was not that he was feigning profundity. Rather, the situation was glaringly evident. Since Jiang Jinyu's health had deteriorated and he retreated to the background, the Jiang group had been rife with undercurrents, with various factions vying for power. Now, that Jiang Mian, who had always been seen as the heir, had encountered an incident. The group promptly distanced itself from him. Any rational mind could deduce that this must have received Jiang Jinyu's tacit approval. Thus, the entire Jiang group was sure to be abuzz with activity. With this thought in mind, Jiang Qin smiled at Su Zhifei. "You won't be sleeping today." This was intended as a serious remark, yet upon hearing it, Su Zhifei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and urgency. This guy, team leader Yin, is still here. Upon sensing her thoughts, Jiang Qin was rendered speechless. This fellow has truly developed a taste for mischief, hasn't he? Little did he know, Su Zhifei was not the only one whose thoughts had strayed. Team leader Yin, who had been feeling a whirlwind of emotions, immediately straightened his posture and averted his gaze upon hearing the young master's words. "Young Master Qin, I shall take my leave to distribute bonuses to everyone." Having said that, he slightly bowed and attempted to exit. Jiang Qin, both amused and exasperated, called out to him just then when Su Zhifei's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, and, after a brief glance, her unadorned face lit up with surprise. She quickly answered and put the call on speaker. "Hello, General Manager Fan. This is Su Zhifei." Upon hearing this address, Jiang Qin immediately recognized the caller as the senior vice president of the Jiang Group. "Hello, Su," came General Manager Fan's somewhat grave tone. "I must say, this incident has truly taken me by surprise. I was unprepared. I intended to call President Jiang last night, but I feared I might disturb his rest. How is President Jiang now?" At this point, a significant smile played across Jiang Qin's face. General Manager Fan's brief remarks carried substantial weight. By calling Su Zhifei, it was evident that he referred to Jiang Qin as President Jiang. This title had previously belonged exclusively to Jiang Jinyu. Even within the Jiang group, Jiang Mian was merely addressed as Young General Jiang. The fact that General Manager Fan now conferred this honorific upon Jiang Qin spoke volumes. Moreover, he had offered an explanation for why he had not called Jiang Qin sooner, and while it may have been an excuse, the mere act of providing such an explanation conveyed a particular message. Had Jiang Qin still occupied his former position, why would the senior vice president feel the need to justify himself? At that moment, it was clear that Su Zhifei had also grasped the intent behind General Manager Fan's call. After casting a glance at Jiang Qin, she assumed a demeanor of restrained composure. President Jiang is feeling quite heavy-hearted at the moment. Upon hearing her words, Mr. Fan sighed once more. Ah, indeed, who within the Jiang group is unaware of President Jiang's benevolent nature. He paused momentarily before tentatively posing a question. "Xiao Su, I wonder if President Jiang is currently available?" Su Zhifei did not respond immediately. Instead, she promptly rose and seated herself beside Jiang Qin, casting a glance of inquiry in his direction. In such circumstances, one cannot afford to be overly cautious. Moreover, Yan Li was neither blind nor deaf. How could he be oblivious to the events transpiring between her and Jiang Qin? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qin leaned closer and whispered a couple of words to her. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei nodded in understanding before relaying the message to Mr. Fan. "I apologize, Mr. Fan, but President Jiang is presently occupied. However, he mentioned that he appreciates your thoughtfulness and would like to arrange a meal with you at a later date." Upon hearing this, Mr. Fan's voice on the other end of the line seemed to brim with renewed enthusiasm. "Excellent, excellent. I shall refrain from intruding any further. Please be sure to convey my regards to President Jiang." Su Zhifei barely had time to respond before she glanced at her phone again. At that moment, Mr. Fan had already tactfully ended the call. Subsequently, Su Zhifei turned her phone screen towards Jiang Qin, revealing an incoming call from General Manager Shen of the group. Chapter 26. Continuous good news within the Jiang group. There exists but one executive by the surname Shen, who holds the esteemed position of vice president, a role of significant influence within the organization. Observing this call coming in immediately after Mr. Fan's, Jiang Qin smiled and gestured for Su Zhifei to handle it on her own. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly answered, "Hello, General Manager Shen, this is Su Zhifei." Little did she know, before she could finish her greeting, another call came through. For a considerable duration, this scenario repeated itself. Numerous high-ranking officials from the Jiang group seemed to have coordinated their efforts, eagerly reaching out to express their concern and greetings to President Jiang, particularly in light of his brother's predicament. Ironically, not only the Jiang family, but the entire management of the Jiang group was aware of the less-than-amicable relationship between the two brothers, Jiang Qin and Jiang Mian. Yet, the callers feigned ignorance of this reality, and the receiver showed no signs of minding it. Finally, after fielding an uncountable number of calls, Su Zhifei's phone fell silent at last. Reviewing the call log, a smile gradually spread across her lips. Report to President Jiang. Thus far, we have received calls from 8 members of the board and senior management. Jiang Qin nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his features. These callers were astute individuals. The moment the Jiang group's announcement was released, they rushed to make contact. The so-called concern and greetings were mere facades. Their true intention was to convey a particular stance or attitude to President Jiang. "Oh," Su Zhifei suddenly exclaimed, her expression turning peculiar as she raised her phone. Jiang Qin looked up to see her screen displaying the WeChat interface, flooded with red notification numbers. Fearing he might not grasp the implication, she cheerfully explained, "Only those qualified to call are the bigwigs from the board and management. Those of lesser rank must resort to WeChat. President Jiang, would you like me to read them to you?" Jiang Qinkai was not in the mood for lingering. He merely cast a cursory glance before withdrawing his gaze. "No need. Just handle it as you see fit," he said. Su Zhifei smiled, her lips curving in light-hearted agreement. Of course, despite having fought through the night and only catching a brief respite in the early hours, her face radiated not fatigue, but rather an exuberance and excitement, though her eyes bore a hint of redness. Noticing this, Jiang Qinkai gently suggested, "You should rest first. It would be wise to handle things after a good sleep." Su Zhifei immediately straightened up, responding earnestly, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang. I'm not tired at all." Seeing her enthusiasm, Jiang Qinkai refrained from further persuasion. While affection for women is permissible, it must be measured. Excessive indulgence can lead to entitlement, and soon they might take liberties. Subsequently, Jiang Qinkai rose to depart for an appointment. Before he could fully stand, Yin Su and another individual were already upright, standing as straight as disciplined soldiers. Jiang Qinkai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, choosing not to say much as he exited with Yin Li. Ordinarily, Yin Li would inquire about their destination before departing. However, today his mind was elsewhere. It was only after the car had left Jiang Garden that he remembered and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I forgot to ask where we are headed." Jiang Qinkai, catching his reflection in the rearview mirror, looked at him with a bemused expression. "You not only forgot the destination, but also neglected to distribute bonuses to the others." Yin Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon fell silent, gripping the steering wheel tighter, ultimately exhaling a deep sigh. "Mr. Qin, I'm truly sorry. I was just so elated." Witnessing his excitement and heartfelt emotions, and reflecting on his unwavering loyalty over the years, Jiang Qinkai softened his previously teasing demeanor, gazing at him earnestly. "You have worked hard these years." Upon hearing this, Yin Li paused in contemplation, then inhaled deeply, his voice slightly wavering as he replied, "You flatter me. It is merely my duty." Jiang Qinkai nodded slowly, choosing not to elaborate further. The atmosphere in the car grew silent. After a considerable time, Jiang Qinkai finally broke the stillness, asking softly, "Team leader Yin, have you forgotten something again?" Yin Li, lost in his thoughts, jolted back to reality and hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. Mr. Qin, where are we going? Jiang Qin burst into laughter. He then instructed Yanli to take him to a familiar shopping district, where he sought out an image consultant. Following the consultant's suggestions, he underwent a complete transformation, from hairstyle to attire, including a new watch, shoes, and even socks. The sole objective was clear: to temper the persona of a domineering CEO, steering towards that of a gentle and warm gentleman. Once all was completed, time was drawing near. Yet, Jiang Qin did not rush to his appointment. Instead, he wandered through the shopping district until he finally discovered a jewelry store, where he selected a small gift for Lin Shishir. He subsequently adopted the demeanor of a trendy influencer, sampling beverages from various establishments until he finally discovered one to his liking. He ordered 2 cups of hand-brewed coffee to take away and proceeded to the designated restaurant. Lin Shishir had chosen a newly opened private dining establishment, which not only Jiang Qin had never visited, but even Yanli had never heard of. They could only rely on navigation to locate it. Upon arrival, they were surprised to find the restaurant situated in the heart of the bustling downtown area, a tranquil oasis amidst the urban clamor, boasting an excellent location. Jiang Qin glanced around but did not see Lin Shishir. Instead, his attention was captured by another figure. A girl in her early 20s caught his eye, clad in a cream-colored sundress that revealed one delicate shoulder. Her long hair was intricately woven into a voluminous braid draped over the opposite shoulder, lending her an air of youthful innocence intertwined with a subtle allure. Although Jiang Qin was no stranger to refined beauty, he found himself momentarily captivated by her luminous legs. He was not alone. It seemed that a significant number of passing gentlemen were also casting furtive glances at this enchanting young woman, with some even turning back for a second look. Yet, as he continued to gaze, Jiang Qin felt a sense of familiarity wash over him regarding her strikingly fair complexion. Pondering this, he raised his gaze to scrutinize the girl's flawless visage. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This young lady was none other than Lin Shishir. Today, however, Miss Lin had undergone a remarkable transformation, adopting a completely different style that rendered her unrecognizable at first glance. At that moment, Lin Shishir looked over, her smile and brows lifting in recognition as she began to stride forward, evidently having identified his vehicle. Observing this, Jiang Qin stepped out of the car, 2 cups of coffee in hand, his face beaming with joy. Then, something peculiar occurred. Though Lin Shishir had initially approached him, upon seeing him exit the car, she halted in her tracks, her smile freezing, and her gaze turning unfamiliar. Jiang Qin was momentarily bewildered, but soon realized that, much like himself moments earlier, Lin Shishir also failed to recognize him. Understanding this, he stifled a laugh and walked directly towards the bewildered Miss Lin. As he drew nearer, Lin Shishir appeared to sense something amiss. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she tentatively called out, "Qin Xiao?" Jiang Qin remained silent, approaching her with a steady gaze. Lin Shishir took a cautious step back, scrutinizing him from head to toe and then back again, her eyes brightening with recognition, her face illuminating with joy. "It really is you. I knew it. That was definitely your car. My goodness. You've changed so much I hardly recognized you." Seeing her exuberant reaction, Jiang Qin could no longer contain his amusement and broke into a smile. "Likewise, when I first spotted you from the car, I couldn't place you either. I thought to myself, who is this runaway princess? Only upon closer inspection did I realize it was the renowned reporter Lin from Zhonghai Television." As soon as he finished speaking, a chime echoed. Lin Shishir's heart was brimming with joy, her emotional value soaring to 515, just as the system had indicated. Although she feigned modesty by claiming that it was an exaggeration, the delight radiating from her was utterly undeniable. However, her attention was swiftly captivated by Jiang Qin's new appearance, causing her to smile and nod frequently in appreciation. Seizing this moment, Jiang Qin took the opportunity to observe her as well. Lin Shishir was already stunning in her natural beauty, but today she had put in extra effort with her makeup. Particularly striking were her vintage high heels, which accentuated her slender figure, complemented by her porcelain-like fair skin that could capture the gaze of men across all ages. As the two admired each other, Jiang Qin suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Shishir's innermost thoughts. This is just right, refreshing, clean, both dashing and approachable. While a suit is certainly appealing, it can come off as too ostentatious and distant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin felt a sense of accomplishment. After toiling for a good part of the afternoon, his efforts had finally borne fruit. After savoring this moment for a brief while, he thoughtfully presented her with a coffee he had traversed half the city to procure. By the way, this is my usual favorite. I brought you a cup, though I hope it suits your taste. During their previous meeting, he had found the CAF near the television station rather mediocre, serving only instant coffee, and it seemed Lin Shishir had barely taken a sip, likely disliking it as well. Therefore, he had deliberately chosen 2 cups of the type she had enjoyed yesterday. As Lin Shishir received the coffee he offered, her previously suppressed smile blossomed once more, and she expressed her gratitude with enthusiasm. Upon noticing the cup, her delicately groomed brows arched in surprise, and after taking a sip, her delight was palpable. This is hand-brewed Colombian coffee, my absolute favorite. Jiang Qin smiled faintly in response. Is that so? What a coincidence. In contrast to his calm demeanor, Lin Shishir's reaction was far more animated. Her flawless face lit up with joy, and her bright eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer. Whether due to the serendipity or her deep love for the coffee, it was hard to tell. Yet, she remained silent, focusing intently on her drink, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had invited him to dine. Jiang Qin, puzzled by her sudden immersion in the coffee, found himself once again attuned to her thoughts. This is indeed a coincidence, but could it not be a bit too much for today? I change my look, and he changes as well. Neither of us recognize the other at first. His favorite coffee just happens to be mine too. And yesterday, amidst so many reporters, he chose to approach me. A mere novice. Can all these occurrences be merely attributed to chance? Is there not a possibility that this is what one might call fate? After absorbing this lengthy inner monologue, Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Shishir, true to her journalistic nature, possessed a remarkable analytical prowess, drawing connections back to yesterday. However, aside from the coffee and today as attire, which Jiang Qin had intentionally curated, the rest were indeed mere coincidences. Yet with so many serendipitous moments converging, it would not be an exaggeration to deem it fate. What are you laughing at? Lin Shishir suddenly lifted her head and inquired. Jiang Qin maintained his composure and casually fabricated a rationale. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find you quite candid, standing by the street and indulging in whatever delights you fancy. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir smiled and playfully waved her coffee at him. Aren't you the same? The illustrious second son of the Jiang family, going out of your way to bring 2 cups of coffee from such a distance. Jiang Qin, upon reflection of the cup in his hand, nodded earnestly. Indeed, it seems we are both rather eccentric, though this remark was intended as light-hearted banter rather than a jest. Lin Shishir burst into a fit of laughter, struggling to contain her mirth for a while. Observing her joyous demeanor, Jiang Qin realized that he had successfully executed a significant portion of his plan. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Lin Feng has recognized the host, expressing considerable disdain. Host's emotional value for 144. Initially taken aback by this abrupt and unexpected system prompt, Jiang Qin quickly recollected himself. Lin Feng. In the next moment, he connected the dots. Lin Shishir's non-biological brother, the male protagonist of My 7 Sisters Are Stunning, the mercenary king who had just returned to the city, was covertly watching them. Lin Shishir's warning from the previous day had evidently borne no fruit, and Lin Bingwang was still tracking and observing her. This realization sent a jolt through Jiang Qin, igniting a mischievous thought within him. I apologize for getting carried away in conversation. Young Master Qin, please, after you. Just as Jiang Qin was piecing together his narrative, Lin Shishir finally recalled the purpose of his invitation and promptly gestured for him to enter. With Lin Bingwang lurking somewhere, evidently displeased, Jiang Qin decided to tease Lin Shishir further. No worries, I'm not hungry yet. Even if I were, a coffee would suffice. Whether it was due to her low threshold for humor or simply a buoyant mood, Lin Shishir erupted into another series of melodic laughter, her joy causing her to tremble like a flower in a breeze. Not stopping there, she playfully gave Jiang Qin a light tap, akin to a girl teasing her boyfriend in a fit of glee. Witnessing this gesture, Jiang Qin felt a surge of inspiration. He gently grasped her wrist as it fell, savoring the remarkable smoothness of her skin before naturally releasing it. Lin Shishir displayed no sign of discomfort. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she once again draped her arm around Jiang Qin's, inviting him closer. Ding! Lin Shishir feels a tinge of shyness. Host's emotional value. 307. Ding! Lin Feng is consumed by jealousy. Host's emotional value. 512. After absorbing these two notifications, Jiang Qin remained unfazed, casting a sidelong glance towards a specific direction before proceeding to walk alongside Lin Shishir into the restaurant. He was certain that Lin Bingwang would follow them inside. Chapter 28. The elite hunter Lin Shishir had chosen a location on the second floor, a tastefully decorated semi-private room. After seating himself, Jiang Qin gazed out the window, beholding the renowned riverside landscape of Zhonghai. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the tranquil river shimmered under the illumination, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. Dining in such an exquisite setting proved far more engaging than in a star-rated hotel or Michelin-starred restaurant. Before long, the restaurant's owner and head chef personally arrived with the waitstaff to serve their dishes. The proprietor was evidently aware of Lin Shishir's identity and treated her with utmost respect, extending the same courtesy to Jiang Qin. The Lin family is indeed one of the three prominent families in Zhonghai. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the owner and his entourage withdrew, allowing Lin Shishir to personally hand a pair of chopsticks to Jiang Qin. Qin Xiao, do sample this dish. The Sichuan cuisine here is quite distinctive. Upon hearing the mention of Sichuan cuisine, Jiang Qin cast a glance at the table, noticing that although the dishes were vibrantly colored, they lacked the characteristic red oil, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns. This led him to conclude that this establishment likely served the fabled non-spicy Sichuan cuisine. Observing Lin Shishir's eager expression, he pondered for a moment before selecting a dish before him. It was, in fact, a small bowl of noodles. The broth was a pale golden hue, clear and delicate, with the noodles as fine as silk. One side featured a small piece of vegetable heart, while the other boasted a modest handful of matsutake mushrooms, devoid of any additional seasonings. Jiang Qin chose this dish because the golden silk noodles appeared simple, yet were undoubtedly refined, with the broth crafted from the esteemed clear broth of a national banquet dish. Water-boiled cabbage. Given its meticulous nature, he surmised that the host would likely wish to elaborate on it. Thus, Jiang Qin feigned ignorance and politely savored the dish. How exquisite! Especially the broth, even more flavorful than the matsutake. Upon hearing his assessment, Lin Shishir beamed with delight, promptly beginning to expound upon the dish's intricacies. Emphasizing that the broth was made from the renowned national banquet stock, Jiang Qin listened attentively, interjecting with appropriate responses, and ultimately posed a question that allowed her to showcase her knowledge. Such a small bowl of noodles, yet so much to consider? By the way, it seems this dish lacks salt. It's entirely the essence of the ingredients themselves, which is quite unlike the style of Sichuan cuisine. I assent it? Indeed. As he mentioned this, a system notification chimed. Ding! Lin Shishir's enthusiasm is high. Host's emotion value. 372. Subsequently, Miss Lin, like a true gourmet, began to enlighten him on the merits of non-spicy Sichuan cuisine, explaining how chefs omit salt as a demonstration of their culinary prowess, showcasing their absolute confidence in their skills. As he observed her animated discourse, Jiang Qin seized the opportunity to tease her. Who would have thought Miss Lin possessed such culinary knowledge? Yet, judging by her figure, you hardly seem to be a foodie. Lin Shishir chuckled at his remark, her demeanor radiating pride. What can I say? I have a physique that refuses to gain weight. With that, she eagerly gestured toward another dish. Qin Xiao, do try this matsutake and fish maw. It rivals Buddha jumps over the wall. Following her suggestion, Jiang Qin tasted the dish, offering high praise while also posing another question to allow her to elaborate further. Finally, after sampling 5 or 6 dishes, Lin Shishir, still savoring the moment, paused her exhibition and rose to pour him some wine. Jiang Qin had been casually inspecting the origin and vintage of the white wine, but suddenly a thought struck him, The previous span of time had yielded only Lin Shishi's emotional value, with no reaction from Lin Feng whatsoever. Could it be that Lin Bingwang had not followed them in? Just as Jiang Qin pondered this, Lin Shishi raised her glass, her expression shifting to one of solemnity. Qin Xiao, I raise my glass to you, grateful for the opportunity you bestowed upon me. Before she could finish, Jiang Qin shook his head, interrupting her. Miss Lin, I mentioned yesterday that there is no such thing as one person granting another an opportunity. We assist each other. If we are to toast, let us do so mutually. Without allowing Lin Shishi a chance to retort, he stood up and raised his glass. Cheers to Miss Lin for her official promotion, achieving fame in one fell swoop. The incident involving Jiang Mian had garnered considerable attention, and as the reporter who penned the story, Lin Shishi had indeed become well known in the Zhonghai news community. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, the esteemed journalist smiled radiantly, quickly lowering her glass to clink it with his. The crystal-clear glasses lightly collided, producing a melodious and pleasing sound. After each took a sip, Jiang Qin remarked, Miss Lin, we are both young. Let us forego the formalities tonight. Lin Shishi smiled faintly, her gaze lingering on him, and after a moment, she nodded in agreement, subsequently voicing her thoughts. This individual truly acted with remarkable decisiveness, without any hesitation. Jiang Qin, of course, chose to ignore her musings, smiling as he sat back down, placing his glass aside. However, Lin Shishi did not sit. She continued to hold her glass while observing him, gradually losing her smile. Jiang Qin, perplexed by her demeanor, was about to inquire when Lin Shishi spoke up. Qin Xiao, this toast must be made in your honor. Jiang Qin had already surmised the reason behind her toast and refrained from rising immediately, simply smiling and asking, Oh, what do you mean? Lin Shishi sighed before she spoke, her face filled with regret. This toast should have been made by Lin Feng. His behavior yesterday was utterly rude. He has a rather extreme personality, and after spending several years away, his mindset has completely detached from societal norms. Therefore, as his elder sister, I apologize on his behalf. I hope you will not hold it against him. With that, she slightly bent at the waist and lifted her glass with both hands, signifying her sincerity. Seeing her solemnity, Jiang Qin was about to raise his glass when a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Lin Feng is quite displeased. Emotional value of the host is 585. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin chuckled. Lin Bingwang had indeed followed him in, which was splendid. The time for performance had arrived. After a brief contemplation of the script, Jiang Qin stood with his glass in hand. Miss Lin, Lin Feng is Lin Feng, and you are you. You need not apologize for him. Additionally, I must say, your assessment of Lin Feng might be a tad simplistic. Lin Shishi, taken aback by his words, widened her eyes in astonishment. Simplistic? How so? Meeting her puzzled gaze, Jiang Qin wore a sincere expression, devoid of any trace of pretense. After a brief pause, he elaborated. Though I am unaware of what Lin Feng has experienced over the years, I possess some knowledge of his profession. Consider this. He is a mercenary, likely having seen combat, engaged in real battles, and possibly faced the threat of death. Those who have undergone such experiences inevitably harbor a heightened sense of vigilance towards the world, or perhaps a certain distrust. Thus, while some of Lin Feng's actions may seem extreme, they do not stem from malice. They are merely reflections of his state of mind. In this regard, I believe that while you express your sentiments, it would be beneficial to exhibit a touch more understanding and patience. After all, he is a young man, possessed of remarkable adaptability, and he shall adjust swiftly. At this juncture, Jiang Qin smiled kindly, adding a crucial remark. For instance, after the events of yesterday, I am confident he would no longer engage in stalking or surveillance of you. Upon hearing his earnest words, Lin Shishi was struck with astonishment, staring at him for a good 10 seconds before her eyelids gently lowered, lost in contemplation. Chapter 29. The imagination of Lin Shishi is remarkable. Ding. Lin Feng scoffed at the host, whose emotional value stood at 258. Jiang Qin was neither surprised nor concerned by this notification. He merely regarded the pensive Lin Shishi. He initially believed she was engaged in self-reflection, but soon he discerned her inner thoughts. How could Lin Feng be so disrespectful? And yet he still spoke on Lin Feng's behalf, and not merely with pleasantries or formalities. He genuinely considered Lin Feng's perspective, setting aside past grievances to advocate for him. It appears that beneath his decisive exterior lies a tender heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin found himself both amused and exasperated. It turned out Lin Shishir was not reflecting on her attitude towards Lin Feng, but rather contemplating him. Subsequently, Lin Shishir raised her gaze to him and smiled gently. The breadth of Jiang Qin's magnanimity is indeed admirable. One can only hope that Lin Feng will not squander your goodwill and will soon return to normalcy. Jiang Qin chuckled with a hint of jest. Do not misunderstand. I am not repaying malice with kindness. I'm not that magnanimous. I simply do not wish for you to have misunderstandings that might cause rifts with your family, solely for the sake of the delicious meal you treated me to and the culinary knowledge you imparted. Lin Shishir, upon hearing this, smiled meaningfully, offering no rebuttal as she extended her wine glass forward. Jiang Qin clinked his glass against hers, drinking to the apology she conveyed on behalf of her brother. After taking their seats, Jiang Ershao intended to shift the topic away from those trivial matters, yet he heard Lin Shishir's thoughts stirring once more. He had already spoken on Lin Feng's behalf yesterday, and today he was sincerely attempting to counsel me. He truly does not wish for our sibling relationship to deteriorate into animosity, akin to that between him and Jiang Mian. Is it not said that those who have weathered storms often seek to shield others from rain? Perhaps, in his heart, the notion of brothers turning against one another is a source of great pain for him. Upon absorbing her inner reflections, Jiang Ershao nearly burst into laughter. After all, she works with words. Her capacity for imagination is extraordinary. The notion of brotherly discord causing me pain? On the contrary, I could not be more delighted. Ding! Lin Shishir felt an overwhelming sympathy for the host, whose emotional value rose to 472. Ding! Lin Shishir's affection for the host surged, with his emotional value reaching 666. Upon receiving these two consecutive notifications and a surge of over 1,000 emotional points, Jiang Qin felt as though his facial nerves were malfunctioning. His lips yearned to curl upwards, yet he had to suppress the urge, rendering his expression somewhat unnatural. However, Lin Shishir, observing his demeanor, was overtaken by a wave of compassion, and then she lifted her wine glass once more. Come now, Jiang Qin, let us not dwell on those disheartening matters any longer. Let us drink. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Qin's heart leaped with delight. He immediately raised his glass and chuckled. I should be slightly older than you. You can either call me brother out of respect, or simply address me by my name. Referring to me as Qin Shao seems rather distant. Lin Shishir, unpretentious in her response, promptly acquiesced. Very well, from now on, I shall call you Qin Erge. As she extended her glass forward, she added, Come, Qin Erge. May your ambitions soar and your journey be boundless. The sweet timbre of her voice brought warmth to Jiang Qin's heart, prompting him to return her kindness with a gentle smile. Excellent. May I, in turn, wish Lin Mimi all her aspirations fulfilled and her talents fully realized. Upon hearing this endearment, Lin Shishir paused momentarily, tilting her head with a playful yet enigmatic smile. Lin Mimi? Qin Erge, the fate of Lin Mimi isn't particularly promising. You know, Jiang Qin met her gaze with a subtle smile of his own, replying thus, I am Qin Erge, not Bao Erge. At this remark, a rosy blush quickly adorned Lin Shishir's elegant visage, and her eyes sparkled with an indefinable emotion. Ding! Lin Shishir's heart fluttered, her affections stirred, and the system registered her emotional value at 720. Ding! Lin Feng, consumed by jealousy, recorded his emotional value at 699. Upon receiving the first notification, Jiang Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile brightening considerably. Even for someone as oblivious to romantic cues as he, the suggestions of a heart aflutter and emotion stirred were unmistakable. From that moment onward, Lin Shishir's perception of him transformed from mere acquaintanceship to something much deeper, transcending the bounds of ordinary friendship. As for the second notification regarding Lin Feng's jealousy, Jiang Qin felt no disturbance. Rather, it evoked a suppressed chuckle. Subsequently, The pair tacitly avoided discussing the events of the previous day, focusing instead on their conversation and drinks. With their ages and backgrounds closely aligned, they found themselves rich in shared topics. Moreover, Jiang Qin proved to be an excellent listener, effortlessly drawing them into a rhythm akin to that of long-established friends. Goodness, is it already 9:30? Unaware of how much time had passed, Lin Shishir casually glanced at her watch and exclaimed in surprise, casting an inquiring look at Jiang Qin. "Qin ergo, shall we change venues?" Jiang Qin, however, did not readily agree. Instead, he thoughtfully suggested, "You likely didn't sleep well last night. Perhaps it would be best for you to head home and rest. We can arrange to meet another day." Lin Shishir, seemingly reluctant to part ways, hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. She then summoned the waiter to settle the bill. In the meantime, Jiang Qin seized the opportunity to access the system and review his progress. To his surprise, he discovered that his current emotional value still fell short of the threshold for a tenfold draw, needing just a little more, 1,500 points to be precise. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Qin resolved to avoid burdening Lin Shishir further and decided to enlist the assistance of Lin Bingwan. With his mind made up, he and Lin Shishir finished paying the bill and departed the private room, descending the stairs. While pondering how to proceed, Jiang Qin noticed that Lin Shishir seemed to navigate the stairs cautiously and awkwardly, likely due to her unfamiliarity with short skirts and high heels. A thought struck him, and he deliberately called out, "Shishir, be careful." As Lin Shishir turned around, her face blossomed with a radiant smile in response. However, this moment of distraction proved to be detrimental. Before Lin Shishir could utter a word, she lost her footing, tumbling sideways down the staircase. Just as she was about to fall headfirst, with her legs in the air and her dignity at stake, Jiang Qin sprang into action like a startled rabbit. In an instant, he secured one arm around her shoulder and the other around her legs, lifting her effortlessly. The swiftness of his maneuver was such that Lin Shishir only let out a sharp cry after instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, drawing the attention of diners below. Jiang Qin, however, did not linger in the warmth of her embrace. Once he stabilized himself, he gently set her down, subtly tugging at her slightly ruffled skirt as he released her. Lin Shishir stood frozen on the staircase, utterly bewildered, her hands still clutching his neck. Observing her state, Jiang Qin offered a slight, apologetic smile. "You were startled, weren't you? My apologies. Had I not intervened, perhaps it would have been fine." Chapter 30. The damage inflicted by a sudden encounter. It was only then that Lin Shishir regained her composure, hastily releasing her grip, her face flushing crimson at an alarming rate. "Oh my, I hope I didn't expose myself just now." If he saw. No, he must have seen. He even adjusted my skirt earlier. How embarrassing. I should have worn safety shorts. As Jiang Qin eavesdropped on her flustered thoughts, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Lin Shishir. Blushing profusely, emotional value, 633. Ding. Lin Feng. Seething with rage, emotional value, 886. Just as he was reveling in the situation, he suddenly sensed an unusually swift approach behind him. Without needing to turn, Jiang Qin instantly deduced that the one rushing toward him was indeed Lin Feng. No ordinary person could move that quickly. Realizing this, he instinctively contemplated intercepting him. Yet, inexplicably, he dismissed the thought, opting not to turn around or defend himself, merely sidestepping slightly. Almost simultaneously, a lithe figure darted past, delivering a sharp elbow to him. Bang! With his deliberate concession, a formidable force knocked him off balance, sending him crashing against the wall. Lin Shishir, reacting with remarkable speed, changed her expression and rushed forward to assist him. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qin quickly regained his footing, shaking his head as he directed his gaze toward the assailant. As anticipated, the assailant was a young man in his 20s, tall and athletic, with striking features and piercing eyes, none other than Lin Bingwan. Lin Feng, equally focused on Jiang Qin, finally spoke, his face a mask of fury. "Seventh sister, do not be deceived by him. This scoundrel has ill intentions." Lin Shishir, initially fixated on Jiang Qin, turned in shock upon discovering that it was Lin Feng who had struck. However, in the next moment, she straightened up, glaring at him with indignation, her expression poised to erupt. While Jiang Qin found amusement in Lin Feng's predicament, he recognized that this was a public setting and any escalation would be undignified. He grasped Lin Shishi's arm, whispering, "Let's not cause a scene here. We shall discuss it outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Shishi suppressed her emotions and swallowed her indignation. She then took hold of his hand and, without uttering a word, led him outside. Jiang Qin naturally allowed her to guide him, glancing back at Lin Bingwang after they had taken a few steps. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng, already incensed, felt his temper flare, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, under the astonished gaze of the guests, he could only follow them outside. Once they reached a secluded area, Lin Shishi scrutinized Jiang Qin, and upon confirming his well-being, she felt a slight sense of relief. When Lin Feng, his demeanor dark and brooding, approached, the petite heiress erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng's nose. "The things you did before, I could almost interpret as concerns stemming from your profession. But now, you dare to lay a hand on my friend. Lin Feng, you are utterly unreasonable and deranged." Lin Feng quickly furrowed his brow, clearly displeased by her words, but in an instant he regained his aloof and cold composure. "Sister, do you still consider him a friend? Do you not realize he just took advantage of you?" He continued. "He could have simply offered you a hand." But, before he could finish, Lin Shishi shot him a fierce glare, interrupting him with a sharp retort. "I am more than willing. I would be delighted to be taken advantage of by him. What of it? Are you displeased? If so, go hit your head against a wall." Her words left the atmosphere laden with silence for a moment, causing not only Lin Bingwang, but even Jiang Ershao to be taken aback. It seemed Lin Shishi was genuinely infuriated, disregarding her image to express such sentiments. After the brief astonishment, Lin Feng's expression darkened significantly, and his tone became charged with tension. "Sister, there's no need for such angry remarks. I'm looking out for your best interests. You are too naive, utterly unaware of how perilous this world can be, how complex human nature is." He gestured towards Jiang Qin. "Do not be deceived by his charming demeanor and courteous behavior, resembling a prince on a white horse. I assure you, his intentions towards you are far from honorable. A man knows another man best. He may have deceived you, but he cannot fool me. I can smell the stench of a scoundrel on him from a street away." In response, Jiang Qin let out a derisive laugh. As an archetypal villain, he was certainly no paragon of virtue, yet being labeled a scoundrel by someone so consumed with the desire to possess his sister was undeniably ironic. However, his laughter only served to infuriate the already agitated Lin Feng. "Laugh. Go ahead, laugh again. I will smash your face." Lin Bingwang's expression turned ominous as he spat those words through clenched teeth. Just as his voice faded, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Lin Shishi, in a fit of rage, delivered a resounding slap to him. "Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can intimidate the second son of the Jiang family? They may choose to ignore you, but you have overstepped your bounds." Lin Feng stood in shock, frozen in place as he stared at his sister, momentarily at a loss for words. Clearly, the slap had dealt him a profound psychological blow. Observing his bewildered expression, Jiang Qin recalled all the heartaches he had ever endured, managing to suppress a laugh. However, once Lin Feng regained his composure, he laughed as well, albeit with gritted teeth, his eyes glimmering with barely concealed fury. "The Jiang family? What does the Jiang family amount to? Let us not speak of the Lin family's standing in Zhonghai, where we rival the Jiang clan in wealth, prestige, and status. Even in the absence of these, I, Lin Feng, hold the Jiang family in disdain." Witnessing his unabashed arrogance, Lin Shishi gritted her teeth in frustration, rendered speechless. Jiang Qin, aware of Lin Feng's underlying implications, sneered and seized the conversation. "Are you implying that in the face of absolute strength, wealth, prestige, and status are mere illusions? And you, young Master Lin, possess such absolute power?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward him, his eyes reflecting the contempt one might hold for a mere beggar. "It is good that you understand." Jiang Qin met his gaze, smirking. "I am indeed curious to witness young Master Lin's absolute prowess. I assume your skills developed among mercenaries extend beyond mere surveillance?" This was an unmistakable challenge, laced with mockery. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, an icy chill emanating from his already piercing gaze. However, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Shishi's frosty demeanor, he smiled through clenched teeth. There is no need for haste. You are already on my radar, and we shall have ample opportunities to draw closer. Jiang Qin, unfazed by the implied threat, simply smiled. Very well, I am at your service. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he inhaled sharply. By the way, may I ask, what brings you here? Chapter 31. As a villain, is it not reasonable to be a bit scheming? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, whose expression had previously been one of stormy discontent, slightly shifted, casting a sidelong glance at his sister. Lin Shishi, incensed, quickly realized the implication and interrogated him. You've been following me? Lin Feng adopted a serious demeanor, vehemently denying it. No, I came here to dine, only to discover you were also present. At that moment, you were toasting him, intending to apologize on my behalf. I contemplated making an appearance, but wished to observe his antics, so I lingered until you settled the bill. After hearing his explanation, Lin Shishi remained silent, scrutinizing him with evident skepticism. Jiang Qin merely smiled, saying nothing. To be candid, Lin Feng's excuse was rather well crafted. He indeed arrived at the restaurant during that time frame and had certainly ordered food to maintain appearances. He even preemptively clarified why he had not revealed himself earlier. Even if Lin Shishi did not believe him, she could find no evidence to prove his intentional following. Just as Jiang Qin contemplated this, Lin Feng unexpectedly turned the tables. Sister, today's encounter was purely coincidental. I assured you yesterday that I would not interfere in your personal matters. At this juncture, he directed his gaze toward Jiang Qin, his tone shifting. However, it is fortunate that this coincidence allowed me to see through Jiang Er's hypocritical facade. Earlier, while you were dining, he pretended to speak on my behalf, feigning the role of a saintly figure. Yet now he seeks to sow discord between us, accusing me of following you. Hearing him assail Jiang Qin, Lin Shishi abandoned her concerns about whether he had deliberately followed her and immediately retorted. Do not judge a gentleman with the narrow-mindedness of a petty person. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Qin gently raised his hand to stop her, then cast a cryptic smile at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your sister understands my character far better than you do. As for today's incident, its sheer coincidence has indeed raised my suspicions. How about this? Let us review the surveillance footage. If it truly is a coincidence, I shall apologize to you in front of your sister. What do you say? Upon hearing his proposal, Lin Feng responded with a disdainful snort. Though that was all he offered. After his scoff, he remained silent, neither agreeing nor opposing, his gaze drifting away to avoid further confrontation. Jiang Qin, however, was not one to let the matter drop easily and pressed on. The owner of this establishment knows your sister. He should be willing to assist us. At this, Lin Feng lapsed into a profound silence, abandoning even his earlier disdainful retort. Witnessing his reaction, Lin Shishi's expression darkened. Why are you silent? If, as you claim, your presence here is purely coincidental, then you, before she could finish her thought, Lin Feng erupted, cutting her off sharply. Sister, you would rather believe a stranger than your own brother? Unfortunately for him, his credibility with Lin Shishi was evidently lacking. Seeing him in a fit of anger, Lin Shishi stood her ground, aligning herself firmly with Jiang Qin. Very well, if it is ultimately proven to be mere coincidence, I too shall apologize to you. And from that point forward, I will not interfere in your affairs. Lin Feng met her gaze directly, his expression a tumult of anger, helplessness, and a hint of wounded pride, yet he remained obstinately silent about reviewing the footage. Observing the standoff, Jiang Qin refrained from further pressure. His confidence stemmed not only from his prior knowledge of Lin Feng's intention to follow, but also from his own enhanced abilities. Even before entering the restaurant, he had already detected Lin Feng's hiding spot, and the surveillance camera at the private dining establishment conveniently covered that area. Thus, although the footage had yet to be reviewed, the outcome was already determined. Meanwhile, Lin Shishi swiftly retrieved her phone, unlocking it and deftly navigating the screen. Jiang Qin glanced over and noted that she had found the restaurant owner's contact number. Lin Feng noticed this as well. Just as Lin Shishi was about to press the call button, he suddenly intervened, covering the phone screen with his hand. This action was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Lin Shishir did not question him. She merely held her head high and regarded him coldly. Under her piercing gaze, Lin Feng remained silent for a long moment before finally murmuring, "I intended to uphold my promise and refrain from meddling in your personal life. However, I inadvertently overheard your phone call about inviting him to dinner. I simply could not shake my concern, which is why I followed you." As the last word escaped his lips, Lin Shishir suddenly raised her hand and slammed her phone down at his feet. "Lin Feng, are you a stalker?" Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of patrons exiting the restaurant. "Eavesdropping on my phone calls, tracking my movements. Wherever I go, you follow. What is it that you want? What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Lin Shishir questioned repeatedly, her petite figure trembling slightly from intense anger, her voice wavering. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of panic, his fists clenched and released in a nervous rhythm. After hesitating for an extended moment, he stammered, "Sister, I truly care for your well-being." Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir pointed an accusatory finger at his nose. "Do not utter such words to me again. You not only instill fear within me, but also evoke disgust." After declaring this, she slowly shook her head, her exquisite face marred by a look of disdain. "From this day forth, I implore you to keep your distance from me. The farther, the better. If you exhibit similar behavior again, do not blame me for calling the authorities." At her words, Lin Feng appeared as if he had turned to stone, staring at her in disbelief. Even Jiang Qin was taken aback. The notion of calling the police indicated that Lin Shishir was on the verge of severing ties with Lin Feng. Still seething with anger, Lin Shishir redirected her finger from Lin Feng's nose to the street beside them. "Now leave. Depart immediately." Clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate to this extent, Lin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss. He gazed at Lin Shishir, his lips moving several times as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. After a tense silence, he lowered his head, turned, and walked silently towards the street. However, after taking just a few steps, he paused, his back to Lin Shishir and Jiang Qin for a moment before slowly turning around. This time, he did not look at Lin Shishir, but fixated his gaze directly on Jiang Qin. In that instant of eye contact, Jiang Qin distinctly recognized a perilous glint in his fierce eyes. "Ding!" Lin Feng seethed with resentment. Host emotion value at 999. Another 999. Chapter 32. Lin Shishir hooked into a trap listening to the system notification while facing Lin Feng's piercing gaze. Jiang Qin remained as calm as still water, his expression unruffled. Indeed, Lin Feng was the protagonist, a returning warrior of the city, who had honed his skills and amassed a considerable network during his years as a mercenary. But what of it? Jiang Ershao was no longer the gentle and harmless rich heir of yore. Now, he possessed numerous methods to contend with this formidable Lin Feng. Finally, after silently observing him for a considerable time, Lin Feng departed, striding away without a backward glance, as if resolved to some unspoken determination. Once Lin Feng had left, Lin Shishir remained troubled, taking a long time to inhale deeply before exhaling heavily. She then turned to Jiang Qin, hesitating to speak. "Ding!" Lin Shishir felt a surge of guilt. Host emotion value at 510. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiang Qin offered a gentle smile. "Are you contemplating an apology?" At this, Lin Shishir's previously concealed guilt overflowed. "Brother Qin, I can hardly muster the face to apologize. This meal was meant to express my gratitude, and yet it escalated into this chaos." Noticing her expression rife with remorse and her long legs crossing back and forth, revealing her discomfort and unease, Jiang Qin's smile grew even warmer. "What chaos? All I remember are the delightful dishes, exquisite wines, and breathtaking scenery. Oh, and of course, the beautiful company." In an instant, the guilt and embarrassment that had clouded Lin Shishir's expression vanished, replaced by a profound sense of emotion. Without uttering a word, she tilted her head slightly to gaze at Jiang Qin, her delicate lips curving in a way that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Yet her face radiated warmth and affection. Observing this, Jiang Qin could not help but smile. After all, he was himself, and she was herself. Lin Shirshir nodded obediently, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him, seemingly unable to get enough of his presence. Just as Jiang Qin intended to offer her further reassurances, a thought suddenly struck him. He had nearly forgotten something important. As he spoke, he retrieved a small gift he had previously purchased from his pocket and presented it to her. "I saw this while buying coffee earlier, and I thought it would suit you." Lin Shirshir, having been attentive to his every movement, immediately waved her hands in protest upon seeing the exquisite little box. No. Today I am treating you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. How could I possibly accept your gift?" Jiang Qin chuckled softly, pushing the box a little closer. "Am I not known as Brother Qin for a reason? Besides, this is not a valuable item, merely a trinket. Please take it." Hearing his words, Lin Shirshir hesitated for a moment before accepting the delicate little box with both hands, contemplating it thoughtfully, observing her solemn demeanor as if she were receiving a national treasure. Jiang Qin was about to tease her when he suddenly caught her inner thoughts. For a man like him, I would leap into a fire pit with my eyes closed. A smile danced on Jiang Qin's lips at this revelation. At that moment, a white ghost vehicle pulled up at the roadside not far from them. The driver exited the car and stood by it, offering a slight bow in their direction. It was likely a driver from the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Shirshir nodded to the driver before lifting the small gift box with both hands and flashing Jiang Qin a sweet smile. "Then I shall thank Brother Qin." Without waiting for Jiang Qin's response, she hurriedly continued, "When will you be free next? Today's dinner was interrupted, so it doesn't count. I will treat you properly next time." As she spoke, fearing that Jiang Qin might decline, she took it upon herself to decide. "Let us do this. I'll find a nice place and call you. No matter how busy you are, you must have time to eat, right?" "Sure," Jiang Qin replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Qin helped her into the car, and after watching her depart, he summoned Yin Li, who had been observing from a distance. Meanwhile, seated in the car on her way home, Lin Shirshir had no inclination to dwell on unpleasant matters. She eagerly opened the small gift box. As a daughter of one of the 3 prominent families in Zhonghai, she lacked for nothing and held little desire for material possessions. Yet, she felt an unmistakable anticipation for this gift, simply because it was from Jiang Qin. Upon opening the box, a finely crafted and uniquely designed bracelet came into view, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. Just as Jiang Qin had remarked, it was not a lavish item nor from a renowned brand, yet she examined it repeatedly, ultimately adorning her wrist and admiring it. By the time she returned home, she was still enchanted, seated on the sofa, taking numerous photos with her phone, and even conjuring several versions of captions for her social media, though she ultimately decided against posting them, just as she was filled with joy. Unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth, a low, slightly hoarse female voice reached her ears. "Indeed, spring has arrived. You've donned a short skirt and high heels?" Lin Shirshir was taken aback, turning toward the sound to find a tall figure at the corner of the staircase. It was a woman who appeared only a few years her senior, with long, straight black hair cascading down her shoulders. Her fair face featured strikingly defined features, exuding an air of aloofness that created a palpable sense of distance. Clad in a sleeveless white top and a black skirt complemented by black stockings, she embodied a mysterious allure, tinged with a hint of danger. Upon recognizing her 6th sister, Lin Shirshir playfully threw a mock punch into the air, feigning annoyance. "What was that about? You crept up on me without a sound." Lin merely huffed lightly, elegantly striding over on her long legs encased in sheer black stockings before gracefully taking a seat beside her. Crossing her legs and folding her arms, she accentuated the curves of her figure, which strained against her top. After casting a few glances at Lin Shirshir, Lin Karen's gaze swiftly fell upon her wrist, her double eyelids narrowing slightly. Realizing her sister's discerning eye, Lin Shirshir instinctively sought to conceal her hand. Although Lin hailed from a wealthy family, she had always walked an unconventional path and had now become a notorious figure known as the Queen of the Night in the underworld of Zhonghai. "No need to hide. I can see it clearly. It's not a branded piece nor precious metal, merely a handcrafted trinket," Lin remarked coldly, adding a sharp comment. "Was it a gift from someone? Who lacks the discernment to offer you such a thing?" Lin Shishir immediately bristled at her words, glaring at her sister with irritation. And you think you have discernment? What do you recognize beyond brands? Superficial. Noticing her sister's attitude, Lin Karen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her typically composed face. In the next moment, her expression sharpened, scrutinizing Lin Shishir. You cling to such commonplace trinkets. And you're just wearing a lovesick expression. Are you in love? Did your boyfriend give it to you? Upon hearing the words in love and boyfriend, Lin Shishir felt a flutter of anxiety in her chest, her face flushing. However, that infuriating smile at the corners of her mouth involuntarily crept upwards, which she struggled to suppress. No, it's just a gift from a regular friend. Chapter 33. Lin Karen, what are you saying? Have some shame. Lin Karen emitted a derisive snort, her long legs clad in black stockings swaying slowly as she relaxed. You were nearly drooling just now, and you call him a regular friend? Don't tell me you're pining for him. The Lin family can't afford such embarrassment. Initially taken aback by her sister's words, Lin Shishir felt a twinge of unease. After all, she and Jiang Qin were still in a stage of ambiguity. Yet her mind drifted to the myriad thoughtful gestures from him today, making her smile uncontrollably once more. It's too soon to discuss this. I'll tell you once it's confirmed. With that, she wrinkled her nose in distaste. Could you please refrain from wearing black stockings? Are you not aware that when you don those black stockings, a certain aroma emanates, reminiscent of pickled cabbage? Lin Karen instantly set aside her hand and withdrew her leg, fixating her gaze upon her. Is there truly a situation? Speak. Who is that man? How old is he? What does he do? Witnessing Sister Lu's inquisitive nature akin to a census officer, Lin Shishir merely rolled her eyes in response, opting for silence. Observing this, Lin Karen did not pursue further inquiry. Instead, she scrutinized Lin Shishir's eyes for a spell before emitting a cold chuckle. Even if you choose not to divulge, I can ascertain the truth. You are captivated by appearances. The fact that this man has enchanted you to such an extent indicates that both his stature and looks are exceptional, and he is likely not of advanced age. Judging by the bracelet he gifted you, he appears to lack substantial financial means, most probably a Phoenix man. Furthermore, your prolonged single status, coupled with this newfound situation upon entering the workforce, suggests that this fellow is likely from your television station. Am I correct? Upon hearing Sister Lu's assessment, Lin Shishir contemplated the Jiang families standing in Zhonghai and reflected on Jiang Qin's status as the sole heir. A smile crept across her face. You are correct on one count. His height and looks are indeed commendable, and he is relatively young. To her surprise, Lin Karen abruptly inquired, have you two been intimate? Lin Shishir initially froze, but upon comprehending the question, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Despite understanding that Sister Lu was no pushover, she had not anticipated such a direct and brazen inquiry. In a fit of indignation, she seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at Lin Karen. What are you saying? How shameless! Lin Karen effortlessly caught the cushion, her expression remaining unfazed and coolly aloof. Your mindset is simplistic, lacking in worldly experience. I merely wish to ensure you're not deceived. With her cheeks flushed in anger, Lin Shishir rose indignantly, retorting, indeed, you are quite astute. Stickier than a monkey. Pickled cabbage foot monkey. Lin Karen disregarded her mockery, her demeanor taking on a more serious tone. Little sister, remember this. Only when two conditions are satisfied can he touch you. First, he must be worthy. Second, you must desire it. Additionally, make certain he takes proper precautions. As Sister Lu's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, Lin Shishir found herself unable to withstand the onslaught of embarrassment. Her neck flushed crimson as she grabbed her phone and handbag and fled in haste. Simultaneously, within the Bentley smoothly gliding towards the Jiang estate, a notification chimed. Lin Shishir's heart swelled with sweetness, her emotional value reaching 238. Another chime followed. Lin Shishir feels extreme shame. Emotional value 583. A final chime resonated. Lin Shishir experiences romantic thoughts. Emotional value 655. Upon hearing this series of system notifications, Jiang Qin, who was examining the system, found himself somewhat bewildered. While Lin Shishi's sweetness and shame were understandable, what was this notion of romantic thoughts? Had she been stimulated in some manner? After a brief moment of wild speculation, he dismissed the distractions and refocused on the matter at hand, on the system panel visible only to him. The available emotional value had finally surpassed the threshold of 30,000, enough for a 10-draw lottery. As per the system's description, the odds of winning a grand prize were significantly higher with a 10-draw compared to a single draw. With an exhilarating heart, he issued the command to draw. System. 10 draws. In an instant, a dazzling pool of golden light appeared before him. Various prizes spun rapidly within the pool, leaving him entranced and overwhelmed. Soon after, a continuous stream of notification chimes echoed, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a specified attribute. Constitution 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a specified attribute. Charisma 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special skill. Suit Thug. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a free attribute. Point 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special skill. Master level medical expertise. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a free attribute. Point 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a tangible reward. Special edition Black Stockings 10. Upon hearing the plethora of attributes and skills, alongside the mention of master-level expertise, Jiang Ershao felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, the appearance of Special Edition Black Stockings left him momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? Black Stockings? Is that even acceptable? Just as he was bewildered, the system notifications continued unabated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a specified attribute. Charisma 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a specified attribute. Constitution 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a free attribute. Point 1. After the 10 consecutive draws concluded, the system was set to automatically allocate points to the host. As before, Jiang Qin hardly had time to comprehend the magnitude of his newfound strength when he felt a warm current rising from his lower abdomen, coursing through his body in an instant, leaving him invigorated and rejuvenated. However, this time he had no opportunity to relish how powerful he had become, as a prompt in the lower right corner of the system panel was incessantly flashing. Upon clicking it, he discovered that his overall strength had reached the early stage of dark energy. A shock coursed through him. The martial power hierarchy depicted in urban novels often comprises bright energy, dark energy, and transformation, each level overpowering the last. Now that he possessed the strength of the early stage of dark energy, he was more than capable of defeating Lin Bing Wang, the pinnacle of bright energy. After reveling in this exhilarating realization, Jiang Ershao managed to calm his excitement and began to examine the newly acquired skills and items. The Suit Thug skill, as its name suggests, was a combat skill that would allow him to master various fighting techniques. Coupled with his early-stage dark energy, he would not merely defeat Lin Feng, he would utterly dominate him. Furthermore, the master-level medical expertise skill held even greater value than the Suit Thug. With this skill, he could not only kill with one hand, but also save lives with the other, an embodiment of duality and strength. As for the 10 pairs of Special Edition Black Stockings, the item description amusingly noted that they were system-produced and guaranteed to never smell. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. What utility could this possibly serve? Certainly not for personal use. However, as a gift, suddenly, a particular individual came to mind. These odor-free black stockings would be the perfect match for that person. After pondering for a while, he turned his attention to the 3 free attribute points, contemplating where to allocate them. After much consideration, he resolved to invest them all in mentality, aiming to enhance his memory and cognitive abilities, thereby fortifying his advantage as an omniscient being. System. Allocate all free attribute points to mentality, he commanded. The system promptly complied with his directive. In an instant, Jiang Qin felt a surge of vitality, his spirit invigorated and his mind exceptionally alert. He quickly reviewed the events of the past 2 days in his mind, cross-referencing them with the original text to identify any discrepancies. Chapter 34. I am now terrifyingly powerful. After Jiang Qin meticulously organized the plot, The car had already entered the Jiang family estate. Before stepping out, he cast a glance at his attributes panel. Name, Jiang Qin. Identity, the chosen villain. Second young master of the Jiang group. Physique, 51. Average person, 10. Strength, 10. Average person, 10. Mentality, 16. Average person, 10. Charm, 87. Maximum value, 100. Available attribute points, 0. Available emotion points, 3,004. In summary, he was terrifyingly strong. Satisfied with the latest data, Jiang Qin closed the panel. He resolved to abandon single draws and focus solely on 10 consecutive draws, craving the exhilarating sensation of multiple winning notifications. At that moment, Yanli had parked the car and efficiently opened the door for him. You've worked hard. Go rest early, Zhang Ershao said with a smile as he stepped out. Yanli responded with a nod, instinctively glancing up at him. However, for some reason, this fleeting glance left Yanli momentarily stunned, a hint of perplexity glimmering in his eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Qin casually inquired upon noticing his expression. Yanli's confusion deepened at the question, even bordering on self-doubt. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it seems that your entire demeanor has changed dramatically since before the banquet. No, even before getting into the car. Initially, Jiang Qin dismissed the first part of his statement, but the latter remark stirred something within him. Perhaps it was due to those 2 points of charm? With this possibility in mind, he smirked, hands in pockets, and jested with Yanli. Do you think I look more handsome now? Yanli nudda earnestly. His tone resolute as he replied yes. Jiang Qin burst into laughter, gently patting the shoulder of this loyal retainer. I have 2 tasks for you. First, investigate the whereabouts of Jiang Mian's confidant, Shanghai. Second, keep a close watch on the young master of the Yi family in the provincial capital, Yilingyun. These directives were the fruits of his recent mental enhancement while reviewing the plot in the car. Investigating Jiang Mian's confidant was a matter of course, needing no further explanation. As for the young master of the Yi family, he was unrelated to Jiang Mian or even to God of War Returns, but rather an important antagonist from the book Seven Sisters, a potential rival to the protagonist Lin Feng. Upon hearing the mention of the Yi family young master, Yanli's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from further inquiries, respectfully acknowledging his orders. After imparting a few more instructions, Jiang Qin headed towards Villa Number 4. Upon entering the villa, he noticed the first floor was deserted, with no sign of Su Jifei. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Qin's mind. Could she have run away? As he contemplated this possibility, faint footsteps echoed from upstairs. He lifted his gaze to find Su Jifei, surprisingly clad in a white nightgown, her hair cascading down as she stood on the second floor, eyeing him warily. Who are you? How did you get in? These 2 questions left Jiang Qin momentarily perplexed. He mused to himself that he had only ever heard of men denying recognition after pulling up their trousers, but never of women doing the same. After a fleeting moment of distraction, he regained his composure and chuckled lightly. What do you think? Upon hearing his voice, Su Jifei's eyes widened in astonishment. One hand pressed against her heart, while the other absent-mindedly tugged at her tousled hair, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her expression a mirror image of Lin Shishir's from before. Qin Xiao, she exclaimed, uncertainty lacing her tone as she hurried down the stairs in her slippers. The attire she wore signaled to Jiang Qin that she had already moved her belongings in. With a waft of fragrant air, Su Jifei approached him, her bewilderment evident as she assessed him, her mind swirling with thoughts. My goodness, how could this be? It's as if he's transformed into a different person. His demeanor has completely changed. He even looks more handsome. Could it be due to a new style? No, this level of change must be the result of cosmetic surgery, right? But wait, how could one undergo such a transformation in just half a day? As she processed this bewildering array of thoughts, Jiang Qin was about to speak when a system notification chimed in. Ding! Su Jifei is astonished. Host emotion value is 465. Jiang Qin chose silence, allowing her to gaze at him to her heart's content. Just then, Su Jifei's mind conjured a relatively plausible explanation. Could it be that I woke up too abruptly and am hallucinating? Jiang Qin could hardly contain his amusement. Did I wake you? Su Jifei instinctively shook her head, responding perfunctorily, "No, I've been awake for a while. When I heard movement, I thought you had returned." Jiang Qin was taken aback. "What do you mean, actually?" Only then did Su Zhifei snap back to reality, hastily bending to apologize. I'm sorry, Qin Xiao. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm not quite myself. Oh, by the way, I have something to report to you. After you left, Jiang Qin was already blinded by the headlights she revealed when she bent down, leaving him little focus to listen to her report. Thus, he interrupted, "No rush. Let's go upstairs first." Su Zhifei, trusting him, followed him upstairs. Once in the bedroom, as Jiang Qin removed his coat, he inquired about her discomfort. "Oh, it's nothing much. Perhaps I just didn't rest well, so I'm feeling achy and fatigued," she replied casually, her enchanting eyes still filled with curiosity as she regarded him as if he were a rare specimen. Jiang Qin felt a stir in his heart and recalled the mastery of medical skills he had recently acquired. After a moment's contemplation, he suppressed his more frivolous thoughts and gestured toward the scene of their previous night's escapade. "Lie down." Upon hearing those two words, a look of trepidation crossed Su Zhifei's face, and she internally lamented. "No way. Again? Are you made of iron? I'm a carbon-based life form. How can I endure such torment? Do you harbor such hatred for Jiang Mian that you intend to take revenge on me, unwilling to relent until you've thoroughly exhausted me? I have indeed boarded your pirate ship." Jiang Qin thought, a shadow of confusion crossing his mind, and he had no choice but to explain himself. "Aren't you feeling unwell? This afternoon, I learned a special massage technique that might be beneficial for you." Su Zhifei wore an expression of skepticism, forcing a smile before reluctantly lying down on the bed, too apathetic to adjust her nightgown, reasoning that it would soon be removed anyway. Ding! Su Zhifei was compelled to engage, her emotional state registering at 390. Chapter 35. The Divine Hands, Let's Settle the Medical Fees. Jiang Qin, uninterested in further explanations, promptly employed his masterful medical skills, deftly executing the massage techniques he had mastered. Initially, Su Zhifei's body was rigid with tension and resistance. However, as Jiang Qin's hands worked their magic, her body gradually relaxed and her heart stirred with unexpected emotions. He truly knows how to massage? Quite skillfully, it seems. A soft gasp escaped her lips. This feels surprisingly pleasant. Could he genuinely understand this? Suddenly, as Jiang Qin pressed on a specific acupoint, a soft moan involuntarily escaped her, causing her face to flush crimson. In a fluster, she buried her face into the pillow, but the shameful sounds continued to escape her lips regardless. Jiang Qin, however, remained focused and dedicated to his task. At last, after a full 30 minutes, he retracted his hands and inquired with a smile at the now motionless Su Zhifei sprawled on the bed. "How do you feel?" Su Zhifei did not respond immediately, remaining still for a while before finally exhaling contentedly and sitting up reluctantly. Her bare face, devoid of makeup, radiated a languorous comfort. Yet, the moment she raised her arms and twisted her neck and waist, her expression transformed dramatically. "Wait, I feel completely free of any soreness, and I just dozed off for a brief moment, yet I feel utterly revitalized." Observing her astonishment, Jiang Qin smiled with satisfaction, choosing not to comment as he headed to the bathroom. Upon returning, he found Su Zhifei still displaying traces of shock on her face, actively moving her limbs. Spotting him, she eagerly inquired, "Qin Xiao, what is this technique? How does it yield such immediate results?" Jiang Qin feigned contemplation before smirking. "This technique is called the Hand of Kato Takashi." Hearing the seemingly familiar name, a look of disbelief crossed Su Zhifei's face, a master's graduate from a prestigious university. "The Hand of Kato Takashi? Such a technique exists?" Jiang Qin maintained a serious demeanor. "Of course. It is a unique secret technique from a master that I acquired with great difficulty." Realizing he was jesting, Su Zhifei shot him an exasperated look, but her expression soon shifted to one of awkwardness. It dawned on her that he had merely given her a genuine massage without ulterior motives. It appeared that he was not entirely consumed by darkness. A trace of warmth still lingered within him. With this thought, her gaze softened as she looked at Jiang Qin, imbued with a hint of tenderness and gratitude. He had mentioned that he had just learned this technique that afternoon. Could it be that this was specifically for my benefit? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He then approached and seated himself at the edge of the bed, regarding her with a bemused smile. Are you satisfied? My first patient. Su Zhifei raised her eyebrows, her face displaying an unmistakable surprise as she gazed into his watery, peach blossom eyes for a considerable time before speaking. Qin Xiao, to be honest, when you mentioned giving me a massage earlier, I thought you were trying to... I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Additionally, thank you. This has been the finest massage experience I've had in my life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin gently brushed her cheek with his hand, his smile growing ever warmer. If you continue to be this candid, we will get along splendidly. Su Zhifei nodded earnestly, and unexpectedly, she lifted her hand as if to grasp his, but ultimately hesitated. Jiang Qin was taken aback. After all, Su Zhifei had been his younger brother's girlfriend just the day before and had even orchestrated a scheme against him. Such a complete transformation would naturally require time. Reflecting on this, he withdrew his hand and inquired, You mentioned having something to report? Upon addressing the matter at hand, Su Zhifei swiftly concealed her complex emotions, reverting to her astute and capable self, even altering her address for him. Yes, President Jiang. After you left, I received several calls from senior executives of the group. Although their words varied, the essence remained the same. They wished to align themselves with you, or to put it plainly, to pledge their loyalty. She then recited a series of names and positions. Jiang Qin listened quietly, refraining from offering any commentary. Noticing his silence, Su Zhifei inched closer, her soft form leaning toward him. President Jiang, I must speak candidly. Previously, the entire Jiang group, from top to bottom, did not support your succession. The reasons for this, aside from the chairman's favoritism, are primarily your lack of a solid foundation and your absence of a loyal team. Now presents a golden opportunity for you to recruit and expand your strength within the group. Jiang Qin understood her subtlety. Su Zhifei was encouraging him to embrace those who were extending their goodwill and loyalty. Fairly speaking, this was not without merit. Yet he had other considerations. After a moment of contemplation, he replied coolly, I've noted the situation. We could discuss it tomorrow. Su Zhifei regarded him in surprise, her mind racing with doubts. What more was there to deliberate? Recruiting talent was the immediate priority. Despite her confusion, she refrained from voicing it, simply acquiescing and then casually inquiring, Well, it's getting late. Shall I not disturb President Jiang's rest? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin wore a knowing smile. I exerted myself quite a bit in treating you. Now that you're fully revitalized, are you attempting to leave? Shouldn't we settle the medical fee? Su Zhifei clearly understood the underlying implication of his words. Her cheeks flushed, and she immediately averted her gaze. After a brief silence, she half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, Then, may I inquire, Dr. Jiang, how should I settle the treatment fee? Should I skin a code or pay in cash? Jiang Qin did not respond, merely chuckling softly before rising and making his way toward the bathroom. Observing this, Su Zhifei hesitated momentarily before following him, gathering her hair as she walked. The events of the previous night were best left unmentioned. The next morning, Jiang Qin awoke promptly. Pressing the remote control, the expansive curtains gradually unfurled, allowing the gentle morning light to flood the battlefield of the bedroom. Inhaling the refreshing air, imbued with the sense of greenery and dew, the young master of the Jiang family felt utterly content. A splendid day was about to commence. Listening to the rhythmic breaths beside him, he turned to look. What met his gaze was a scene reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. Su Zhifei lay nestled against his arm, her disheveled hair obscuring much of her face, yet her exposed features radiated tranquility and satisfaction. After admiring her for a moment, Jiang Qin discreetly accessed the system, eager to assess his gains. Chapter 36. The scheming of the sixth miss of the Lin family upon inspection. Jiang Qin discovered that his efforts from the previous night had yielded over 10,000 emotional points. While this figure was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the bounty from the night prior, a noticeable decline. However, he was not surprised. During dinner with Lin Shishir the day before, he had sensed a shift. As he engaged the same character, Acquiring emotional points became increasingly challenging. Now, his suspicions were confirmed, yet he remained unfazed. After all, this fictional world contained more than one principal character. He could simply shift his focus to another, such as Zhou Wanqing, Lin Bingwang, or Lin Shishir's elder sister, Lin Karen. Yesterday, Jiang Qin had contemplated Lin Karen, the sixth miss of the Lin family. If memory served him correctly, today marked a pivotal narrative moment for her. A soft murmur broke the silence as Su Zhifei partially opened her eyes. Initially, her gaze was unfocused, appearing somewhat dazed. But soon her attention fixed on Jiang Qin's face, a delicate smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Awake? Jiang Qin inquired gently, eliciting a lazy acknowledgement from Su Zhifei, who seemed devoid of energy, before she murmured, "Monster, I truly suspect you are made of iron." Jiang Qin chuckled. 20 additional points in physique, 5 times that of an ordinary person. Surely, that cannot be a jest? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of inspiration, contemplating whether to initiate a morning ritual. Just then, Su Zhifei seemed to recall something, abruptly opening her eyes wide and rummaging beside her pillow until she retrieved her phone. Upon powering it on, her sleepiness vanished, and she sat up with an air of seriousness. Several mid to senior level executives have expressed their intent to align with you. Combined with those from yesterday, nearly half of the Jiang Group's upper management and middle-tier personnel wish to pledge their allegiance. Mr. Jiang, we can no longer delay. A prompt response is imperative. Otherwise, Mr. Zhou will surely take action. Jiang Qin, however, leisurely sat up, revealing his well-defined muscles. Su Zhifei, initially serious, found herself unable to divert her gaze, her eyes wandering over him. After a brief silence, Jiang Qin inquired, "Who are they?" I'm asking you, who are they?" Su Zhifei finally withdrew her gaze and glanced at her phone, announcing the names on the list. Non-Executive Director Wang, Vice President Li Shuikai, and Deputy Director of the Investment Department by Xiaoying. After Jiang Qin listened for a moment, he added by Xiaoying and a few others to the list. "Please notify these individuals and arrange a location. I shall host them for dinner this evening." Su Zhifei quickly took notes, but furrowed her brow. "Is it just these individuals? What about the others?" Jiang Qin rolled out of bed, displaying an air of indifference. "You can handle the others as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei hastily followed him down, disregarding her modesty. "Isn't this inappropriate? You ought to reassure them." Before she could finish, Jiang Qin interrupted firmly. "Just do as I say." Su Zhifei hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced, turning her attention to the list he had provided. As she examined it further, she seemed to notice its peculiarities, her brows slightly arching in curiosity. Jiang Qin, noticing her reaction but choosing not to explain, casually instructed, "By the way, find me the contact information for that dark queen of the Lin family. I have a business matter to discuss with her." That evening, at the Yuzhong Grand Hotel in the southern part of Zhonghai City. Compared to other hotels in prime locations, this establishment was somewhat off the beaten path, yet its decor, facilities, and staff were equally impressive, while remaining less conspicuous. In the Supreme Hall, a group of over 10 elegantly dressed men and women huddled together, whispering about something. "Have you heard? That individual with the surname is reportedly aligning himself with General Qin. Is that true? He is a senior vice president with many sycophants. Does he really need to pledge allegiance to General Qin? What kind of talk is that? No matter how powerful he is, this group is still the Jiang family. Can he really turn the tides? Damn it. This character is both greedy and cunning, a perfect storm of vices. If General Qin accepts him, I fear the Jiang family will face ruin." "Wait, Lao Su, you're not aware? The individuals within the group who have their minds elsewhere are almost all eager to seize the current opportunity for their own gain." After speaking, the informant pointed out the names and positions of those involved. The middle-aged man, referred to as Lao Su, appeared thoroughly dismayed, slamming his palm on the table in frustration, cursing under his breath. "If General Qin accepts this lot, then our stance will have been in vain. The Jiang Group will merely change its facade without real substance." This remark immediately resonated with the others. They exchanged words, criticizing the parasites, slackers, and sycophants extending their disdain even to Jiang Qin, who had already been arrested, and expressing their discontent toward Jiang Qin of the group. Just as the group's emotions were running high, a slightly sharp female voice interjected, "Everyone, let us keep our voices down. We must be cautious not to be overheard." The criticism ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward the speaker. She was the only woman in the hall, around 30 years of age, not exceptionally stunning but quite pleasing to the eye, dressed in a low-key manner that subtly showcased her unique attributes. She did not pose or flaunt herself. Instead, she sat upright. Yet the subtly apparent curves of her silhouette and the broadness of her shoulders undeniably exuded the charm of a mature woman. While she urged everyone to exercise caution in their words, a faint smile graced her fair visage, revealing no trace of fear or concern. Mr. Bai remarked that one should not indulge solely in the pleasure of verbal sparring. Indeed, one must be wary of whom Mr. Qin has gathered. Prudence is advisable. By the way, Mr. Bai, I heard the artificial intelligence company you previously championed is preparing for an IPO. That is truly remarkable. Indeed, the reputation of Mr. Bai as an investment savant is not mere flattery. The room full of men readily echoed her sentiments, many seizing the opportunity to compliment her, yet their tones were sincere, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Only the elderly Mr. Su wore an expression of indignation. As the flattery subsided and the beauty known as Mr. Bai graciously acknowledged it, he began to voice his grievances. "Mr. Bai, can we be blamed for our frustrations? Others may be oblivious, but we are acutely aware of the challenges currently confronting the Jiang Group. I am not being alarmist. If this trajectory continues, the Jiang Group is bound to encounter significant turmoil." Hearing his fervent words, a trace of concern flickered across Mr. Bai's face, and she responded with a soft sigh. Indeed, at that moment, someone nearby quietly posed a question. "Mr. Bai, could you offer some guidance? If Mr. Qin indiscriminately accepts all, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of the others turned toward Mr. Bai, brimming with anticipation. Meeting their eager looks, Mr. Bai refrained from answering immediately. Instead, she delicately lifted her teacup and took a gentle sip, her demeanor poised and unhurried. After a prolonged silence, she softly provided her answer to actively align with Mr. Qin and place all bets upon him. Chapter 37. The Enigmatic by Xiaoying upon hearing the notion of fully investing in Jiang Qin. The reactions of those in the hall varied. Some were taken aback, others anxious, some indifferent, while a few appeared contemplative. Mr. Bai intentionally paused for a moment before elaborating on her suggestion. "Let me speak plainly. Although Mr. Qin may lack certain abilities, he compensates with a gentle demeanor and understated style, open to receiving counsel. At worst, we shall simply need to exert more effort and diligence." As she surveyed the room, her tone grew somber. "Yet, if we were to withdraw out of disdain for associating with certain individuals, we would only embolden them. Thus, as Mr. Su previously stated, the Jiang Group would inevitably face calamity. At that juncture, those of us who toil diligently may find ourselves in dire straits." Her words prompted a chorus of nods from the assembled men, who wholeheartedly agreed. Just then, the door swung open, and several impeccably dressed gentlemen entered, warmly greeting everyone, particularly showing great courtesy toward Mr. Bai. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Mr. Bai suddenly inhaled sharply, her elegant brows slightly arching. "Mr. Bai, what is the matter?" Mr. Su inquired in confusion. Mr. Bai, momentarily silent, glanced at the men once more before responding slowly. "Did you not notice? As of now, those of us present here belong to a rather similar ilk." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Not long after, old Su suddenly exclaimed, "Wait," including the newly arrived colleagues. "It seems we are all the underappreciated pragmatists within the group." With his revelation, others began to recognize the truth. Indeed, is today a gathering of the disheartened? They chuckled. Perhaps the League of Marginalized Individuals would be a more fitting name. Let us hope that once General Qin ascends, he can restore order. Otherwise, we might have to form a club for the wayward. Just as the group engaged in self-deprecating humor, old Su abruptly stood, visibly excited. "Ladies and gentlemen, silence. Could it be possible that this is an arrangement by General Qin?" He intends to unite us diligent workers for a grand endeavor. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, their expressions suggesting he was overthinking. President Bai, with a resigned smile, gently responded, "Su, I understand your sentiments, but this is General Qin." The emphasis she placed on his name cut through old Su like a sharp blade, deflating his enthusiasm as he sank back into his seat. Indeed, who does not know that General Qin is a congenial individual? Sighing, he had barely exhaled when the door swung open, revealing a tall, commanding figure striding in. The young man, in his early 20s, donned a perfectly tailored suit, moving with an air of confidence, tall and strikingly handsome. The room remained still upon his entrance, until the realization struck that the stunning woman accompanying him was Su Zhifei, prompting everyone to hurriedly rise. General Qin, Young Master Qin, President Jiang? A cacophony of uncertain titles filled the air, each laced with surprise. The newcomer was, of course, Jiang Qin. Acknowledging the curious gazes of the crowd with a slight nod, he confidently took the seat of honor. Following closely behind, Su Zhifei promptly pulled out the chair for him. Jiang Qin scanned the room briefly, offering a polite smile before gesturing for everyone to be seated. "Please take your seats." With that, he sat down with an air of authority, leaving the attendees momentarily baffled. In their daze, they almost mistook him for the venerable founder of the Jiang family. As they settled into their seats, glances were exchanged, revealing surprise etched on their colleagues' faces. Particularly President Bai, who had not even blinked since Jiang Qin entered. The vast Supreme Hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ding! Bai Xiaoying was taken aback, noting the host's emotional value at 339. Upon hearing this notification, Jiang Qin cast a glance at President Bai. Bai Xiaoying, the vice president of the investment department at Jiang Group, embodied the quintessential white-collar elite, a backbone of the corporate world. When their eyes met, she merely lowered her head slightly in respect, offering no further enthusiastic reaction. Jiang Qin lifted the corner of his mouth as a response and promptly instructed Su Zhifei to inform the servers that they could begin serving the dishes. Serving the dishes? "Mr. Qin, is everyone here?" Old Su asked in astonishment, even stammering a bit. Jiang Qin smiled slightly at his words. "What? When a leader invites everyone to dinner, is there anyone who would arrive late?" His remark left the entire hall in shock. Old Su opened his mouth to say something, but was preempted by Xiaoying. "Mr. Qin, have you only summoned us?" She seemed concerned that Jiang Qin might not recognize her and quickly introduced herself. "I am Bai." In response to her, Jiang Rong's smile grew warmer. "You are Bai Xiaoying, the deputy director of the investment department, and also known as the Iron Lady of our Jiang Group." After acknowledging her name and position, he solemnly addressed her inquiry. "Indeed, I have only summoned the 18 of you." The hall fell silent once more. The crowd exchanged glances. But this time, in addition to astonishment, there was a glimmer of hope and even excitement on their faces. Jiang Qin observed their reactions, contemplated briefly, and decided to halt Su Zhifei, casting a penetrating gaze around the room. "Before we dine, I ought to clarify a few things. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat in peace." All 18 individuals turned their attention toward him, eagerly awaiting his words. Even Su Zhifei straightened her posture, watching him with curiosity and focus. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, Jiang Qin adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an air of authority. "You are all aware of the events that transpired yesterday. You understand what that implies." He paused for effect. "In short, the Jiang Group is inevitably on the brink of a significant transformation." Upon hearing this, many in the room instinctively straightened their backs and adjusted their postures. Only Bai Xiaoying looked at Jiang Qin with a hint of uncertainty in her eyes, her mind swirling with doubts. "Raising the stakes this high? Do you possess the conviction and the means to do so?" Ding! Bai Xiaoying's skepticism registered a mood value of 271. Jiang Qin remained oblivious, his gaze fixed ahead as he continued to speak eloquently. "As for why change is necessary, you all know the answer. The Jiang Group is rife with factions, and many are merely going through the motions, with even some executives not fully invested in their work." This criticism was particularly severe, especially coming from him, the heir of the Jiang Group. Bai Xiaoying and the others were inevitably moved by his words. Jiang Qin did not merely speak in generalities. He provided concrete examples. Take, for instance, a certain absent senior vice president, notorious for his greed, cunning, ruthlessness, lechery, and deceit. He embodies all 5 vices, and his reputation is utterly tarnished. Yet, this does not hinder his high position or the power he wields. The Jiang Group's health project was orchestrated entirely by him, wasn't it? Hundreds of millions were invested. Yet barely a ripple was seen before it cooled down. Afterwards, not only was there no accountability, but the board and management also refrained from offering any public criticism. At this juncture, Jiang Qin scoffed, scanning the crowd. Can anyone tell me why this senior vice president is so untouchable? From Bai Xiaoying downwards, everyone fell silent, maintaining their quietude. The venerable Mr. Su appeared to be hesitating, caught in a state of indecision, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Jiang Qin offered a knowing smile before removing his coat and handing it to Su Zhifei, rolling up the sleeves of his shirt. Only then did he break the silence. None of you wish to voice your thoughts, do you? Allow me to articulate on your behalf. This particular vice president possesses considerable experience and is well connected within all major departments. They form an alliance, supporting one another, and have cultivated a formidable influence within the Jiang Group following the chairman's retreat to his secondary role. Thus, even though it is clear they are engaged in misconduct, the lower and middle management dare not offend them, and the upper management is reluctant to confront them. Consequently, we all endure this status quo. Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Ding! Bai Xiaoying was taken aback. The host's emotional value stood at 590. Following this system prompt, Bai Xiaoying's inner thoughts emerged. How unexpected! He usually remains silent, yet he possesses such profound insight into the internal issues of the group. More importantly, he dares to unequivocally highlight these matters in front of so many people. Could it be that he truly harbors the resolve to rectify these wrongs? This hardly aligns with his usual demeanor. At this juncture, Jiang Qin's gaze turned directly toward her. Director Bai, and esteemed colleagues present, there is no need to doubt my resolve. The Jiang Group has reached a critical juncture where change is imperative. If we delay further, this company, valued at over $1 trillion, may find itself irretrievably lost. His words ignited a spark of enthusiasm among most attendees, while a few others appeared eager to contribute their thoughts. Mr. Su glanced around and suddenly stood. General Manager Qin, since you possess this determination, I, Su Weigua, am willing to take the lead. After this impassioned declaration, he promptly introduced himself. Oh, General Manager Qin, I am Su Weigua. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Su Weigua, Deputy Director of the Engineering Department, has been with the Jiang Group since graduating from university nearly 2 decades ago. After a brief pause, he recounted a past incident that left Mr. Su astonished. Last year, you had the opportunity to ascend from your vice position. However, you made the audacious decision to report irregularities in the procurement department, which was overseen by a senior vice president. Consequently, both your report and your promotion were left unresolved. Su Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief. You know of this? He was not alone. Bai Xiaoying and others gazed at Jiang Qin in astonishment, as if seeing him for the first time. Under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, Jiang Qin's expression darkened. My knowledge extends beyond this. Within the Jiang Group, alongside the parasites, there exists a significant number of idlers. Many of these individuals are well-connected, and while they may not have committed overt wrongdoings, they contribute little of value, content to coast through their days while drawing hefty salaries. At this point, his piercing gaze swept across the 18 faces in the room before he emphatically declared, when the time is ripe, I will expel these parasites and idlers, making way for those who are truly committed to meaningful work. Witnessing his unwavering determination and attitude towards reform, all present in the hall were greatly inspired. Many were even so moved that their eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly vying to speak. At that moment, Bai Xiaoying also stood up. Despite being a woman, she commanded considerable respect. As soon as she rose, the room full of gentlemen fell silent, including Su Weigua, who had just been emotionally charged. Bai Xiaoying gazed solemnly at Jiang Qin, her demeanor serious to the point of being almost grave. Mr. Qin, You must expel those parasites and idlers. I wholeheartedly support this. But have you considered the ramifications? How many interests will be affected? What resistance will you encounter? What impact will it have? Her three questions struck at the heart of the matter, without any hint of concealment. Jiang Qin, equally resolute, responded without hesitation. I have certainly considered it, and can foresee the consequences. However, regardless of how many interests may be disrupted, the resistance we may face, or the impact it may cause, this action is imperative and non-negotiable. His reply ignited a spark in Bai Xiaoying's eyes. Su Weiguo and the others were now visibly eager, ready to embark on a significant endeavor. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, his tone growing more impassioned. Moreover, I'm not fighting this battle alone. I have all of you. The reason I invited only you 18 for this gathering is that you are the representatives of the pragmatic faction, the backbone of the Jiang group, and my trustworthy partners. I firmly believe that as long as we stand united and work together, this transformative initiative concerning the future of our group will undoubtedly succeed. At the moment he uttered his final word, over a dozen pragmatic stalwarts in attendance rose in unison, cheering in agreement. This was precisely why Jiang Qin had chosen to host this particular group. Within the Jiang group, there existed various factions. If categorized by loyalty, there was the old guard centered around Jiang Jinyu, the Crown Prince faction loyal to Jiang Mian, the Zhou faction secretly cultivated by Zhou Wanqing, and the independents who did not align with any faction. Conversely, if classified by work style and capability, there were the pragmatists, the idlers, those with various shortcomings, and the independents. The individuals Jiang Qin had invited were all key members of the pragmatic faction who intended to pledge their loyalty to him. These individuals were capable, willing to work, and truly exemplary pragmatists in both ability and character. By rallying them, he could adeptly control the Jiang group and lead it as he saw fit. Following a resounding and synchronized cheer, these pragmatic stalwarts could no longer contain their excitement, expressing their support and allegiance to Jiang Qin. In an instant, the Supreme Hall was filled with fervent declarations, the atmosphere electric. Jiang Qin remained as steady as a mountain, appropriately responding to the enthusiasm of his subordinates, without losing composure amidst the fervor. Ding! Bai Xiaoying was pleasantly surprised. The host's emotional value was at 622. As this notification chimed, she felt a surge of emotion that resonated within her heart. Was he motivated by Jiang Mian's removal? Was he perhaps concealing his talents all along? This profound and imposing demeanor surpasses even that of his father. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance, attending to his subordinates before signaling for the dishes to be served. The atmosphere at the table cooled slightly. Bai Xiaoying and Su Weiguo, pragmatic individuals, were not adept at or dismissive of the art of socializing. And since their prior interactions with Jiang Qin had been limited, they felt somewhat restrained, hesitating even to toast, as if fearing Jiang Qin's disapproval. The purpose of Jiang Qin's gathering was to foster camaraderie. Now that the meal had commenced, there was no need for pretense, and he welcomed all. Before long, the ambience in the Supreme Hall grew lively once more. At that moment, Jiang Qin noticed Su Zhifei setting down her chopsticks, pulling out her phone, and upon glancing at it, her expression transformed dramatically. Chapter 39. Secretary Su completely swayed. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. What happened? Did the old man pass away? It seemed too soon for that. Bai Xiaoying also observed Su Zhifei's unusual behavior, discreetly watching her. Soon, Su Weiguo and others began to notice as well, all eyes fixated on Su Zhifei. What is it? Jiang Qin had no choice but to inquire. Su Zhifei remained focused on her phone, slowly rising to her feet, her enchanting face alight with excitement. After a moment, she turned to Jiang Qin, both her brows and lips lifting as she spoke with the tone of one who had struck gold. Mr. Qin, the government of Zhonghai has just officially announced the establishment of a high-tech industrial park in Nanwan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, merely nodding absently. So was this matter. The reason he had pressured Jiang Mian to transfer the land in Nanwan was precisely because he knew an industrial park would be built there. This was clearly stated in the original text. What was there to be surprised about? However, Bai Xiaoying and Su Weiguo erupted in excitement. An industrial park in Nanwan? Confirmed? This is utterly unexpected. Indeed, although there had been rumors circulating for quite some time, the project had not materialized, so no one took it seriously. Who would have thought it would be officially announced so suddenly? This was monumental. Once the news was released, the land prices in Nanwan would surely soar. Alas, what a pity. Such a large piece of prime land would be beyond our reach. Upon hearing this last remark, Su Zhifei finally regained her composure and quickly reminded Jiang Qin. Mr. Qin, this is an official announcement from the Zhonghai government. Not just hearsay. The market value of that land will likely soar to the billion level. Jiang Qin remained unfazed, casually serving himself while nodding, too disinterested to even utter a sound of acknowledgement. Yet the others at the table were wide-eyed in astonishment. Su Weigua had raised a piece of large yellow croaker to his mouth, but, upon hearing Su Zhifei's words, hastily set it down. Secretary Su, what did you just say? Mr. Qin has land in Nanwan? Su Zhifei stared at Jiang Qin for a moment before straightening herself and excitedly nodding toward him. Indeed, a few days ago, Mr. Qin took over a piece of land from someone else. I handled the paperwork. At the time, I thought Mr. Qin was merely speculating on the long-term plans of the Zhonghai government, but who would have guessed that just 2 days later, the government would make an official announcement? The room fell silent in awe. Bai Xiaoying immediately pressed for clarification. 2 days? Su Zhifei nadie enfatically prevaiding gareselot afirmación. 2 days. Upon hearing her response, a collective gaze shifted towards Jiang Qin, who was calmly enjoying his meal. Reactions varied. Some were astonished, others exhilarated, while a few wore expressions of admiration. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Qin had no choice but to set down his chopsticks and, with a smile, dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin. It's merely a piece of land. What significance does it hold? Lightly dismissing the matter, he lifted his glass and rose with poise. As he moved, the entire assembly stood in unison, hurriedly raising their glasses. Meeting their gazes, Jiang Qin offered a warm smile. Allow me to toast to all of you, expressing my gratitude for your contributions to the Jiang Group and for your unwavering support. I hope that we can gather again soon to celebrate, and I promise to drink heartily with everyone then. Although those present were primarily pragmatic individuals unskilled in flattery, they understood he was alluding to a future celebratory banquet, prompting a chorus of cheers as they all drank deeply. Once seated, the way the crowd regarded him shifted dramatically. Particularly, Bai Xiaoying's beautiful eyes shimmered with curiosity. Having only recently acquired the land, and now, just 2 days later, the municipal government officially announced the establishment of an industrial park. This indicated that he either possessed extraordinary foresight or had access to unparalleled connections. In either case, it implied that his previous mediocrity was merely a fade, initially believing they would guide him in maintaining the family business. It now appeared he might very well lead them in conquering new territories. This was indeed intriguing. Jiang Qin glanced at Bai Xiaoying, offering only a slight smile. Their eyes met, and her lips curled upwards in response as she subtly nodded at him. However, this composure was merely a fade for the next moment. She silently marveled, wow, can a man be so captivating when he smiles? Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the banquet concluded on a high note. Bai Xiaoying and Su Weigua departed, while Jiang Qin and Su Zhifei returned to the Jiang family estate. Along the way, Secretary Su appeared somewhat tipsy, hesitating to speak, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Qin, merely by listening to her inner musings, discerned what she wished to convey. Observing her discomfort, he prompted, "Feel free to say what's on your mind." This was precisely the invitation Su Zhifei had awaited. Upon hearing it, she moved closer to him. "I understand why you only summoned President Bai and the others." Without waiting for Jiang Qin to inquire, she excitedly elaborated. "In the past couple of days, several high-ranking executives, including senior vice presidents, have expressed their willingness to align with you. If you accept their support, your succession will be seamless, devoid of any turbulence. However, these individuals either harbor ulterior motives or are backed by factions of their own, meaning their support is not entirely altruistic. In essence, they support your ascension with the expectation that you will grant them favors or tolerate certain behaviors once you are in power. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin chuckled, playfully asking, "And what benefits do I gain from courting by Xiaoying and Su Weiguo?" As Su Zhifei passionately engaged in conversation, she was thrilled to hear him inquire about precisely what she wished to express. Excitedly, she leaned in closer, her breath fragrant against his ear. "This is where your brilliance truly shines, Qin Quan. Historically, those in power, seeking to cultivate a loyal following amidst a sea of factions, must invariably seek out the discontented. Such individuals, when shown even a modicum of kindness, will rally around you, driven by comparatively simple motives, devoid of complex ulterior interests. In this instance, you have effectively established your own foundation within the Jiang group with merely a meal and a few words, without any exchange of benefits. More crucially, while these individuals may lack the art of manipulation and social finesse, their professional capabilities are undoubtedly robust. Should your ambition lie in enacting sweeping reforms within the Jiang group, they are precisely the battalion you require." Upon hearing her incisive analysis, Jiang Qinquan turned his head to find Su Zhifei's enchanting, doe-like eyes filled with admiration, her warmth inadvertently resting upon his arm. Chapter 40, The Crimson Rose. Breathing in the intoxicating blend of her natural scent and the heady allure of hormones, Jiang Qinquan recognized that his secretary was stirred. A knowing smile graced his lips as he softly murmured in her ear, "I knew that selecting you as my secretary was a fortuitous decision in every conceivable regard." Naturally, Su Zhifei understood precisely the implications behind his words, yet this time, rather than displaying any shyness, she simply smiled, her gaze dancing playfully with his. Observing this exchange, Jiang Ershao felt a surge of desire, wishing fervently to retreat to Villa Number 4 for an audacious encounter. However, he had pressing matters to attend to that evening. Delaying them would mean forfeiting a valuable opportunity. Thus, he resolved to suppress his urges. Before long, the car arrived at the entrance of the Jiang estate. "Driver, stop here," Jiang Qinquan instructed. The ever-focused Yan Li, who had not once glanced back at the rear seat, complied and brought the car to a steady halt before the grand entrance. Su Zhifei, who had been softly leaning against Jiang Qinquan's shoulder, immediately lifted her head, gazing at him with surprise. "What's wrong? Do you have other engagements?" Jiang Qinquan replied affirmatively. "I need to meet with Miss Lin, the sixth daughter of the Lin family, to discuss a collaboration." Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Su Zhifei's already flushed cheeks, though it quickly vanished. She proactively offered him the contact details for Miss Lin, concluding with a cautionary note. "It is said she is quite formidable, so do exercise caution." Once Jiang Qinquan acknowledged her advice, she reluctantly exited the vehicle and made her way toward the estate. As he gazed at her swaying figure and captivating curves, he summoned immense willpower to avert his gaze and dialed the number for Lin Kurun, the sixth daughter of the Lin family. "Hello, who is this?" came a cool, slightly hoarse voice from the other end. "Good day. I am Jiang Qinquan from the Jiang group." He introduced himself politely. After a brief silence, Lin Kurun's tone conveyed a hint of surprise when she finally responded. "Jiang Ershao?" Jiang Qin remained courteous and polite. "It is I, who has taken the liberty to call. I disturbing Miss Lin?" Lin Kurun is certainly not an ordinary woman. She quickly regained her composure. "You are too polite, Jiang Ershao. Do you have any advice?" Jiang Qin smiled slightly. "I dare not call it advice. I simply wish to discuss a business opportunity with Miss Lin. I wonder when she might be available for a face-to-face conversation." Lin Kurun fell silent for a moment, then lightly chuckled. "Very well, if it is convenient for you, Jiang Ershao, please come now. I am at Changnan Road, in the bar." Jiang Qin promptly agreed, hanging up the phone and instructing Yan Li to drive them there. However, Yan Li hesitated to start the engine, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, his eyes filled with concern. "Qin Xiao, this Miss Lin from the Lin family, is not an ordinary person. Many are unaware she is a scion of the Lin family, yet they regard her with considerable apprehension. Should we bring a few more people along?" Jiang Qin merely smiled lightly, unfazed. "There is no need." Meanwhile, at the bar on Changnan Road, known as the Street of Bars in Zhonghai, Lin Kurun leaned against the desk in her office. One arm crossed over her chest while the other held a glass of wine. Her eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Like the name of her bar, she resembled a beautiful yet perilous nightshade. Cascading black waves of hair draped over her right shoulder, and a black sleeveless mini dress clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring curves. Her long, slender legs were encased in black stockings, barely revealing a hint of flesh beneath. As Jiang Qin's name lingered on her lips, Lin Kuren's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. In Zhonghai, the name of Jiang Jiang Qin isn't particularly renowned, yet many in the same social echelon are aware of him. Due to his extensive connections, Lin Kuren had heard some tales concerning the Jiang family, particularly that Jiang Qin found himself in a precarious position, favoritism from a biased father above and a domineering brother below, while he himself possessed a gentle and unassuming nature, thus often facing adversity. This left Lin Kuren puzzled. What could such an honest man possibly want to discuss with her? Pondering this, Lin Kuren took a delicate sip of her martini, savoring the potent and exhilarating strength of the drink. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Her previously relaxed brow quickly knitted into a frown as she coldly commanded, "Come in." As the door opened, a sharply dressed man entered, also holding a martini. Approaching her, he slightly lowered his head before his face contorted with indignation. "Boss, the test results are in. This drink has indeed been tampered with. It contains a potent aphrodisiac." Lin Kuren's expression darkened instantly. Without uttering a word, she gestured for him to continue. The aide promptly handed her the tainted drink and returned to his position, standing attentively awaiting further instructions. Lin Kuren set her own drink down on the table and raised the adulterated glass to the light, and within moments, a chilling resolve glimmered in her eyes. The man who had drugged her would be dealt with according to the rules, ensuring he would remember this lesson well. Furthermore, this matter should not be kept under wraps. It must be proclaimed far and wide. Let be known that anyone daring to cause trouble in my domain shall face no mercy. The confidant responded solemnly and then exited with a fierce expression. Once he departed, Lin Kuren casually placed the spiked drink on the table, her demeanor growing increasingly somber. Though some revered her as the queen of the night, feared by many, she had always adhered to her own principles and boundaries. Activities such as drugging and coercive seduction had long been strictly forbidden within her realm. However, these principles were hers alone, not those of the entire underworld of Zhonghai. Despite her repeated advocacy for a code of conduct, her competitors remained obstinate, with some even deliberately opposing her. They disregarded her pleas and frequently sent individuals to stir up trouble within her territory. Contemplating these matters, Lin Kuren felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Just then, a barely perceptible sour scent wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to lower her gaze. She had always been quite satisfied and confident with her figure, particularly her legs. Especially when adorned with black stockings, the mystique and allure were intoxicating even to her. Yet, it seemed the heavens were unwilling to grant her perfection, and over time, an unsettling odor reminiscent of fermented vegetables had emerged. Though faint, it was nonetheless a source of immense embarrassment. In her quest to resolve this delicate issue, she had consulted numerous esteemed physicians, even traveling abroad. Yet the results were less than satisfactory. After being chided by her sister the previous evening, she had even contemplated trying some folk remedies. As she pondered this, the sourness became increasingly pronounced, and her headache intensified, leading to a growing sense of irritation. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 41. A natural talent. Lin Kuren's temper flared. She did not even bother to invite the visitor in, instead demanding sharply, "What is it?" The individual outside seemed startled, hastily responding, "Boss, your scheduled guest has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Kuren's heart stirred. She realized Jiang Qin had arrived, prompting her to quickly instruct her subordinate to admit him. Regardless of whether this second young master Jiang was a man of integrity or a coward, anyone bearing the Jiang surname was greeted with warmth by the denizens of Zhonghai, even the titans of various industries. Seizing the moment before the esteemed guest entered, Lin Kuren downed the martini on the table in one go, then adjusted her appearance slightly. Suddenly reminded of her discomforting feet, she contemplated retreating to the restroom to change into boots for some relief, just as the door swung open. Turning to look, Lin Karen's heart skipped a beat. Entering was a young man in his 20s, standing at no less than 185 centimeters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, an embodiment of poise and stature. As if that were not enough, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a captivating smile. His high nose suggested he was indeed a person of extraordinary talents. Realizing this, Lin Karen was taken aback. No, what am I thinking? Why is my mind wandering to such thoughts upon merely seeing his nose? The individual who had entered her office was none other than the infamous second young Master Jiang. Upon entering, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Karen, intending to greet her when the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Lin Karen was breathtaking. The host's emotional value was 388. Hearing this, Jiang Qin found it amusing. Can the term breathtaking truly be applied to a man? In the next moment, he caught Lin Karen's inner thoughts. Goodness. However, although Lin Karen was the Night Queen in the original narrative, she did not possess such a frivolous demeanor. What was happening here? With this question lingering, Jiang Qin transformed into Jiang Qin, scrutinizing Miss Lin before him. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling, and her breathing noticeably more rapid than usual. At this point, Jiang Qin began to piece things together. Shifting his gaze, he noticed the two elegantly stemmed glasses on the table, one full, the other empty, and his understanding became clearer. He had arrived at precisely the right moment. Lin Karen's peculiar storyline had commenced. Just then, Lin Karen's thoughts echoed once more. Lin Karen, don't get flustered. He is the scion of the Jiang family. If you make a fool of yourself, it will be a spectacle. Subsequently, Lin Karen took a moment to steady her breathing, donned a faint smile, and gracefully approached with her long, slender legs adorned in black silk. Young Master Jiang? Welcome, welcome. Jiang Qin reciprocated with a polite smile, gently taking her outstretched hand. Miss Lin, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Upon contact, he realized her hand was already quite warm. This was indeed identical to the original narrative. Lin Karen had mistakenly consumed a martini laced with a potent aphrodisiac. Nonetheless, Lin Karen, being the seasoned Night Queen, possessed a composure that few could rival. After their pleasantries, she invited Jiang Qin to take a seat on the guest sofa, gracefully arranging her skirt as she sat down, subsequently crossing her long legs and closing off the space between them. Seizing the moment, Jiang Qin took the opportunity to appraise this formidable woman. Lin Karen's beauty was undeniable, strikingly formidable, further accentuated by a rare, iron-willed aura among women. Yet, what was even more commendable was her physique, particularly those legs, which could rival even the longest in his past life, akin to a supermodel. What was even more captivating was that these lengthy limbs were ensconced in sheer black silk. Just as Jiang Qin was admiring her, one of her legs suddenly shifted, and Lin Karen's teasing voice broke the silence. Young Master Jiang, are you not here to discuss a collaboration? Realizing his lapse in decorum, Jiang Qin shifted his gaze to her face, blushing slightly. I apologize. I truly did not expect the illustrious Miss Lin to be. Observing his hesitance, Lin Karen's expression brightened. No worries. Many people react this way upon meeting me for the first time. Now, young Master Jiang, please share what you have in mind. Jiang Qin, embodying a persona of sincerity, hastily replied, It is this way, Miss Lin. I have a parcel of land in Nanwan. Just as he began to speak, Lin Karen interrupted him in astonishment. Nanwan? You own land in Nanwan? Jiang Qin nodded, offering an awkward smile. Lin Karen shook her head with a sigh. Then I must congratulate you, young Master Jiang. The city government has just announced the establishment of an industrial park, and the land prices in Nanwan have skyrocketed. Subsequently, she inquired in detail about the location and area of the land. Jiang Qin, being honest, answered each question and casually mentioned that he had just taken over the property a couple of days ago, which caused Lin Karen to gaze upon him with envy. So, how does young Master Jiang envision our collaboration? Your Jiang family is a prominent real estate titan in Zhonghai. Surely you do not intend to partner with me in development? At this, Jiang Qin retracted his facade of simplicity and assumed a serious demeanor. Miss Lin, since the authorities have made their announcement, I must now prepare for planning, design, and commencement of work. I trust you are aware that the situation in Nanwan is rather complex. Once the land appreciates, I fear. He paused for effect. Lin Kurun, however, had already grasped his meaning, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Young Master Jiang is concerned that those who have signed and sold their land might stir up trouble, and those who are already inflating prices will demand exorbitant sums? Jiang Qin nodded vigorously. Precisely, this is my concern. Thus, before commencing work, I wish to have the land cleared and prepared. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Kurun eagerly interjected, Young Master Jiang, let's speak plainly. Since you have personally come to me, you must have a certain understanding of my capabilities. To put it simply, if you entrust this matter to me, I assure you that I will have everything meticulously arranged before work begins, sparing you any additional worry. Her straightforward and confident manner left Jiang Qin pleasantly surprised. Really? Then I must trouble you, Miss Lin. At her words, Lin Kurun chuckled lightly and shook her head. Trouble? You are offering me business. I cannot ask for more. If such troubles arise in the future, I would rather trouble you, young Master Jiang, to keep them coming. Hearing her mention troubles several times made Jiang Qin smile, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Why was Lin Kurun so amusing? It seemed somewhat incongruous with her character in the original narrative. Could it be the effect of the medication? Chapter 42. Are you out of your mind? While Jiang Qin pondered this, Lin Kurun decisively stated, Then it is settled, young Master Jiang. I will prepare the contract immediately. Rising from her seat, she moved swiftly to the desk, retrieving a stack of documents from the drawer to hand to him. Young Master Jiang, please review the contract. If all is in order, sign it. If there are any issues, we shall discuss them. Jiang Qin acknowledged her and stood to receive the contract, then sat down to examine it attentively. As he scrutinized the document, Lin Kurun sat beside him, observing him intently. As she watched, her mind began to wander. This young man was not only handsome, but exuded an alluring charm, especially his nose, if the rumors held any truth. Jiang Qin had been engrossed in the contract, but upon hearing her thoughts, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. How could one endure having a stunning beauty beside him, constantly thinking about such matters? Just as he was silently chuckling to himself, Lin Kurun suddenly became alert. What is happening? My menstrual cycle is not due for days. Why do I feel so overheated? In the vibrant years of youth, I found myself devoid of any romantic sentiment towards men. What kind of absurd reaction is this? Could it be that I'm actually drawn to him? Jiang Qin could no longer bear to witness this. According to the original text, Lin Kurun would never be the type to tamper with contracts. After a cursory glance, he lifted his gaze, only to discover that Lin Kurun's eyes were fixated on him with an intensity that felt almost palpable. No, it was as if she were ready to devour him whole. In 2 lifetimes, Jiang Qin had never encountered such a gaze from a woman. For a moment, even he, as a time traveler, was taken aback. As he stood there, Lin Kurun realized her egregious lapse in decorum and quickly averted her eyes. Ding! Lin Kurun was flustered. Her emotional value increased by 473 points. The system notification echoed in her mind, prompting her to clear her throat and offer a forced smile. So, Jiang Xiao, is there any issue? Jiang Qin regarded her thoughtfully and shook his head. The contract appears to be in order, but Miss Lin, are you all right? You seem a bit unwell. At his inquiry, Lin Kurun surprisingly smiled coyly and blurted out a rather risky remark. No, I was just a little tempted by the way you were looking at me. The moment those words escaped her lips, it felt as though thunder had struck. Although Jiang Qin understood the context, he was still momentarily stunned. Lin Kiskivi Korin, aware of her faux pas, awkwardly laughed it off and hastily attempted to rectify her comment. Haha, just kidding. Jiang Xiao, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Internally, she berated herself. Lin Kurun, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing her inner turmoil, Jiang Qin found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. However, recalling his plans, he forced himself to suppress the rising agitation and nodded in agreement to proceed with the signing. Thus, amidst an atmosphere that was both peculiar and tinged with a hint of ambiguity, the two began to sign the cooperation agreement. When it came time for Jiang Qin to affix his signature and seal, Lin Kurun leaned in closer, guiding him on where to write his name. Yet, While she pointed out the spots verbally, her thoughts were entirely different. Oh my, he smells divine. That single thought nearly overwhelmed Jiang Qin. Fragrant? Can a man truly be described as such? Little did he know, the situation was about to escalate further. Unintentionally or not, Lin Corinne inched closer, thinking to herself, surely he won't notice? And a man of his disposition would never dare to speak up, even if he did, right? For the first time in his life, Jiang Qin felt as though he were being harassed. Distracted, he inadvertently wrote Wang instead of Jiang. Not to worry, I'll take another copy, he said, noticing his mistake. To his surprise, Lin Corinne appeared inexplicably pleased by his error. In an instant, she whisked herself behind the desk, retrieved another copy of the contract, and began anew, all the while leaning against him and indicating where he should sign. Once they finally completed the contract, Lin Corinne had perched herself on the armrest of the sofa he occupied, her body nearly pressed against his. Logically, one would assume that the signing marked the end of their interaction, yet neither of them moved, remaining in that intimate position. Suddenly, Lin Corinne found herself uttering a curse in her mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of frustration. Truly, what a naive person. Given the circumstances, why not take action? Must I be the one to initiate? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin could no longer contain himself, to the extent that he failed to register the system notifications indicating the acquisition of emotional points. However, before he could act, a loud crash resounded as the office door was forcefully flung open. In the next instant, a tall figure burst in, exclaiming with excitement, "Sixth sister, I have found a solution for your foot odor." At the sound of that crash, Lin Corinne sprang up from the sofa as if jolted by electricity. Upon hearing the proclamation, she retreated to her seat. As for Jiang Qin, being well-versed in the original storyline, he recognized the intruder without needing to look. This particular scene had originally been scripted for the male protagonist by the author. Turning to glance, he found, as expected, that the intruder was none other than his acquaintance, Lin Feng. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, Lin Feng immediately halted in his tracks, a look of astonishment plastered across his face. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Corinne's face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Who permitted your entry? Do you understand the rules? Leave." Yet, Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qin, and after a moment, he slowly raised a finger to point at him. "Jiang, how did you end up here?" After asking, he cast a glance back at Lin Corinne, his chest heaving with agitation, and his trembling finger resumed its focus on Jiang Qin. "What were you two doing just now? Why were you so close together?" His inquiry, rather than easing the tension, caused Lin Corinne's cheeks to redden further. She pointed towards the door and barked, "Lin Feng, are you deaf? I told you to get out." Yet, Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he took several strides closer to her, raising his voice, "Sixth sister, this scoundrel is no good." It seemed he wanted to mention the conflict he had with Jiang Qin the previous day. But fearing it might reveal his covert surveillance of Lin Shur, he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. After a brief pause, he continued to shout, "He is from the Jiang family. Think about it, sixth sister, Jiang Jinyu, Jiang San, and the late Jiang Laoda. Has there ever been a good person in their family?" Chapter 43. Lin Corinne's embarrassment. Lin Corinne was furious. Having mistakenly consumed an enhanced martini, she was already in a state of agitation. Just then, Lin Feng barged in without knocking, inadvertently catching her in a compromising position with Jiang Qin and shouting about her foot odor, which exposed her privacy, inciting her wrath to a boiling point. To make matters worse, Lin Feng had the audacity to disrespect Jiang Qin and even drag his entire family into it. How could she possibly tolerate that? Jiang Qin was now her significant client. In a fit of rage, she erupted, "Shut your filthy mouth. Who do you think you are to spew such nonsense in front of young Master Jiang? Get lost. The farther, the better." Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she yelled towards the entrance, "Where is everyone? Have they all perished?" As her words faded, the trusted aide who had delivered the wine earlier entered, accompanied by several tall and muscular men adorned with tattoos. A few individuals dared not venture further, lingering awkwardly by the entrance, clearly having overheard the conversation between the siblings. Lin Corinne raised her hand, pointing at the bewildered Lin Bingwang, who had been reprimanded. "Expel him." From this day forth, without my consent, he is forbidden from entering any establishment under my name. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face instantly reflected disbelief, evidently baffled as to the cause of Lin Karen's fury. "Sis, you—" Lin Karen ignored him completely, hands on her hips, casting a cold glare at her subordinates. One of her confidants, recognizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly approached Lin Feng and gestured toward the entrance. "Young Master Lin, please. Do not make it difficult for the brothers. Kindly leave." Lin Bingwang remained immobile, his expression still one of incredulity as he gazed at his sister, seemingly seeking confirmation that Lin Karen truly intended to treat him, her brother, in such a manner for the sake of an outsider. Yet, Lin Karen did not spare him a glance, her flushed face betraying nothing but disdain. At that moment, Jiang Qin, who had been quietly observing the scene, slowly rose, wearing an expression of awkwardness and anxiety. Miss Lin, what is happening?" Lin Karen immediately lowered her hands from her waist. Her earlier disdain transformed into a semblance of apology. "Young Master Jiang, I apologize. I will explain later." With that, she shot a fierce glare at her confidant, her gaze sharp as a blade. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the confidant wasted no time, pulling a stern face and signaling to several burly men nearby. In unison, they stepped forward and swiftly surrounded Lin Bingwang. Jiang Qin, witnessing this, suddenly became intrigued, pondering whether Lin Bingwang would retaliate and demonstrate the formidable prowess of a peak martial artist. However, Lin Feng seemed to harbor a certain apprehension towards his sister. Despite his face flushed with anger, gritting his teeth, and veins bulging in his neck, ultimately, he refrained from erupting, merely nodding repeatedly in a defiant manner. "Fine, fine, fine." After repeating the word thrice, he turned to Jiang Qin, and in a fleeting moment, his eyes were filled with a bloodshot intensity, akin to a beast ready to pounce. Yet, he uttered no words, merely pointed a finger at Jiang Qin before departing, disgruntled, amidst the crowd of strong men. As he exited, Jiang Qin turned to Lin Karen, wearing a bewildered and innocent expression. "Miss Lin, he is your brother? You belong to the Lin family?" Still fuming, Lin Karen clenched her fists, striving to regain her composure and manage a faint smile. "Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. He is indeed my brother. After a few years as a mercenary, he returned with some mental instability. The family is currently seeking ways to help him. Please, do not hold his behavior against him." Ding. Lin Karen felt a deep sense of regret. Host emotion value 365. Hearing her refer to Lin Bingwang as a mental patient, Jiang Qin simply acknowledged with an "oh," choosing not to contest her words, forcing a smile, appearing at a loss for words. Lin Karen, feeling quite remorseful, reiterated her apologies, her anxiety palpable. Jiang Qin observed thoughtfully, reflecting that it seemed Lin Karen had managed to suppress the effects of the medication and her impulsiveness, regaining her rationality after Lin Feng's interference. After careful consideration, Jiang Qin decided to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. "Miss Lin, rest assured that the earlier incident will not affect our collaboration. I entrust you with the matter regarding the land in Nanwan. I will arrange for the advance payment to be transferred to you by tomorrow." Upon sensing his intention to leave, Lin Kuren stepped closer, urging him to stay. "Jiang Xiao, since we have decided to collaborate, we are friends now. It is your first visit to my place. You must have a drink before you leave, allowing me to extend my hospitality." Without waiting for Jiang Qin's consent, she called for drinks to be served. Jiang Qin halted her, his chiseled features betraying a serious and sincere demeanor. "Miss Lin, it is getting late, and I believe it is best to forego the drinks. Moreover, if I may be so bold, considering your current health condition, it would be wise to abstain from alcohol." His words left Lin Kuren in a state of shock. "My health condition? Jiang Xiao, what do you mean?" Jiang Qin hesitated momentarily before continuing. "Have you experienced weakness in your lower back and knees, chills along your spine, and persistent sweating even when you're not hot or active?" Lin Kuren's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Ding. Lin Kuren experiences a surge of astonishment. Emotional value reaches 410. Coming back to her senses, she nodded vigorously and pressed for more information. "Indeed. How did you know?" Jiang Qin remained composed as he casually explained, I possess a modest understanding of medical principles. And upon hearing your brother's comments when he entered, I took the liberty of making a preliminary diagnosis. Lin Karen's face flushed with embarrassment, instinctively taking a step back. Jiang Qin, in turn, received over 300 points of awkward emotional value from her. However, Lin Karen was not a naive girl, easily flustered. After a brief moment of contemplation, she regarded Jiang Qin with a newfound perspective. A preliminary diagnosis? Just from a single remark from Lin Feng. Jiang Xiao can discern the ailments I suffer? Noticing her skepticism, Jiang Qin nodded before elucidating the cause of her condition. Your symptoms are typically a result of excessive stress, overthinking, irregular routines, and a disregard for dietary habits, leading to a deficiency in yang energy, also referred to as endocrine disruption. While this isn't classified as a severe illness, it warrants your attention. Otherwise, your body may not withstand it much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuren's complexion shifted, her heart stirring with tumultuous thoughts. He knows the root cause. He truly understands medicine. Moreover, he appeared to possess considerable knowledge on the subject. After grasping her silent thoughts, Jiang Qin extended his hand with an unperturbed expression. Well, Miss Lin, it is getting late, and I shall not intrude any longer. Lin Karen hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. Yet her words were not those of persuasion or farewell. Jiang Xiao, what should I do about my condition? Chapter 44. Then I entrust this to you. Jiang Qin smiled broadly, offering a straightforward response. Naturally, you should visit a doctor. Upon hearing this, Lin Karen let out a bitter laugh, shaking her head repeatedly. Jiang Xiao, let me put it this way. I have visited nearly all the hospitals in Zhonghai and Shangcheng, trying every method from traditional Chinese medicine to Western medicine, acupuncture, medicinal baths, and topical applications. Yet none have yielded any results. As she spoke, her expression became somewhat awkward. The symptoms you mentioned earlier were tolerable to me, but there is one that troubles me greatly. Jiang Qin naturally understood what she was referring to and smiled, nodding his head as he withdrew his hand from her tight grip. You ladies enjoy wearing stockings, and when your feet are encased for an extended period, the accumulation of sweat inevitably leads to an unpleasant odor. Lin Karen, upon hearing this, cast aside her embarrassment and eagerly agreed, looking at him with anticipation as she inquired once more. Is there a remedy for my condition? Seeing that the moment was ripe, Jiang Qin candidly provided his response. To be honest, there is a solution, but I find it inconvenient to treat you. Lin Karen's eyes sparkled with realization. A seasoned patient with ample experience in seeking medical advice, she quickly discerned the underlying implication. Inconvenient? Does Jiang Xiao mean that there's a distinction between the sexes? Jiang Qin gently nodded without further elaboration. However, it was evident that Lin Karen was intrigued. After a brief hesitation, she gazed up at him twice before tentatively asking, Jiang Xiao, could you possibly disclose how the treatment is conducted? Is there a gynecological examination involved? Jiang Qin feigned surprise, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it's not that drastic. It merely requires you to expose your entire back. Lin Karen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I was expecting something else. Just exposing my back. What is the big deal? After all, there are male doctors in the obstetrics and gynecology department. After her laughter subsided, she inquired further. Is the treatment complicated? Jiang Qin answered truthfully. Not at all. It should only take about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lin Karen did not exhibit any signs of excitement, but appeared contemplative. Just 10 minutes? That sounds a bit dubious. Nevertheless, she decided it would be worth a try. Resolute, she looked at Jiang Qin with earnestness. Jiang Xiao, since it's not troublesome, may I request you to? Jiang Qin's expression showed some reluctance. After all, Lin Karen was a woman, and a stunning one at that. Understanding how to leverage her own advantages, she immediately implored, Please, Jiang Xiao. As you mentioned, while this ailment isn't serious, it is indeed quite bothersome. Regardless of the outcome, I owe you a favor, all right? Hearing her plead to this extent, Jiang Qin dropped the pretense and nodded in agreement. Lin Karen expressed her gratitude profusely, then asked him to wait a moment while she retreated to the rest area behind the office to prepare. Jiang Qin was puzzled about what she needed to prepare, but soon he heard the sound of a shower from within. When she reemerged, his heart skipped a beat. Lin Karen had changed into a new outfit, shedding her black stockings and donning a short black camisole nightgown, her fragrant shoulders décolletage and long, slender legs exposed to the air. What was more alarming was that, for the sake of convenience during treatment, she was entirely without undergarments. Although the nightgown was black, offering considerable concealment, Jiang Shao's keen eyesight allowed him to see her clearly. Perhaps due to the deep-rooted impression of Jiang Qin as a straightforward individual, or perhaps influenced by alcohol or medication, Lin Karen displayed little shyness, only a hint of awkwardness. In the past, she locked the office door, cleared her throat, and smiled as she asked, "Mr. Jiang, should I stand or lie down?" Jiang Qin quickly averted his gaze and gestured towards the nearby sofa, saying, "Lie down." Observing his awkward demeanor, Lin Karen playfully inquired, "Should it be on my back or face down?" Jiang Qin, taken aback, widened his eyes and slightly parted his lips, responding, "Of course, face down." Lin Karen chuckled softly and then gracefully moved her long, slender legs toward him. This fellow was indeed adorably honest. After a brief moment of reflection, she adjusted her skirt and elegantly reclined on the sofa, allowing her cascading waves of hair to fall to one side, revealing her smooth, fair back. Jiang Qin soon realized that her nightgown had an open back, which was convenient for treatment. Everything was ready. Jiang Qin focused his mind and reviewed the treatment plan in his mind. Lin Karen's condition was one of yang deficiency, indicative of an imbalance between yin and yang. The treatment was not overly complicated. It required stimulating her organs and meridians to activate and redirect her yang energy. However, despite its simplicity, few could execute it effectively, as it necessitated both medical knowledge and internal strength. Coincidentally, Jiang Qin possessed both, being a master in medical arts, and now having attained the initial stage of internal strength. While he had yet to reach the stage of external manifestation, it was still more than sufficient to treat Miss Lin's ailment. "Miss Lin, I shall begin now," Jiang Qin announced before proceeding. "All right, I entrust this to you," Lin Karen replied casually. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Qin felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. This exchange bore an uncanny familiarity. Lin Karen seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well, frequently clearing her throat. The ambience in the office grew subtly intimate. Regaining his composure, Jiang Qin resolutely diverted his attention from her flawless back, elongated legs, and alluring curves, focusing intently on the treatment. Moments later, Elena Karen's initudes surface. "Wow, he seems to possess genuine skill," she mused. With an excellent background, handsome looks, strong abilities, diverse talents, and such honesty, what a treasure of a man. Jiang Qin remained oblivious, methodically pressing along her spine to stimulate the acupoints while channeling his internal energy. As he continued, he suddenly noticed that Lin Karen's symptoms appeared to be intensifying. Her breathing grew heavier, her body began to radiate heat, and her hands clenched into tight fists, causing her knuckles to whiten. More conspicuously, she had closed her eyes, biting her lower lip tightly. A few minutes later, as Jiang Qin applied pressure to the acupoint near her tailbone, her body quivered slightly. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin maintained his professional demeanor and dedicated focus, undistracted by the situation. After all, having recently acquired medical skills and internal energy, having the opportunity to practice was indeed a delight. Suddenly, without warning, Lin Karen reached out and grasped his wrist. Jiang Qin was not surprised. He understood that Lin Karen had reached her limit. Clutching his hand, she remained silent and kept her eyes closed. "Miss Lin, am I being too heavy-handed?" Jiang Qin inquired, feigning ignorance. Lin Karen remained silent, her eyes still closed, yet she tightened her grip on his hand, guiding it towards certain areas with unmistakable intent. Jiang Qin could no longer pretend to be oblivious and hurriedly withdrew his hand. "No, Miss Lin, please refrain from this." Only then did Lin Karen open her eyes, her long, slender legs swaying as she gradually rose to her feet, whether by accident or design. A strap of her nightgown slipped down, momentarily illuminating the room with an alluring sight. However, She paid it no mind, her gaze intense and fervent as she fixed her eyes on Jiang Qin, her heart racing violently. Noticing her state, Jiang Qin furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes in concern. "Miss Lin, something seems amiss. Please do not act impulsively. Allow me to check." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and placed it on the nearby coffee table, indicating his intent to record the evidence. Just as he bent to position the phone, Lin Corinne suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him from behind with surprising agility. Jiang Qin, taken aback by her swiftness, felt her hands tugging at his shirt, tearing several buttons loose. With her soft warmth pressed against him, Jiang Qin found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Yet, determined to play his part convincingly, he summoned every ounce of willpower to push the fervent Lin Corinne away, urgently advising her, "Miss Lin, please calm down. You're likely under the influence of something." But Lin Corinne, driven by the effects of the drug, paid no heed to his words. Steadying herself, she lunged at him once more, this time employing both her arms and legs, ensnaring him completely, and then sealing his lips with hers, rendering him speechless. At this juncture, Jiang Qin found himself powerless to resist, enduring the humiliation. The moment he ceased to struggle, Lin Corinne's emotions surged like a tempest. The night, marked by a flurry of rain and wind, is not to be detailed here. Time slipped away, and in a haze, Jiang Qin heard a system notification. Ding! Lin Feng's emotional state has deteriorated. Host's emotional value is 888. Upon hearing the words Lin Feng and deteriorated, he instantly snapped to attention. Lin Feng had collapsed. What was happening? Could it be that Lin Bing Wang had not left last night and had been waiting outside all along? Meanwhile, across the street from the bar, Lin Feng, the scion of the Lin family from Zhonghai, sat on the pavement, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the bar across from him. Scattered around him were cigarette butts, and in his hand, he clutched one, his fingers yellowed by tar. Commuters passing by glanced at him with curiosity. But Lin Bing Wang remained oblivious, his expression numb as he continued to gaze across the street. After being expelled from the bar the previous night, he had not moved, waiting for Jiang Qin to emerge. He waited and waited until the early hours, yet Jiang Qin still did not appear. He tried to console himself, thinking that his sixth sister had extensive connections and was engaged in business, perhaps discussing some collaboration with Jiang. As the clock struck past 2 in the morning, Jiang remained elusive, and Lin Feng's apprehension grew. What business could possibly extend from the late hours into the early dawn? Was Lu Jie entangled in discussions of profound significance with that young man? This notion sent Lin Bing Wang into a frenzy, compelling him to consider kicking down the door. Yet, recalling Lu Jie's temperament, he dismissed the idea, reassuring himself that Jiang, that scoundrel, was no enchanting figure from Zhonghai. His sisters, all daughters of esteemed families, were far too discerning to fall for him one by one. However, this self-deception shattered with the first light of dawn. An entire night had passed without Jiang's emergence. How could this be rationalized? There was but one explanation. Yet Lin Bing Wang dared not dwell on the night's events, for even a fleeting image would rend his heart with anguish. Meanwhile, in the bar's lounge, Jiang Qin gazed at the woman draped over him. Indeed, it was Lin Karen, clinging to him like a koala, her long legs resting on his waist. Though this distinguished daughter of the Lin family slumbered peacefully, a subtle smile played upon her lips, indicating sweet dreams. Suddenly, he recalled his phone. Cautiously, he extricated himself from Lin Karen's embrace and tiptoed out of the lounge. Upon entering the office, he was taken aback. It resembled a battlefield rather than a workspace. The sofa lay overturned, the coffee table askew, and their clothes scattered about. Most perplexing was the presence of a chair at the large desk. Yet, recollecting the events that transpired, a smile crept across his face. However, when he finally located his phone, his amusement vanished. The recording function had drained the battery. If the video from last night was not saved, and Lin Karen awoke with no memory, he would be at a loss for words. Fortunately, a charging cable was entangled around the armrest of the chair. Jiang Qin quickly detached it and connected his phone. The reason for the charger's peculiar placement was another tale altogether. Before long, the phone powered on. Jiang Qin swiftly navigated to the photo album, his heart lightening upon seeing multiple videos saved, each one solidifying an undeniable truth. He had been sullied by Lin Karen. Just as he contemplated making a backup, he heard rustling from the lounge. Thinking quickly, he refrained from entering, hastily donned his clothes, and slumped onto the sofa, feigning a state of disarray born from upheaval. Moments later, a tall figure emerged from the lounge. Lin Karen, still clad in nothing but a blanket, stepped out, unperturbed. Upon seeing Jiang Qin seated on the sofa, her heart raced and her pupils dilated as a tempest of shock surged within her. Goodness, this is no dream. It is indeed real. I truly spend the night with him. As this thought crossed her mind, she clenched her teeth, her double eyelids ablaze with fury. Jiang, what on earth did you do to me last night? To her astonishment, Jiang Qin, seemingly amused by her aggressive tone, feigned disbelief. You're asking me? Lin Karen, in a fit of urgency, strode towards him, her voice laced with threat. What foolishness! If not you, then who else? You had better tell me the truth, or I won't hesitate to disregard your family's reputation. Ding! Lin Karen's fury surged, with her emotional value reaching 636. Jiang Qin, suddenly standing, was exasperated and ready to retaliate. So you thought donning clothes and wrapping yourself in blankets would absolve you? Very well. Let me remind you, I was ready to leave last night, yet you insisted on my assistance with your treatment. Considering our partnership in future dealings, I obliged. Little did I know, before the treatment was complete, you suddenly unleashed your primal instincts. As she spoke, Jiang Qin swiftly removed her shirt, revealing a back marred with scratches and bite marks. Look at what you've done. I truly did not expect such behavior from a woman like you. Upon seeing those lines of marks on his back, Lin Karen's expression shifted dramatically, and she raised her hand abruptly. Stop. Hold on. Don't say another word. Ding. Lin Karen's shock intensified, her emotional value soaring to 666. It seemed she recalled something, her brow furrowed in concentration. Did I force him into such a situation? Was it truly so intense? However, given our respective positions and his usually docile nature, he should not have acted against my will. Yet would I have ever forced him? No matter how handsome he is, I could never commit such an act. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, did I not grasp his hand last night? Did I not pull his hand towards me? Jiang Qin, attuned to her unspoken thoughts, let out a cold snort. Remembering now? Lin Karen tightened her grip around her air-conditioning blanket, her gaze towards him becoming evasive, yet she ultimately shook her head. Observing this, Jiang Qin escalated the situation by revealing her phone, selecting the first video and presenting it to her. Soon, the scene replayed on the screen. Within mere moments, Lin Karen was left agape, frozen in shock. When the footage depicted her lunging at Jiang Qin and initiating a forceful encounter, she covered her face with her hands, emitting a piercing scream of utter humiliation. Don't play it. Turn it off. Please turn it off. Ding. Lin Karen, engulfed in embarrassment, saw her hand slip, causing her blanket to fall to the ground, leaving her exposed. In a flurry, she hurried to retrieve it and wrap herself once more. Jiang Qin deliberately delayed before finally pressing the power button, fixing her gaze on Lin Karen with indignation. There are even more indecent scenes that I shall refrain from displaying. Miss Lin, you truly embody the essence of an underground queen, a formidable figure on the streets, daring enough to violate men. Now, the facts are laid bare. So provide me with an explanation. Upon hearing those words, Lin Karen felt her neck flush with embarrassment, resembling a freshly steamed lobster. She averted her gaze from Jiang Qin, hastily and anxiously running a hand through her hair, her mind a tempest of confusion. Goodness, Lin Karen, you've truly made a grave mistake. How could you engage in such shameless behavior? But that can't be right. I am not that brazen a woman. As this thought crossed her mind, her frantic tugging at her hair abruptly ceased, and she turned sharply towards the desk, her gaze ultimately landing on the 2 wine glasses that had fallen to the floor. In the next moment, a mixture of shock and anger blossomed on her already slightly disheveled face. Damn, no wonder. I drank that martini with a twist. Jiang Qin frowned at her words. What martini? What do you mean by with a twist? Lin Karen pointed at the glasses on the floor, gritting her teeth, and hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired. Jiang Qin remained unmoved, his expression still stern. That is your affair. All I know is that I came here to deliver money and business to you, and with good intentions try to help you. Yet this is the outcome. Miss Lin, do not think me easy to bully. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, we shall see what unfolds. At these words, Lin Karen, who had been seething with resentment, inwardly lamented her fate. Oh no, I have forced myself upon the second son of the Jiang family. What now? Not to mention the Jiang family's influence in Zhonghai. If this matter escalates, it would be an unprecedented scandal. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Qin's disgruntled face, and a rather extreme thought suddenly emerged in her mind. What if I eliminate him? Then this would forever remain a secret. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Jiang Qin was genuinely startled. Well, so you intend to silence me, do you? However, Lin Karen quickly dismissed this perilous notion. What a jest. He is the sole heir of the Jiang family. If I were to kill him, they would undoubtedly retaliate with all their might. Besides, could Lin Karen really carry out such an act? He has assisted me immensely, and yet I would not only have taken advantage of him, but also sought to end his life. Hearing this, Jiang Qin finally lowered his guard, watching her with a cold gaze, anticipating her explanation. Although Lin Karen's thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool, she feigned composure on the surface. After a great deal of contemplation, she suddenly lifted her head to look at Jiang Qin, a smile curving her lips in a strange manner. Jiang Qin found himself somewhat unsettled by her smile. What are you smiling about? Lin Karen pressed her lips together, posing a rather baffling question. Am I not beautiful? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, refusing to respond. Observing his silence, Lin Karen pressed on with another inquiry. Is my figure not satisfactory? Jiang Qin continued to withhold his answer. Lin Karen leaned in closer, asking, or is it that my status does not match yours? At this, Jiang Qin cleared his throat a couple of times. That is not the point. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Karen draped her delicate arm over his shoulder. That it is settled? You are a man, and you will not suffer. Merely expending a bit of energy, and perhaps sustaining a minor injury. In a twist of fate, I found myself in a situation where she left unsaid words trailing behind. Yet Jiang Qin discerned her unspoken thoughts, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, as she had pointed out, men hardly suffer in such matters. In truth, Jiang Qin not only emerged unscathed last night, but also reaped significant rewards. Observing his silence, Lin Karen playfully draped her arms around his neck, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. All right, I understand you're a serious person. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. With a playful roll of her eyes, she feigned contemplation. How about this? I'll take a shower, change my clothes, and then we can go get our marriage certificate. What do you say? Do you have your ID with you? Chapter 47. Isn't that a bit too responsible? Jiang Qin was taken aback. Marriage? This seemed far too serious. I merely intended to tease you, and yet you are contemplating a lifetime commitment with me? Seeing his bewildered expression, Lin Karen stifled a smile, reveling in her triumph. Look at you, so easily flustered by the mere mention of marriage. However, the notion of marrying him didn't seem so bad. He came from a good family, possessed a pleasant character, was handsome, fit, and truly talented. After a moment's daydreaming, she playfully shook Jiang Qin's neck, her joy becoming more pronounced. Just kidding. Look at how scared you are. As her smile faded slightly, she grew more earnest. Don't worry, we won't be getting married. But I will take full responsibility for this matter. Whatever you desire, as long as it is within my capacity, I shall never refuse. With that, she grew cheeky again, lifting Jiang Xiao's chin with a playful touch, adopting a teasing demeanor. So what do you say, handsome? Are you satisfied? Jiang Qin was left in a state of amused bewilderment, yet he feigned reluctance, putting on a facade of hesitance. All right, let us go with whatever you decide. He sighed, a sound of resignation escaping his lips. How did it come to this? Lin Karen, catching wind of his plight, offered a flurry of reassurances, insisting it was merely an unforeseen circumstance. However, as she spoke, her gaze wandered over Jiang Qin's well-built physique. To be fair, this young man had quite a remarkable body, an 8-pack of abs, and a well-defined waist. It was tempting to reach out and touch. And his face? Utterly handsome from every angle. Well, it seems I'm not at a loss here. Jiang Qin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, furrowing his brow as he shot her a glare. What are you looking at? Yet Lin Kuren showed no signs of restraint, inching closer with a mischievous grin. Jiang, tell me, what do we define our relationship as now? Jiang Qin, taken aback by the sudden shift in address from Jiang Shao to Jiang, pondered momentarily before responding with irritation. I don't know. It's merely a ridiculous one-night affair. Lin Kuren, however, simply smiled knowingly and nodded. Understood for now. It's a fleeting folly, but how it evolves depends on my performance, right? Jiang Qin had not intended that implication, yet acknowledging his earnest persona. He could only emit a heavy sigh in response, remaining taciturn. All right, enough teasing you. Lin Kuren smiled radiantly as she spoke, but her expression suddenly shifted to one of bashfulness as she bent down to pick up the scattered nightgown and tissues. However, upon straightening up, she was momentarily taken aback. It seems my waist is not sore anymore, and my back doesn't feel as chilly either. As she spoke, she lifted one long leg, her eyes shimmering with delight. Moreover, her feet seemed to have lost their dampness. Jiang Qin, who had been feeling quite moody, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her leg. Oh, by the way, wasn't yesterday's treatment incomplete? Lin Kuren suddenly inquired. Hearing her mention the matter, Jiang Qin let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, I only treated you halfway, and then you became quite unruly. Yet, Lin Kuren, undeterred by embarrassment or shame, widened her eyes and stared at him with uncontainable joy. Even only halfway had such an effect. Your medical skills are more impressive than those of esteemed experts and renowned doctors. Jiang Qin ignored her, searching for his watch and belt, preparing to dress and depart to assess his gains. Seeing this, Lin Kuren seized his hand. Where do you think you're going? You must finish treating me. Jiang Qin huffed, pulling his hand away. Forget it. There's south no place on my back for you to grab, nor to nibble. At his words, Lin Kuren's face flushed, and she glared at him with displeasure. However, she soon raised the corners of her mouth, arching an eyebrow at him. Then, without further ado, she cleared her throat twice and dramatically threw off the air-conditioning blanket, revealing her long, supermodel-like legs, nearly exposing the upper thighs. The effect of this maneuver was instantaneous. Jiang Qin desperately wanted to avert his gaze, but his eyes betrayed him. It was not that he had never experienced temptation before, but Lin Kuren's legs were simply extraordinary, long and straight, perfectly shaped, smooth and fair, devoid of any blemishes even on her knees, truly a work of art. Lin Kuren observed his reaction, and a triumphant smile blossomed on her vibrant face. I knew you would be powerless against my legs. Yet, this was a thought she kept to herself. Externally, she soon masked her pride, adopting a demeanor of gentleness that contrasted with her usual image. Regardless, what has transpired has already occurred, and I have clearly stated that I would take responsibility. So please, do not be angry. With this statement, her softness evaporated, and she transformed back into the astute and sharp-witted queen of the night. Moreover, I have given you my first time. Should you bear some responsibility as well? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin raised his gaze to meet her eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly replied, All right. Lin Kuren, upon hearing this, let out a cheerful hum and walked toward the lounge. By the time Jiang Qin followed her inside, she was already reclining on the battlefield where they had engaged in their fervent clash the previous night. The air-conditioning blanket, once wrapped around her, had been pulled down to her waist, exposing her smooth back and those long legs that Jiang Qin could hardly resist. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Qin wasted no time and approached her to continue the treatment. After all, it would be a pity if such exquisite legs could not be adorned with black stockings. Long legs adorned with black stockings truly epitomize allure. Absent the influence of medication, Lin Kuren exhibited a remarkable calmness this time, her exterior betraying no overt reaction, while her mind incessantly lingered on Dr. Zhang's sculpted abs and impressive physique. After a brief interval, the treatment concluded. Lin Kuren sat up, simultaneously unfurling the blanket for modesty and bending forward to gently inhale a scent. Jiang Qin, understanding her unspoken question, chose to remain silent and proceeded directly to the restroom. As he turned on the tap, Lin Karen's voice of astonishment resonated from outside. "Where did you learn such miraculous medical skills? It's astounding. There's not even a hint of an unpleasant odor left." Jiang Qin responded with a faint smile. "That's good to hear." Yet Lin Karen's delight was far from exhausted. She continued to extol his abilities from the hallway. "Goodness, without medication or any medical instruments, you can treat stubborn ailments using just your hands in mere minutes. Jiang, you are quite the enigma, hiding your true talents." Chapter 48. Lin Feng's heart trembles after lavishing praise upon Jiang Qin. Lin Karen suddenly proposed, "How about we partner to open a private clinic or beauty salon, focusing on the affluent women of Zhonghai's elite society? With your extraordinary medical skills and my connections, we could potentially go public in a few years." Just as Jiang Qin was about to humor her suggestion, she abruptly countered, "No way. You're handsome and come from a prestigious background. Once you step into the limelight, women will be clamoring for your attention. Forget it. The idea of going public is off the table." Having expressed her thoughts, Jiang Qin opted for silence as he completed his rudimentary grooming in the modest restroom. Lin Karen, meanwhile, seemed to be preoccupied, leaving the room in silence for quite some time. Just as Jiang Qin finished his routine and prepared to relieve himself, she unexpectedly appeared at the restroom door. Dressed in a black, form-fitting, semi-transparent top that accentuated her alluring curves and a matching denim skirt that clung tightly to her shapely figure, she exuded confidence. However, the focal point of her attire was the black stockings she had donned once more. With evident self-assurance, she stood at the doorway, arms crossed, leaning casually against the frame, showcasing her long legs to Jiang Qin. Witnessing this, Jiang felt his heart race, almost forgetting his carefully crafted persona, yearning to reach out and test the texture of her skin. On his side, affection was palpable, and on hers, intent was clear, as she gazed at him with an enchanting glimmer in her eyes. Just then, a sudden ringtone disrupted the intimate atmosphere, shattering the moment. Lin Karen's gaze lingered on Jiang Qin's chest for a brief moment before she reluctantly turned to exit. Before long, her voice, laced with anger, echoed from outside. "Hello? What's going on? Are you ignoring my words? I made it clear yesterday that he is not to set foot in any of my venues from now on. Let him cause a scene if he wishes. It's not as if I have any business to attend to at the moment." Jiang Qin surmised that the commotion likely stemmed from Lin Bingwang demanding to see Lin Karen. Upon deducing this, he became increasingly convinced that Lin Feng had indeed not left the premises the previous night. In light of this, why not allow Lin Bingwang to enter and observe the scene, thus garnering a surge of emotional value? With his treacherous plan firmly in mind, Jiang Qin exited the restroom. "Is your brother Lin Feng?" Lin Karen, having just hung up the phone, nodded with an expression of discontent. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Qin fell silent for a moment before gradually speaking. "Let him in. After all, you are siblings, and there is no need to let an outsider like me cause a rift in your relationship." Upon hearing this, Lin Karen's expression softened instantaneously. After a moment of gazing at him gently, she suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Outsider? You indeed qualify as one in this context." Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that she was referring to him as an outsider in contrast to those within her inner circle. Realizing this, he chose not to respond, merely regarding Lin Karen with an air of indifference. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Karen appeared contemplative, and shortly thereafter, she nodded with a smile. "All right, I shall heed your words, outsider." Jiang Qin remained silent, merely fixing her with a glance. While this earnest persona may have alleviated Lin Karen's wariness, it simultaneously piqued her interest in teasing him, which was rather exasperating. Fortunately, Lin Karen refrained from further provoking him and made a call, instructing her subordinates to let Lin Feng in. Once she hung up, Jiang Qin initially intended to wait in the outer office. However, for reasons unknown, Lin Karen showed no intention of leaving, seemingly wanting Lin Feng to be aware of her close interaction with Jiang Qin. Contemplating this possibility, a strong sense of anticipation surged within Jiang Qin. Within half a minute, A hurried knocking echoed from outside. Jiang Qin then recalled that Lin Kurun had locked the office door before commencing treatment the previous night. Just as he planned to open the door, the person outside could no longer contain their impatience. Bang! With a resounding crash, Lin Feng kicked the door open and stormed in like a gust of wind. Sixth sister. Upon entering, Lin Feng halted abruptly, as if enchanted, his eyes wide and mouth agape, surveying the disheveled office in shock. It was only at this moment that Lin Kurun, with an impassive expression, stepped outside. Jiang Qin naturally followed closely behind. As they emerged, Lin Feng abruptly turned his head towards them. In the next instant, the expression of this military air transformed drastically, as if his very hair stood on end. What are you two doing in the lounge? Lin Kurun, her face devoid of emotion, replied icily. What business is it of yours? Why are you here? Speak quickly, or get lost. Lin Feng swallowed hard, his oily face contorting with distress, his lips trembling. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Jiang Qin, his bloodshot eyes bulging in horror. Ding! Lin Feng, in immense agony, noted the host's emotional value at 900. Jiang Qin, however, did not follow Lin Feng's gaze to inspect himself, for he understood that Lin Feng had spotted the torn shirt, revealing his chest muscles, which had caused his eyes to nearly pop out. He had noticed this earlier while washing up, but had deliberately chosen not to conceal it. Beware of the cunning Green Team men. They possess considerable experience. Opposite him, Lin Bingwang trembled not merely at the corners of his mouth, but throughout his entire being, his voice quaking as well. Sixth sister, did you sleep together last night? Lin Karen maintained her usual expression, uttering the same phrase. What business is it of yours? Her frigid demeanor finally triggered an eruption from Lin Feng, who strode forward, jabbing a finger at her nose, his voice booming like thunder. Lin Karen, have you no shame? You are a daughter of the Lin family. How can you behave so recklessly? Your actions are akin to those of petty girls, or even those outside women. Before he could articulate another word, Lin Karen's expression darkened, and she swiftly raised her right hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. The office fell into a profound silence. Lin Feng, momentarily stunned, felt the unmistakable sting of red imprints appearing on his oily visage. The ever-silent young master Jiang nearly broke into laughter at the sight, for the marks on Lin Bingwang's face resembled the whiskers of a feline. After a brief pause, Lin Karen pointed a finger at Lin Feng, her voice seething with fury. Lin Feng, consider this a final warning. If I hear anything similar from you again, do not blame me for disregarding familial bonds. You are merely my brother, and in truth, just my nominal brother. What right do you have to dictate my actions? The cruelty of her words left Lin Feng in disbelief, and even Jiang Qin cast a sidelong glance at her. To declare that he was merely her nominal brother signified a complete severance of ties. Chapter 49. Come, sister, embrace me. After a lengthy pause, perhaps aware of his own overstep, Lin Feng clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply, his tone markedly less intense as he spoke again. Sixth sister, I apologize. I was overwhelmed with emotion and misspoke. After awkwardly offering an apology, he redirected his agitation towards Jiang Qin. But I'm only looking out for your well-being. That scoundrel is certainly no good. Do not be deceived by his charming facade. He is truly despicable. Trust me, sixth sister. Don't let him fool you. In response to his accusations, Jiang Qin met his gaze directly, a sly smile gracing his lips. Lin Karen, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, also released a derisive laugh. Do you truly believe I have been deceived by him? What if I were to tell you that I was the one who initiated things last night? At this revelation, Jiang Qin was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Lin Karen's fierce and incisive nature, yet he had not anticipated such assertiveness from her. Lin Feng, upon hearing this shocking news, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Lin Karen, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes lacking any spark, as if he had suddenly lost power. After several seconds of stunned silence, his pupils refocused, and he slowly shook his head, a look of disbelief overtaking his features. Sixth sister, no, you need not say such things to provoke me. Lin Karen responded with another cold laugh, her shoulders shaking slightly. Lin Feng, have you perhaps misjudged your own position? Do you believe I need to fabricate lies to irritate you? These two questions rendered Lin Feng speechless, eliciting a restrained smile from Jiang Qin. He understood all too well the intentions of the formidable Lin Bingwang towards Lin Kurun and, indeed, all his sisters, and he was acutely aware that the latter would never dare to voice such thoughts. Just as he was amused, Lin Feng abruptly turned to him, tremblingly squeezing out a query from between clenched teeth. Jiang, you, speak honestly. How did you deceive my sick sister? Jiang Qin recognized that Lin Bingwang sought a response from him, one that diverged from Lin Kuren's narrative. Even though the reality of their relationship would remain unchanged, this revelation might provide Lin Feng with some solace. Regrettably, however, he had not deceived Lin Kurun at all the previous night. He had merely appeared at the right place at the right time. With this thought, he gazed calmly at Lin Feng, choosing silence as his answer. At that moment, Lin Kurun turned around, offering him a comforting glance and adjusting his unbuttoned shirt with a gentle touch. Her demeanor and gesture exuded the essence of a tender, sisterly girlfriend. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over Lin Feng, causing his tall frame to waver unsteadily, nearly stumbling. Ding! Lin Feng plunged into despair. The emotional value of the host plummeted to 920. Hearing the commotion, Lin Kurun cast a cold gaze at her nominal brother. Lin Feng, allow me to make myself clear today. From this moment forth, you are not to appear wherever I am, even at home. Do you understand? Enough. I do not wish to see you again. Leave. Her words were harsher and more resolute than before. Yet, Lin Feng exhibited no vigorous reaction. He seemed engulfed in profound anguish, struggling even to breathe, gasping for air. Subsequently, he uttered not a word, nor did he glance at Lin Kurun or Jiang Qin, turning instead to depart with heavy steps, his face marked by despair. Vacantly exiting the office, Jiang Qin watched him go, recognizing that this time Lin Bingwang was truly wounded, his heart deeply affected. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed Lin Kurun placing her hands on her hips, exhaling irritably and uttering a curse. Damn it! Jiang Qin, after a brief contemplation, gently touched her arm. Lin Kurun turned her head, softening her expression and offering him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this again. Jiang Qin shook his head, extending his hands in a gesture of openness. Misunderstanding his intent, Lin Kurun gave another wry smile, hesitating momentarily before opening her arms to embrace him. Jiang Qin remained silent, intercepting her hands and gently clasping them, his thumbs pressing softly on the inner sides of her wrists. This area, known as the Shinmen acupoint, can calm the mind and regulate energy with ordinary pressure, and the effect is amplified when complemented by inner strength. Initially, Lin Kurun appeared puzzled, but as Jiang Qin began to channel his inner energy, her expression transformed to one of realization. Within a minute, she decided to close her eyes. After 2 minutes, the tension in her furrowed brow gradually began to ease. As Jiang Qin concluded the massage and withdrew his hands, he opened his eyes, revealing a clarity that enveloped his gaze, accompanied by a serene expression on his face. After contemplating Jiang Qin for a moment, Lin Karen suddenly broke into a gentle smile. Praising him softly, Jiang Er, you truly are a treasure of a man. Jiang Qin chose not to engage with her remark, instead fastening his suit buttons while quietly advising. Your brother seems to be experiencing some psychological issues, compounded by his past as a mercenary. It would be wise to avoid provoking him as you did before, lest he resorts to extreme actions. Upon hearing him mention Lin Feng, Lin Karen briefly furrowed her brows, yet soon regarded him with renewed interest. Why didn't TU mediate? Didn't TU previously express a desire to preserve our sibling bond? Jiang Qin remained silent for a moment before exhaling a soft sigh. I was presumptuous. I thought my family had the most complex issues, yet it appears every family has its own struggles. Lin Karen, well aware of the discord between him and Jiang Mian, empathized with his sentiments. With a light laugh, she opened her arms once more. We truly are kindred spirits in our misfortunes. Come, let me embrace you. This time, Jiang Qin did not refuse her, leaning in to share a warm embrace. Ding! Lin Karen felt a surge of emotion, her emotional score registering at 391. Jiang Qin, however, remained unmoved by such a trivial emotional score. But in the next moment, Lin Karen's inner thoughts reached him. What should I do? I seem to be feeling a little stirred. Perhaps I should abandon my singlehood and consider pursuing him? With this thought, she tightened her embrace around Jiang Qin. Sensing her warmth and inhaling her fragrance, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that women are creatures of sentiment, and it was best not to disrupt the atmosphere at such a moment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Karen sensed the interruption and, before he could speak, willingly released him. Jiang Qin glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from Yin Li. He raised the phone to show Lin Karen before stepping aside to answer. Hello. On the other end, Yin Li's voice was weighted with concern. Young Master Qin, Shanghai has gone missing. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Qin's brows knitted slightly. Shanghai was the confidant he had instructed Yin Li to investigate regarding Jiang Mian. He and T expected that the individual would actually go missing. Chapter 50. Who is playing whom? After a brief pause, Yin Li continued to report the details. According to my investigation, Shanghai was last seen on the day Jiang Mian's scandal broke. Therefore, I surmise he either sensed impending danger and chose to hide or has been concealed by others. Jiang Qin acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Noticing Yin Li's silence, he sensed an apologetic tone. Young Master Qin, I apologize. It is my fault for not acting swiftly enough. Shanghai's disappearance will be difficult to trace through our channels. Jiang Qin responded with another acknowledgement and then inquired about the news concerning the young Master Yi from the provincial capital. What about the other one? Yin Li seemed to grasp that this was not an opportune moment for an extended conversation and lowered his voice further. The progress of the other individual seems satisfactory, considering his considerable reputation and abundant information. However, certain matters related to him are rather intricate, and our team is currently delving deeper into them. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Qin offered some words of reassurance to Yin Li. All right, it's nothing to worry about. Just be cautious moving forward. That will suffice. As he put away his phone, he glanced up to find Lin Kurun tidying her desk. Upon hearing him end the call, Lin Kurun looked up and their eyes met. Instantly, a blush crept across her cheeks, revealing a distinct sense of embarrassment, likely due to the rather shameful events that had transpired between them at the desk the previous night. To mask her discomfort, Lin Kurun emerged from behind the desk and inquired, Is everything all right? You seem to have encountered some trouble. Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor issue with the team, Jiang Qin replied casually. Lin Kurun approached him, her blush fading slightly. Is there anything I can assist you with? Her offer sparked a thought in Jiang Qin's mind. After all, Lin Kurun was reputed as the queen of the night in Zhonghai, undoubtedly possessing unconventional connections and resources. Perhaps enlisting her help to track down Shanghai could yield unexpected results. Noticing his silence, Lin Kurun gently caressed his cheek and playfully winked. Are you still being polite with me? Even if we aren't quite family, we are at least partners in a sense. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to assist. Jiang Qin felt both helpless and speechless. It seemed Lin Kurun had developed a penchant for teasing him, seizing every opportunity to provoke him further, while he was determined to maintain his facade of propriety. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally disclosed his request for her assistance in locating Shanghai. Lin Kurun did not boast or make grand promises. Instead, she inquired about Shanghai's personal details before nodding affirmatively. All right, I will personally handle this matter and inform you immediately upon any developments. Suddenly, she mischievously corrected herself, saying, Oh, wait, I should say I will report back to General Qin. Rest assured, I will cherish this opportunity and perform admirably. Jiang Qin bit back the urge to retort and excused himself with a farewell, insisting on leaving without her seeing him off. Lin Kurun, unable to dissuade him, accompanied him to the door and even had her driver take him home. As Jiang Qin sat in the car, he reflected on her exuberance from the previous night and her incessant teasing today, pondering a question. Who was truly playing whom? Amused by the thought, he shook his head, feeling a sense of wonder about the unusual experiences of the evening. Ding! Zhou Wanqing was extremely irked with the emotional value of the host at 458. The sudden system notification startled Jiang Ershao. Zhou Wanqing, upset? She should be at the office at this hour. What could be bothering her? As Jiang Qin pondered this. At the headquarters of Jiang Group in the new Zhonghai district, Jiang Qin, impeccably dressed, was answering a phone call, her stunning visage overshadowed by a cloud of displeasure. Are you certain? By Xiao Ying from the investment department? And Su Weigua from the engineering department? The man on the other end of the line answered without hesitation, affirming my suspicion. I am certain. Apart from the two of them, it is said that a dozen or so mid-level executives also attended President Qin's banquet. I am still gathering the specific list and will report back to you by the end of the day. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing acknowledged with a brief response before hanging up, her expression growing increasingly grim. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. The person outside seemed rather anxious. Knocking urgently, Zhou Wanqing frowned, casting an irritated glance at the door. Guoming. No sooner had she spoken than a young woman in a gray suit with a bob haircut hurried in. President Zhou, there are messages being passed around outside. The assistant began, but Zhou Wanqing cut her off sharply. How many times must I tell you? Remain calm in the face of issues. You are an assistant, not a receptionist. Noticing the displeasure in her expression and the severity of her tone, the bob-haired assistant quickly responded with an "oh," standing upright and attempting to steady her breathing. After a moment, Zhou Wanqing sighed, observing her still engaged in deep breaths. Lu Man, are you practicing yoga? Speak up. The bob-haired assistant seemed to awaken from a daze, promptly beginning her report. President Zhou, there are messages circulating outside, all concerning President Qin. One is about how he met with a group of so-called pragmatic individuals yesterday and even hosted them for a meal. The other is that, for some unknown reason, he managed to acquire a piece of land in Nanwan. With the soaring land prices, it's conservatively estimated to be worth 10 billion now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing's brows shot up in surprise. She had just received a report about Jiang Qin's dinner gathering, and the news had already begun to circulate within the company. This was clearly a premeditated and organized effort to bolster Jiang Qin's reputation. Realizing this, a cunning smile crept onto her lips. Quite swift indeed. With a chuckle, Zhou Wanqing turned her attention back to the assistant. Lu Man, is there more? Lu Man nodded vigorously, a look of astonishment evident on her youthful face. Yes. After hearing those rumors, many are quite surprised and invigorated. Some say that the first batch of subordinates President Qin met before taking charge were all pragmatic individuals, demonstrating his ability to recognize talent. Others claim that President Qin possesses exceptional foresight, predicting the establishment of a technology park above, thus hastily acquiring land. And now he is indeed reaping enormous rewards. Listening to her report, Zhou Wanqing nodded with a cold smile. To possess both an eye for talent and exceptional foresight, are these not the qualities of an outstanding leader? Those individuals certainly excel at packaging their new benefactor. Lu Man, glancing nervously at her, hesitated before finally speaking cautiously. President Zhou, if I may say something I shouldn't. These two rumors sound credible. They likely aren't fabricated out of thin air. Young Master Jiang is currently embroiled in a lawsuit, and President Qin's stock is already on the rise. With these rumors circulating, President Qin's reputation will likely soar, just like the value of his land in Nanwan. Lu Man seized her words, but Zhou Wanqing understood well what she implied. If Jiang Mian were to be convicted and imprisoned, Jiang Qin would become the sole and indisputable heir of the Jiang Group. Coupled with a surge in reputation and an elevation in status, who else could assume the mantle? As for Zhou Wanqing, no matter how much Jiang Jinyu trusted and relied on her, she remains a Zhou, not a Jiang. This is an insurmountable disadvantage. With this thought, Zhou Wanqing found herself restless. She rose from her desk and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the streets of Zhonghai, her expression fluctuating between light and shadow. The impact Jiang Qin had on her in recent days was truly overwhelming. First, he exposed the traps laid for him and seized opportunities to usurp territory. Then, he coerced Su Zhifei, acquiring incriminating evidence against Jiang Mian, thus sending his own brother to jail. Following this, he threatened her, successfully navigating the old man's scrutiny. Before she could formulate a counter-strategy, Jiang Qin unleashed a series of calculated maneuvers, amassing allies and creating a formidable presence, catching her entirely off guard. particularly with his latest move, which was a masterstroke of cunning, as he chose to recruit the capable yet less fortunate, immediately garnering a loyal following. Reflecting on these developments, Zhou Wanqing had to concede that whether Jiang Qin had previously concealed his talents or had undergone a sudden transformation, he was no longer the harmless second son of the Jiang family, easily manipulated. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhou Wanqing suddenly smiled. So you wish to wage war against me? Very well. I shall accompany you to the end." Hearing these spirited words, Lu Man leaned closer. "President Zhou, how do we wage this war? Although you are strong and well-equipped, Mr. Qin bears the Jiang name and possesses the mandate of heaven." Zhou Wanqing's gaze extended into the distance, her phoenix eyes shimmering with brilliance. "There is more than one Jiang. It is not solely his prerogative to claim the mandate of heaven." Lu Man furrowed her brow, lowering her head in deep thought. Moments later, she suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Are you suggesting we rescue young Master Jiang?" In the Jiang group, Jiang Zong refers to the founder and chairman, Jiang Jinyu, while young Master Jiang specifically denotes Jiang Mian. As for Jiang Qin, he is simply referred to as Mr. Qin. Zhou Wanqing turned back to regard her somewhat naive yet fiercely loyal assistant, a smile gradually gracing her lips. "Not bad. You're making progress." After the compliment, she reined in her smile and spoke with a serious tone. "Arrange a meeting for me with the head of Junshang law firm. I want to speak with him in person today at noon." Lu Man responded loudly, then straightened her posture, leaving the office with renewed determination. Zhou Wanqing remained in place, her gaze intensely fixed on the horizon. Rescuing Jiang Mian may not be a grand scheme, but stands as the optimal solution to curb Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Mian can be freed, he will remain Jiang Jinyu's foremost choice for succession, while Jiang Qin will not even be considered. Even if Jiang Mian were ultimately convicted, as long as the sentence is not lengthy, Jiang Jinyu would still hold on a hope and would not allow Jiang Qin to ascend. After much contemplation, even the worst outcome, Jiang Mian receiving a light sentence, would still mean Zhou Wanqing could breathe easier, her hidden ambitions beginning to surge forth. However, in the next moment, she suddenly recalled the subtle gestures of Jiang Qin from their previous encounters, and a layer of frost enveloped her exquisitely sculpted face. How dare that wretched creature lay claim to my ideas? This time, I shall make him aware of the futility of his endeavors. Chapter 52. Zhou Wanqing's schemes before long. Lu Man returned. "President Zhou, Lawyer Sun is on his way and will arrive in half an hour." Zhou Wanqing merely responded with a casual acknowledgement, her expression still grim. She found it hard to believe that Jiang Qin would dare to covet her thoughts. Noticing her mood, Lu Man pondered for a moment before attempting to break the silence. "President Zhou, you need not worry too much. Lawyer Sun is renowned as the chief attorney of Zhonghai and has collaborated with our Jiang group for many years. With him on board, the predicament faced by young Master Jiang should not be overly dire." Yet, Zhou Wanqing slowly shook her head, her countenance grave. "Do not let your guard down. We must prepare for the worst. Jiang Qin is no longer the same Jiang heir Shao he once was. This young man has become quite devious, and we must remain vigilant." Lu Man raised an eyebrow in disbelief at Zhou Wanqing's description of the previously gentle Jiang Qin, her round face displaying a look of incredulity. Zhou Wanqing noticed, but had no desire to explain further. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that they could not allow Jiang heir to dictate the pace. They must set traps and lay foundations. The most suitable candidate to act as an undercover agent was currently by Jiang Qin's side. With this thought in mind, she promptly instructed Lu Man, "Please find out which hospital Su Zhifei's mother is admitted to and her current condition." Lu Man was momentarily baffled. "Su Zhifei? Is her mother hospitalized?" Zhou Wanqing nodded with intense focus. "Jiang Mian mentioned to me before that Su Zhifei's mother has been suffering from a brain ailment, and her condition has recently deteriorated, necessitating hospitalization." She did not elaborate further, but fixed her gaze on Lu Man, eager to see if she could grasp the implication. As Lu Man met her scrutinizing gaze, she initially appeared perplexed, but soon her eyes sparkled with realization. "President Zhou, are you suggesting that we assist Su Zhifei and bring her back to our side? Positioning her as your informant?" Zhou Wanqing merely smiled, a subtle upward curve of her lips confirming Lu Manman's deduction without further elaboration. After all, familial disgrace must not be aired. The sordid entanglements of the Jiang brothers. One brother using his girlfriend to ensnare the other, and the other, having fallen into the trap, forcibly claiming his future sister-in-law, were not details easily divulged. Revitalized by her confirmation, Lu Manman straightened her posture with renewed determination and set off to execute the plan. Once she departed, Zhou Wanqing mentally reviewed the strategy, feeling optimistic about its potential for success. Su Zhifei had nearly become her sister-in-law. She had a fair understanding of this prospective sister-in-law. Su Zhifei was indeed clever and cunning, yet she was also dutiful and grateful. Her willingness to remain with Jiang Mian despite his physical shortcomings, and even to entrap Jiang Qin, was largely motivated by her concern for her mother. Although currently coerced by Jiang Qin, she must harbor resentment deep within her heart. At that moment, with a gentle tug and the promise of substantial benefits, she had every reason to reconsider. If she were to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Qin, reporting the every move of that scoundrel, matters would become significantly more manageable. Resolute in her decision, Zhou Wanqing returned to her desk, wholly absorbed in the affairs at hand. Her assent to the trust of Jiang Jinyu and her position within the Jiang group was predicated on far more than mere familial ties. Before long, a knock echoed through the office. A secretary ushered in a well-dressed gentleman. "Hello, President Zhou," he greeted. The man appeared to be in his 40s, maintaining an impressive physique and exhibiting a polished demeanor that radiated rigor and professionalism. Upon entering, he quickened his pace slightly, extending his hand towards Zhou Wanqing in anticipation. She rose to meet him, exchanging a brief handshake. This individual was Sun Qinghao, the esteemed attorney of the Jiang family and the head of Junshan law firm, commonly referred to in the industry as Lawyer Sunday. After a few pleasantries, and once the secretary had delivered tea and exited, Zhou Wanqing cut to the chase. "Lawyer Sun, you are undoubtedly aware of the situation concerning our third son?" At the mention of business, Sun Qinghao's previously relaxed expression vanished in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he adjusted his glasses, letting out a sigh before speaking. "President Zhou, to be candid, the moment I received news of young Master Jiang's predicament, I began formulating a strategy. The reason I did not call to inquire further is that the evidence that has emerged is already sufficient to convict young Master Jiang." Zhou Wanqing's expression shifted noticeably. She understood that Sun Qinghao was a man who only spoke with utmost certainty, yet now he had implied a conviction for Jiang Mian, indicating the gravity of the situation. Noticing her distress, Sun Qinghao continued with a grave tone. "Let me be straightforward with you. The case involving young Master Jiang has incited considerable public outcry and remains a trending topic. Who would dare to be complacent? The police will undoubtedly solidify the evidentiary chain to be irrefutable, and the prosecution will certainly demand a severe sentence." He paused, as the subsequent words were unnecessary to articulate. Zhou Wanqing felt a tightening in her chest. After adjusting her breathing, she posed the pivotal question. "What do you estimate will be the sentence?" Upon hearing this inquiry, the usually forthright lawyer's son fell silent. Zhou Wanqing's heart sank at the sight, prompting her to probe further. "What do you mean?" Sun Qinghao regarded her. His voice lowered as he resumed. "Young Master Jiang is suspected of multiple serious crimes, including stock price manipulation, insider trading, and illegal operations, with amounts involved being particularly substantial. Adding to this, there are no mitigating circumstances such as a confession." Before he could finish, Zhou Wanqing interjected vehemently, "Just tell me, how long?" This time, Lawyer Sun did not hesitate. He delivered the answer directly. "Life imprisonment." Zhou Wanqing was rendered speechless. Previously, she had believed that even if Jiang Mian could not escape the charges, assembling a formidable legal team for his defense might lead to a lenient sentence. Yet now, the foremost lawyer in Zhonghai was informing her that Jiang Mian faced the very real possibility of life imprisonment. Life imprisonment. Even if Jiang Mian behaves well in prison and earns a commutation, by the time he is released, he will likely be in the midst of middle age. At that point, Jiang Jinyu will undoubtedly no longer be present, and even the existence of the Jiang group would remain uncertain. As she regained her composure, Zhou Wanqing's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze upon Sun Qinghao. Lawyer's son, is there truly no other recourse? Money is not an issue. Under her intense scrutiny, Sun, the esteemed lawyer, furrowed his brow and began to ponder. The stages of investigation, prosecution, and trial were clearly beyond consideration. However, once Xiao Jiang was imprisoned, there might indeed be avenues to explore. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Please continue. Chapter 53. 10 Consecutive Draws. A frenzied ascendancy, it was evident that Sun Qinghao had formulated a plan prior to this meeting. His previous remarks were merely a preamble. After taking a sip of water, he spoke calmly and deliberately. Once Xiao Jiang is incarcerated, he must engage in active rehabilitation in hopes of securing a reduction in his sentence. This is self-evident. However, relying solely on good behavior will prove insufficient. Ideally, he should also demonstrate significant merit or encounter circumstances that render him unfit to serve his sentence. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing's confidence soared, and she eagerly inquired, such as what? As a distinguished lawyer, Sun Qinghao elaborated with clarity. For instance, reporting and preventing serious criminal activities within a prison, or selflessly saving others, thereby averting grave incidents. Alternatively, making significant inventions or discoveries while incarcerated. He paused momentarily, then continued at a measured pace. Or, suffering from severe illness that renders him unfit for continued imprisonment. Though Zhou Wanqing lacked legal knowledge, she was well-versed in human sentiments and societal nuances. After digesting these possibilities, her anxiety transformed into a firm resolve. She understood that Sun Qinghao would not express such confidence without certainty. Since he had spoken, it must be nearly assured. With this thought in mind, her only concern remained. Lawyer's son, under these circumstances, if everything proceeds smoothly, when is the earliest Jiang Mian could be released? Sun Qinghao met her gaze directly and softly provided his answer. At most, 8 years. Though this response seemed somewhat evasive, it nonetheless allowed Zhou Wanqing to exhale in relief. 8 years at the most meant it was conceivable that he could be released in 7 or even 6 years. Even if Jiang Mian were to serve a full 8-year sentence, he would emerge in his early 30s, still brimming with potential. Furthermore, Jiang Jinyu would likely find this term acceptable, for if Jiang Mian were to face a sentence of a decade or 2, the continuity of the Jiang group would necessitate Jiang Qin assuming leadership. However, should Jiang Mian only need to serve 8 years or less, Zhou Wanqing could easily safeguard the Jiang legacy until his release, alleviating concerns of the group falling into the hands of outsiders. After considerable reflection, the urgency and tension in Zhou Wanqing's demeanor dissipated, leaving only a calm steadiness, tinged with a subtle, concealed joy. 8 years would afford her ample time to make necessary arrangements. With this realization, she lifted her gaze to Sun Qinghao and, adopting her accustomed authoritative posture, issued her directive. Lawyer's son, I would appreciate it if you could promptly devise a comprehensive plan for commutation. I wish to present it to the chairman for his review. After speaking, he emphasized his words with a touch of optimism, seeking to lighten the old gentleman's heart. Sun Qinghao readily agreed, ultimately expressing his sentiments about the situation. With Chairman Zhang's health issues and young Master Jiang facing such challenges, we are fortunate to have you, Mr. Zhou, steering the ship. Zhou Wanqing responded with a serene smile, choosing not to comment further. Meanwhile, as Zhou Wanqing finalized the rescue plan with her lawyer, Jiang Qin had returned to the Jiang family estate. After washing off the dust of his travels, he changed into a set of loose, comfortable attire and subsequently ordered a sumptuous breakfast from the kitchen, which he relished before activating the system. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, he was unsurprised to find that his emotional points were sufficient for a 10-time draw. If one sought the quickest method to acquire emotional points, it was undoubtedly through engaging with the male protagonist. With a mischievous smile, he commanded the system to execute the 10 draws. The dazzling lottery effects reappeared, with an array of prizes swirling within the golden prize pool, accompanied by the incessant sounds of winning prompts. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won a Lamborghini Revenant. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won 100 million in cash. Upon hearing about the sports car, Jiang Qin felt no excitement. Although Jiang Jinyu harbored little affection for him, his status as the legitimate son of the Jiang family ensured he lacked for luxury vehicles. However, the 100 million in cash brought him a glimmer of surprise, for it represented liquid assets. Despite being a scion of one of the three major families in Zhonghai, producing 100 million in cash on short notice posed a genuine challenge. Wealth typically resided in fixed assets or existed as equity, funds, or trusts. It was uncommon for anyone to keep such a sum readily available. Now, possessing a reserve of 100 million in cash would alleviate the need to scramble for resources in times of urgency. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received designated attribute points. Constitution 10. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill. Master-level disguise technique. Includes a treasure trove of disguises. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special skill. Master-level acting. Upon hearing these three notifications, a smile began to uncontrollably stretch across Jiang Qin's face. Another 10 points in Constitution meant he now possessed 6 times the physical capability of an ordinary person. Although these two skills may not possess the mystical qualities of her telepathy or master-level medical skills, their combination would allow him to present himself in various guises and identities, offering unimaginable potential for creativity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received designated attribute points. Charm 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 free attribute point. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of martial arts proficiency. At the last announcement, Jiang Ershao's heart skipped a beat. 10 years of martial arts proficiency? Wouldn't that elevate his martial arts cultivation? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another system notification arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won 200 million in cash. Jiang Qin couldn't even revel in the joy of this newfound wealth as he fixated on the bottom right corner of the system panel. Indeed, there, a rapidly flickering notification icon appeared. Upon clicking, he discovered, "Congratulations, host. Your martial arts cultivation has been elevated to the late stage of dark strength." Jiang Qin was overwhelmed with elation. In this genre of urban novels, the hierarchy of martial prowess is rigidly defined, with later stages inevitably surpassing the earlier ones. The subtle strength will undoubtedly overpower the overt strength, and there is no room for debate. At present, his power has ascended to the late stage of subtle strength, making him effortlessly capable of handling opponents like Lin the King of Soldiers. As he revels in this newfound power, the system automatically allocates designated attribute points to him. His charm increases by 2 points, the effect of which remains unknown to him for now. However, upon receiving an additional 10 points in physique, he feels an overwhelming surge of vitality and strength. After a moment of contemplation, he begins to explore the other rewards. The 3 minor objectives automatically deposited into his account, and the supercar purchased for him by the system need not be examined further. His focus lies solely on the free attribute points and the special skill. After a brief consideration, he allocates 1 free attribute point to intelligence. The reason is simple. He had not invested in it previously and wishes to observe the outcome. Once he has done so, Jiang Qin senses a clarity in his thoughts. Earlier, while on his way back, he had overheard a system prompt indicating that Zhou Wanqing was furious. At that moment, he was puzzled. But now he instantly deduces the reason for her ire. Zhou Wanqing has likely learned of his recruitment endeavors. With a cold smirk, he temporarily sets this matter aside and brings up his attribute panel to review his latest statistics. Chapter 54. Su Zhifei's affection soars. Name: Jiang Qin. Identity: the chosen villain. Second son of the Jiang group. Physique: 61. Average person: 10. Intelligence: 15. Average person: 10. Mentality: 16. Average person: 10. Charm: 89. Average person: 50. Free attribute points: 0. Available emotional value: 6527. Upon seeing that he still has over 6,000 emotional points remaining after 10 consecutive draws, Jiang Qin's lips curl into a smile. His gains from last night were indeed substantial, thanks in no small part to the fervent contributions of Miss Lin. Just as he is lost in thought, his phone suddenly rings. Closing the system panel, He picks up the phone to find that it is a call from Secretary Su. Recalling the reluctant, longing gaze of Su Zhifei as they parted ways last night, he answers the call with a smile. Young Master Qin, good news. As soon as the call connects, Su Zhifei speaks rapidly from the other end. Oh, Jiang Qin does not inquire further, merely responding with an acknowledging sound as he waits for her to continue. Su Zhifei, not one to keep him in suspense, excitedly reports. The news of your banquet for the pragmatic members of the group last night has spread throughout the headquarters. Although a few miscreants or parasites have made snide remarks, the majority are astonished and invigorated by your actions. They all say you are adept at recognizing talent, and once you take over, the Jiang group will surely usher in a new era. Jiang Qin listens quietly, refraining from any self-satisfaction. Winning over the disheartened pragmatists is merely a preliminary trial for him. The true spectacle lies ahead. Noticing his silence, Su Zhifei, with an excited tone, reports another matter. Furthermore, today the most talked about and sensational news at the headquarters revolves around the land in Nanwan. The news of the government planning to establish a high-tech industrial park in Nanwan was indeed monumental. Upon hearing that you had secured a parcel of land there, amidst a surging land price, everyone within the group remarked on your exceptional foresight, suggesting that your previous demeanor had merely been a guise of modesty. In short, congratulations are in order, Qin Xian. Your current reputation and status are ascending even more rapidly than the land price in Nanwan. Jiang Qin remained composed. For this turn of events was anticipated, there was no cause for surprise. However, considering that Su Zhifei had been quite perceptive and diligent in her work of late, he smiled and offered her praise. You deserve credit for this, particularly regarding that plot of land. Had it not been for your prompt handling of the transfer procedures, complications might have arisen. A reward is warranted. What would you like? On the other end of the line, Su Zhifei, in a good mood, chuckled at his words. Oh, is President Jiang planning to treat me? Just as she began to elaborate, she abruptly paused, her tone shifting to one of urgency. Qin Xian, I apologize, but I need to take a call. Without waiting for his response, she hung up. Jiang Qin, unfazed, pondered whether to transfer some funds to Su Zhifei. After all, he had a few financial goals resting comfortably in his account. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Zhifei called back, her voice trembling. Qin Xian, I need to take a leave. The hospital just called. My mother is critically ill. Taken aback, Jiang Qin suddenly recalled that Su Zhifei had a mother who had been ailing for years. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Critically ill? What a coincidence. There happens to be a remarkably skilled doctor here. Zhifei, don't panic. What illness does your mother have? How could a daughter not be anxious for her mother? Almost on the verge of tears, she replied, severe cerebral thrombosis. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin maintained his calm. If it were a malignant brain tumor, it would pose a greater challenge. Severe cerebral thrombosis? A mere trifle. Feeling a sense of relief, he contemplated taking charge of the situation, but quickly reconsidered. Treating such a life-threatening condition was not akin to alleviating fatigue through massage. If he were to successfully treat Su Zhifei's mother, his masterful medical skills would be exposed. It wouldn't matter if others learned of it. But what would Jiang Qin think? His son, possessing extraordinary medical prowess, yet allowing his own father to languish in suffering? Furthermore, an individual with no medical training suddenly exhibiting miraculous healing abilities? Thus, Jiang Qin deemed it unwise to intervene directly. Yet Su Zhifei's mother could not be left unattended. Qin, I'm heading to the hospital now. Su Zhifei's anxious voice broke through the silence on the line. At that moment, inspiration struck Jiang Qin. He recalled the two skills he had just acquired. Zhifei, listen carefully. I'll transfer some money to you immediately. Go to the hospital and instruct them to utilize the best resources available. They must stabilize your mother's condition at all costs. In this urgent moment, Su Zhifei didn't indulge in pleasantries. Thank you, Qin. Jiang Qin abruptly interjected. Do not rush. There is more. Earlier, did you not inquire about the origin of my massage techniques? They were imparted to me by my master, a reclusive sage with unparalleled medical skills. Should he choose to intervene, It is entirely conceivable that your mother's ailment could not merely be managed but wholly cured. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei's voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose in pitch. Really? Could you possibly convince your master to assist? Jiang Qin feigned hesitation for a moment before responding gravely. Very well. I shall find a way to persuade him. You should head to the hospital now and drive carefully. I will transfer 5 million to you. Should that prove insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me. Perhaps moved by his concern, or perhaps daunted by the magnitude of 5 million, Su Zhifei fell silent despite the urgency of the situation. Ding! Su Zhifei felt immensely touched. Host emotional value reached 668. Jiang Qin was taken aback. Goodness, the emotional value for being moved can be so high. How deeply must she be affected? The answer soon revealed itself as Su Zhifei's voice, now choked with emotion, echoed through the phone. Qin, thank you. Truly thank you. Before she could finish her sentence, she was already in tears. Now was not the time for sentimentality, and Jiang Qin refrained from further words, urging her to hasten to the hospital while once again reminding her to drive with caution. After terminating the call, Jiang Xiao meticulously reconsidered his plans. Although he could not personally intervene, he could assume a different guise, presenting himself as the so-called master. This way, through this master-s persona, he could not only elucidate the source of his medical expertise, but also establish an image of a prodigious disciple, a flawless plan. Chapter 55. Pretending to be a reclusive sage, the third young lady of the Lin family without delay, Jiang Qin immediately dove into the cloakroom, standing before the mirror. Employing the innate techniques of disguise he had instinctively acquired, he began to harness his inner energy. The master-level disguise technique he had drawn was far from mere application of a false beard or makeup. It involved manipulating one's inner strength to alter facial features and even physique. As he activated his inner energy, a cacophony of cracking sounds resonated from his bones and joints. To his astonishment, he observed in the mirror that his torso was indeed shrinking. But that was not all. His skin, facial contours, and even his features were simultaneously transforming. Within mere minutes, the reflection in the mirror had morphed into a visage so unfamiliar that even he could scarcely recognize it. The sensation was remarkably surreal. Jiang Qin turned left and right before the mirror, adopting various expressions and gestures, and found himself utterly flawless. He appeared to be an entirely different individual. My goodness, this is truly extraordinary. It is almost surreal. He murmured in astonishment as he gazed at the image in the mirror, a figure several centimeters shorter and aged by 70 or 80 years. However, due to the changes in his appearance and physique, his hairstyle and attire seemed somewhat incongruous. Fortunately, when he had drawn the disguise technique, the system had graciously provided a treasure trove of disguise props, containing a plethora of items for transformation. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Qin finally surveyed himself in the mirror once more and exclaimed, "Success!" An elderly man, his hair as white as snow and a beard cascading to his chest, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, was also gazing intently at him. With no time to linger in admiration, Jiang Qin swiftly sent a message to Su Zhifei, informing her that he had managed to summon his master and advised her to receive him with caution. Without alarming anyone, he quietly departed from the Jiang family estate, making his way to the hospital. Shortly thereafter, at the VIP ward of Zhonghai City People's Hospital, Jiang Qin, now disguised, caught the attention of Su Zhifei, who had been waiting there. His current appearance was hardly reminiscent of an ordinary mortal. "Are you Mr. Wang Yixian?" Su Zhifei inquired, hesitating momentarily before hastening forward, her tone respectful yet nervous. Wang Yixian was the grand name Jiang Qin had fabricated for his imaginary master. Noticing the traces of tears on Su Zhifei's face and the redness in her eyes, Jiang Qin remained unmoved, merely nodding slightly. Su Zhifei, perceiving this, grew increasingly deferential. "Greetings, esteemed sir. I shouldn't trouble you, but my mother—" Before she could finish, Jiang Qin coldly interrupted, "Let us speak as we walk." His masterful performance not only reflected the demeanor of his assumed character, but also imbued his voice with a detachment that suggested a profound understanding of worldly affairs. Su Fei, oblivious to any discrepancies, paused in surprise at his words, then nodded repeatedly, guiding him into the ward. Along the way, she carefully detailed her mother's medical condition. Her mother had previously been critically ill, suffering from extensive cerebral infarction, a perilous situation. The doctors had administered emergency treatment and were now awaiting test results to determine the subsequent course of action. Jiang Qin, possessing mastery in both traditional and modern medical practices, discerned that the impending treatment plan would likely involve surgical intervention, either craniotomy or trepanation. However, both procedures carried a grim prognosis, often resulting in severe sequelae. Before long, they arrived at a patient room. Upon entering, Jiang Qin observed that it was a suite where a group of healthcare professionals was quietly discussing matters in the living area. Hearing the commotion, they turned their heads, their gazes landing squarely upon his face. Jiang Qin surveyed the room and was suddenly captivated by one of the female doctors. It was not her beauty that drew his attention. He had yet to see her face clearly, but he noticed a faint golden aura hovering above her head, a phenomenon he recognized all too well. This was the halo of fortune, indicating that this female doctor was a central character from a certain novel. Realizing this, Jiang Qin's heart raced with unexpected delight. However, he maintained a composed exterior, taking advantage of Su Zhifei's interaction with the medical staff to discreetly issue a scanning command to the system. In an instant, an attribute panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Name: Lin Runin. Identity: the third young lady of the Lin family. One of the protagonists in My Seven Sisters are all stunning charm. 85, average for ordinary individuals is 50. Affection: 50, maximum value is 100. Upon reading this information, Jiang Qin felt a surge of excitement, marveling at the revelation. This world is indeed exceedingly small. To my surprise, I encountered the third sister of Lin Shishir and Lin Karen here. However, the original work of Seven Sisters indeed mentions that the protagonist Lin Feng's third sister is a physician. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qin took a keen interest in observing Miss Lin San. Lin Runin's appearance is in stark contrast to her distinctly vintage name. Her face, shaped like a perfect melon seed, is devoid of any makeup, radiant with collagen, her large eyes adorned with long lashes, and her delicate nose and mouth evoke the charm of a character stepped out from a comic. She appears even more youthful than her sister Lin Shishir. The only indication of her age lies between her heart and her abdomen. The white coat donned by doctors is typically quite loose, yet even this could not conceal her formidable presence. As Jiang Qin was engrossed in his observation, Lin Runin seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him. Ding! Lin Runin, filled with curiosity, noted the host's emotional value at 223. Just as the system prompt indicated, Lin Runin widened her eyes slightly, curiously regarding him, her mind brimming with questions. Is this elderly gentleman a family member? Given his snow-white hair and beard, he must be nearing a century in age. By this reasoning, he ought to be the grandfather or great-grandfather of the patient. Upon hearing her unspoken thoughts, Jiang Shao nearly choked on his own saliva. The grandfather or great-grandfather of the patient. Does that not make him the great-grandfather of Su Zhifei? However, upon reflection, it makes sense in his current guise. He certainly appears to be over 100 years old, thus aligning with the lineage of Su Zhifei. Just as he was musing, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Before Jiang Qin could turn around, a figure swept past him like a gust of wind. It was an older nurse who, upon entering, paid no mind to anyone. Quickly advancing to Lin Runin and presenting her with a stack of report forms, Lin Runin accepted them and swiftly began to peruse the documents, her expression rapidly transforming to one of gravity. Dr. Lin, how are my mother's test results? Su Zhifei could not restrain herself from inquiring, her voice trembling noticeably. Without lifting her gaze, Lin Runin continued to scrutinize the assorted reports, her brow furrowing ever tighter. Observing her demeanor, the surrounding medical staff held their breath, intently watching her as though a group of novices awaited the decision of an esteemed professor. Sensing this atmosphere, a foreboding feeling arose within Jiang Qin. It is possible that Su's mother may not even be able to undergo surgery that could leave severe aftereffects. Chapter 56. The poise is perfectly captured. After a moment, Lin Runin finally raised her eyes to meet Su Zhifei's, her petite lips parting briefly before sealing shut once more. Upon witnessing this gesture, Su Zhifei could no longer maintain her composure, her entire being trembling. Lin Runin sighed softly. When she finally spoke, her tone was imbued with sorrow. Misu, the test results indicate that your mother's condition is quite grave. The phrase quite grave, uttered from the physician's lips, almost equated to a prognosis of impending demise. Instantly, Su Zhifei turned pale, exclaiming, "What should we do?" Lin Runin looked at her, her voice gentle. "At present, our only option is to provide palliative care through medication." Upon hearing the news, Jiang Qin immediately concluded that Su's mother's condition was far graver than mere extensive cerebral infarction. It likely indicated a progression towards brain herniation, suggesting a displacement of brain tissue. Su Zhifei evidently grasped the implications of palliative care and anxiously pressed for answers. Is surgery not an option? Lin Runin shook her head in resignation. Witnessing this, Su Zhifei's lips trembled in shock as she stammered out a crucial question. If surgery is not performed, what will happen to my mother? Lin Runin fell silent, and her silence spoke volumes. In an instant, Su Zhifei's previously enchanting visage was marred by confusion and terror. However, in a heartbeat, she surged forward, grasping Lin Runin's sleeve with both hands. "Dr. Lin, I know you are a genius, the youngest neurosurgeon in Zhonghai. You must have a way. Please save my mother. She is not yet 50. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she half kneeled on the floor, evoking profound sympathy from the medical staff present. Lin Runin struggled to assist her, her face reflecting a deep sense of guilt akin to that of a comic character. "Miss Su, I truly empathize with your feelings, but at this moment, we are utterly powerless. Your mother currently presents no surgical indications and can only receive palliative care. If surgery is forced upon her, the likelihood of her surviving the procedure is exceedingly low, less than 1%. The declaration of a success rate below 1% felt like a death sentence for Su's mother. Left standing in a daze, Su Zhifei was consumed by helplessness and despair. Some medical personnel regarded her with sympathetic expressions, while others sighed softly, choosing silence. Suddenly, Su Zhifei clenched her teeth, determination blossoming on her face. "Then I am willing to try. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, please save my mother." She added urgently, "Is there a need to sign any agreements? I will fully cooperate. I will bear all consequences." Despite her earnest plea, Lin Runin's expression remained troubled as she hesitated before responding. "Misu, the hospital will not consent to that." After pausing for emphasis, Jiang Qin discerned the underlying message in her words. She implied that even if Su Zhifei was willing to proceed with the operation and sign a liability waiver, the hospital would still refuse. Understanding the implication, Su Zhifei anxiously pressed for an explanation. Lin Runin fell silent once more, her youthful face marred by an expression of helplessness that belied her age and position. At that moment, Jiang Qin noticed several doctors and nurses exchanging glances with Lin Runin, seemingly cautioning her against revealing further information. Recognizing the situation, he spoke coldly. "The hospital is no longer focused on saving lives, but on how to mitigate risk." His words drew the collective gaze of everyone present, followed by a palpable hush as the medical staff lowered their heads or turned away in silence. Especially Lin Runin deeply lowered her head, her face increasingly flushed with shame, despite having committed no wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Su Zhifei gazed incredulously at Jiang Qin. "Avoiding risks? Does that mean fearing I might sign the agreement only to?" Abruptly halting her words, she suddenly dashed before Jiang Qin, as if awakening from a dream. "Master Wang, you are young Master Qin's mentor. Surely, you possess a solution, don't you?" Jiang Qin cast her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that she finally remembered him. Unbeknownst to Su Zhifei, Jiang Qin's thoughts were elsewhere. As she beseeched him with tear-filled eyes, "Master Wang, young Master Qin speaks highly of your unparalleled medical skills, claiming you possess the ability to revive the dead and heal the ailing. I implore you, save my mother, regardless of the outcome. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. Listening to her flattery and pleas, Jiang Qin remained largely unfazed, merely sighing inwardly at her filial piety. However, Lin Runin and the other medical staff simultaneously raised their heads, some frowning, others squinting, while exchanging glances with one another. Jiang Qin noticed his heart crystal clear. After hearing Su Zhifei's words, they regarded him as nothing more than a quack. Yet, Lin Runin's expression was peculiar, her doubts seeming less straightforward and more perplexed. Reviving the dead, healing the ailing. Are there truly such skilled doctors in Zhonghai? But during my visits to renowned physicians due to Ku Ren's condition, I had never heard a master named Wang. Could it be that this elder is a recluse of extraordinary talent? Or perhaps Miss Su has brought him from afar? Jiang Qin listened attentively, surprised to find that she had conjured 5 or 6 potential explanations for why she had never heard of a physician with the surname Wang. This left Jiang Shao somewhat puzzled as well. Why was Lin Runin so determined to consider various possibilities? Did she prefer to believe him to be a genuine miracle worker, or did she hope he truly was one? Time was of the essence, and Jiang Qin had no luxury for contemplation. Ignoring the skeptical gazes from the other medical personnel and disregarding the system's emotional value prompts, he turned his attention to the anxious Su Zhifei and spoke slowly. I have grown old and have not practiced medicine for many years. However, Jiang Shaoer is my disciple. My lifelong knowledge relies on him to carry it forward. Since he has asked for my help, I must make this journey, however reluctantly. At this point, he fixed his gaze on Su Zhifei, slightly narrowing his eyes. But, my dear girl, what exactly is your relationship with him? What could compel him to make such a significant sacrifice? Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei's mouth opened slightly, standing frozen in place, clearly taken aback by the mention of such a considerable sacrifice. Her subsequent shock confirmed this notion. Jiang Qin had made a substantial sacrifice to request this elder's assistance. Not waiting for her reply, Jiang Qin turned to Lin Runin. Report to me. Lin Runin, having regained her composure, hesitated only briefly before handing over the report. After taking it, Jiang Qin glanced through the conclusions of the other examination reports, subsequently focusing on the brain imaging report and the accompanying images. Observing this, the other medical staff either crossed their arms or placed their hands behind their backs, all assuming a spectator stance. Only Lin Runin gazed intently at Jiang Qin, her anticipation unmistakable. In contrast, Su Zhifei, a family member of the patient, stood there anxiously, too nervous to even breathe. Given that young Master Qin held him in such high regard, surely he must have a solution? Yet, Doctor, Lin had explicitly stated that the success rate of the surgery was less than 1%. Chapter 57. Out and About. Identity is self-imposed. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance. And after a brief moment, he returned the examination report to Lin Runin. Old Wang, what is the verdict? Is there a solution? Jiang Qin scanned the room before fixing his gaze on her face, responding coolly. Proceed with the necessary paperwork promptly. I do not wish for any hindrances or disruptions to the forthcoming treatment. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei was filled with elation, momentarily losing her composure. Flustered and at a loss for words. Yes. Great. Dr. Lin, what I need to sign. Quickly. She then bowed her head towards Jiang Qin. I entrust everything to old Wang. Please take great care. Lin Runin's eyes brightened for a fleeting moment upon hearing Jiang Qin's words. But her expression soon fell into a frown. Sir, when I mentioned that the success rate of Madame Su's surgery is less than 1%, I was not exaggerating. Her condition is exceedingly complex and perilous. Even the world's foremost surgical experts, Jiang Qin interjected decisively. I have my own methods. Lin Runin hesitated for a moment, her mouth opening as if to speak again. Just then, a series of beeping sounds erupted from the adjacent patient room. Though not urgent, the noise caused all medical personnel in the lounge to change expressions in unison. Jiang Qin recognized the alarm from the monitoring equipment, and without further ado, he hastily rushed into the patient room. In his urgency, his speed was remarkable, and his presence startled a male doctor who was remaining in the ward. However, the situation was dire, and he disregarded the man, swiftly reaching the bedside. At this moment, Su's mother lay on the bed, unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. This was a dangerous sign, indicating that the patient might have lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of death. Realizing this, Jiang Qin quickly glanced at the vital signs monitor screen and was alarmed to find that Sue's mother's respiration, pulse, blood pressure, and temperature were all abnormal. Upon lifting her eyelids, a wave of anxiety gripped his heart. Her pupils were uneven, with the left pupil significantly constricted. At this juncture, Lin Runin and the medical staff, along with Su Zhifei, rushed in. Jiang Qin did not allow them the chance to speak, issuing a stern warning. The patient is experiencing a brain herniation. I require immediate emergency intervention. You may observe from the sidelines, but do not interfere. With that, he shed his outer garment, rolled up his sleeves, and retrieved a completely black square box from his pocket, placing it on the cabinet. Upon opening the lid, dozens of golden-handled silver needles lay within, gleaming brilliantly. Everyone was left bewildered by his actions, but one male doctor could not refrain from exclaiming, "Acupuncture?" Though merely 2 words were spoken, they were imbued with an intense skepticism. The others remained silent, yet aside from Su Lin's 2 daughters, they exchanged glances, evidently sharing the same sentiment as the male doctor. Jiang Qin paid them no heed. Once prepared, he steadied himself and seized a needle, deftly flipping his wrist as internal energy surged forth. In an instant, the golden-handled silver needle quivered violently under the force of his burgeoning vitality. The next moment, he struck like lightning, piercing the Shinsong acupoint atop Su's mother's head. Witnessing this scene, some gasped in astonishment, while others furrowed their brows in doubt. However, Lin Runin's expression changed dramatically, her pupils trembling as she exclaimed 4 words, "Hua Tuo's needle method." Ding! Lin Runin was utterly astounded. Host emotional value reached 888. As Jiang Qin was about to administer the second needle, he paused at her voice, turning to fix her with a piercing gaze. Meeting his fierce eyes, Lin Runin shuddered and hastily shut her mouth, yet within her, a tempest of emotions surged. My heavens! Am I dreaming? I am fortunate enough to witness the Hua Tuo needle method. I knew it. I knew this old gentleman was no charlatan. After being lost for over 1,000 years, the legendary Hua Tuo needle method has emerged from the annals of medical history. As her inner thoughts subsided, Su Zhifei interjected, noting Zhang's response, confirming that old Wang was indeed a reclusive master. However, with a mere 1% success rate for surgeries, could acupuncture truly work? One could only hope. May the Bodhisattva bless us. If my mother can turn this crisis into safety, I would serve young Master Qin as a beast of burden for a lifetime. Ding! Su Zhifei was engulfed in worry. Host emotional value reached 630. Time ticked by. In the crowded hospital room, silence reigned. Only the heavy breaths of the 2 beautiful women could be faintly heard. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Qin's forehead. Though the Hua Tuo needle method was famed for its miraculous ability to defy death, it was immensely taxing on internal energy. Fortuitously for Su's mother, his cultivation had recently advanced to the late stage of dark strength, allowing him to wield this technique with ease. Otherwise, he would surely have failed today. A brain hernia signifies a displacement of brain tissue. Whether it compresses cranial nerves, blood vessels, or obstructs the circulation of cerebrospinal fluid, the patient is doomed. Blood pressure has dropped. Suddenly, someone stifled a gasp of astonishment. Body temperature is stabilizing. Another voice joined in, equally excited yet cautious, wary of displeasing old Wang. Jiang Qin remained oblivious, undeterred by the system's incessant emotional value alerts, continuing to focus intently on his needlework. Finally, after several minutes, with the 13th needle complete, he swiftly turned to observe the monitor screen. Thankfully, Su's mother's vital signs had returned to normal. Upon lifting her eyelids, he noticed her pupils had also normalized, and he sighed in relief, feeling reassured. Old Wang? Su Zhifei's trembling voice resonated at the right moment. Jiang Qin turned in her direction, noticing his secretary with reddened eyes, on the verge of tears. Yet, he maintained an expression of indifference, coldly uttering, "I have done what I needed to do. The rest is up to them." Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei quickly turned to Lin Runin. At this moment, Lin Ruonin and her colleagues were all fixated on Jiang Qin, their eyes sparkling like light bulbs. No one had their hands crossed or behind their backs anymore. They stood upright, as if participating in military training at a university. "Dr. Lin, how is my mother now?" Su Zhifei asked urgently, her tone betraying her anxiety. Only then did Lin Ruonin come to her senses, laboriously shifting her gaze from Jiang Qin's face to Su Zhifei. Just then, someone else stirred awake. On the hospital bed, Su's mother, who had been in a coma, suddenly twitched her arm and emitted a clear nasal sound. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei could no longer wait for Lin Ruonin's response. She rushed to the bedside and grasped her mother's hand tightly. "Mom, can you hear me? It's Zhifei." As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing her daughter's call, Su's mother slowly opened her eyes just a crack. Focusing directly on her daughter. Chapter 58. Deceiving, then deceiving again. Seeing Su's mother awaken, Jiang Qin felt the last remnants of worry dissipate. The medical staff in the room, witnessing this miraculous scene, could no longer contain their astonishment. All vital signs have returned to normal. The patient can accurately respond to external stimuli. This indicated that the patient had escaped danger and would not suffer significant aftereffects. A miracle. This is undoubtedly a medical marvel. I never anticipated acupuncture could yield such remarkable results. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruonin, already overwhelmed with excitement, emphatically clarified, it is not acupuncture that possesses such miraculous effects, but rather the Huatua acupuncture technique developed by Master Wang. Ding! Lin Ruonin was engulfed in jubilation. The host's emotional value reached 999. Hearing another 999, Jiang Qin turned to her, but this time his gaze was not sharp. Rather, it held a hint of admiration. This Miss Lin possesses considerable understanding. The so-called Huatua acupuncture technique, as the name implies, is derived from the legendary physician Hua Tuo of the late Han Dynasty. Before Hua Tuo was executed by Cao Cao, he entrusted his lifelong teachings to the jailer, hoping that those teachings would be passed down to benefit humanity. However, after Hua Tuo's death, the jailer's wife, fearing repercussions, incinerated the medical tome, leaving only a few pages that detailed methods for castrating pigs and chickens. Thus, the unparalleled skills of a generation's divine physician were lost to time. Yet, 1800 years later, Jiang Qin drew upon master-level medical skills from the system, which included the complete text of the Qing Nong Shu. Contemplating this, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Qin. If Cao Cao had trusted Hua Ta and followed his advice to undergo cranial surgery, would history have been altered? Just as he pondered this, a figure moved before him. Upon closer inspection, he found Lin Ruonin had approached him. This prodigious doctor, resembling a youthful genius, had her eyes gleaming and breath quickening, her excitement barely contained beneath her white coat. "Master Wang, I realize that a speak at this moment may seem abrupt. However, I fear that if I miss this opportunity today, I may never have it again. Therefore, I hope you will forgive my boldness." As she spoke, she adjusted her breath. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qin, then bowed deeply and proclaimed in a swift voice, "I wish to be your disciple." Upon hearing her opening statement, Jiang Qin discerned her intentions and remained unfazed, his demeanor tranquil. "I am no longer young and lack the energy to teach students," he replied. Lin Ruonin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency, lifting her head abruptly. Jiang Qin raised a hand to halt her. "I mentioned upon my arrival that I have already taken on a closed-door disciple. That lad possesses extraordinary talent. In this lifetime, having him as my sole student suffices for the passing down of my knowledge." At that moment, Su Zhifei, who was crouched beside her mother's sickbed, hastily arranged her mother's hand and stood up, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Qin. As she called out "Old Wang," her voice caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. She bowed nearly 90 degrees and lingered in that position, reluctant to rise. Jiang Qin, observing this, maintained his impassive expression, exuding a demeanor of indifference. "Your mother is no longer in critical condition. The doctors will know how to proceed from here." With that, he gathered his clothing and needle box and departed without another word. Su Zhifei and Lin Ruonin, momentarily taken aback, stood frozen before they were jolted into action and followed him out. As the three of them exited, the ward erupted into a flurry of chatter. The medical staff, who had previously doubted old Wang's credibility, disregarded the need for silence and engaged in fervent discussion about the miraculous Dr. Jiang. Jiang Qin, having completed his business, strode briskly away from the VIP ward, with Su Zhifei closely trailing behind, her eyes streaming tears as she expressed her gratitude, making it difficult for Lin Runin to interject. Before long, the trio arrived at the hospital entrance. Jiang Qin halted, turning to face Su Zhifei, whose eyes were swollen from crying. "There is no need for you to accompany me further. Return to care for your mother." Su Zhifei's day had been filled with tumult and emotion, overwhelming her to the point where she could scarcely contain herself. At Jiang Qin's words, she once again bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face. "Old Wang, thank you for saving my mother. I truly do not know how to repay you." Jiang Qin shook his head. "I did not come here for you. If you wish to show gratitude, direct it towards Jiang Shower." He chuckled softly. "That lad, sometimes as clever as a monkey, and other times, well, I suspect even if his own father were gravely ill, he would not be in such a rush." Upon hearing this, Su Zhifei inhaled deeply, determination blossoming on her tear-streaked face. "Rest assured, Old Wang, I know how to express my gratitude to young Master Qin." Jiang Qin chuckled inwardly at her words, hoping she truly understood and that she would act upon it today. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards Lin Runin, waving his hand to preempt her from speaking. "All right, you both may return now." Lin Runin, seeing this, swallowed the words she had almost uttered, casting a deep glance at him before bowing in respect. "Old Wang, take care. Thank you for your invaluable assistance today." This was not mere formality. After all, Su's mother was her patient. If she had failed to heal her, although she bore no legal or moral responsibility, the inability to save a life would remain a poignant regret. Jiang Qin, upon hearing her words, cast her a lingering glance before turning to leave. However, just as he pivoted, his eyes fell upon a familiar white Range Rover, an elongated version, parked at the entrance of the hospital. As the door swung open, a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers and adorned with red-soled high heels emerged. Soon after, a tall woman dressed in a navy blue business suit, her hair neatly pinned up, appeared before him. Gazing upon her exquisitely beautiful visage and the commanding aura she exuded with each graceful movement, Jiang Qin couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world, for it was none other than his beloved sister-in-law, Zhou Wanqing. Accompanying Zhou Wanqing was a young woman dressed in a tailored skirt suit with a chic bob hairstyle, likely her assistant or secretary. Jiang Qin cast a cursory glance at her before redirecting his focus to Zhou Wanqing's face. At that moment, Su Zhifei also spotted Zhou Wanqing and, after a brief pause, greeted her. "Hello, President Zhou." Zhou Wanqing had initially been observing Jiang Qin, who appeared to be a sage in humble attire, when she turned her attention to Su Zhifei upon hearing her voice. The next moment, a flicker of surprise crossed her lightly made-up face. "Zhifei, what brings you here?" Su Zhifei gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks with the back of her hand and, casting a respectful glance at Jiang Qin, replied, "I was escorting a distinguished guest out." "President Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhou Wanqing followed her gaze, appraising Jiang Qin, yet she displayed no sign of unease, evidently perceiving no hint of duplicity. She then approached Su Zhifei, her brows slightly furrowed. "I heard your mother is gravely ill, so I came to visit. How is she? Is there anything I can do?" Chapter 59. Zhou Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure, hearing Zhou Wanqing's series of inquiries. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a coincidence! How long had it been since Su's mother was in critical condition? And yet here was his dear sister-in-law arriving so promptly. Meanwhile, Su Zhifei, acknowledging Zhou Wanqing's concern for her mother, performed a slight bow. "Thank you for your concern, President Zhou. My mother has passed the critical stage." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qin received a system notification. Ding! Zhou Wanqing was taken aback, and the system indicated Jiang Qin's emotional value stood at 491. Just as the system had suggested, a flicker of surprise coursed through Zhou Wanqing's eyes, which was quickly followed by a look of delight. "That's wonderful. Congratulations." Yet internally, She began to harbor doubts. Wasn't she in critical condition? How could things have turned around so quickly? Concealing her skepticism, she feigned relief and then broke into a smile. When time allows, I must meet the hospital director to express my gratitude for their efforts in treating your mother. Jiang Qin noted that she was probing for information. Sure enough, Su Zhifei, still unsettled and lost in thought, cast a grateful and reverent glance at him while explaining to Zhou Wanqing, in fact, it was this esteemed Mr. Wang who saved my mother. Mr. Wang possesses extraordinary medical skills that even the hospital's experts find astonishing. Hearing this, Zhou Wanqing's beautiful eyes shifted back to Jiang Qin, her face displaying a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Is that so? One must sincerely express gratitude to the venerable gentleman. Having said this, he raised his hand, intending to introduce himself to Mr. Wang. Just then, Su Zhifei interjected with a smile, adding that Mr. Wang was not merely a stranger. He was the esteemed mentor of General Jiang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her hand faltering midair. General Jiang? Are you referring to the founder and chairman of Jiang Group, Jiang Jinyu, who is commonly addressed as Chairman Jiang? And then there is Jiang Mian, often referred to as young General Jiang, while Jiang Qin has always been called General Qin, without the surname. Thus, Zhou Wanqing posed her question. Su Zhifei, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of pride on her face, unabashedly providing the answer. Naturally, it is young Master Qin. At this revelation, Zhou Wanqing could scarcely maintain her composure. The surprise and astonishment vanished from her face, and her expression quickly dulled. The girl with the bobbed hair, standing behind her, completely lost her composure, mouth agape in shock as she gazed at Mr. Wang. As for Miss Lin Runin, she had remained silent since Zhou Wanqing's arrival, her attention solely fixated on Jiang Qin, contemplating the matter of apprenticeship. The atmosphere in the room took on an odd quality. Observing this, Jiang Qin had initially intended to take his leave. However, at that moment, Zhou Wanqing's face blossomed into a subtly reserved smile as she discreetly scrutinized him, politely inquiring, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Jiang Qin's sister-in-law." Though her words were courteous, her hand remained withdrawn, and after the greeting, she probed further. "It is rather impolite. I was unaware that you were Jiang Qin's mentor. He has never mentioned it to me." In response to her inquiry, Jiang Qin merely smiled indifferently, choosing not to respond. A recluse of high repute, he possessed an air of dignity. Who would engage in trivial chatter with her? Noticing the awkward silence, Su Zhifei stepped in to ease the tension, stating that Mr. Wang was a reclusive master who had long ceased to concern himself with worldly affairs, and that he had only intervened this time for the sake of young Master Qin. Zhou Wanqing feigned realization and then expressed her admiration. Jiang Qin had no time for such inconsequential banter and contemplated leaving again. Yet, before he could take a step, he overheard Zhou Wanqing's inner thoughts. Initially intending to extend a favor to Su Zhifei by drawing her closer, that hope was now dashed. Given her demeanor, it seemed she had genuinely developed feelings for that scoundrel. However, what was Jiang Qin truly about? How had a divine healer mentor emerged? What other secrets was he concealing? Upon hearing these thoughts, Jiang Qin mused that Zhou Wanqing had indeed come with ulterior motives. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. As her thoughts continued to unfold, "This won't do. This situation is untenable." Jiang Qin now exuded an aura of wickedness, as if he were a different person altogether. "I must expedite the matter of old Three's sentence reduction, as long as his term is not lengthy. The old man will not consider allowing that scoundrel Jiang Qin to inherit." At this revelation, Jiang Qin's heart raced. An unexpected turn of events. Zhou Wanqing was actually maneuvering for Jiang Mian's sentence reduction. This was indeed a strategic move. As she mentioned, even if Jiang Mian were sentenced and imprisoned, as long as the term was not prolonged, Jiang Jinyu would still hold on to hope and would not consider passing the torch to another. Contemplating this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Could Jiang Laosan really expect to emerge? Such dreams. Not only Jiang Laosan, but even you, Zhou Wanqing, would find it impossible to escape the grasp of Jiang Ershao. After a moment of silent amusement, he said nothing further, clasped his hands behind his back, and gracefully departed. Su Jifei and Lin Runin were left momentarily stunned, hastily bidding farewell behind him. Old Wang, please take care. Dear sir, please proceed with caution. May I keep the few silver needles you left as a memento? Jiang Qin considered the remarks as mere autumn winds brushing past and offered no response. His upright figure swiftly blending into the vast crowd. This old man truly possesses an air of arrogance, leaving without so much as a word, muttered the previously silent bobbed-hair girl. Zhou Wanqing disregarded her, gazing thoughtfully in the direction where Jiang Qin had vanished. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she took her assistant Lu Man to visit the now conscious Su mother, offering her a generous sum of monetary gifts before taking her leave. Meanwhile, Su Jifei and Lin Runin remained in the hospital room, discussing subsequent care and rehabilitation matters. Once the essential topics were addressed, Lin Runin meticulously sterilized and preserved the 13 silver needles left by Jiang Qin as a keepsake, letting out a resigned sigh. Dr. Lin, individuals of Old Wang's caliber are always enigmatic in their actions. There's no need to take it to heart. Su Jifei consoled her, feeling uplifted by her mother's recovery prospects. Lin Runin managed a faint smile, only to soon fall into deep thought, her gaze drifting aimlessly. Since childhood, she had aspired to become a physician, to save lives and heal the wounded. She successfully entered one of the top medical schools in the country, completing her studies up to the doctorate level, ultimately realizing her dream of becoming a neurosurgeon. With her exceptional talent, she became an expert in the field at a young age, earning the title of a genius doctor. Yet, even the most talented doctors are not omnipotent, and there come times when they are powerless to alter fate. Previously, she regarded this as a mere regret, but today, her perspective was forcefully transformed. Suddenly recalling Old Wang's frequent mentions of his closed-door disciple, she was jolted from her reverie and grasped Su Jifei's arm. Misu, who is Old Wang's closed-door disciple to you? Chapter 60. The lung of Lin Bingwang exploded. Su Jifei glanced at her mother resting with closed eyes on the hospital bed, hesitating momentarily before guiding Lin Runin to the living room outside to sit. Old Wang's closed-door disciple is my boss. Lin Runin was taken aback. Your boss? Mr. Jiang Jinyu of the Jiang Group? This revelation also caught Su Jifei off guard, prompting her to chuckle. Not him. It's his second son, Jiang Qin. Lin Runin had never heard of this individual, prompting her to inquire further about him. When Su Jifei mentioned Jiang Qin, her lips maintained a slight upward curve as she provided a general overview of Jiang Ershao's situation. Lin Runin showed little interest in matters of family background or position, directly posing the crucial question, what about his medical skills? Upon the mention of this topic, a suggestive expression surfaced on Su Jifei's face. To be candid, I had yet to witness the esteemed Qian Xiao's medical prowess. However, observing her hesitance to speak, Lin Runin anxiously urged her to continue. But what does that imply? After smoothing her hair, Su Jifei's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she continued, Not long ago, I did experience his miraculous massage technique. Lin Runin's eyes brightened at this revelation. What makes it so extraordinary? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Jifei recounted the incident a few days prior when Jiang Qin had administered a massage to her, her expression brimming with affection and joy. Lin Runin, not pausing to ponder the reasons behind such a reaction, began to muse that since Jiang Xiao possessed such remarkable skills in massage, his medical expertise must surely be commendable as well. Moreover, had not Old Wang himself proclaimed that this disciple was worthy of inheriting his legacy? Thus, it stood to reason that Jiang Xiao's medical abilities, if not surpassing the Master S, would at least be deeply rooted in true tradition. With this thought in mind, Lin Runin found herself restless, contemplating the possibility of asking Su Jifei for an introduction to Jiang Qin. Yet, she quickly realized that with Su Mu recently escaping danger, Su Jifei, as a family member, would hardly have the bandwidth to concern herself with such matters. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin Runin. Had not Shirsha reported on the news regarding the third young master of the Jiang family days prior? Perhaps she might have an acquaintance with Jiang Qin. The very notion thrilled Lin Runin, and glancing at the time, she noted it was precisely the hour for a break. Thus, She briefed Su Zhifei and hurriedly departed. Before long, Lin Renan's colleagues at the hospital were astonished to discover that the doctor, known for her unwavering dedication to her work, had, during the lunch break, changed her attire and left the premises. As one of the 3 prominent families in Zhonghai, the Lin family's wealth needs no elaboration. Nestled in the western part of Zhonghai City, their private estate comprises several villas artfully designed around a scenic lake. Lin Renan hastily returned home, rousing her younger sister, Lin Shishir, who was indulging in a midday slumber. "What on earth are you doing? First, you disturb my dreams with a phone call, and now you're dragging me out of bed. How annoying!" Lin Shishir complained, eyes still closed and irritation evident in her tone. Lin Renan, disregarding an apology, firmly grasped her sister's shoulders and inquired earnestly, "Shishir, do you know Jiang Ershao from the Jiang family?" At this question, Lin Shishir's eyes flew open, instantly alert and wary. "Why do you ask? Did Lin Feng say something to you?" Lin Renan was utterly bewildered by this mention of Lin Feng. What does he have to do with this? Sensing her sister's confusion, Lin Shishir relaxed her expression and eyed her sister with curiosity. "How does someone as oblivious as you even know of Jiang Ershao?" With no other option, Lin Renan succinctly recounted the earlier events at the hospital, then earnestly looked at her sister. "Thus, I thought since I could not meet the master, getting to know the disciple would suffice. You covered the news about the 3rd young master of the Jiang family. Do you know Jiang Ershao?" However, upon hearing the entirety of her sister's tale, Lin Shishir disregarded her request and instead appeared genuinely delighted. "Sister, are you saying that the Jiang Ershao from Jiang Group is also skilled in medicine? Wow, indeed. Jiang Qin possesses remarquable talents. Why had I never heard him mention this before?" Lin Renan was overjoyed upon hearing this. From the context, it seems that Shishir not only knows Jiang Qin, but is also quite familiar with him. With this thought in mind, she considered asking her sister to act as an intermediary to introduce them. However, before she could voice her intention, a sudden thud resonated from outside. As if something had struck the wall, the 2 sisters instinctively turned their gazes toward the window, but after waiting for a considerable time, no further sounds emerged. Simultaneously, on the terrace outside Lin Shishir's bedroom, the valiant king of the city, Lin Feng, who had returned to reclaim the affections of his 7 elder sisters, was concealed in a corner, seething with rage. He was not there to spy on the 7th sister's slumber, but had rushed over upon observing the 3rd sister as hurried return to the 7th sister's residence, thus intending to eavesdrop. What he overheard nearly shattered Lin Feng's composure. "Jiang Qin, that scoundrel again. Has he set his sights on the Lin family? Why does he seem to be everywhere?" Moreover, the way 3rd sister Lin Renan appeared, it was evident she held a keen interest in Jiang Qin. If they were to meet, given 3rd sister's naive disposition, would she not be easily ensnared by Jiang Er? The thought of 7th sister Lin Shishir's closeness with Jiang Qin, coupled with the memory of 6th sister Lin Karen's indiscretion with Jiang Qin the previous night, ignited a furious tempest within Lin Feng's heart. Taking a deep breath of cold air, he found not calmness, but an intensification of his wrath. A growing sense of humiliation, an inexplicable feeling of being cuckolded surged through him, igniting an inferno of anger. "Well then, Jiang Er, you have chosen to challenge me. Have you? Very well. This is a path you have paved for yourself. Prepare to descend and join your elder brother." Just as he resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Qin, Lin Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of a moving object. Turning his head, he discovered it to be none other than 6th sister Lin Karen's formidable vehicle, a magnificent Cadillac Escalade. Consequently, he dared not continue eavesdropping and hastily made his escape. Within the bedroom, Lin Renan formally approached her sister, expressing her desire for assistance in getting to know Jiang Qin. Lin Shishir did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she pondered for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall lay the groundwork for you. Brother Qin Er is actually quite amiable, so there should be no significant issues." Upon hearing this, Lin Renan's smile finally blossomed. Due to her profession and character, she seldom smiled, and, at that moment, her smile resembled the melting of an iceberg, heralding the arrival of spring. Even the atmosphere within the bedroom seemed to brighten with newfound joy. Lin sure observed this and suddenly raised an eyebrow at her. Third sister, you have devoted yourself entirely to your career and have yet to experience your first love. Why not seize this opportunity for me to ask Brother Qin to introduce you to a few outstanding young talents? The smile on Lin Runen's face immediately faded. I have long since pledged myself to my career. Romance and marriage are not meant for me. Lin sure pouted at these words. Once again with this sentiment. I can't help but suspect that sixth sister has been influenced by you, embracing this belief in lifelong singleness. Just as her words lingered, a somewhat hoarse female voice called out from outside. Who is chirping behind my back? Chapter 61. The three sisters of the Lin family were utterly astonished. Lin San and Lin Qi turned their heads and discovered a stunning beauty standing at the door, clad in a short skirt and black stockings. Her legs as long as those of a supermodel. This enchanting figure was none other than their sixth sister, Lin Kurun. Upon entering the bedroom and catching sight of Lin Ruanan, she reacted as if she had encountered an endangered species. Third sister, you actually appeared at home at this time? After posing her question, her expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, is someone in our family about to pass away? Lin Ruanan merely regarded her with a smile, remaining silent. However, Lin sure was immediately irked, throwing a mock punch towards her sixth sister. Pass away? Could you perhaps utter something more auspicious? What would father think if he heard you? Lin Kurun, however, seemed unfazed. Holding the car keys, she sauntered into the room with her model-like legs, plopping down on the edge of the bed, and instinctively propped her feet up. Witnessing this, Lin sure almost reflexively covered her mouth and nose. Put them down. Don't you have any awareness of your own condition? Under normal circumstances, upon hearing such a remark, Lin Kurun would have immediately complied. Yet this time, she extended her long, slender legs towards her sisters, a smirk gracing her lips as she taunted. You should put your hands down and take a closer look. Can you perceive any differences? Lin sure ignored her entirely, pinching her nose and letting out exaggerated sounds on the bed. But Lin Ruanan, noticing something amiss, leaned in for a closer examination of Lin Kurun. Her curiosity piqued. Kurun, the last time we met, you had several pimples on your face. How come they have all vanished now? And your skin looks remarkably smooth and refined. Have you undergone cosmetic procedures? Lin Kurun basked in the compliment, gently caressing her face in self-admiration. However, she soon clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, directing her gaze at her two sisters. No, I meant for you to smell my feet. This proclamation made even Lin Ruanan frown in disapproval. Who would want to smell your sweaty, fungus-infected feet? I told you not to wear. Her sentence was abruptly interrupted as her expression shifted, and she took a gentle sniff of the air, revealing a look of surprise. Did you specifically wash your feet and change into new stockings before coming in? In response to her inquiry, Lin Kurun reclined halfway on the bed. Supporting herself with her elbows, her black-stockinged legs stretched out elegantly. Incorrect. It is a troublesome ailment that has plagued me for years, and it has finally been cured. Her declaration left her sisters in shock. Lin sure finally released her grasp on her nose, cautiously sniffing the air a few times, her eyebrows raising in astonishment. It truly lacks that old pickled vegetable odor. Are you certain you didn't wash your feet or change your stockings? Lin Kurun responded with a dismissive hum. Why would I deceive you? I have paid a significant price to remedy these feet. Lin Ruanan, who had refrained from joining in the banter between her two younger sisters, continued to observe Lin Kurun intently. Upon meticulous examination, she realized that not only had the pimples vanished from her sister's face and the odor from her feet disappeared, but her overall complexion appeared greatly improved, radiating a state of vitality. Familiar with Lin Kurun's previous afflictions, curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, Who treated you? As this question arose, the typically assertive Lin Karen displayed an unexpected shyness, hesitating and struggling to articulate a response. Just as she was about to reveal the identity of her caretaker, her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she effortlessly swiped to answer and pressed the device to her ear. Hello. After only a couple of seconds, a frown quickly formed on her face, prompting her to gesture to her two sisters before rising and heading to the terrace. Lin Ruanan, oblivious to any oddity, remained focused on her medical studies, but possessed a modicum of awareness regarding her sick sister's profession. Consequently, she redirected her attention to their disheveled younger sister, Lin Shishir. Shishir, why not contact Jiang Qin right now? Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir shot her an incredulous glance. In such a hurry? You are considering taking him on as a master, intending to become his disciple, are you? Let me remind you, third sister, you must think this through. I refer to Jiang Qin as my brother. If you were to take him as your master, you'd be lowering your status relative to me. How would you address me then? As auntie? Left speechless, Lin Runin could only implore the youngest sibling with her eyes. Amused by the situation, Lin Shishir chuckled and ceased her teasing, rummaging through the clutter until she finally retrieved her phone to compose a message. Meanwhile, on the terrace, Lin Karen stood at the edge before speaking. All right, now you may speak. On the other end of the line, one of her trusted associates reported, Boss, I've tracked down Shunhai's whereabouts. However, there is an unexpected development that requires your attention. Upon hearing the first part, Lin Karen felt a surge of delight. Her subordinate had quickly located their target, providing her with a valid reason to reach out to Jiang Qin. Although they had been apart for less than half a day, the prospect of reconnecting with Jiang Qin filled her with an inexplicable sense of elation. However, the latter part of the message instilled a sense of instinctive caution within her. What situation? Her associate lowered his voice. In addition to our people, others are also searching for Shunhai. Through various means, I've verified that they are, in fact, associated with the Jiang family. Lin Karen's heart skipped a beat, and she pressed for details. Members of the Jiang family? Which branch? She was quite familiar with the formidable matriarch of the Jiang family. On the other end, her associate cautiously revealed a name, Jiang Jinyu. Upon hearing this formidable name that resonated through Zhonghai, Lin Karen fell into silence. While ordinary individuals might remain unaware, she had heard of Jiang Jinyu's rise to prominence. With this powerful figure involved, the situation had indeed grown complicated. Sensing her silence, her associate waited a moment before cautiously suggesting, Boss, please don't think me presumptuous. It appears that Shunhai's situation is far from trivial. Otherwise, it wouldn't have drawn the attention of Director Jiang. If we continue our investigation, what if we inadvertently offend Director Jiang? This was, indeed, a significant concern, one that warranted serious contemplation. Thus, Lin Karen refrained from providing an immediate response. Await my further instructions. After uttering those words, she hung up the phone and began to contemplate her strategy. Jiang Jinyu and his son Jiang Qin were simultaneously investigating the whereabouts of the same individual, clearly indicating that the father and son were not united in purpose. Given the current intricate succession situation within the Jiang family, her involvement, while ostensibly aiding Jiang Qin, posed a considerable risk. As her subordinate pointed out, what if she were to offend Jiang Jinyu? Despite rumors of his declining health, as long as he drew breath, he retained the power to stir the currents of Zhonghai. Thus, Lin Karen faced a pressing dilemma. Was Jiang Qin worth the substantial risk she was contemplating? Chapter 62. It turns out I'm a recluse while Lin Karen weighed the pros and cons at the Jiang estate, within Villa Number 4. The unmasked Jiang Qin suddenly received a flurry of emotional notifications. Among these were the joy of Lin Runin, the surprise of Lin Shishir, the hesitation of Lin Karen, and even the murderous intent of Lin Bingwang. It was as though Jiang Ershao had unwittingly disturbed the nest of the Lin family. Just as he was trying to make sense of the situation, he received a WeChat message from Lin Shishir. Second Brother Qin, what dish would you like to eat this time? How about we try something different, like French cuisine? Perhaps fearing he might decline, Lin Shishir added, I have something I'd like to discuss with you as well. Recalling that Lin Shishir had previously mentioned treating him again, Jiang Qin did not ponder for long and promptly replied, Let us skip the meal. We aren't gluttons who only know how to eat. Let us find a quiet place to chat instead. Upon sending the message, Lin Shishir almost instantly responded, What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me for being a foodie? Very well, we'll skip the meal. I'll find a quiet spot and let you know once it's arranged. Jiang Qin couldn't help but chuckle upon reading her message and engage her in light conversation, much to Lin Shishir's delight. After their exchange, he intended to take a shower to wash away the lingering negativity from the hospital when Lin Karen's call came in again. Hello, Jiang Air. Did you miss me? As soon as the call connected, Miss Lin's cheerful voice rang through. Upon hearing her, Jiang Qin's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Conscience to the light. He admitted he indeed felt a twinge of longing. Last night's fervor from Lin Karen had left a profound psychological impact on him, an experience beyond measure. However, considering his persona as the honest man before her, he remained silent. Noticing his silence, Lin Karen altered her tone. So you're not going to speak? In that case, I shall hang up. I want to keep an eye on that Shanghai anymore. Jiang Qin's heart stirred, prompting him to speak up. You found him so soon? Truly, Miss Lin excels in her field. Your efficiency is remarkable. On the other end, Lin Karen laughed again. Miss Lin? Such formality. Very well, I'll hang up then. Jiang Qin felt quite helpless. It appeared Lin Karen took delight in teasing him. With no other choice, as he was in need of her assistance, he capitulated. Shall I call you sister instead? Lin Jia, have you located Shanghai? Lin Karen let out a soft snort and deliberately paused before responding. I have found him, but there is a situation I must report to General Jiang. Upon uttering this statement, she shifted from a playful tone to one of earnestness. While my associates were investigating Shanghai, they discovered that your esteemed elder was also searching for him. Hearing this, Jiang Qin was taken aback. Jiang Jinyu was also dispatching individuals to locate Shanghai. This was beyond his expectations. On the other end of the line, Lin Karen did not rush to elaborate, clearly allowing him time to ponder. After a considerable pause, she resumed speaking. With your elder involved, the situation has grown intricate. So what shall we do now? Should we continue monitoring him or take another course of action? Without hesitation, Jiang Qin provided his response. Certainly, I implore your team to maintain surveillance, and please inform me at the earliest once his whereabouts are confirmed. After hearing his request, Lin Karen fell silent for a brief moment before acquiescing. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Shifting the tone of the conversation, she lightened up again. After all, who could blame me for my indiscretions while intoxicated? I must concede to your whims. However, Jiang Air, I'm undertaking this task at the risk of offending your father, so be mindful of that. This time, Jiang Qin did not resist her playful banter. Although uncertain whether her caution pertained to financial implications or other matters, he sincerely replied, I understand. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Lin Karen seemed pleased by his response, breaking into a smile. Indeed, it is troublesome, but for you, I am willing to endure. After hanging up, Jiang Qin's expression fell. This old man, Jiang Jinyu, surprisingly refused to give up on Jiang Mian. His search for Shanghai was clearly an attempt to silence him and protect Jiang Mian, as Shanghai was Jiang Mian's confidant. He possessed far too many unsavory secrets that could lead to Jiang Mian facing the death penalty. Indeed, aside from the already severe economic crimes that warranted a life sentence, Jiang Mian was implicated in an even graver offense. Yet, despite this knowledge, Jiang Jinyu continued to shield his beloved son. Furthermore, considering Zhou Wanqing's efforts to mitigate Jiang Mian's sentence, it was evident that Jiang Jinyu not only sought to preserve Jiang Mian's life, but also intended to secure his inheritance rights. Contemplating this, even as a mere soul inhabiting another's body, Jiang Qin felt a chill within. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Jiang Qin swiftly concealed his disguise and exited the dressing room. Shortly thereafter, a knock sounded, accompanied by a familiar voice. Qin Xiao, are you in? Jiang Qin had anticipated her arrival and promptly responded. As the door swung open, Su Zhifei entered with a gentle smile, but her expression shifted upon seeing Jiang Qin's demeanor. Qin Xiao, what is the matter? What has happened? Jiang Qin slightly softened his gloomy countenance, contemplated for a moment, and then conveyed the news of Jiang Jinyu, also searching for Shanghai. After listening to his account, Su Zhifei retreated to lock the door, then returned to his side with a furrowed brow. How can this be? Jiang Mian is in such dire straits, and yet Chairman Jiang refuses to relinquish him? Preserving Jiang Mian's life is understandable, as he is still a father and son, but to safeguard his inheritance rights as well? What does that make you? You are also his son, albeit born of wedlock. Chairman Jiang's bias is simply excessive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin let out a cold laugh, refraining from joining her in a jest. What purpose does verbal venting serve? The true test lies beneath one's hands. Let us see who ultimately prevails. After adjusting his demeanor, he shifted the topic to express concern regarding Sue's mother's health. Let's not dwell on this. How is your mother faring now? Previously, my master merely mentioned that matters had concluded. His nature is rather peculiar, so I refrained from prying into further details. Su Zhifei did not respond immediately. Instead, she gently entwined her fingers with his, carefully gauging his emotions before breaking into a radiant smile. Subsequently, she animatedly recounted the miraculous deeds of Dr. Wang, eloquently narrating every detail from beginning to end. Regarding Zhou Wanqing's visit to the hospital to see Sue's mother, she did not hold back, candidly sharing every bit with Jiang Qin. After finishing her tale, she sighed deeply, her expression one of incredulity. To be honest, when you spoke of your master's unparalleled medical skills, I scarcely believed it, merely considering it an additional option. Yet now I realize that truly, there exist extraordinary individuals in this world. Chapter 63. Is this phrase applicable to women as well? Observing the exaggerated expression on Su Zhifei's face, Jiang Qin chuckled and playfully squeezed her hand. Then why did you not stay at the hospital to care for your aunt? Why return here? Upon hearing this question, Su Zhifei displayed a touch of emotion, then gracefully leaned against him, her form curvaceous and inviting. Jiang Qin then noticed that her makeup, previously smeared from tears at the hospital, had been meticulously reapplied. Qin Xiao, thank you. Thank you for extending your hand without hesitation when I needed help the most. After gazing up at Jiang Qin for a moment, Su Zhifei's lips parted, her voice filled with emotion. Noticing her eyes glistening, Jiang Qin smiled gently. I have stated before, as long as you are with me, no matter what transpires, I shall protect you. However, to his surprise, Su Zhifei shook her head earnestly. No, what you have done has far surpassed mere protection. I understand that although Master Wang is your mentor, you have made tremendous sacrifices to persuade him to save my mother. Jiang Qin chuckled softly, saying nothing in response. Seeing this, Su Zhifei slipped her arms around him, and with a playful smile, she continued, thus I hurried back, wishing to express my gratitude properly. Noting the emphasis she placed on the word thank, Jiang Qin's lips curled into a teasing grin. And how do you intend to thank me? In an unprecedented moment, Su Zhifei raised an eyebrow at him, giggling softly. What do you propose I do to express my gratitude? Jiang Qin feigned contemplation, then delivered a classic line with a sly smile. The following morning, as Jiang Xiao opened his eyes, the room was bathed in the golden light of dawn. Su Zhifei lay nestled in his embrace, her breathing calm and her demeanor enchanting. Though another night of fervent passion had passed, Jiang Qin's feelings were entirely different this time. For last night, Su Zhifei had fully surrendered, and this relinquishment transcended mere physicality. After savoring the moment, Jiang Qin summoned the system to assess his gains. Upon doing so, he found his mood somewhat affected, for after the last encounter with Su Zhifei, his emotional value had noticeably diminished. This time, it was even less, barely half of the previous amount, suggesting that it was a meager return indeed. Gazing at the words denoting the later stages of dark energy on the attributes panel, Jiang Qin felt a sense of urgency. Although that formidable warrior would not arrive for another year, he understood the necessity of seizing the moment, lest he find himself in a precarious situation later on, one that could prove to be no laughing matter. As he pondered this, a sudden vibration interrupted his thoughts. Retrieving his phone, he was instantly alert. The caller was Lin Kurun. It was evident that Miss Lin would not have called him so early in the morning merely to tease him. Hello, he answered, his voice low and steady. I have captured the target. I will send you the address shortly, Lin Kurun stated directly, without any preamble. Jiang Qin's spirits lifted immediately. Without wasting a moment, he rose from his bed, dressed, and groomed himself. After preparing, he refrained from waking Su Zhifei or asking Yanli to accompany him, taking only a small item before departing. Half an hour later, at the outskirts of Zhonghai, amidst a cluster of dilapidated houses awaiting demolition, Jiang Qin's vehicle had scarcely come to a halt when Lin Kuren approached to open the door for him. Upon exiting, he surveyed the scene, noting that Lin Kuren's subordinates were strategically positioned around, with some keeping watch from a nearby, three-story building, showcasing commendable professionalism. Lin Kuren smiled at his observation. Rest assured, this area has been completely vacated. No one will come here. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement and shifted his gaze toward her. Today, Lin Kuren wore a form-fitting white base layer paired with a short black leather skirt. Her legs, adorned in black stockings, complemented her short boots, giving her an appearance that was both bold and polished. As he appraised her, Lin Kuren suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. How curious. Could it be that I genuinely find him appealing? Is there some sort of filter when I look at him? It has only been a day since we last met. Yet he seems to have grown even more handsome. Hearing her inner thoughts, Jiang Qin attributed her reaction to their recently established closeness, but then recalled the lottery from the previous day, which had augmented his charm by 2 points. Just as this realization struck him, another system notification chimed in. Ding! Lin Kuren is aroused. The host's emotional value is at 463. Jiang Qin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Aroused? Is this term applicable to women as well? However, Lin Kuren kept her thoughts to herself, merely scrutinizing him for a moment before gesturing towards the brick house behind her with a slight nod. He is inside. You may enter. I shall wait for you outside. Prioritizing the task at hand, Jiang Qin refrained from engaging in further conversation, acknowledging her with a nod before advancing to push open the door. The dimly lit interior was cluttered with debris left behind from the relocation. In the corner, huddled against the wall, was a man with his hands bound behind him and tape over his mouth. Upon hearing the commotion, the man opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Jiang Qin, widened them in shock, attempting to rise. Yet in the next moment, as if recalling something, he ceased his struggles. Jiang Qin stepped carefully over the refuse to approach him, tearing away the tape from his mouth, revealing his identity. In his 30s, lean, with a short beard. Indeed, it was Shanhai, Jiang Mian's trusted confidant. Shanhai scrutinized him with a wary gaze, and after a moment, cautiously spoke. Young Master Qin, did you send someone to capture me? Jiang Qin casually placed his hands in his pockets and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Shanhai's expression fluctuated, and after a moment of intense scrutiny, he inquired, Was it you who leaked the dirt on Mian Xiao? Jiang Qin remained silent, simply gazing down at him and nodding once more. Shanhai's countenance darkened significantly, and after a moment of swallowing hard, he stuttered, Then, why are you apprehending me? I have done you no wrong. Jiang Qin chuckled softly at this, nodding again. Indeed, you have not wronged me, which is precisely why I chose to save your life. At these words, Shanhai's demeanor shifted subtly, and he lowered his gaze, turning his face away. Qin Xiao, please do not jest. I have committed no offense. Could it be that someone wishes to take my life? Jiang Qin shook his head with a sigh. Shanhai, there is no need for theatrics. If you were innocent, you would not have fled. The moment Jiang Mian encountered trouble, you disappeared because you were acutely aware of the deadly secret he harbored. Staying put would have surely led to your demise. Shanhai remained with his head bowed, seemingly indifferent. Jiang Qin, unfazed, added, In fact, your caution is well-founded. Beside myself, the old man's people are also searching for you. Upon hearing this, Shanhai suddenly looked up, his gaunt face etched with terror. Chapter 64. Do you call this an honest person? Jiang Qin slowly crouched down to face Shanhai directly, applying pressure. If the old man's people find you first, you would likely already be beyond saving. Tell me, did I not save your life? Shanhai swallowed hard, his breathing growing more rapid, his entire being exuding agitation. Yet he remained obstinate. Qin Xiao, I do not understand what you are saying. What deadly secret? How could Director Jiang possibly want me dead? Jiang Qin showed no signs of anger. In fact, he chuckled. People are always like this. They refuse to accept reality until they face dire consequences. Observing his calm demeanor, Shanhai continued to gulp nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment, Jiang Qin's smile faded, and he fixed Shanhai with a cold stare. 4 years ago, when Jiang Mian was in his senior year, a female student from the business school mysteriously vanished. making headlines and capturing widespread public attention. He paused, leaving the statement hanging. This seemingly innocuous remark caused Shun Hai's expression to shift dramatically, his bloodshot eyes betraying a profound fear. After several labored breaths, he spoke. His voice altered. Why are you bringing this up? What does this have to do with me? Noting Shun Hai's feigned ignorance, Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and slowly articulated. It has everything to do with you. Because the body of that girl was your responsibility to handle. As these words hung in the air, the room fell into a heavy silence, pierced only by Shun Hai's increasingly labored breathing. He stared intently into Jiang Qin's eyes, as if he no longer recognized him. After a long pause, his lips moved, yet no sound emerged. After several attempts, he finally managed to ask a single question with great difficulty. How do you know this? Jiang Qin did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, casting a condescending gaze upon him. Shun Hai, you are a perceptive individual. You understand what I desire. Upon hearing this, Shun Hai lowered his head, his eyes darting aimlessly, beads of sweat cascading down his nose and cheeks. Observing this, Jiang Qin refrained from pressing him, allowing him the time to contemplate. However, mere seconds later, Shun Hai lifted his head. Even if I possess what you seek, what benefit do I gain from relinquishing it to you? Noticing the softening of his defenses, Jiang Qin smiled once more. Indeed, there are advantages for you. I have already devised a plan. He gestured upwards as if in deep thought. Although the old gentleman is gravely ill, obtaining your life is not a formidable task for him. Thus, for you, the only truly safe haven is singular. At this juncture, he paused, regarding Shun Hai with an assessing gaze. Meeting his stare, Shun Hai, without much deliberation, uttered the answer. Prison? Jiang Qin's smile grew radiantly bright at this response. I knew you were an astute person. Indeed, it is prison. Upon hearing this answer, Shun Hai clearly exhibited signs of resistance, falling silent. Jiang Qin, however, remained unhurried, idly kicking the debris beneath his feet while empathetically analyzing the situation for him. Although aiding in the concealment of a corpse constitutes a crime, the individual was not slain by your hand. Even if imprisoned, the sentence would not extend for many years. Should you voluntarily surrender and testify, it would likely amount to no more than 2 or 3 years. I can also provide your family with a sum of money to secure a competent lawyer, and you would probably receive a sentence of merely 1 or 2 years. After your release, you could lead a tranquil life. Shun Hai listened intently, and with every statement, his eyes sparkled brighter. Upon hearing it all, he shifted his position, evidently intrigued. Before long, he suddenly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, the turmoil had vanished from his expression. He then calmly recounted the details of the disappearance case involving the business school student from years past. At that time, Jiang Mian had pursued the young woman for a while. Prior to the incident, he had invited her to hike, but somehow a conflict arose between them. In a fit of rage, Jiang Mian ended up choking her to death. Following the event, he panicked and immediately called me, instructing me to handle the situation and repeatedly cautioning me not to inform Chairman Jiang. Upon my arrival, he briefly recounted the events, promised me a sum of 1 million, and then hurriedly departed the scene. I had the foresight to carry a recording device at that time, and I recorded our conversation on my phone for later reporting. Additionally, I concealed the young woman's mobile phone, which contained their chat record from the day of the incident. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with interest. In truth, all Shun Hai needed to do was to confess and provide testimony, rendering him a witness. With the recordings and the phone, the evidence was undeniably compelling. Just as Jiang Qin reveled in this realization, Shun Hai spoke again. However, after much contemplation, I ultimately reported the matter to Chairman Jiang. Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately inquired, "Oh, what was Chairman Jiang's reaction at that time?" Fell silent, gazing upward at him, posing a query. "Qin Xiao, you mentioned earlier that once I emerge, I can live in peace. Does this peace imply that by the time I am free, Chairman Jiang will no longer be present?" Jiang Qin chuckled, recognizing the man's caution. Years ago, while assisting Jiang Mian in concealing a body, he had played it safe. Upon learning of Jiang Mian's troubles, he had swiftly fled, regardless of whether the incident was related to the murder case from years past. Now, prior to revealing any details, he sought to ascertain how much longer Jiang Qin might live and whether he would continue to pose a threat to his existence after his release. Contemplating this, Jiang Qin offered him a reassuring response. Even if Chairman Jiang were still alive at that time, the Jiang family would no longer be solely under his dominion. Clearly satisfied with this answer, Shanhai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I also recorded the report to Chairman Jiang. The recording device, that girl's phone, and the disc containing my conversation with Jiang Mian are all hidden in a place only I am privy to. Just as Jiang Qin was about to inquire about its location, Shanhai paused and added, to guard against uncertainties, I have backed up all documents in various cloud drives. Jiang Qin was left speechless. If one were deemed this fellow clever, he had indeed entangled himself in a murder case. Yet if one were to call him foolish, he was as shrewd as a fox, having long since prepared for potential calamities. Qin Xiao, are you mocking me? Just as Jiang Qin was lost in thought, Shanhai suddenly inquired. Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, calmly shook his head. Snakes have their paths, rats have theirs. Everyone possesses their own means of survival. Upon hearing this, Shanhai regarded him and suddenly broke into a wry smile. Indeed, everyone has their own method of survival. For instance, you, Qin Xiao, have endured for many years, only striking when the opportunity arose. With that, he let out a deep sigh, his expression more contemplative than Jiang Qin's had been moments before. Who would have imagined that you, a notoriously honest individual, a good child, are in fact the mastermind lurking in the shadows? Chapter 65, A Wolf's Extinction. After hearing Shanhai's lament, Jiang Qin smiled with a hint of meaning. I am no longer the Jiang Qin I once was. Shanhai, naturally, could not comprehend the hidden significance of his words and sighed deeply in response. The subsequent matters were straightforward. As the evidence of the murder case, the recording device, phone, and USB drive were not to be touched by Jiang Qin. However, Shanhai's backups on the cloud were a different matter. He instructed Lin Karen's subordinates to retrieve Shanhai's phone and download a backup file, and then he consoled Shanhai with kind words before leaving with satisfaction. You seem to have acquired what you desired? Lin Karen approached with a smile. Jiang Qin, in good spirits, returned her smile. How shall we handle the person in that room? Lin Karen inquired further. Jiang Qin had already devised a plan and promptly relayed his instructions. I will need you to keep an eye on him for a few more days. How we proceed afterward, I will inform you. Lin Karen readily nodded. Very well. You are the one in charge. Your word is final. Upon hearing her refer to him as Daddy, Jiang Qin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. As anticipated, Lin Karen approached him and gently blew a breath upon his face. Now that you've achieved your goal, how do you intend to thank me? This phrase sounded familiar to Jiang Qin, echoing his earlier conversation with Su Zhifei. Thus, he responded with her words from yesterday. What do you want me to do to express my gratitude? Lin Karen refrained from uttering any complaints about her current irritability. Instead, she smirked, her eyes roving over him, occasionally lingering below the belt, as though the effects of the martini from the previous night still lingered within her. After scrutinizing Jiang Qin for a moment, Lin Karen pressed her ruby-red lips together and raised an eyebrow at him. How about we actually go and register our marriage? Jiang Qin, aware that she was jesting, understood that the more he pretended to be earnest, the more she would revel in teasing him. Thus, he remained silent and retrieved the gift he had prepared for her from his bag. It was not meant as a formal token of appreciation, merely a trinket. If you like it, keep it. If not, feel free to discard it. Lin Karen accepted it, and her face instantly lit up. Oh, who would have thought? You're quite the hidden admirer. You notice that I like black stockings? Jiang Qin shot her a glance in response, choosing not to engage, and walked directly to his vehicle. Indeed, the gift he had presented to Lin Karen was the system's creation, a pair of black stockings that would never emit an odor, and they were of the pantyhose variety. After Jiang Qin departed, Lin Karen did not regard the stockings with much importance. As a seasoned aficionado of black stockings, her collection spanned numerous brands and styles. After instructing her subordinates to keep a close watch on Shanhai, she drove away from the demolition zone and returned to her usual bar. However, Jiang Qin held a unique place in her heart, and, as she exited her vehicle, She did not forget the pair of black stockings. Upon returning to her office, just as she was about to place the stockings in her drawer, she suddenly sensed something amiss. No way. The illustrious second young master Jiang gifted me stockings that don't even have a brand label? Did he buy them at the market? 3 pairs for 10 yuan? With this question in mind, she tore open the transparent packaging and shook out the stockings. At that moment, something peculiar occurred. The stockings floated up as she shook them, and they continued to drift, seemingly without any weight, as light as a feather. This left Lin Karen thoroughly intrigued. Upon closer examination, she discovered something even more extraordinary. The stockings bore no signs of stitching, appearing as if they were crafted by nature itself. Goodness, which brand produced these? I've never seen anything like it. Contemplating this, she tucked the stockings into her embrace and took out her phone to snap a few pictures, subsequently searching for similar items online. Such wondrous stockings deserve to be purchased in multiples. However, after an extensive search, Lin Karen was astonished to find that none of the major platforms offered a matching pair. Unyielding, she visited the official websites of several high-end brands. Yet ultimately, she was met with futility. How strange. Could it be that the second young master Jiang made these himself? Meanwhile, back at the Jiang estate, Jiang Qin, while parking, received a notification from the system. Ding! Lin Karen is utterly perplexed. Host S emotional value is 321. Jiang Qin chuckled silently to himself. Go ahead and search. Good luck finding a match. Having just finished laughing, he was suddenly alerted by the chime of a WeChat notification. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered a message from Lin Shishir, indicating that she had secured a venue for their afternoon tea. Jiang Qin responded positively, and a smile spread across his face. Day in and day out, I find myself entangled with the Lin sisters, he mused. Upon returning to his villa, he was taken aback to find Su Zhifei still asleep. However, he chose not to rouse her, allowing her to rest, particularly after the exertion he had put her through. Retreating to his study, he brewed a cup of coffee and began sifting through various pieces of evidence obtained from Shanghai, focusing on the recordings of the reports made to Jiang Jinyu. The briefings were conducted in person. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jinyu did not reprimand Shanghai for failing to report in advance, nor did he express any opinion on the matter. He merely inquired about a few details, cautioned Shanghai to maintain discretion, and then dismissed him. While the content was straightforward, one thing was evident. Jiang Mian's involvement in the murder was indeed known to Jiang Jinyu. Nevertheless, Jiang Mian remained his most cherished, if not his only, beloved son. Contemplating this, the second young master Jiang felt a chill. It was a game of one-upmanship, where each party's ruthlessness would be tested. By noon, the sleeping beauty finally awoke. Su Zhifei, feeling somewhat guilty, suggested that she return to work after their lunch, to keep an eye on the happenings within the conglomerate. However, Jiang Qin urged her not to rush and instead accompany her mother at the hospital. This considerate gesture deeply touched Su Zhifei. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Qin donned a fresh, sunny outfit and drove his Bentley to the rendezvous. On the way, he suddenly recalled that another supercar was awaiting him. What brand was it again? However, he dismissed the thought, as he had no time to ponder it now. The venue Lin Shishir had chosen was a club, and, as before, she awaited him at the entrance. The Lin family was among the most distinguished in Zhonghai, and as their daughter, her treatment of him seemed excessively lavish. Upon entering, Jiang Qin was astonished to discover that Lin Shishir had reserved the club's expansive terrace, 1,000-square-foot space, solely for the two of them. Shishir, is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for just afternoon tea? Jiang Qin sat down, chuckling wryly. Lin Shishir, however, stared at him incredulously. But, second brother Qin, you said you wanted it to be tranquil. Jiang Qin glanced around. Apart from the vast emptiness, it was indeed serene. Yet, he refrained from further comment. The Lin family was not lacking in wealth, and, as the youngest daughter, Lin Shishir certainly did not lack for funds. Once the server had presented their drinks and desserts, Jiang Qin interrupted Lin Shishir's enthusiastic introduction. Shishir, an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. I may need to trouble you once again. Chapter 66. The final straw for Jiang Mian. Lin Shishir was momentarily taken aback by his words, but without asking for details, she nodded affirmatively. All right, just tell me how I can assist. Jiang Qin took a sip of his drink and broached a matter from several years prior. A few years ago, a female student from the business school mysteriously vanished, and to this day, her whereabouts remain unknown. Are you aware of this? Lin Shishir furrowed her brows, her eyelids drooping slightly as she began to recollect, gradually nodding in recognition. She had some recollection, as it had made the news, hadn't it? I had paid attention to it back then. Jiang Qin responded affirmatively. This girl has been located now, true to her profession as a journalist. Lin Shishir was initially taken aback by this revelation, but her expression quickly shifted. Is she dead? Have they found her body? Jiang Qin, opting for brevity, retrieved his phone, displayed the evidence, and slid it across the table. Upon witnessing this action, Lin Shishir immediately adopted a serious demeanor, picking up his phone to play a recording. Hello, Shanghai. Hurry to Fei E Mountain. It's urgent. Calm down. What has happened? No time for explanations. Just get here first. These 3 lines left Lin Shishir's expression drastically altered as she turned abruptly to Jiang Qin, casting him a questioning glance. Jiang Qin remained silent, merely gesturing for her to continue. Lin Shishir, sensing the gravity of the situation, redirected her focus and played another segment of the recording. After listening to all the recordings, she began to peruse the chat screenshots. With each glance, her expression grew increasingly grave. By the end, her brow was furrowed tightly, and her face was etched with anger. Ding! Lin Shishir was overwhelmed with a mixture of shock and fury, registering an emotional value of 552. She then set the phone down and lowered her head, striving to regain her composure. Jiang Qin remained quiet. After all, Lin Shishir was still a novice journalist, and, as a young woman, it was unrealistic to expect her to maintain the composure of seasoned reporters. However, she did not linger in her emotional turmoil for long. Soon enough, she lifted her head. I never imagined Jiang Mian could act so recklessly, based solely on the evidence at hand. There is sufficient grounds to substantiate the fact that he committed murder and orchestrated efforts to conceal the body. Jiang Qin nodded slightly, affirming her assertion. Seeing this, Lin Karen did not inquire about the source of his evidence, but posed a single question. Brother Qin, are you suggesting that I should expose this matter? Jiang Qin nodded once more. This gesture ignited a spark in Lin Shishir's eyes, as if a fierce flame was burning within her. When she spoke again, her tone was imbued with fervor. If this story were to be published, it would undoubtedly make headlines nationwide. Firstly, this incident had previously garnered media attention, and many people likely still remember it. Secondly, the perpetrator of this heinous crime is a super-rich heir, one who has recently been arrested for other serious offenses. Once my news report is released, public opinion will undoubtedly erupt, and Jiang Mian will be finished. Jiang Qin continued to nod without speaking. After all, the individual involved was his brother. It would be inappropriate for him to appear overly enthusiastic. Yet, he couldn't deny his own sense of satisfaction. Noticing his indifference, Lin Shishir suddenly grasped a deeper understanding. Chairman Jiang has always shown favoritism towards Jiang Mian. Whispers of this have circulated among the upper echelons of Zhonghai. It seems he is still unwilling to abandon Jiang Mian, leaving Brother Qin with no alternative. This time, Jiang Qin chose not to feign ignorance and spoke candidly. Sure. Are you wondering why I am doing this? Lin Shishir did not deny, nor did she hesitate. She immediately aligned herself with him. Brother Qin must have his reasons for acting this way. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and casually revealed the reason. On the day of our first meeting, Jiang Mian set a trap for me, intending to have me expelled from my home. Lin Shishir displayed no hint of surprise upon hearing this. It was an easy guess. Otherwise, Brother Qin would not have retaliated so fiercely. A thought crossed his mind. He actively sought to explain to me, demonstrating his concern for my perspective. This was indeed a positive sign. This remark, Jiang Qin naturally chose to ignore, offering her only a slightly exasperated smile. Very well, I will leave this matter to you. Please report it swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir shook her head vigorously, causing her ponytail to sway. Brother Qin, why are you always so polite to me? You're the one providing me with news and opportunities. How could this be a bother? As she spoke, her finely arched brows lifted. and her porcelain-like face instantly radiated excitement. The previous piece of news had solidified my standing at the station. Once this news breaks, the station director will likely reach out to me first. Seeing her enthusiasm was palpable, Jiang Qin could not help but smile. Shall I celebrate your success, then? At this remark, Lin Shishir became even more elated, her small fist clenched, her gaze fixed fervently upon him. It's a promise, no backing out. Just as Jiang Qin was about to respond, he saw her suddenly spring to her feet, hurriedly gathering her belongings. Brother Qin, I apologize, but I must rush back to write my article, or it won't be published until tomorrow. I'll treat you next time, I promise. Jiang Qin chuckled and waved his hand, his gaze falling upon the bracelet adorning her wrist. All right, you go ahead with your work, don't mind me. Lin Shishir was genuinely anxious. Without another word, she dashed off, her pleated skirt billowing as she ran. After watching her leave, Jiang Qin sat for a moment, pondering whether he had overlooked anything. As he thought, he suddenly recalled another matter. When Lin Shishir contacted him yesterday, she seemed to have something to discuss with him. It was evident that she had forgotten. That evening, at the headquarters of Jiang Group, although night had fallen, many offices remained illuminated, including his own. However, Zhou Wanqing was not working late, but rather on the phone with her lawyer discussing Jiang Mian's legal issues. After hanging up, she leaned back in her chair, fatigue washing over her, and sighed heavily. What has been happening these days? It feels as if chaos has erupted overnight. Tracing back, she recalled the events from a few days prior. Indeed, everything began with that trap, and since then, misfortunes have been falling one after another. Jiang Qin, she uttered the name slowly, and her expression turned somewhat icy. The signs were becoming increasingly clear. Jiang Qin was indeed after the inheritance of the Jiang Group. This scoundrel not only sought to completely oust Jiang Mian, but even harbored delusions of winning her over. Contemplating this, Zhou Wanqing let out a disdainful sneer through her nostrils, followed by a fierce retort. You think you deserve it. As soon as her words fell, an urgent knocking resonated through the air. Without waiting for her response, her assistant, Lu Man, burst through the door like a gust of wind, rushing to her desk. President Zhou, it's terrible. A major incident has occurred. Chapter 67. Zhou Wanqing's vision darkened as Jiang Jin fainted. Zhou Wanqing was already in a foul mood, and Lu Man's frantic demeanor only exacerbated her irritation. Yet, Lu Man did not grant her the opportunity to voice her displeasure. She immediately blurted out in a flurry, Young Master Jiang is in the news again. And this time, seeing her hesitate, Zhou Wanqing fixed her with a stern glare. Is it those unscrupulous journalists stirring the pot again, sensationalizing Jiang Mian's arrest? Lu Man shook her head vigorously, her expression bordering on tears. No. This time, it's far more serious. The news says young Master Jiang is implicated in murder. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing's first reaction was disbelief. She suspected it was merely another sensationalist tale spun by unscrupulous media. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Man handed her the phone. Zhou Wanqing took it and glanced at the screen, her expression shifting dramatically. For displayed before her was indeed a meticulously formatted news article, complete with the name of the publishing entity and the journalist's name, both familiar to her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily began reading the piece titled Jiang Group's third heir involved in 4-year-old female university student disappearance case. As she read, fear gripped her, and her mind spun with dread. The article stated that the business school student who had gone missing 4 years prior had already been murdered at the time of her disappearance. And the perpetrator was none other than Jiang Mian, who had also been a student at the business school. What was worse, the article appeared to be far from mere speculation. After directing the focus onto Jiang Mian, the journalist included certain pieces of evidence, among which were chat records between the victim and Jiang Mian on the day of the incident, as well as excerpts of phone calls made by Jiang Mian seeking help to dispose of the body. After thoroughly reading the report, Zhou Wanqing was seized by panic, for she knew precisely who was behind this. In her urgency, she grabbed her assistant's phone to open a short video, hoping to gauge the extent of the news's dissemination. However, upon opening it, the very first video presented to her was this news story, with an even more direct title, Heir of Jiang Group suspected of murder. Zhou Wanqing glanced at the data on the right side of the screen and was taken aback to see that the comments had already exceeded 70,000, with shares surpassing 200,000. Delving into the comments section, she was met with a plethora of highly upvoted remarks. This guy was just exposed for economic crimes a couple of days ago, and now he's entangled in a murder case? Murderers must pay with their lives. I demand the death penalty for Jiang Mian. I've always known he was no good, yet some people still idolize him, ranking him among the elite of Zhonghai. How disgusting. It was unimaginable how the parents of that girl had endured these past years. Witnessing Jiang Mian's fall from grace, Zhou Wanqing felt no surprise. His ostentatious demeanor had previously sparked controversy online due to his outrageous behavior. Now, he is not only implicated in grave economic crimes, but is also suspected of murder, which has understandably incited a storm of outrage among netizens. After scrolling for a while longer, Zhou Wanqing set her phone down, her mind a tumult of confusion. At that moment, a visibly anxious Lu Man, seeing her put down the device, mustered the courage to continue her report. President Zhou. The internal turmoil within the group has escalated dramatically. Some individuals are even discussing this matter openly in the work chat. Calls have been pouring in from partners and suppliers, inquiring about the situation. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that certain board members are planning to unite with others to confront Chairman Jiang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanqing fell silent, forcing herself to concentrate and devise a strategy. This was turning into a grave predicament. Jiang Mian's economic crimes were already sufficient for a life sentence. Now, with the addition of a murder charge, if the evidence is irrefutable, he could face the death penalty for multiple offenses. There would be no need to expend energy devising a reduction of his sentence. At this thought, Zhou Wanqing closed her eyes and clenched her teeth in frustration. Jiang Mian was a complete failure, more adept at causing ruin than achieving success. And then there was Jiang Qin, that ruthless wretch, who had the audacity to push his own brother to the brink of destruction. President Zhou, what shall we do now? The atmosphere in the group is tense. If this continues, I fear, just as Zhou Wanqing was seething with anger, Lu Man cautiously inquired. Fuming, Zhou Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes and slammed her palm on the desk. At this juncture, can you not discern the gravity of the situation? Are those gossips worth our concern? The crux of the matter is how the chairman will react upon learning this news. Startled, Lu Man shivered but quickly began to reflect on Zhou Wanqing's words. After a moment, she timidly asked, President Zhou, is there any hope for young President Jiang this time? Zhou Wanqing weakly shook her head, too weary to respond. Jiang Mian was doomed. Even divine intervention could not save him. Even if he were fortunate enough to receive a reprieve, the inheritance of the Jiang family would no longer be his concern. With his downfall, no matter how unwilling Jiang Qin might be, he would have no choice but to select a new heir. Just as Zhou Wanqing contemplated this, the phone on her desk suddenly rang insistently. She had no desire to answer it, but upon seeing that the call was from the security department, she reluctantly pressed the answer button. As soon as the line connected, the head of the security department urgently reported, President Zhou. A large crowd of citizens has gathered outside the building, taking photos, and some influencers have set up live streams. I have dispatched additional personnel to maintain order. But please exercise caution when you leave. Upon hearing this report, Zhou Wanqing instinctively glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling window, letting out a silent sigh. The news of Jiang Mian's murder allegations had stirred a frenzy across the city. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family estate, in the first villa, the weary and haggard founder and chairman of Jiang Group, Jiang Jinyu, clad in pajamas, leaned against the headboard, reviewing a document. Due to deteriorating health, he had not been involved in affairs for quite some time, yet he insisted on examining this particular file. As it was a sentencing reduction proposal tailored for Jiang Mian by the family's legal counsel, delivered by Zhou Wanqing. Indeed, attorney's son demonstrates remarkable reliability, and the plan he devised is commendable. Should fortune favor us, it will not be long before the third son is released. As he closed the folder, a rare smile graced Jiang Jinyu's face. Beside him, the butler, attired in a formal suit and standing attentively, slightly bowed his head in agreement. Having long collaborated with the Jiang Group, and under the meticulous guidance of President Zhou, he was naturally diligent and cautious. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin gradually nodded, his demeanor growing increasingly relaxed. Indeed, my trust in Wan Qing was not misplaced. She genuinely cares for the third son as if he were her own brother. Yet, after expressing this sentiment, he furrowed his brow slightly. While there exists a resolution for Jiang Mian's economic crimes, a more serious concern still looms unresolved. Reflecting on this, Jiang Qin felt a pang of regret. He should have dealt with Shun Hai at the onset of the incident. After all, only the dead can keep secrets. Now, with the third son in trouble, Shun Hai has vanished, seemingly anticipating danger. Chapter 68. Jiang Qin has a wise mentor after pondering for a while. Jiang Qin intended to inquire whether the butler had any news regarding Shun Hai. However, at that moment, a subtle vibration emanated from the butler's person. He quickly apologized to Jiang Qin and stepped aside to answer his phone. Jiang Qin instinctively watched him for a moment, and just as he was about to look away, he noticed the butler's expression change dramatically. "What is it? Has something happened?" Jiang Qin immediately pressed for an answer. Yet the butler paid him no heed. After hastily ending the call, he rapidly scrolled through his phone as if searching for something. Jiang Qin's displeasure became evident, and he reiterated his inquiry with greater urgency. The butler remained silent, and after a considerable pause, he finally lowered his phone and raised his head, his face a tumult of emotions. He swallowed hard before speaking. "Chairman, there has been a situation. But do not worry, every problem has a solution." Upon hearing the butler's precautionary words, Jiang Qin sensed the gravity of the matter and adopted a serious demeanor. "Speak." The butler clutched his phone tightly, hesitating for a moment before revealing the troubling truth. Someone has published another news article, claiming that young Master Mian is implicated in an old case from 4 years ago. This revelation struck Jiang Qin like a bolt from the blue. It resonated in his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. He stared at the butler for an extended period before abruptly straightening his posture. However, in his haste and tension, he suddenly felt faint, the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he lost consciousness, collapsing backward. The butler was taken aback, rushing forward while calling out loudly, "Doctor! Doctor!" Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Before long, the family doctor, nurses, and caregivers from the Jiang household rushed in. The doctor acted swiftly, conducting an immediate examination before leaping onto the bed to perform emergency CPR on Jiang Qin, urgently commanding, "Mr. Jiang's heart has stopped. Quickly, prepare an ambulance." Upon hearing the news, the butler was greatly alarmed and hastily grabbed his phone to make a call. Jiang Qin had been bedridden for many years, and the household had not only employed doctors and nurses, but also kept a state-of-the-art ambulance on standby. At the butler's command, the entire Jiang family estate sprang into action. Strong-bodied bodyguards rushed into the bedroom, lifting both Jiang Qin and the doctor on a stretcher. Once downstairs, the ambulance was already in position, and everyone worked together to place the two inside. With a heavy vehicle leading the way and several cars following, they formed a convoy heading straight for the hospital. It was only after they left the Jiang family estate that the butler remembered he ought to notify 2 individuals, leading him to promptly call Zhou, Wan Qing, and Jiang Qin. Simultaneously, in the southern suburbs of Zhonghai, in a place called Nanwan, Jiang Qin received the call while enjoying a night stroll there, primarily to inspect the piece of land under his name. After all, this was his first business project since his arrival in this world, and it was imperative to see it for himself. Upon hearing the butler's report, he felt no stirrings of emotion. Firstly, he held no sentimental attachment to Jiang Qin, his estranged father. Secondly, when he decided to let Lin Shishir expose the Jiang Mian murder case, he had anticipated such an occurrence, so he was not surprised at this juncture. Lastly, having previously taken the opportunity to conduct a thorough examination of Jiang Qin, he was confident that the elder would not succumb to a sudden heart attack due to anger. Hence, he was not worried about the old man's demise. The only concern regarding his well-being was that if Jiang Qin were to perish en route or during the rescue, all of his efforts would be in vain, and he might inadvertently become the architect of Zhou Wan Qing's downfall. After concluding the call, Jiang heir Xiao did not rush to the hospital to play the dutiful son, but instead called Lin Karen. With the Jiang Mian murder case now exposed and causing a stir, It was time for Shun Hai to make his entrance and decisively deal with Jiang Mian. As soon as the call connected, Lin Karen began to tease him. Your family's Jiang Lao-san has been quite the sensation lately, with headline news following one after another. I suspect he's completely finished this time, leaving you as the last sprout of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin fell silent upon hearing this. Although he had not disclosed anything to her, Lin Karen had evidently pieced together some of the underlying circumstances. This was not surprising, as Lin Karen was no naive fool. She was the queen of the underground world in Zhonghai. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qin calmly replied, "This is simply unavoidable." Lin Karen laughed upon hearing this. "I understand. Your old man's favoritism is hardly a secret in our circles." After that, she proactively brought up Shin Hai. "You called to inform me how to handle that individual, didn't you?" Jiang Qin did not deny it and directly articulated the course of action. "Please send someone to escort Shin Hai to retrieve his belongings, and then take him to the police station. The rest he knows how to handle." Without any hesitation, Lin Karen agreed, and then added with a laugh, "Jiang you have some impressive backing." At first, Jiang Qin was puzzled by her comment. But after a moment of reflection, he understood. Lin Karen believed that there were powerful individuals orchestrating events behind the scenes, completely unaware that the honest man before her was, in fact, the true mastermind. Jiang Qin offered no explanation, casually responding, "You are also the high authority behind me." Upon hearing this, Lin Karen's laughter on the phone grew even more joyful. "Oh, so we are allies then? Ha! Look at me asking, in our current situation, if we are not allies. What truly counts as one, right?" Noticing her enthusiasm, Jiang Qin expressed his gratitude and promptly ended the call. The groundwork had been meticulously laid. Securing the inheritance of the Jiang group was imminent. Casting another glance at the rapidly appreciating land beneath his feet, Jiang Qin collected his thoughts and drove towards the hospital. Half an hour later, at the People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, Jiang Qin arrived to find the butler waiting for him downstairs. From the butler, he learned that the emergency treatment had concluded, and as he had anticipated, Jiang Jinyu was no longer in immediate danger. The hospital's director had personally come forward, accompanied by a group of specialists, to brief the earlier arrived Zhou Wanjing on the patient's condition and discuss subsequent matters. Jiang Qin said little, following the butler directly to Jiang Jinyu's long-reserved special needs ward. Though termed a ward, it was a luxurious suite rivaling a five-star hotel. Upon entering, a spacious reception area greeted him, filled with numerous medical staff engaged in conversation. As Jiang Qin made his entrance, the chatter abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned toward him. He scanned the room and noticed, besides his sister-in-law Zhou Wanjing, a familiar face, Lin Runin. However, she was unaware of his true identity, regarding him with a calm and indifferent gaze. On the contrary, Zhou Wanjing's expression darkened upon seeing him, her eyes sharpening with intensity. Ding! Zhou Wanjing harbored deep resentment towards the host, with an emotional value of 602. Chapter 69. Jiang Jinyu's fear. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance, adopting an anxious demeanor as he first ventured into the bedroom to check on the still unconscious Jiang Jinyu, confirming once more that he was not yet on the brink of death, before hurriedly returning to consult the doctors. At the door, the butler introduced him to the gathered crowd. "Director, esteemed doctors, this is our chairman's second son, Jiang Qin." Upon these words, everyone, except Zhou Wanjing, brightened with interest, particularly Lin Runin, whose youthful visage, even more tender than her sister Lin Shishi's, betrayed unmasked delight. Is this truly the esteemed disciple of Master Wang? How astonishingly young, she thought, reflecting on her intention to arrange a meeting with him through Shi, only to find herself in this serendipitous encounter. Ding! Lin Runin was elated, with an emotional value of 386. The hospital's director and the physicians rose in succession, extending their respects to one of the three prominent families of Zhonghai, the Jiang family. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement, and without waiting to be seated, he anxiously inquired, "Director, esteemed doctors, what is my father's condition?" At that moment, he possessed the prowess of a master actor, his demeanor and gestures radiating profound unease and concern, even his voice quivering slightly. The lifelike expression momentarily stunned Zhou Wanqing. Upon hearing his inquiry, The director and a group of experts took their seats. The director, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and large-framed glasses, was the first to speak. Qin Xiao, we were just introducing President Zhou. Although Director Jiang has temporarily escaped danger, his current condition is far from optimistic. After expressing this somber assessment, the director turned his gaze towards Lin Runin. The specifics will be elaborated by Dr. Lin. She is our hospital's authority on the matter. At this point, Lin Runin had regained the demeanor befitting a professional. With a serious expression, she addressed Jiang Qin. Mr. Jiang, your father has long suffered from multiple ailments. And now there are severe signs of organ failure in his heart, kidneys, and liver, indicating that he has reached a critical state. Pausing momentarily, her tone grew heavier as she continued. Moreover, prior to this episode, he endured significant emotional distress, which has completely undermined his already precarious bodily functions. Being a physician himself, Jiang Qin understood from her words that the elder Jiang had no hope left. Nevertheless, as a son, he felt compelled to inquire further. So what does this mean? The director, evidently protective of Lin Runin, quickly interjected, Qin Xiao, President Zhou, I regret to inform you that we have done everything within our power. This statement, uttered by a physician, was tantamount to announcing to the family that the patient was beyond saving. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Jiang Qin was overwhelmed with panic, while Zhou Wanqing's reaction was markedly different. Though she too was shocked and fearful, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on the director. Director, are you implying that? The director adjusted his glasses and shook his head with a sense of resignation. Director Jiang is currently being sustained solely by various machines and medications. Even if we exhaust all possible measures at most, we can only prolong his life by a day or two. This statement essentially conveyed to the family that they should prepare for the worst. Zhou Wanqing fell silent. Her head bowed in contemplation, her hands clenched tightly, so much so that her knuckles turned white. Just as Jiang Qin assumed she was merely grieving, he suddenly perceived her inner thoughts through an emotional connection they shared. I never imagined things would unfold this way. If the old man were to pass away like this, it would truly be a boon for me. According to his previous will, Jiang Mian would inherit the majority of his fortune, leaving only a small portion for Jiang Qin and me. But now, Jiang Mian is not only imprisoned, but also facing the death penalty. Although criminals retain their rights to inherit property, should he be sentenced to death, Jiang Mian would have to create a new will to designate who would inherit the fortune he just acquired. In the unfortunate event of the old man's demise, Jiang Qin would be the sole remaining close relative, and he would certainly never bequeath any assets to that scoundrel. Upon hearing Zhou Wanqing's fervent thoughts, Jiang Qin was initially astonished, surprised by Jiang Jinyu's trust in Zhou Wanqing, as he had disclosed such confidential information regarding his will. Subsequently, he found the situation rather amusing. Zhou Wanqing's calculations were not entirely misguided. If her envisioned scenario were to materialize, it was indeed plausible that Jiang Mian might choose to bequeath the fortune to her. Thus, in a legal sense, she, who is not even considered a close relative, has paradoxically become the greatest beneficiary following Jiang Jinyu's demise. However, it is unfortunate that some had already anticipated all possible outcomes. After a brief moment of silent amusement, Jiang Qin intended to continue his role as the dutiful son and appropriately introduce the esteemed Dr. Wang Yixian. Yet, before he could utter a word, a nurse stationed at Jiang Jinyu's bedside unexpectedly appeared at the door. The patient has awakened. This proclamation echoed throughout the room, whether family members or hospital staff. All immediately rose and hastily entered the ward. Upon entering, Jiang Qin found Jiang Jinyu indeed awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Zhou Wanqing rushed past him like a gust of wind, nearly throwing herself onto Jiang Jinyu's bedside. Father, how do you feel? Do you still recognize who I am? Her expression of excitement and trembling voice rivaled that of a professional actress. Observing this, Jiang Qin could not help but acknowledge her decisiveness. Although she was ostensibly the least desirous of witnessing Jiang Jinyu's awakening, upon realizing the event had transpired, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor, refraining from uttering any sentiments. After a moment of silent reflection, Jiang Qin found little inclination to compete with her in theatrics, opting instead to stand by and watch. After all, he had always been somewhat timid in Jiang Jinyu's presence, and overly dramatic performances would only serve to ridicule him. On the hospital bed, Jiang Jinyu struggled to focus his gaze on Zhou Wanqing's face, finally managing to emit a faint sound. Wanqing. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Zhou Wanqing's face. "It's me, father." Jiang Jinyu again turned his eyes, scanning the other individuals in the ward. When his gaze met Jiang Qin's, it lingered for a moment before continuing on, ultimately resting on the face of the hospital director, Director Gua. The director promptly stepped forward, ready with comforting words. "Mr. Jiang, please rest assured, there is no grave issue at hand." Yet, whether it was a fleeting moment of clarity or something else, Jiang Jinyu's mind was astonishingly lucid. Gently shaking his head, he replied, "I want to hear the truth. It is very important." Director Gua hesitated upon hearing this. Anyone could discern that in a prominent family like the Zhangs, the passing of the head of the household would inevitably lead to significant discussions regarding the distribution of immense wealth. Observing his hesitation, Jiang Jinyu understood and let out a soft sigh. "It seems I do not have much time left." With that, he closed his eyes. Zhou Wanqing, witnessing this, offered continuous reassurances, her demeanor far from that of a mere future daughter-in-law. She appeared more like a cherished daughter. Jiang Qin, seeing Jiang Jinyu in such a state, felt a twinge of reflection. This old man had indeed weathered many storms, facing death with a commendable calmness, maintaining the gravitas befitting a significant figure. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Jinyu suddenly opened his eyes again, urgently looking towards Director Gua. "Is there truly no other option? You are the best hospital in Zhonghai. Surely there are advanced experimental treatments available?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin thought to himself, "This certainly was not the reaction I anticipated." Chapter 70. Even the best actor would bow to Jiang Qin. Listening to Jiang Jinyu's inquiry for the truth, Director Gua sighed softly. "Mr. Jiang, your contributions to our hospital over the years have been invaluable. I shall speak candidly with you. In our hospital, we do indeed offer experimental therapies. However, their safety and success rates remain uncertain. Even assuming a successful outcome, it would merely extend the patient's life by a week or two, which holds little significance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyu, whose complexion was already devoid of color, appeared utterly despondent. The last flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished as he turned to gaze vacantly at the ceiling. At this moment, Zhou Wanqing found herself at a loss for words to comfort him, settling instead to crouch by the bedside in tears. The medical staff stood nearby, enveloped in silence. Noticing the opportune moment, Jiang Qin feigned anxiety as he cleared his throat, preparing to invoke his non-existent mentor. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lin Runin, having heard his cough, directed her gaze towards him. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively said, "Mr. Jiang, while our intentions are noble, our capabilities are limited." However, her words trailed off. Yet, Jiang Qin understood her implication and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyu, who had appeared nearly lifeless moments before, seemed to experience a miraculous revival. Not only regaining consciousness, but also exhibiting a vigor unexpected in someone so critically ill. He propped himself up abruptly, fixing an intense gaze on Lin Runin, his speech markedly more coherent. "Dr. Lin, do you possess any further methods?" Yet, Lin Runin refrained from answering, instead looking towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin contemplated that it was indeed the esteemed Dr. Wang, not he, who had previously been introduced. Thus it was more fitting for Lin Runin, who had been present at that time, to elaborate. He nodded slightly in her direction. Observing this, a glimmer of excitement crossed Lin Runin's face, and she eagerly recounted the tale of how the venerable Wang Yixian had previously treated Su's mother. Before she could finish her account, Jiang Qin received a system notification. Ding! Zhou Wanqing exclaims that it is unfortunate. The host's emotional value is 563. Although Zhou Wanqing felt a sense of foreboding, Jiang Jinyu's excitement illuminated his eyes upon hearing Lin Runin's brief recounting. However, in an instant, a dark thought crossed his mind, and his expression soured as he pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Qin. "You scoundrel! You wish for my demise, don't you? If you know such a remarkable doctor, why did you not inform me sooner? Jiang Qin opened his mouth to explain, but Jiang Jinyu, in his agitated state, unleashed a torrent of accusations. I know you harbor deep resentment towards me, just like your deceased mother. But let me make this clear. If I die, you shall not receive a single penny. Do you think that just because the third brother is gone, you're my sole heir? Even if I were to donate all my wealth, I would not bequeath a thing to you, the unfilial. This outburst left the medical staff exchanging awkward glances, each face reflecting palpable discomfort. Jiang Qin, recognizing the genuine fury in Jiang Jinyu's demeanor, contemplated the futility of escalating matters further. Patience would serve him better. The old man would soon relent. Once Jiang Jinyu's tirade subsided, Jiang Qin, with an air of feigned humility, attempted to clarify. Father, how could I possibly wish for your misfortune? I was just about to mention my mentor, but Jiang Jinyu's ire flared once more. But what? Speak up, you miserable wretch. Just look at your cowardly demeanor. Jiang Qin's hands tightened and then relaxed repeatedly as he wrestled with his thoughts, eventually exhaling a heavy sigh. Father, I implore you not to be angry. This master was someone I revered during my university days. His temperament is exceedingly peculiar. Despite possessing remarkable skills, he lacks the benevolence typically associated with healers, conducting his affairs solely based on personal whims. Moreover, he is aware of certain matters regarding our family and harbors some opinions about you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyu's face contorted with a fierce expression, his eyes glinting with menace. Does he harbor opinions about me? That is likely due to the disparaging remarks you have made in his presence, he retorted. Jiang Qin attempted to explain, but Jiang Jinyu did not afford him the opportunity, pointing a finger accusingly at his nose. Enough. You need not say another word. I care not what methods you employ. You are to summon your master to me at once. Should you succeed, you will remain my son, and I shall hold no grudges. If you fail, Jiang Jinyu paused, a palpable threat lacing his tone. Then you shall leave the Jiang family today and fend for yourself. Jiang Qin fell silent, standing before him, torn between desire to leave and the inability to do so. The onlookers in the room exchanged glances, many furrowing their brows at Jiang Jinyu's harsh words. Lin Runin, in particular, frowned deeply, her gaze fixed defiantly on Jiang Jinyu, feeling a surge of indignation. How can a father behave so? To berate his son in front of outsiders, and yet speak of inheritance? Jiang Qin is a favored disciple of Master Wang. Even if he is not an heir to a fortune, his future is secure. Furthermore, he had just been on the verge of mentioning Master Wang, only to be interrupted. With this thought, she turned to glance at the woeful expression on Jiang Qin's face, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm truly sorry. Ding! Lin Runin, filled with remorse, noted Jiang Qin's emotional value at 360. At that moment, Jiang Qin was engrossed in his internal turmoil, oblivious to any attempts at flirtation, choosing to ignore her. Just then, the silent Zhou Wanqing stepped in to mediate. Father, previously, when Jifei's mother was gravely ill, Jiang Qin did everything he could to summon his master. His current predicament must be genuinely difficult. Please do not frighten him. Allow him to ponder a solution. Though she was not yet formally part of the family, her words carried considerable weight. After listening to her counsel, Jiang Jinyu's expression remained grim, yet he held his tongue. The room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on Jiang Qin, awaiting his response. After a moment, Jiang Qin felt he had feigned enough, gritting his teeth resolutely. Very well, I shall call my master. I will do whatever it takes to persuade him to come. If he refuses, I will threaten to leap from this building. With that declaration, he turned and exited the ward. In the corridor, he took out his phone, contemplating for a moment before dialing 10086, engaging in a lengthy dialogue with the automated voice assistant, ultimately rendering the AI quite foolish before hanging up and returning to the ward with a dark expression. Well, did your master agree to come? Zhou Wanqing, tear-streaked and red-eyed, was the first to inquire. Jiang Qin Hui surveyed the room, meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, especially that of Jiang Jinyu, and shook his head with a countenance full of despair. Not only was my master unwilling to come, but he also berated me harshly, calling me a worthless scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin erupted in anger. You should plead with him. Confront him. Did you not just say you would jump off the building? Jiang Qin looked at him, filled with trepidation. I said it. But my master claimed that I am still too inexperienced to engage with him in such a manner. Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, stiffened and shouted, Then you should truly jump. The moment the words left his lips, the room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 71. The former Jiang Qin is no more. You chose him. Idol. The medical staff were left dumbfounded, gazing at Jiang Qin with expressions of utter disbelief. A father, in a bid to save his life, would actually encourage his son to leap from a height. Even if said in anger, it was excessive. After a moment of awkward silence, Lin Runin composed herself and spoke in a stern tone. Patient, please control your emotions. Do not become overly agitated, as it is detrimental to your health. Moreover, if I may be so bold, your son is neither unfilial nor a waste. In an instant, the air in the ward seemed to freeze. The medical personnel were visibly shaken by her words, their expressions changing dramatically from Director Gui downwards. Even Jiang Qin was taken aback, never expecting Lin Runin to defend him in such a moment and setting. Jiang Qin glared at Lin Runin, his jaw clenched in agitation. However, perhaps due to an awareness of her esteemed background, or perhaps out of a desire not to offend this remarkable doctor as a patient, he merely let out a frustrated grunt after a moment of silence, refraining from an outburst. He then turned his ire back to Jiang Qin. Fool, why can't you simply go and plead with him face to face instead of calling him? He emphasized his words. Tell him that as long as he can cure my illness, I will pay any fee he demands. Jiang Qin, lost in thought, suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. Looking up, he saw Zhou Wanqing approaching him. The beautiful CEO was teary-eyed, her face etched with sorrow. Truly a sight that inspired compassion in all who beheld her. She grasped his arm, tears spilling forth before she could utter a word. Jiang Qin, my sister-in-law has met your master before and understands his proud and peculiar nature. However, since he has taken you as his disciple, it is evident that he values you. You must earnestly beseech him. He is also your elder, and once he perceives your filial piety, he will surely soften. At this point, she took a deep breath. Our family has faced consecutive tragedies over the years. First your elder brother, then the third, and now father is in this state. If this continues, her voice broke, and she could speak no more. Witnessing her distress, the medical staff were moved, and even Jiang Qin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang Qin observed this scene and suddenly felt that, if forced to choose, Jiang Qin might very well prefer Zhou Wanqing over him. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, grasping Zhou Wanqing's hand and locking eyes with her, both filled with tears. Sister-in-law, please stop. I will go right now. I will go at once. Zhou Wanqing nodded vigorously through her tears, yet inwardly, she felt a wave of discomfort. This wretched man, at this hour, one still dares to take advantage of me. Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Jiang Qin subtly pressed 2 fingers in her palm before letting go, taking a deep breath and striding out of the hospital room. Ding! Zhou Wanqing, filled with a mix of shame and indignation, could not express her emotions, with the host's emotional value at 606. This was anticipated, and Jiang Qin was not surprised in the least. However, the next moment, another system notification chimed in. Ding! Lin Runin felt deep sympathy, with the host's emotional value at 442. Upon hearing this, and recalling Lin Runin's earlier righteous words, Jiang Shao felt a warmth in his heart. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Qin pondered where to go next while driving. A person of profound wisdom cannot simply be summoned at will. If he wished to see the esteemed Dr. Wang, he would have to wait until tomorrow. However, it was already late at night, and returning home was not an option. It was best not to linger in the city. Where could he find a place to rest for the night? After much contemplation, he decided to drive out of the urban area towards an ancient tourist town under the jurisdiction of Zhonghai City. There were plenty of inns there. He could easily find one to stay for the night, refine the script, and prepare for the grand performance the following day. To summarize briefly, the next morning, the humble yet ethereal Dr. Wang Yixian made his appearance once again at the Zhonghai City People's Hospital. However, this time, It was not the beautiful Su Zhifei who welcomed him, but Jiang Qin, who surpassed Su Zhifei in both beauty and stature. Watching his elegant sister-in-law approach briskly, Jiang Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. Ding! Jiang Qin, feeling triumphant, had her emotional value at 318. Upon receiving this sudden system notification, Jiang Qin's heart stirred. Triumphant? What could Jiang Qin possibly be so pleased about? Could it be that something significant occurred last night? Perhaps some promise made to her by Jiang Jinyu? As he pondered, Jiang Qin had already arrived before him, slightly bowing as she respectfully greeted him. Old Master Wang, it is a pleasure to finally see you. She then glanced behind him. Where is Jiang Qin? Did he not return with you? Jiang Qin remained silent, merely gesturing forward with a hand to indicate she should lead the way. Noticing his cue, Jiang Qin ceased her inquiries, stepping aside to allow him to pass, leading him towards the hospital room. Along the way, she maintained a respectful demeanor, saying little, though her heart raced with anticipation. Although he had a peculiar nature, someone of his caliber should ideally hold himself above meddling in the affairs of others, should he not? Jiang Qin regarded her thoughts as mere background noise, preoccupied with the reason for her apparent satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Qin's spirit suddenly lifted. It mattered not. Even if he intervened, what difference would it make? The old man had already promised to amend his will, ensuring that 1/3 of his shares would be bequeathed to her, along with more than 2/3 of the voting rights. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin was genuinely taken aback. Jiang Jinyu intended to leave 1/3 of his shares to Jiang Qin. And not only that, he was to grant her more than 2/3 of the voting rights. It is worth noting that in a publicly listed company, shares and voting rights cannot be equated so simply. A shareholder with even just 10 of the shares can wield over 2/3 of the voting rights, and thus gain substantial control over the company. If Jiang Qin were to succeed, then Jiang Ershao, despite acquiring all of Jiang Jinyu's remaining shares, would find himself incapable of controlling the Jiang Group, left only to await dividends. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jiang Qin, instead of panicking, felt a fire ignite within him. Ah, so you wish to play a game of deception, do you? Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Soon enough, I shall render you both incapable of shedding tears. Before long, the two arrived outside Jiang Jinyu's hospital room. From a distance, Jiang Qin spotted Lin Runan eagerly waiting at the door. Upon noticing his arrival, Miss Lin hurried toward him, both excited and somewhat reserved, and bowed respectfully. Old Wang, Jiang Qin did not dismiss her with a cold glare. Instead, he acknowledged her with a slight grunt. This mere sound emitted from his nostrils brought a glimmer of joy to Lin Runan's face, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands and feet. It was Jiang Qin, however, who remained composed, extending her hand toward the door. Old Wang, please. Jiang Qin entered with his head held high, stepping directly into the hospital room. Upon entering, he found Jiang Jinyu propped up against the headboard, his eyes wide, gazing toward the doorway with an expression reminiscent of longing. As Jiang Qin appeared, a flicker of brightness shone in Jiang Jinyu's eyes, and he began to scrutinize him from head to toe. Father, this is Mr. Wang Yixian, the esteemed old gentleman. Old Wang, this is Jiang Qin's father, my father-in-law. Jiang Qin introduced the two as she followed them inside. Chapter 72. Jiang Qin's utter shock. Jiang Jinyu at a loss for words. Jiang Qin remained silent, refusing even to meet Jiang Jinyu's gaze, casting him a sidelong glance. This action evidently displeased Jiang Jinyu, his brow furrowing slightly as he too chose silence, struggling to lift his hand to gesture for Mr. Wang to take a seat. Seeing this, Jiang Qin immediately intercepted a nurse and personally fetched a chair to place before the bed. Jiang Qin stood resolutely, arms crossed behind his back. The atmosphere in the hospital room grew palpably awkward. The nurse, sensing the tension, discreetly withdrew. Jiang Qin quickly attempted to alleviate the situation. Old Wang, I truly apologize for the trouble of your personal visit. Please, have a seat. Unmoved, Jiang Qin coldly uttered 2 words. Speak plainly. Jiang Jinyu's expression darkened further. After a faint cough or two, he weakly began. Since you are Jiang Qin's mentor, you are not a stranger to me. I will be direct. However, he struggled to catch his breath, panting heavily after speaking just those few words. If you possess the abilities they claim you do, I can issue a bank draft for you, the amount you may fill in as you wish. Seeing him skip pleasantries and go straight for monetary matters, Jiang Qin scoffed disdainfully. I have no interest in your paltry sums. To be frank, had it not been for that useless Jiang Xiao, who knelt at my door all night in desperation, I wouldn't have even spared a glance at someone of your ilk. For most of his life, Jiang Jinyu had commanded respect. Never had he been so openly scorned. His face instantly darkened. Zhou Wanqing and Lin Runan, observing this, immediately tensed up, though their responses were markedly different. Ding! Lin Runan, filled with concern, noted Jiang Qin's emotional state at 372. Jiang Qin received this system prompt, while Zhou Wanqing did not. Clearly, at this moment, Zhou Wanqing's demeanor exuded a remarkable tranquility, akin to that of a spectator observing a performance. In stark contrast, Lin Runan was genuinely concerned and, after a brief hesitation, cautiously inquired, "Old Wang, is Jiang Qin all right? Why didn't he accompany you?" Jiang Qin, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. This disciple of mine, bless him, possesses many virtues, yet his heart is far too tender. Can you believe the extent of favoritism exhibited by his father? He came to me, weeping and wailing, pleading for my assistance. I had no intention of indulging him. But upon opening the door this morning and witnessing his pitiful state, I could not bring myself to ignore him. Alas, I had no choice but to endure my disgust and make this trip. However, I forbade him from coming along. If he were present, my reprimands towards certain individuals would be less satisfying. Upon hearing this, Lin Runan's expression softened, and she immediately broke into a charming smile. You truly care for him, esteemed elder. Jiang Qin chuckled lightly. What can be done? After a lifetime of searching, I have finally discovered such a promising talent. He grasps everything with remarkable ease and learns swiftly. How could I not cherish him? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Jinyu, whose face had elongated in displeasure. Moreover, this child is unfortunate, having lost his mother at an early age with a father of such caliber. As his mentor, it is only natural that I show him extra affection. Besides, I have no children of my own. Treating him well ensures that, when my time comes, there will be someone to mourn for me, to don the mourning attire and carry my spirit. Some individuals, however, may not be so fortunate. Jiang Jinyu, whose anger had begun to dissipate, nearly succumbed to fury upon hearing these words. His eldest son had met an untimely demise. His youngest son was incarcerated, facing a death sentence, leaving only his second son. Yet, judging by his attitude towards Jiang Qin, it seemed likely that no one would be there to see him off in the end. Jiang Qin's words had struck him like a dagger to the heart. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing noticed her father-in-law's rising ire and hurried over to offer some words of comfort. Then, turning to Jiang Qin, she spoke with a conciliatory tone. Old Wang, forgive me for speaking candidly, but how many parents in this world manage to treat their children equally? My father-in-law may show some bias towards his other sons, but he is certainly not unkind to Jiang Qin. Hearing his daughter-in-law's defense, Jiang Jinyu seemed to feel vindicated, letting out a huff of indignation before retorting. With fine clothes and sumptuous food, luxury cars and grand estates, what have I withheld from him? What have I denied him? It's one thing for him to lack gratitude, but to speak ill of me publicly? I think he has grown too bold. Jiang Qin, unfazed, simply replied, I believe you're courting misfortune. That brief statement had an immediate impact. Jiang Jinyu found himself at a loss for words, his face alternating between crimson and pallid, his teeth grinding in frustration. Yet, Jiang Qin was not inclined to let him off the hook so easily, fixing him with a fierce glare. What? Are you dissatisfied? Whom do you intend to impress with that sour face? He suddenly intensified his tone. You'd better compose yourself immediately. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bedside monitor emitted a sudden alarm. Jiang Jinyu's blood pressure surged in response to his fury. However, under the roof of another, he had no choice but to yield. He still relied on old Wang's medical expertise for salvation, so he begrudgingly swallowed his pride, mustering all his strength to suppress the grimace on his face. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, he took a moment to compose himself before lying down, shutting his eyes as if feigning death. It was then that Jiang Qin leisurely refuted his earlier expressions of gratitude. You claim to have shown kindness towards my disciple. But what kindness is that? Everything he has was left to him by his mother. As his father, what have you contributed? Jiang Jinyu remained silent. Zhou Wanqing was at a loss for words as well, for indeed, what Jiang Qin spoke was true. The possessions he utilized were indeed the inheritance from Jiang's mother, even brought from her family. The portion of marital assets belonging to Jiang's mother had yet to be transferred to Jiang Qin by Jiang Jinyu. Reflecting upon this matter ignited a surge of indignation within Jiang Qin, and after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to expose Jiang Jinyu entirely. With that determination, a cold smirk graced his lips. Do you think I am unaware of the sordid affairs of the Jiang family? Let's not even speak of anything else. Take, for instance, your precious son's involvement in murder. After setting the stage, he intentionally paused, then uttered a revelation that sent shockwaves through the room. You were already aware of it 4 years ago when the incident occurred. At this proclamation, Jiang Jinyu, lying on the bed, trembled, while Zhou Wanqing, standing before him, bore an expression of astonishment. Lin Runin, who was merely a bystander, raised her eyebrows in surprise. After a moment of silence, Zhou Wanqing's expression fluctuated, and she tentatively spoke. Old Wang, one must not speak such words lightly. Jiang Qin responded with a disdainful snort. Speak lightly? You may ask him yourself whether my words are mere fabrications. In fact, not only was he aware at the time, but just days ago, after Jiang Laosan was apprehended for another case, he attempted to cover up the murder to eliminate any potential threats. Zhou Wanqing's face turned pallid as she swiftly turned to look at Jiang Jinyu, who could no longer maintain his facade. The astonishment and fear within his opened eyes were palpable. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Wanqing could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Ding! Zhou Wanqing was utterly shocked, her emotional value soaring to 678. Meanwhile, as an outsider, Lin Runin observed Jiang Jinyu's reaction with astonishment, her face reflecting a profound sympathy akin to that of a heroine in a comic. Was Jiang Jinyu not excessively biased? Jiang Mian was so vile, yet he was determined to protect him. Jiang Qin was so virtuous, yet he held him in disdain. Furthermore, according to Shi, Jiang Mian was an illegitimate child, while Jiang Qin was born of marriage. Ding! Lin Runin's sympathy for the host reached its zenith, with the emotional value standing at 533. Chapter 71 was missed. Everyone please wait. It will be released tomorrow, and you can read that chapter then. Chapter 73. Criticism that left Jiang Jinyu unable to lift his head. Jiang Qin was listening to Lin Runin's thoughts when he suddenly saw Jiang Jinyu swallow hard, a loud gurgle emanating from his throat, before he stammered, You are how? Jiang Qin, aware of the question he wished to pose, fixed his piercing gaze upon him. You may have deceived everyone else, but you cannot deceive the ancient wisdom I possess, nor the ancient coins I hold. Jiang Jinyu, in his ailing state, with a mind dulled by illness, took a considerable time to grasp the meaning, then exclaimed in shock, Did you deduce this? Upon hearing this, both Zhou and Lin's expressions changed simultaneously, gazing at Jiang Qin as if they had encountered a ghost or a deity. Jiang Qin maintained a calm demeanor, unwaveringly gazing at Jiang Jinyu. If your third son were truly exceptional, I would refrain from commenting. However, given his utter inadequacy, your relentless efforts to safeguard him while remaining indifferent or scornful towards my disciple reveal an alarming bias. You are unworthy of the title of father. With such despicable behavior, do you expect me to rescue you? Dream on. This time, despite being harshly reprimanded, Chairman Jiang did not flinch or show any signs of distress. He merely fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Qin. Clearly, he was taken aback by Mr. Wang's formidable presence. After a moment of silence, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, and he spoke urgently. The elder is right. I truly should not have acted this way. I recognize that Jiang Qin is a good child. It is just that years ago, I had a quarrel with his mother. He paused abruptly, casting a hopeful glance at Jiang Qin. Rest assured, if I can overcome this hurdle, I will treat him well and nurture him diligently. Upon seeing Jiang Qin's indifference, he added with firm conviction, Even if I fail to pass this trial, I will find a way to compensate him before I close my eyes. Jiang Qin had initially intended to discuss compensation later, but upon hearing him broach the topic, he seized the opportunity, coldly inquiring, "And how do you plan to compensate him?" Jiang Jinyu had merely feigned a suggestion. He had no concrete plan. Momentarily rendered speechless, he stammered, "It certainly involves ensuring that he lives a carefree life." He quickly changed the subject. "Elder, now I believe you. You truly are a living deity. Do you think my ailment can still be treated?" Jiang Qin, not one to hold back, directly presented the bait, or rather the answer. "As long as you have not drawn your last breath, I possess the means to prolong your life." Jiang Jinyu was filled with elation, his lips trembling with excitement. Jiang Qin found it amusing, yet maintained a stern facade. Raising his palm, "Do not rejoice just yet. I am here today to seek justice for my disciple and demand an explanation, if you wish for my assistance." He paused midway. Jiang Jinyu, even with his dulled intellect, grasped his intent and promptly interjected, "What are your conditions? Please state them." Only then did Jiang Qin reveal his terms. "Transfer all your shares in the Jiang Group to Jiang Qin, and I will grant you an extension of life for half a month. As for the future, it will depend on your conduct." As these words left his lips, the hospital room fell into a profound silence. One could hear a pin drop. Jiang Jinyu appeared bewildered, his mouth agape as he sought confirmation of Jiang Qin's seriousness. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically, her breath becoming noticeably heavier. Only Lin Runin seemed unaffected by Jiang Qin's astonishing demand, her head bowed in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Jiang Jinyu finally spoke to confirm. "What did you say? You want me to transfer all my shares in the Jiang Group to Jiang Qin?" From his tone, Jiang Qin discerned the extent of his resistance. It was no surprise. Jiang Jinyu's primary asset was indeed his shares in the Jiang Group. Without them, his personal wealth would not merely be halved. It would be akin to a devastating blow to his very foundation. Upon this thought, Jiang Qin calmly reiterated, "Indeed, the entirety of Jiang Group's shares." No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Jinyu could not interject, as Zhou Wanqing could no longer contain herself. "Well, Mr. Wang, you may not be aware, but Jiang Group is a company valued at—" Jiang Qin interjected, "I do not need to be informed. I demand that he transfer all his shares to my disciple, effective immediately." Zhou Wanqing's facade of forced composure crumbled, replaced by sheer panic etched across her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu managed a strained smile, attempting to appease Jiang Qin. "Sir, this may pose some difficulties. You see, I'm still alive, and I have more than just Jiang Qin as a son. Transferring all the shares to him seems rather unreasonable, does it not?" Jiang Qin, unperturbed, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. "Fair enough. I shall not press the matter further." Before Jiang Jinyu and Zhou Wanqing could breathe a sigh of relief, he added, "I shall return home to summon Jiang Qin. After all, we are bound by blood." Jiang Jinyu's complexion turned pale, and Zhou Wanqing's face drained of color. Her teeth clenched tightly. Only Lin Runin, ever the detached observer, resumed her relaxed demeanor, even exhibiting a faint hint of amusement. True to her profession as a diligent physician, she continued to monitor the screens displaying Jiang Jinyu's vitals, ensuring that the esteemed patriarch of the Jiang family did not succumb unexpectedly. After much deliberation, hesitation, and weighing options, Jiang Jinyu exhaled deeply. "Very well, sir. Grant me a grace period of approximately 6 months. After that, I shall transfer 1/3 of Jiang Group's shares to Jiang Qin, allowing him to join the board and nominating him as vice chairman. How does that sound?" He then fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Qin, who mirrored Zhou Wanqing's anticipation. As even Lin Runin seemed to find this proposition reasonable, her curiosity piqued as she awaited Jiang Qin's response. Jiang Qin's retort was a cold laugh as he turned on his heel and departed with remarkable speed, almost reaching the reception room. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the opulent suite, Jiang Jinyu's anxious voice called out from behind, "All right, I agree. We shall proceed as you suggested." The urgency in his tone was tinged with a hint of desperation. Jiang Qin halted, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. Ding! Zhou Wanqing, flustered, recorded an emotional value of 720. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's smile widened, yet he did not turn back. addressing the room with his back turned. Do I detect a hint of reluctance in your voice? If it is a burden, then let it be. Silence enveloped the room. Jiang Qin, clearly exasperated, took a few seconds before responding. No burden. He is my only son. What could I possibly force? Am I to fear dying without someone to mourn? This was a retort Jiang Qin had used to mock him previously, now wielded in a desperate bid for survival, a complete surrender of pride. Chapter 74. Zhou Wanqing's emotional outburst. After a brief moment of hesitation, young Master Jiang slowly turned back. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Zhou Wanqing's pale complexion, her hands tightly clenched, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qin. Yet, Jiang Qin did not spare her a glance, his expression dark as he regarded the returning Mr. Wang. I will agree to your terms, but I have a stipulation of my own. I can sign the transfer agreement immediately, but it must be stated that if your lifespan extension fails, I reserve the right to reclaim all shares. Jiang Qin quickly processed this in his mind before nodding in agreement. Very well, it's settled then. This time, Jiang Qin neither smiled nor sought to placate him. After a prolonged stare, he commanded, Wanqing, have the lawyer bring the contract to the hospital. Zhou Wanqing remained motionless, her body tense, her eyes never leaving him, as a tempest brewed within her heart. What is this? What is happening? All the shares given to Jiang Qin? What about me? What about my sacrifices? For all these years, I have not only shouldered your burdens at work and home, but have treated you with the utmost filial piety. And what have I received in return? Just a mere position? Ding! Zhou Wanqing's fury surged, host's emotional value at 835. After waiting for a while without any movement from her, Jiang Qin finally turned to look at her, urging her in a low voice. Hurry up. Jiang Qin observed coldly, speculating whether Zhou Wanqing would confront the situation head-on. After all, not long ago, she had been brimming with confidence, dreaming of acquiring 1/3 of the shares and possessing 2/3 of the voting rights, thereby controlling the Jiang family. It was not merely a dream, for Jiang Qin had promised her that. Yet now, Jiang Qin had not only broken his promise, but had also instructed her to notify the lawyer to prepare the transfer agreement. Just as Jiang Qin had this thought, Zhou Wanqing suddenly relaxed her demeanor, bowing her head. All right, father. With that, she lowered her gaze and swiftly exited the hospital room, murmuring to herself, stay calm. I must remain composed. To confront him now would mean losing all that I have worked for. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin truly admired her. This woman was not only deeply cunning and immensely ambitious, but also remarkably patient, a true model for achieving great things. With this thought, young Master Zhang's determination to win over Zhou Wanqing only strengthened. Approximately 20 minutes later, a sharply dressed lawyer, impeccably groomed and wearing glasses, entered the ward. Jiang Qin recognized him as Sun Qinghao, the Jiang family's dedicated lawyer. However, Jiang Qin was not concerned that he would tamper with the agreement. Even if the contract were signed, Jiang Qin could only extend his life for an additional 2 weeks, and thereafter, he would need to demonstrate improvement to continue living. In other words, Jiang Qin's fate was now firmly in young Master Zhang's hands. The agreement was prepared in triplicate, one for each party involved, and one for notarization by the lawyer. The signing process was completed swiftly. Although Jiang Qin was not present as one of the parties, it mattered little, as his mentor, the esteemed physician Wang, would retrieve it for him. Once concluded, Lawyer Sun left with a perplexed expression. As soon as he departed, Jiang Qin impatiently urged physician Wang to take immediate action, reiterating the consequences should the lifespan extension prove unsuccessful. Zhou Wanqing stood silently to the side, her expression inscrutable and her lips sealed, seemingly having adjusted her mindset to accept the harsh reality. Jiang Qin was poised to act when he suddenly sensed her inner thoughts. Could this old fellow's medical skills truly be that miraculous? After all, emergency care and life-sustaining treatments are not synonymous. Jiang Qin chuckled to himself, realizing that his dear sister-in-law was not as composed as she appeared. A flicker of hope still lingered within her heart. What are you waiting for? Is there a problem? Urged Jiang Qin, his tone laced with palpable anxiety and doubt as he pressed for immediate intervention. Jiang Qin refrained from idle chatter, swiftly revealing a glossy black box from beneath his hand. Its lid opened to unveil a dazzling array of gold-handled silver needles. At the sight, Lin Runen's eyes brightened, irresistibly drawing her closer, despite this not being her first encounter with such instruments. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze wavering. Jiang Jinyu's reaction was notably intriguing, a mixture of tension and apprehension as he swallowed nervously. "Lie down," Jiang Qin commanded coldly. Jiang Jinyu complied hastily, positioning himself properly, his hands resting on his abdomen as if preparing for a departure. Jiang Qin fell silent, grasping the silver needles, mentally reviewing the treatment plan once more. Unlike Su Mu, who suffered from a cerebral herniation, Jiang Jinyu faced multiple organ failure, necessitating a holistic approach rather than a targeted one based on symptoms. This was undoubtedly a monumental task. After careful consideration, Jiang Qin flicked his wrist, channeling his internal energy, and executed the Tuan needle technique, piercing Jiang Jinyu's Zhongfu acupoint. At this moment, Lin Runen's mind was flooded with confusion. Zhongfu acupoint? This is related to the lungs, yet Jiang Jinyu's lungs are not failing. Jiang Qin remained unfazed, methodically applying needles to various acupoints within Jiang Jinyu's lungs. Before he could complete his task, Lin Runen's thoughts suddenly sparked. According to the correspondence between the 5 organs and the 5 elements, the lung corresponds to metal while the kidney corresponds to water. Metal generates water. By needling Jiang Jinyu's lung acupoints, he was indirectly treating the failing kidneys. But why not address the kidneys directly? With unwavering focus, Jiang Qin continued his needling. Just then, Jiang Jinyu exclaimed, a mix of excitement and fear in his expression. "Old master, it feels like something is moving in my kidneys." Jiang Qin paid no heed, only reminding him coldly after finishing with the lung acupoints. "That area corresponds to the kidneys. Inform me when you feel relief there." Jiang Jinyu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes." After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, he took a deep breath and pressed his hand against his kidneys, subsequently exclaiming with delight, "Old Wang, I feel much better." Observing this development, Jiang Qin, who had remained silent, quickly furrowed her brow. Jiang Qin, feigning ignorance, seized another silver needle and directed it towards the Guan Yuan acupoint corresponding to the kidneys. Lin Runen's eyes lit up instantaneously. So that's it. The patient's organ failure cannot withstand direct stimulation, necessitating an indirect approach. Once the failing organs begin to recover, direct treatment can be applied to solidify the effects. Remarkably, in accordance with the correspondence between the 5 organs and the 5 elements, the lungs give rise to the kidneys. The kidneys nourish the liver, and the liver sustains the heart. Strikingly, Jiang Jinyu's afflictions lay precisely within the kidneys, liver, and heart. Old Master Wang's approach, beginning with the lungs, was akin to unraveling a tangled thread amidst chaos. Henceforth, all subsequent issues were effortlessly resolved. This therapeutic plan was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he is hailed as a miraculous physician. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin, who was intently administering the treatment, felt a stirring in her heart, momentarily pausing her actions. Lin Runen, without a doubt, was a prodigious doctor, truly discerning the underlying principles. After silently commending her, Jiang Qin refocused her thoughts and continued with the treatment. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. Jiang Qin had utilized an entire box of silver needles and finally concluded the treatment. Just as she withdrew the last needle, Zhou Wanqing hurried to the bedside, expressing concern for Jiang Jinyu. "Father, how do you feel?" Chapter 75, A Mind in Disarray. Lin Runen's heart in turmoil, Jiang Jinyu's complexion visibly improved. He closed his eyes to carefully assess his condition. Upon reopening them, a look of astonishment and delight flashed across his face, an unmistakable sense of ease enveloping him. Indeed, Master Wang was as remarkable as rumored. Without hesitation, he disregarded Zhou Wanqing's startled expression and quickly urged Lin Runen, "Dr. Lin, please conduct a comprehensive examination to ascertain whether this is merely my imagination." At that moment, Lin Runen, equally astonished, swiftly glanced at Wang Yixian and promptly beckoned her assistants to commence a thorough examination of Jiang Jinyu. Following a series of proficient assessments, Lin Runin personally conducted some diagnostics before casting another astonished look at Wang Yixian. "Well, Dr. Lin?" Jiang Qin gazed at her with eager anticipation and trepidation, inquiring about the test results. It was almost inconceivable were it not for his first-hand experience. Lin Runin inhaled deeply and declared, "Mr. Zhang's condition has indeed improved. His vital signs have fully stabilized. Based on the current health indicators, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Mr. Jiang should remain out of danger for at least 2 weeks, if not closer to a month." Master Wang's medical prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, precise to the finest detail. Ding. Lin Runin is immensely impressed. Host's emotional value. 999. Ding. Zhou Wanqing is in disbelief. Host's emotional value. 999. The familiar tones of the system alerts resonated in Jiang Qin's mind. Lin Runin, Zhou Wanqing, and Jiang Qin simultaneously turned their gazes toward Jiang Qin, feigning to be Wang Yixian. However, their reactions differed. Lin Runin expressed astonishment and respect. Jiang Qin exhibited a complex mix of joy, while Zhou Wanqing could not disguise her discomfort. "Old Master Wang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier ignorance," Jiang Qin immediately offered. "Spare me. If you wish to apologize or express gratitude, direct it toward Jiang Qin," Wang Yixian retorted with a cold huff, preparing to depart. Jiang Qin felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he harbored no resentment. Instead, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he promptly addressed Zhou Wanqing. "Wanqing, please ensure old Master Wang reaches his residence safely." "Not a chance. I would rather not share a vehicle with you. It's quite uncomfortable." Wang Yixian preemptively rejected before Zhou Wanqing could respond. Subsequently, turning to Jiang Qin, he reminded him to remember their agreement, urging him to perform well over the next half-month. Otherwise, even if next time Jiang Qin, that foolish lad, were to kneel before me and break both of his legs, I would not intervene. Rest assured, old Wang, I, Jiang Qin, am a man of my word and shall not go back on my promise. Jiang Qin replied earnestly, yet as Wang Yixian departed, a glimmer of something unusual flickered in his eyes. Once Lin Runin and her companions hastened to see Wang Yixian off, he promptly concealed the subservient demeanor he had displayed towards Wang Yixian and turned directly to Zhou Wanqing, saying, "Wanqing, please summon old Mo for me. Tell him I have matters to discuss." Zhou Wanqing, sensing something amiss, glanced at Jiang Qin and quickly replied, "All right, I will contact Uncle Mo right away." With that, she arranged for the hospital nurses to take good care of Jiang Qin before hastily retrieving her phone to dial old Mo's number. Meanwhile, Lin Runin escorted Wang Yixian to the entrance of Zhonghai City People's Hospital. As Wang Yixian began to flag down a taxi, she hesitated, displaying a reluctance to part ways, her expression betraying unspoken thoughts. Wang Yixian, also known as Jiang Qin, noticed her desire to speak, maintaining the demeanor of a reclusive sage. He cast a casual glance at Lin Runin and remarked, "If Dr. Lin has something to say, it would be better to express it directly." "Well, I'm unsure whether I should voice my thoughts." Lin Runin hesitated, appearing somewhat shy, a stark contrast to her usual audacity in front of Jiang Qin. "Then perhaps it is best not to," Jiang Qin responded, a hint of mischief awakening within him. "Huh?" Lin Runin was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, she quickly asserted, "Old Wang, I shall speak candidly, and I assure you it will not take up too much of your time." "MHM," Jiang Qin responded lightly. "I've had a deep passion for medicine since childhood and aspire to achieve great things in this field. Although I was once hailed as a genius doctor, I have always felt my skills are lacking, yet I cannot find a suitable mentor. Consequently, despite my desire to advance, I remain directionless." Lin Runin spoke rapidly, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Jiang Qin remained indifferent, casting her a cursory glance before stating, "Mentorship is out of the question." "Huh?" Lin Runin was once again momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she quickly added, "It does not necessarily have to be a formal mentorship, old Wang. If you would be willing to offer me guidance, I will be prepared to pay any price. Whether in money or in favors, I am open to negotiation." However, Jiang Qin, at that moment still embodying Wang Yixian, remained unmoved. Our lineage of medicine has always been passed down through a singular line. Since I have already accepted Jiang Qin as my sole disciple, I will not take on any additional students, nor will I impart my knowledge to anyone else. I see. It appears I have overstepped. Lin Runin's voice and expression reflected her disappointment. At this juncture, a taxi slowly approached, and Wang Yixin, noticing, declared, "I see that you, young lady, possess a modicum of talent, and your character seems respectable. If one truly wishes to pursue the art of medicine, perhaps seeking fortune with that foolish lad, Jiang Qin, might be a worthy endeavor." Lin Runin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Senior, do you mean? If you were to become family with that silly boy, acquiring his guidance in a few techniques would be effortlessly attainable, wouldn't it?" Wang Yixin chuckled softly, leaving behind his final words before slipping into the taxi. Lin Runin, on the other hand, found herself blushing profusely. Lin Runin was both embarrassed and enraged. Emotional value 199. However, upon reflecting on Wang Yixin's remarkable medical skills, along with Jiang Qin's handsome visage and his pitiable background and character, the initially flustered Lin Runin suddenly felt a fluttering in her heart. Jiang Qin was undeniably attractive, and from their previous encounters and the rumors she had heard, he appeared quite dependable. Should he inherit Wang Yixin's medical prowess, he would undoubtedly become Lin Runin's ideal type. To become family with such a person while simultaneously learning unparalleled medical skills would be nothing short of a tremendous gain for her. Lin Runin's eyes glimmered with fleeting thoughts. Lin Runin's romantic feelings stirred. Emotional value 233. Chapter 76. Anticipating Jiang Jinyu's anticipation in the taxi. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Qin could not help but smile. He realized that his role as Wang Yixin had successfully facilitated this moment. Lin Runin was undoubtedly smitten. This masquerade as Wang Yixin, seizing the opportunity presented by Jiang Jinyu's ailment, had allowed him to firmly establish himself within the Jiang family. He had indeed triumphed. Not only had he thwarted Jiang Mian and Zhou Wanqing's schemes, but he had also disrupted Jiang Jinyu's plans and sparked Lin Runin's keen interest in him. For the foreseeable future, he would not lack sources of emotional value. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of amusement, Jiang Qin quickly recalled a crucial point. Jiang Jinyu. Given his understanding of this old schemer, it was evident that after gaining a temporary respite, he would undoubtedly conjure new schemes. Even if he appeared compliant on the surface, he was certain to engage in covert maneuvers. Jiang Jinyu was not the type to sit idly by, allowing others to control his fate. Likely, he would first attempt to exert pressure on Jiang Qin, ensuring that Jiang Qin could not easily and smoothly take over the Jiang family and Jiang group, while simultaneously devising ways to deal with Wang Yixin. As the taxi arrived at its destination, and after shedding his disguise in the secret base, Jiang Qin promptly photographed the transfer agreement and sent it to Su Zhifei, followed by a phone call. Su Zhifei was profoundly shocked. Emotional value 666. Young Master Qin, I cannot be mistaken, can I? On the other end of the line, Su Zhifei was evidently astounded by the information Jiang Qin had sent, her disbelief palpable as she answered. Chairman Jiang, he actually transferred the entire Jiang family and Jiang group to you? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. There was no time to elaborate on the specifics. Quickly gather your composure and assist me with the task. Contact by Xiaoying and the others, and have them find a way to disseminate the news that I have officially taken over the Jiang group and the position of head of the Jiang family. The swifter the action, the better. It is essential to ensure that as many people as possible, both within and outside the group, are informed in the shortest time possible. It would be ideal to disseminate the group's announcement forthwith. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiao Su Zhifei grasped the situation and promptly responded, I understand. You are concerned that prolonged delays may give Jiang Dong the opportunity to entertain alternative thoughts, and you wish to solidify this matter into an unassailable reality as swiftly as possible, correct? I shall contact Director Bai and her team immediately, urging them to generate momentum. Excellent, Jiang Qin thought, truly deserving of the title of innate secretarial prodigy. Su Zhifei is indeed astute. without Jiang Qin having to articulate the entirety of her intentions. She had already deduced the underlying implications. Indeed, Jiang Qin aimed to transform the currently theoretical contract into an undeniable fact before Jiang Jinyu could initiate any underhanded maneuvers, thereby leaving him no opportunity to retract or interfere. Upon concluding her conversation with Su Zhifei, Jiang Qin sent the photos of the signed contract and supporting documents to Lin Shishir. Lin Shishir expressed great delight. Emotional value 666. Almost instantaneously, a system notification chimed. Shortly thereafter, Lin Shishir called. As Jiang Qin answered, she was greeted by Lin Shishir's exuberant voice. "Congratulations, second brother Qin. At last. The clouds have parted, revealing the moon. Uncle Jiang has come to an understanding." Has Uncle Jiang finally realized the extent of Jiang Mian's nefarious deeds and given up hope, thus awakening to reason? Such joyous news warranted a grand celebration. "Are you free this evening? Allow me to treat you to a drink." Her enthusiasm was palpable. Although Jiang Qin shared her elation, he endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure, responding, "Let us discuss the matter of drinks later. Although the contract has been signed, we still require one final step to ensure a seamless transition of the Jiang family and its corporation. Your call is timely, Shishir. I need your assistance with this crucial step." "Your words strike a rather formal tone, second brother Qin," Lin Shishir replied without hesitation. "Whatever you require, just say the word, and I will exert all my efforts. I would like to request that you promptly draft a news article detailing that my father suffered a critical health crisis due to Jiang Mian's actions. Thankfully, I sought the intervention of my mentor, who managed to save his life. It is in such dire circumstances that my father has come to his senses and decided to pass the Jiang Corporation and the Jiang family legacy to me." Jiang Qin succinctly outlined his intentions to Lin Shishir. However, Lin Shishir quickly sensed something amiss and inquired further about the situation. Jiang Qin candidly recounted the events surrounding Jiang Jinyu's health crisis, the hospital's grave prognosis, and Jiang Jinyu's subsequent breakdown, which compelled him to seek out Wang Yixian for assistance, who then intervened on his behalf. Lin Shishir was filled with empathy and indignation. Emotional value 999. Unsurprisingly, after hearing the entire account, Lin Shishir unhesitatingly agreed. "I understand, second brother Qin. You have endured considerable hardship. Rest assured, I will ensure that everyone is aware that Jiang Mian is responsible for Uncle Jiang's health crisis, and you are his savior. Furthermore, Uncle Jiang has entrusted the Jiang Corporation and the family legacy to you. I shall undoubtedly exert my utmost efforts to ensure this piece of news becomes sensational." She is evidently heartbroken over Jiang Qin, while simultaneously infuriated with Jiang Jinyu, perhaps beginning to comprehend Jiang Qin's intentions. Following her conversation with Jiang Qin, she promptly commenced penning the article. Shortly after concluding a call with Lin Shishir, Jiang Qin pondered for a moment before making one final call, this time directly to Lin Karen. She requested that Lin Karen monitor the movements of several individuals, and should any unusual actions arise, to notify her immediately. Naturally, Lin Karen did not inquire further, instead teasing Jiang Qin as per their usual banter. Jiang Qin, unfazed, reciprocated her playful remarks before concluding the call, subsequently preparing to disguise herself. She adorned herself in a rather haggard and exhausted guise, her legs marred with bruises, her pants filthy and wrinkled, as if she had genuinely knelt on the ground for an extended period. Once her transformation was complete, she navigated to a different location to secure the contract documents, and then leisurely drove to the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, ready to fulfill her responsibilities as a daughter and visit Jiang Jinyu, who had just emerged from a critical state. Simultaneously, at the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, in the special care ward, several bodyguards stood vigil at the door, which was firmly locked. Inside, Jiang Jinyu was quietly conferring with his loyal confidant, Lao Mo, discussing various matters. "Lao Mo, please investigate a certain individual." As Jiang Qin's vehicle arrived at the underground parking lot of the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, an unremarkable Volkswagen Golf was exiting, brushing past Jiang Qin's car. Upon glimpsing Jiang Qin inside, the middle-aged man, Lao Mo, immediately sent a message to Jiang Jinyu. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qin, she parked her car and headed straight for Building 6, Room 302 of the Special Care Ward. As anticipated, shortly after her appearance at the hospital, Lin Renan arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, particularly noting her haggard appearance and the stains on her knees, a flicker of sympathy and complexity crossed Lin Renan's eyes. Ding! Lin Renan feels sympathy and heartache. Emotional value 266, accompanied by a system prompt. Lin Renan took the initiative to greet her. Young Master Qin, here to visit Mr. Jiang? Indeed, Dr. Lin, is there something you need? Jiang Qin feigned surprise. Nothing of great importance, merely a routine checkup on Mr. Jiang's condition. Lin Renan smiled, walking alongside Jiang Qin toward Jiang Jinyu's ward. I must say, young Master Qin, you are truly filial. Despite Mr. Jiang's current situation, you still came to visit him at the first opportunity. Jiang Qin refrained from responding, casting another feigned surprised glance in her direction. Ding! Lin Renan feels slightly anxious. Emotional value 99. Lin Renan's expression grew somewhat awkward, hastily clarifying, young Master Qin, please do not misunderstand. We all felt Mr. Jiang's actions were rather excessive after hearing your master, Old Wang, reprimand him. Under such circumstances, it is indeed surprising that you came to visit so promptly. Jiang Qin nodded gently, a flicker of complexity crossing her expression. Let me visit my father first. Ding! Lin Renan's curiosity was piqued, her emotional value rising to 108. Upon hearing another system prompt, Jiang Qin's gaze drifted ahead. At the entrance of room 302, several elite bodyguards, under Jiang Jinyu's command, were stationed to guard and protect. Each bodyguard appeared tense, seemingly ready to expel any intruders at a moment's notice. Upon seeing Jiang Qin, the leader hesitated briefly before promptly calling out, young Master Qin. Dr. Lin. He then knocked on the door to alert Jiang Jinyu inside the room. Jiang Qin had a rough idea of Jiang Jinyu's intentions. Her eyes scanned the group of elite bodyguards, and after hearing Jiang Jinyu's acknowledgement from within, she pushed the door open and entered the room. However, Jiang Jinyu instructed the bodyguards to close the door again, ordering them to remain outside on guard. Father, how are you feeling now? Jiang Qin inquired, feigning ignorance of any unusual circumstances. Jiang Jinyu, however, narrowed his eyes at her, and after a long pause, he replied with a hint of gloom, well, you seem to be doing just fine. Father, why do you say that? I don't quite understand your meaning, Jiang Qin replied, her expression one of genuine confusion. Still pretending to be oblivious at this point? Jiang Jinyu sneered. Did your esteemed master not inform you how he publicly humiliated me before? Jiang, I underestimated you before. I never expected you to quietly become the disciple of a reclusive master. Now that you have Wang Lao backing you, you must feel a sense of vindication. Perhaps even pride, correct? At this juncture, Jiang Jinyu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, seemingly aiming to pierce through Jiang Qin's innermost thoughts. Father, the more I listen, the more perplexed I become, Jiang Qin said, glancing at Lin Renan beside her. What my master told me is entirely different from what you were saying. My master mentioned that you and he had a pleasant interaction, that after he rescued you, you finally recognized your past mistakes and decided to entrust the Jiang group and the Jiang family to me. How did it transform into you being scolded and humiliated in your version? Lin Renan cleared her throat, ready to interject, but Jiang Jinyu coldly cut in. Enough with the theatrics. Hand over the share, transfer contract, and related documents. Your abilities are insufficient. The Jiang family and the Jiang group would inevitably decline under your stewardship. Do not take control of either. Instead, entrust the share, transfer contract, and documents to your sister-in-law for safekeeping. Father? Jiang Qin's expression was one of disbelief. Was this not a blatant attempt to breach their agreement, compelling Jiang Qin to relinquish the Jiang group and the Jiang family that she had rightfully acquired? This old man believed that he had regained his footing, that the storm had passed and the sun was shining again, that he, Jiang Jinyu, could once more assert his authority? What lack of ability was he referring to? Did he dare to fabricate even more? Why not just rob me outright? Ding! Lin Renan felt her worldview shatter, her emotional value soaring to 168. Ding! Lin Renan was seething with indignation, her emotional value reaching 368. Mr. Jiang, beside them, Lin Runin could no longer bear to remain silent. Though I am merely an outsider and possess no right to meddle in your family affairs, your actions are utterly reprehensible. Your prior favoritism towards Jiang Mian and the undue suppression of young Master Qin was already excessive. Compelling young Master Qin to threaten his master with his life during his grave illness was beyond any reasonable measure. It is apparent to anyone with a shred of conscience. Now that young Master Qin has gone to great lengths to invite Elder Wang to aid you and has saved your life, you dare to turn around and demand that he relinquish the Jiang family and Jiang Corporation? What is this? Is it ingratitude, tearing down the bridge after crossing it? Moreover, you, Chairman Jiang, publicly vowed before so many that if Elder Wang agreed to save you, you would honorably hand over the Jiang family and Jiang Corporation to young Master Qin. Now that Elder Wang has completed his treatment and you have been rescued from the brink of death, you intend to breach that promise. What does this imply? Are you, Chairman Jiang, prepared to declare to the world that you are utterly devoid of integrity, compassion, and are nothing but a rogue without scruples? Jiang Jinyu's eyelids twitched, clearly taken aback by Lin Runin's sudden confrontation. He coldly regarded her. Dr. Lin, since you acknowledge that this is a family matter beyond your jurisdiction, it would be wise to restrain your tongue. I had no desire to speak, yet my upbringing forbids me from remaining silent. Lin Runin persisted, determined to defend Jiang Qin. Doctor, Jiang Jinyu's tone rose, ready to silence her. The imposing aura he had cultivated from his long tenure in power surged forth once more, casting a somber pall over the atmosphere. It seemed he was poised to regain control of the situation. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the hospital room door, followed by an anxious voice, "Boss, we have an emergency." The door swung open abruptly, and the captain of Jiang Jinyu's bodyguard team hurriedly approached, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Qin before swiftly whispering in Jiang Jinyu's ear. Chapter 78. He truly deserves to die, what? Is it true that someone at the corporation has learned about Jiang heir acquiring shares of the Jiang Corporation and taking over the Jiang family? Now it's common knowledge among the ranks? Jiang Jinyu's face darkened visibly as he glared at the bodyguard captain. The captain hesitated for a moment before affirming, "Yes, boss." The news has spread, and now the atmosphere within the Jiang Corporation is tumultuous, with rumors circulating everywhere. Jiang Jinyu seemed to feel a tightness in his chest. He closed his eyes and gently rubbed his chest as if to calm himself before inquiring, "Have you determined where the leak originated?" The situation arose so suddenly that we haven't had the chance to investigate, the bodyguard captain replied. "Investigate, and do so promptly. I want to know who possesses the audacity to disseminate such information before I, Jiang Jinyu, have spoken." Jiang Jinyu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Qin, his eyes cold as ice, as if he had already concluded that Jiang Qin was the source of the leak. Jiang, he was about to continue when the bodyguard captain's phone rang unexpectedly. "Apologies, boss, but I have another urgent call." The captain glanced at the caller ID and quickly informed Jiang Jinyu, offering his apologies. Jiang Jinyu could only suppress his words, nodding slightly to indicate that he could take the call. It was only then that the head of the bodyguards connected the call. Once the call was established, his expression swiftly soured. Particularly after hanging up and glancing at the new message on his phone, his countenance darkened further. "What happened? Why do you look so grim?" Jiang Jinyu shifted his gaze towards him. The head of the bodyguards presented the phone screen to Jiang Jinyu. "Boss, you should see for yourself." On the screen was a striking screenshot of the latest announcement released by the Jiang Group's official website. The announcement stated that due to health reasons, Chairman Jiang Jinyu had recently transferred his position as chairman and all shares of the Jiang Group to Mr. Jiang Qin. Effective immediately, Mr. Jiang Qin would assume the role of chairman of the group. The announcement bore the Group S name, the date at the end, and was stamped with the Group S seal. Jiang Jinyu's face was instantly shrouded in storm clouds. Who issued this announcement? Go and inquire with the company's secretary and the heads of the relevant departments. How could they fail to consult me regarding such a significant announcement concerning the change of chairman? Do they still consider me their chairman? He commanded. Quickly make a call and demand that they retract the announcement and provide me with a satisfactory explanation. He resembled an enraged lion. Beside him, Lin Runin was momentarily stunned. Seeing the head of the bodyguards hastily dialing as per Jiang Jinyu's orders, she too picked up her phone to swiftly seek out the specifics of the situation. Jiang Qin feigned ignorance as well. The group issued an announcement. What is going on? I had no idea. I was merely stopped by a media outlet on my way to the hospital and compelled to accept their interview. Jiang Jinyu's gaze shifted sharply towards him. You accepted an interview with the media? What did they ask you, and what did you say? Just as Jiang Qin was about to respond, the head of the bodyguards had already hung up the phone, his expression now one of helplessness. He looked at Jiang Jinyu, his lips moving as if he were at a loss for words. Jiang Jinyu's previous sharp retort towards Jiang Qin was abruptly halted. He turned to the head of the bodyguards, his voice involuntarily lowering. Did you hit a wall? The head of the bodyguards slowly nodded, hesitating before adding. The board's response is that they have already seen the share transfer agreement and other relevant documents, and they have verified with Lawyer Sun that young Master Qin has indeed taken over the Jiang group. The announcement is valid. How could they have seen the share transfer agreement? Jiang Jinyu's heart raced, his complexion taking on an unhealthy hue. He looked again at Jiang Qin. You scoundrel. Did you hastily send it to them? Are you trying to stage a coup, forcing me to abdicate? Dad, you are being terribly unjust. Jiang Qin displayed a look of deep grievance and sorrow. The master remarked that you do not appear to be a well-meaning individual. He expressed his unease in entrusting me with the proof of equity and contractual documents, claiming he would safeguard them until you voluntarily announced the transfer of power to me. I have yet to even glimpse those items. Jiang Jinyu harbored a sense of skepticism. At that moment, the captain of the bodyguard team interjected, stating that he had learned that an elderly man had disseminated the documents to many senior executives within the group. The elderly man? Jiang Jinyu's breath quickened. Is it that old wretch, Wang Yixian? The bodyguard captain remained silent. A flicker of hatred crossed Jiang Jinyu's eyes. That old scoundrel truly deserves his fate. This maneuver of his aims to solidify the situation, leaving us with no room for maneuver. The bodyguard captain remained reticent. Just then, both his phone and those of Jiang Qin and Lin Runin vibrated simultaneously, each receiving a news alert. Upon opening the notification, they were met with the shocking headline, Jiang Jinyu is critically ill. During this perilous moment, Jiang Qin implores the master to return and rescue the situation. Jiang Jinyu, moved to repentance, decides to bequeath the Jiang family and Jiang group to Jiang Qin. The news had gone viral, garnering thousands of likes, shares, and comments. A throng of people engaged in heated discussions, gossiping not only about Jiang Qin's past hardships within the Jiang family, but also about the detestable nature of Jiang Mian. While others remarked that Jiang Qin had finally received just rewards, witnessing the clouds part to reveal the moon. The bodyguard captain quickly scanned the headline, and, upon glancing at the media outlet, he trembled, hastily presenting the phone screen to Jiang Jinyu, exclaiming that the sky had fallen. Jiang Jinyu had initially intended to chastise the captain for his poor choice of words, urging him to remain silent. However, upon seeing the news headline, he found himself at a loss for words. His expression soured further after reading the content, as though he had bitten into something distasteful. At that moment, Lin Runin, taken aback, looked at Jiang Qin, asking if he had indeed participated in the interview with that media outlet. Jiang Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Runin burst into laughter, suggesting that perhaps fate was intervening on his behalf. With this news breaking, Jiang Jinyu would have to abandon any hope of reneging on the agreement, lest he completely lose face. Chapter 79. The more they oppose, the more it affirms my rightness. Please leave. I wish to be alone. As Lin Runin had predicted, after a brief silence, Jiang Jinyu inhaled deeply and began to dismiss his guests. He refrained from mentioning any intentions to reclaim the equity transfer agreement of the Jiang group. After expelling Jiang Qin and Lin Runin, he also instructed his bodyguard captain to exit. It seemed he genuinely sought solitude. Only after Jiang Qin, Lin Runin, and the bodyguard captain had departed and the door to the intensive care unit had closed did he unleash his frustration, gnashing his teeth and striking the blanket with fury. Damn it! Damn it all! Those scoundrels in the group believe I, Jiang Jinyu, have fallen, and thus they hasten to pledge their allegiance to Jiang Qin. Moreover, that detestable media figure has once again exposed the affairs of Mian Air, and today he has penned yet another report to bolster Jiang Qin's image. Once this crisis abates, I shall uncover his true identity and settle the score with him. After venting my frustrations, Jiang Qin finally regained his composure and picked up the phone to call Old Mo. Old Mo, I trust you are aware of the situation outside. I am being subjected to intense scrutiny, and time is of the essence. Gather everyone and, at any cost, procure all available information on Wang Yixian within the next 24 hours. Use any means necessary to deal with him. At the same time, as Jiang Jinyu was urgently strategizing, Jiang Qin was departing from the Zhonghai City People's Hospital, and the local forum was already ablaze with activity. Goodness, this is big news. Who in Zhonghai is unaware of the Jiang family's sordid affairs? That old man Jiang Jinyu has always favored the offspring of his young wife, leaving Jiang Shao feeling like an outsider. Ironically, it is Jiang Mian who has caused him distress, while Jiang Qin has come to his rescue. It seems that in bequeathing the Jiang group and the family legacy to Jiang Qin, he finally accomplished something commendable before his departure. Jiang Qin has endured for years and has finally emerged as matriarch. Rumor has it that she was once bullied daily by Jiang Mian and Zhou Wanqing, with no standing whatsoever. She is an honest individual, rather dutiful too. However, you may not be aware that the situation is far more intricate than the media portrays. A friend of mine has a classmate whose wife's cousin works at Zhonghai City First People's Hospital. It is said that Jiang Qin's master has a rather peculiar temperament and has long harbored resentment towards Jiang Jinyu, initially refusing to save him. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival, Jiang Jinyu compelled Jiang Qin to threaten her master with death, inciting his ire. Upon arriving at the hospital, he berated Jiang Jinyu vehemently, and it was only out of necessity that Jiang Jinyu relinquished the Jiang group and the family heritage to Jiang Qin. Indeed, I have also heard tales from a junior's distant relative who works as a security guard at the hospital. He claims that Jiang Shao's master is exceptionally formidable, and in a fit of rage, the hospital administration reprimanded Jiang Jinyu, cursing him for his inhumanity and declaring that they had no intention of saving him. To seek forgiveness, Jiang Jinyu voluntarily surrendered the Jiang group and the family legacy. You are all slightly misinformed. The mother of a classmate of my upstairs neighbor's uncle's daughter, who works as a cleaner at the Zhonghai City People's Hospital, has shared that Jiang Shao's master is indeed extraordinary, akin to a living deity, who frightened Jiang Jinyu into submission. Fearing eternal damnation, Jiang Jinyu hastily confessed his wrongdoings and offered the Jiang group and family legacy. The soiled trousers he changed out were subsequently dealt with by the aforementioned cleaner. A myriad of half-truths and vivid rumors has taken flight, painting Jiang Jinyu in a grotesquely unflattering light, reminiscent of the malevolent antagonist in a tale where justice finally prevails. Simultaneously, within the Jiang group, various small chat groups erupted, with nearly all employees, including mid to senior management, entering a state of eager anticipation. Everywhere, people are fervently disseminating the news article penned by Lin Shishir, sparking intense discussions. It appears that this wave of fortune is merely a stroke of luck for Qin Shi. Not only has he secured an exceptional mentor, but Mian also made a significant impact at a crucial moment, driving Chairman Jiang to the brink of a breakdown. The confluence of timing, location, and human connection has all favored Qin Shi. It is no wonder that Chairman Jiang has resolutely decided to bequeath the Jiang group and the Jiang family legacy to him. As the ancient adage goes, one's fate, followed by fortune and feng shui, it seems to hold considerable truth. Mian had previously basked in glory, enjoying Chairman Jiang's favoritism, leading many to believe that the future of the Jiang family and the Jiang group was his alone. But what of now? When fortune smiles, the universe conspires. When it wanes, heroes find themselves unshackled. It appears that the Jiang of the Jiang group will soon evolve from Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Mian to Jiang Qin Shi. Those who previously supported Jiang Mian are likely to experience discomfort. Meanwhile, the pragmatic faction that early on aligned with Jiang Qin Shi, headed by Xiaoying, can hardly contain their elation, promptly extending their congratulations to Su Zhifei and Jiang Qin Shi. In a certain sense, they resemble those who correctly bet on the crown prince in ancient times, fundamentally contributing to the dragon's rise. From this point forward, as long as they do not act foolishly, a vast expanse of opportunities awaits them. Ding by Xiaoying is overjoyed, emotion value 369. Ding. Su Fei holds immense admiration. Emotion value 666. Ding. Lin Karen is greatly astonished. Emotion value 669. On the other side, while returning to the Jiang family villa, Jiang Qin continuously received notifications from the system. A plethora of emotional values was converging from all directions. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Su Fei. As soon as Jiang Qin answered, he heard her barely contain excitement. Jiang Xiao. No, I should say Jiang Dong now. It's time to address you as such. Jiang Dong, I am truly in awe of you. Do you realize that the entire group now perceives you as the destinaire of the Jiang group? As ordained by the heavens? Not only are Director Bai and her associates elated, but many neutral parties within the group, including those aligned with the late Chairman Jiang and those supporting Mian, are now gravitating toward our side. Jiang Qin merely smiled faintly. As most people tend to align themselves with the victor, a timeless truth. As always, it is essential to extract the essence while discarding the dross. Only embracing those who are genuine pragmatists. All others, regardless of their positions, are to be disregarded. Understood. Su Fei's voice remained exuberantly animated. My phone and messages are incessantly buzzing. I aim to complete the personnel screening within this day and night. Jiang Dong, do you have time this evening? Director Bai and the others wish to treat you to dinner to celebrate and provide a work update. Perhaps another day, Jiang Qin replied, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Tonight, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to have a thorough discussion with Jiang Jinyu. Chapter 80. A Bountiful Harvest. Lin Feng's mindset explodes after concluding his call with Su Fei. Jiang Qin immediately accessed the system interface. At this moment, due to his diligent efforts, the system had amassed over 30,000 emotional values. It was time for another round of 10 consecutive draws. System, grant me a lottery draw, with fervor. As Jiang Qin issued his command, a dazzling golden prize pool immediately materialized before him, its myriad rewards swirling rapidly within. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, various prizes were locked in place, and a continuous stream of winning notifications resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the specified attribute. Charm 1. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the specified attribute. Constitution 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special reward. A Lamborghini Revent N. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward. 10 years of martial arts mastery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a free attribute 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the specified attribute. Charm 1. Merely hearing these accolades caused Jiang Qin's eyes to gleam with excitement. 10 years of martial arts prowess, 10 points in constitution, and 2 points in charm. These were all invaluable assets. The martial arts mastery would serve him well, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. And tonight might very well call for it. As for constitution and charm, it was universally acknowledged that any man surrounded by women would understand their significance. The allure of charm was irresistible. No woman could remain impervious to its charm. After all, men and women alike share an inherent appreciation for beauty. As for the Lamborghini Revent N, a limited edition supercar worth tens of millions, it hardly needed mentioning, a mere bonus. While he basked in the subtle sensations enveloping his body and reshaping his limbs and features, the system continued to announce new rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward. Intermediate proficiency in calligraphy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the specified attribute. Charm 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward. An investment opportunity worth 2 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward. Master-level poison techniques. As the lottery concluded and prizes began to be distributed, a torrent of information flooded into his mind as if imparted by divine decree. Jiang Qin felt enveloped by a warm ocean, rendering him momentarily unable to think, and he surrendered himself to the experience, relishing it fully. He could not tell how long this state persisted, but when he regained his senses, he realized it had grown dark outside. At that moment, his mind brimmed with newfound knowledge. A 2 billion investment opportunity, countless master-level poison techniques, and a wealth of martial arts experience from experts. Jiang Qin approached the mirror. His physique had become increasingly balanced and powerful under the system's transformation. Although his face had not undergone significant changes, it bore the subtle improvement of a master surgeon's touch, rendering him undeniably more handsome and charismatic. Moreover, an alluring aura had emerged around him, captivating anyone who glanced his way. He clenched his fist with determination. His arm muscles surged, causing the air to crackle with sound. In the lower right corner of the system panel, a prompt began to blink once more. Jiang Qin clicked on it and beheld. Host current comprehensive strength. Late stage dark strength. He could not help but smile. Another round of 10 consecutive draws. Another surge of exhilarating enhancement. In the latter stages of his hidden prowess, even if Jiang Jinyu were to summon Lin Feng tonight, it would be futile to stir any turbulence. The Jiang family and Jiang group have already fallen into his grasp, leaving no room for doubt. As Jiang Qin cleansed himself of the filth expelled from his body in the shower, he casually glanced at his attributes. Name: Jiang Qin, identity: the chosen antagonist. Second son of the Jiang group, new head of the Jiang family, newly appointed chairman of Jiang group. Physique: 61. Average person: 10. Strength: 30. Average person: 10. 10 years of martial arts training: 20. Mentality: 18. Average person: 10. 10 years of martial arts training: 2. Charisma: 89. Maximum: 100. Free attribute points: 0. Available emotional value: 69 overall. There has been a significant enhancement. In fact, it surpasses the improvements from the previous 2 sets of 10 draws. Jiang Qin expressed his gratitude toward Lin Feng, Lin Bingwang, and his several sisters for their sponsorship of this round of 10 draws. A wave of contentment washed over him. Once he had washed away the impurities from his body, he patiently awaited news from Lin Karen while indulging in a brief respite with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, as Jiang Qin reveled in his harvest, Lin Feng, riding in a ride-hailing car back to the Lin residence, glanced at the news regarding Jiang Qin's takeover of the Jiang family and Jiang group and could not help but kick the passenger seat in front of him with great force. Damn it, has the heavens gone blind? How could this guy strike such incredible luck? Is this some kind of joke? His indignation flared, as if Jiang Qin had snatched away something that rightfully belonged to him. Hey man, this is a brand new car, watch it. The driver in the front seat turned around with annoyance, bewildered by Lin Feng's outburst. It's just a lousy BYD. If it gets damaged, I can easily compensate for it. Lin Feng retorted with a hint of irritation. Wait, buddy, what's your problem? Looking for trouble? The driver, now equally irritated, pulled the car to the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and glared at Lin Feng. This is my new car, and I'm just trying to earn some extra cash by picking you up. You kick my passenger seat and expect me to stay silent? What do you think you're implying? Do you look down on me just because I drive a ride-hailing car in a BYD? Am I beneath your contempt, deserving of your scorn? Are you out of your mind? Lin Feng exclaimed, feeling utterly exasperated. I just had a bad day and kicked your passenger seat. Does it warrant this reaction? It's just a car worth a mere 100,000. I could easily buy you a new one if I broke it. Is it that you look down on people? Do you think we, who drive ride-hailing cars, are beneath you? The driver, clearly infuriated, unlocked the car and issued an ultimatum. Fine, you can leave. I won't accept passengers like you. Wait, Lin Feng was even more distraught. Are you out of your mind? I'm telling you to get out. The driver interrupted, raising his voice. Without allowing Lin Feng to argue further, he promptly dialed the customer service number for the ride-hailing platform to lodge a complaint about the situation. Lin Feng quickly received a warning call from the ride-hailing platform. He was expelled from the vehicle and penalized, required to compensate the driver with 100 yuan for car cleaning fees, in addition to a 7-day restriction on using the ride-hailing app. After being thrown out of the car and receiving a penalty reminder text from the platform, Lin Feng was on the verge of losing his temper. It was all Jiang Qin's fault, that insufferable scoundrel. Meanwhile, in the office of a bar on Changnan Road, Lin Karen sat elegantly in the boss's chair, her beautiful legs crossed, absorbing the news on her computer screen, deep in thought. After being rescued, old Master Jiang had a sudden epiphany, finally realizing who was truly worthy of entrusting the latter half of his life to. The news of the Jiang family business being passed to Jiang Qin was hard for her to believe, given old Master Jiang's character and disposition. If he were to have such a moment of clarity, the sun would surely rise from the west, which was simply inconceivable. On the contrary, some self-proclaimed insiders revealed that Jiang Qin's master had threatened old Master Jiang's life, forcing him to comply, which seemed a more plausible explanation. Long ago, Lin Karen had taken notice of Jiang Jinyu and had gathered considerable information about him. After a serendipitous encounter with Jiang Qin that sparked her interest in this rare, honest gentleman among the second-generation elite, she had devoted time to researching the Jiang family. From her findings, it was clear that Jiang Jinyu favored Jiang Mian and treated Jiang Qin with utmost disdain, to the point of seeming heartless. Such scenarios as described in the news were, in Lin Karen's view, utterly implausible, especially when considering Jiang Qin's earlier call asking her to keep an eye on some of Jiang Jinyu's confidants. The situation appeared increasingly suspicious. After pondering for a while in her office without reaching a conclusion, Lin Karen decided to call her sister, Lin Runin. "Sister, are you still busy? I need to ask you something." "What is it?" Lin Runin seemed preoccupied, issuing instructions to her assistants while answering the call. Lin Karen abandoned any attempt at light-hearted banter and got straight to the point. "That old fellow Jiang Jinyu. He was sent to your hospital for treatment, right?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if Lin Runin had quickly pressed the receiver. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her tone more serious. "Why are you asking about this? Do you have a grudge against Jiang Jinyu? Or has someone put a bounty on him, urging you to take advantage of his illness?" "Sister, this is a hospital. Jiang Jinyu was the former head of the Jiang family. Please don't act recklessly." Lin Karen realized her sister had misunderstood and quickly clarified. "I just saw the news online and some rumors. I thought the reports didn't align with my understanding of Jiang Jinyu, so I merely wanted to gossip a bit. I meant no harm." "That sounds more reasonable." Lin Runin seemed to exhale in relief, as long as the intention to confront Jiang Jinyu was not present. "It is permissible to reveal the truth. Jiang Jinyu is indeed in our hospital, and I was the lead surgeon responsible for his rescue at that time." "Impressive. My third sister, truly worthy of being the renowned genius doctor of Zhonghai City." Lin Karen turned her office chair, liberating her elegant legs adorned in black stockings, one delicate foot playfully swaying in her high heel. "Do tell me, what exactly transpired at that moment?" she inquired. "Has that old ghost Jiang truly experienced a profound change of heart? How is that even conceivable?" Lin Runin let out a cold laugh from the other end of the line. "You are unaware of this Chairman Jiang. He is utterly devoid of humanity and has reached an extreme in shattering moral perspectives." As she spoke, she recounted the events leading up to Jiang Jinyu's critical condition. The pressure placed on Jiang Qin to summon his master from retirement, even to the extent of Jiang Qin threatening his own life. At that moment, Lin Karen, who had been intrigued while swaying her high heel, was completely taken aback. This old ghost Jiang truly does not regard Jiang Qin as a human being. How could he utter such words in public? Jiang Qin is indeed pitiable, encountering a father like this. It is true, at that time, we medical staff could no longer bear to witness it and voiced our criticisms, yet he remained indifferent. While Lin Runin was speaking, it seemed someone was coming to call her. Mid-sentence, she hastily concluded, "All right, I shall not engage in further conversation for now. I have a surgery to attend to, and afterward, I must conduct Jiang Jinyu's final examination for tonight. Let's leave it at that. Goodbye." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. "My little Jiang heir," Lin Karen thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for Jiang Qin. Reflecting on the events Lin Runin had described, she contemplated whether to call Jiang Qin to offer some solace for his wounded spirit when suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. "Boss, there's a situation. Come in." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Karen quickly gathered her thoughts, donned her high heels, and adjusted her chair to restore her regal demeanor as the queen of the underground. Moments later, the office door swung open, and a towering figure over 6 feet tall, exuding an aura of formidable strength, strode in. This was Sang Biao, Lin Karen's most trusted enforcer, who had been saved by her previously and had remained loyally by her side ever since. Lin Karen merely exchanged a glance with him, prompting Sang Biao to report, "Boss, the individuals you instructed us to keep an eye on have made a move." The one known as Old M.O. has offered a substantial bounty tonight, seeking information about someone named Wang Yixian. Our people have already caught wind of this in several different circles. Oh, Lin Karen's eyes flickered with interest. Is there any additional information? Old M.O. is quite cunning. He has deliberately sent others to inquire on his behalf, feigning ignorance regarding the matter. On the surface, the one seeking information about Wang Yixian is a wealthy outsider looking for medical assistance for his child. Understood. Instruct the brothers to remain vigilant and closely monitor Old M.O. A generous reward will be granted upon successful completion of this task. Lin Karen replied with a slight nod, as Deng Biao departed in response. She contemplated briefly before retrieving Jiang Qin's number and dialing it directly. On the other end, the notifications echoed. Ding, Lin Feng's mental state is unbalanced. Emotional value 233. Ding. Lin Feng is exceedingly frantic. Emotional value 555. Ding. Lin Feng's mindset is on the verge of collapse. Emotional value 666. Ding. Lin Karen is greatly shocked and feels considerable sympathy. Emotional value 369. Within the Jiang family villa, Jiang Qin listened to the incessant system notifications resonating in his mind, puzzled by the unfolding events, when suddenly his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Lin Karen. He immediately halted his thoughts and ended his brief respite, answering the call without delay. Upon grasping the situation, he promptly instructed Lin Karen to implement certain arrangements. Chapter 82. I hear someone is looking for me? That night, after Lin Karen executed Jiang Qin's directives, a Mercedes-Benz 450 with an out-of-town license plate swiftly made its way to a bar on Chang'an Road. Simultaneously, in a nondescript Volkswagen Golf parked in an open lot downtown, Lao Mo was receiving information remotely through his Bluetooth earpiece from the owner of that vehicle. Boss, someone contacted me claiming to have leads on Wang Yixian, but he insists on meeting before deciding whether to sell. I inquired and learned that the caller is a somewhat connected informant on the ground in Zhonghai, so the reliability is quite high. That fellow probably wants to gauge my credibility before making an offer, which is a common tactic among those in the industry selling information. Lao Mo lounged lazily in the reclined driver's seat, his feet propped on the steering wheel, eyes half closed. These matters were trivial. As long as he could provide genuine intel on Wang Yixian, no price would be too steep. Upon meeting, don't engage in idle chatter, be straightforward. If he's credible, a higher price is permissible. If he's not, walk away immediately, no time to squander. Understood. The voice on the other end was exceedingly respectful. I share the same sentiment, aiming for a swift resolution, but the fellow insists on a face-to-face meeting, which is why I'm making this special trip. Right, expedite your actions. We cannot keep the boss waiting. I'll also press the other brothers for updates on their progress. Lao Mo replied nonchalantly, picking up his phone to inquire about the other brother situations in the group chat, when suddenly, an aged face appeared on the car window. Almost reflexively, Lao Mo's hand reached beneath the seat, swiftly retrieving a Mitsubishi military knife. Who goes there? The elderly visage smiled faintly, gently tapping on the window. As Lao Mo, tense with anticipation, lowered the rear window, the man cheerfully remarked, I heard someone was inquiring about me tonight. I came to see who this esteemed individual might be. Lao Mo's pupils dilated momentarily, and he blurted, Wang Yixian. Indeed, Wang Yixian, with a bemused expression, stroked his beard. From your current demeanor, it seems you are rather anxious upon encountering me. Is your motive for seeking me not entirely pure? And no, not at all, though a smile graced Old Mo's face. Beads of cold sweat trickled uncontrollably down his forehead. An unsettling sensation enveloped him. Beneath Wang Yixian's enigmatic smile, he felt as though every thought, intention, and potential action of his had been laid bare. Everything seemed to shimmer with transparency. What troubled him further was the mystery of how, and when Wang Yixian had approached him, a realization that had eluded him entirely. For someone like Old M.O., who relied on his martial prowess for survival and maintained an acute sense of vigilance, this was utterly terrifying. He found himself unable to gauge Wang Yixian's strength, rendering him incapable of determining whether he could suppress his opponent through force. With deftness, Old M.O. concealed his military dagger behind his forearm, while his other hand discreetly maneuvered on his phone screen, seeking to buy some time while discreetly calling for reinforcements. You still wish to summon aid? It seems I was correct in my assumptions. At that moment, Wang Yixian let out a cold laugh, revealing Old Mo's covert actions. With no further intention to hide, Old Mo swiftly sent an urgent signal to his comrades while reclining the car seat fully. Seizing the moment as the seat fell back, he forcefully pushed the car door open and lunged at Wang Yixian with his dagger. However, the scene Old Mo had envisioned, where Wang Yixian was knocked back and subdued, never materialized. Almost instantaneously, as the door swung open, Wang Yixian evaded with an ethereal grace. Subsequently, Old Mo's thrust was intercepted by a swift strike to his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground and fracturing his wrist in the process. Before Old Mo could comprehend the turn of events, his incapacitated hand was seized, and he was effortlessly extracted from the vehicle, much like pulling a radish from the earth. A series of kicks struck his knees, and as a muffled groan of pain escaped his lips, he found himself on his knees before Wang Yixian, his legs shattered and one hand rendered useless. "Speak. Who are you? Why are you out at this hour, inquiring about an old man like me?" Wang Yixian's tone, once laced with amusement, now bore a hint of sternness and menace. Despite his incapacitated state and the intense grip on his broken wrist, Old Mo, drenched in sweat, remained silent, suppressing his trembling body. In a feeble voice, he declared, "I meant no harm. I merely heard of your profound medical skills and sought your assistance. Why the anxiety if you seek my help? Why brandish a dagger upon seeing me?" Wang Yixian tightened his grip on Old Mo's shattered wrist and twisted it mercilessly. A sickening crunch echoed as the bones ground together, and Old Mo's palm nearly folded against his forearm, causing his pallor to turn ghostly as he let out a wail. Nevertheless, even in this torment, he stammered defensively, "I sought your aid to save a life, but I feared I might not meet your demands, leading to my momentary lapse in judgment." Utter nonsense, not a shred of truth. Wang Yixian scoffed, releasing Old Mo's wrist only to deliver a swift kick. With a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling to the ground, then coldly chuckled, "Forget it. I shan't waste my breath on you. If you refuse to speak, I'll simply deduce the truth myself." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, fingers forming intricate gestures as incantations flowed from his lips, exuding an air of profound mystery. Moments later, Wang Yixian abruptly ceased his gestures and directed a piercing gaze at the fallen Lao Mo. "Are you one of Jiang Jinyu's people?" Lao Mo's eyelids twitched violently, a chill running down his spine. Almost instinctively, he protested, "Jiang Jinyu? Chairman Jiang? Wang Lao, please, don't speak such nonsense. I am not so fortunate as to associate with such a prominent figure." Even in this dire situation, he still sought to exonerate his master, truly a loyal hound. Wang Yixian merely responded with a cold smirk. Without granting Lao Mo another chance to defend himself, he delivered another kick, then swiftly pressed several points on Lao Mo's body, rendering him immobile and unable to speak. He tossed Lao Mo into the back seat of the car, then settled into the driver's seat of his Golf and drove directly toward the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. As Lao Mo watched this sequence of actions unfold, beads of cold sweat began to form uncontrollably on his forehead. An unsettling thought crept into his mind. Could this madman be heading to confront his boss? Chapter 83. Jiang Jinyu was thoroughly terrified half an hour later. Within the Special Care Ward 302 of the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, Jiang Jinyu, who had been soundly asleep, suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill. Groggily, he opened his eyes, only to behold one of the most terrifying sights of his life. An elderly figure sat quietly beside him, eyes icy and fixed on him, their expression reminiscent of a butcher appraising meat on a cutting board. Wang Yixian. In the dim light of the ward, designed merely for nocturnal convenience, Wang Yixian's gaze and posture appeared particularly menacing. Wang Lao. After enduring numerous storms throughout decades, Jiang Jinyu was immediately drenched in cold sweat, especially when his gaze flitted towards the door, noticing that it was securely shut, with a faint glow seeping through. While the window was ajar, allowing a cold breeze to creep in, he felt beads of sweat rapidly form on his forehead. This scene confirmed that Wang Yixian was not only a master of medicine, but also possessed formidable skills. The old man had somehow entered without alerting Jiang Jinyu's elite bodyguards. Jiang Qin was well aware of the capabilities of those bodyguards, all of whom were retired Special Forces soldiers, with the captain being among the most elite. If Wang Yixian could approach Jiang Qin's bedside without disturbing them, it indicated that his prowess far surpassed that of Jiang Qin's bodyguards, including the captain. He likely possessed the ability to take Jiang Qin's life before anyone was the wiser. Jiang Qin quickly suppressed the urge to call for his bodyguards, striving to maintain composure as he sat up in his hospital bed. Wang Lao, why have you come so late? Is there something you wish to discuss? You've been insincere, so I have come to fulfill my promise. Wang Yixian let out a cold scoff, swiftly stripping off Jiang Qin's hospital gown and extracting several silver needles, which he deftly pierced into specific acupoints on Jiang's body. The moment the needles penetrated his flesh, Jiang felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a portal had opened within him, causing his vital energy to drain away rapidly. Panic surged within him. He struggled, contemplating summoning his bodyguards. However, Wang Yixian remained remarkably composed, methodically applying needles and employing unique techniques while coldly stating, "I am merely seizing 7 days of your life. Should you continue your foolish antics, the consequences will extend far beyond that." Jiang Qin quickly dismissed the thought of calling for help, his mind in disarray. He dared not struggle further, merely gazing at Wang with a voice tinged with uncontrollable anxiety. "Old Wang, is there some misunderstanding? I've been lying in the hospital all day, doing nothing, quite obediently." "Yes, you." As Wang continued his actions, the sensation of his vital energy leaking intensified. Jiang could distinctly feel fatigue enveloping his body, his mind growing sluggish, a sense of decay creeping into every corner of his being. The fleeting vitality he had exchanged for the Jiang family and Jiang group was rapidly flowing away. Fear gripped him, and his gaze towards Wang Yixian morphed into unmasked terror. Yet, Wang Yixian remained focused, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation. Once he completed the procedure and withdrew the fine silver needles, he coldly tossed a mobile phone in front of Jiang Qin. The phone belonged to old M.O., who was currently in the underground parking lot of the hospital on level B2. "How you proceed from here is entirely up to you," he remarked, disregarding Jiang's growing dread. With the swiftness of a specter, he vanished to the window, casting a final cold smile back at Jiang before disappearing through it. After his departure, Wang Yixian even closed the window behind him, restoring an eerie silence to the room. Aside from the mobile phone before Jiang Qin, it was as if no one had ever been there, as if nothing had transpired. It took Jiang a while to process his emotions. Then he turned on the lights in the special care room and unlocked the phone screen. The moment he did so, the wallpaper caught his eye. It was a photo of old M.O. bound and thrown into the back seat of a car, his face a mask of terror. Jiang's heart, which had begun to steady, trembled violently once more. He scrolled through the contacts and messages on the phone, unable to suppress a hard swallow. After closing his eyes to regain composure for a moment, he locked the phone and pressed the button to summon his bodyguards. At that instant, there was a soft knock at the door of the special care room, followed by the bodyguard captain's gentle inquiry from outside. "Boss, did you call for us?" "Come in," Jiang Qin replied. As the door swung open, the captain strode in decisively, quickly stating, "Immediately contact all media in Zhonghai and have them come first thing tomorrow morning. Tell them I have an important announcement to make. Furthermore, please contact the hospital. Arrange for a comprehensive re-examination first thing tomorrow morning." "Boss, what is this?" The captain of the bodyguards appeared somewhat taken aback. "Do not inquire further. Simply follow my instructions." Jiang Qin offered no further explanation. Yet, the captain discerned something amiss and, with a hint of anxiety, remarked, "Boss, are you all right? You seem to be in rather poor condition. Your voice sounds so frail, and your spirit is significantly diminished compared to this afternoon." Although Jiang Qin was aware of his own decline, hearing it echoed by another stirred a sense of unease within him. He resolved more firmly than ever to refrain from any further mischief, lest he inadvertently offend the enigmatic Wang Yixian. "Execute my orders promptly." With that reiterated caution, Jiang Qin mustered his strength to rise from the hospital bed. After making arrangements, he instructed the captain to assist him to the parking lot on the second basement level. To find Lao Mo, the captain, though increasingly astonished, complied without hesitation. Once everything was in order, He procured a wheelchair, assisting Jiang Qin into it, and then pushed him towards the parking area. From a distance, upon spotting Lao Mo's Volkswagen Golf, Jiang Qin instructed the captain to wait in place. And then he maneuvered the wheelchair towards Lao Mo's vehicle. Chapter 84. More painful than killing Lin Feng, no one knew what Jiang Qin and Lao Mo discussed. However, following that night, it seemed as though Lao Mo and his family had vanished from the face of the earth. In the jurisdiction of Zhonghai, no one had seen them since, nor was there any trace of their whereabouts. The next morning, outside the Special Care Ward No. 302 in the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai, as a throng of media reporters set up their cameras and numerous medical staff arrived, Jiang Qin was swiftly wheeled out by the captain of the bodyguards, surrounded by elite security personnel. He bore none of the commanding presence of Chairman Jiang. Instead, he resembled a frail elder, sitting in the wheelchair, covered by a thin blanket, appearing quite decrepit. Upon exiting the special care ward, confronted by the incessant flashes of cameras, he assumed a dolorous expression, expressing deep remorse for his past treatment of Jiang Qin, and stated that his fortunate survival was entirely thanks to Jiang Qin and his mentor, Wang Lao. Subsequently, in front of the gathered media and medical staff, Jiang Qin officially announced his withdrawal from the management of the Jiang Group and the Jiang family. He transferred the positions of the new chairman of the Jiang Group and the head of the Jiang family to Jiang Qin. This declaration caused an uproar among those present and left Lin Runin, who had arrived to conduct a follow-up examination on Jiang Qin, utterly astounded. Just yesterday afternoon, she had witnessed Jiang Qin's intent to breach the contract, attempting to coerce Jiang Qin into relinquishing both the shares of the Jiang Group and the position of family head. In his desperation to force Jiang Qin's hand, this man had shown himself to be unscrupulous, revealing his true nature and malevolence, which Lin Runin had come to understand all too well. However, now Jiang Qin has publicly announced that Jiang Qin will assume the role of the new chairman of the Jiang Group and the head of the Jiang family, solidifying this matter, and furthermore, he has confirmed that Jiang Qin is his savior. In the words of Lin Ku, this is simply more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Lin Runin harbors significant doubts, wondering if some unforeseen incident transpired last night that she was unaware of. Once Jiang Qin concluded the press conference and his elite bodyguards began ushering the media out, she seized the opportunity to conduct a follow-up examination on Jiang Qin while discreetly observing him. This observation, combined with the results of Jiang Qin's examination, led her to a vague understanding of certain matters. Mr. Jiang, your vital signs have suddenly declined severely. Compared to last night, within just a few hours, all indicators have deteriorated by at least 50%. Did any special circumstances occur last night? Upon receiving the follow-up report, Lin Runin could not help but gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin, upon hearing the examination results, visibly trembled, his hand resting on the hospital bed. Yet, he maintained a facade of calmness, claiming that nothing had happened, merely stating he felt unwell in the middle of the night, breaking into a cold sweat. He then posed a rhetorical question. Given the current situation, am I not long for this world? Lin Runin refrained from answering directly, instead probing, Mr. Jiang, do you have a premonition? Which prompted your sudden change in attitude and the early morning press conference to signal your intentions towards Jiang Qin and old Wang. This time, Jiang Qin did not exhibit his usual domineering demeanor. He simply closed his eyes and inhaled deeply before responding. You are an intelligent person. Your interpretation is not incorrect. He then turned to Lin Runin again, asking, tell me the truth, given the current situation, how many days do I have left? Based on the follow-up results and the extent of the illness's progression, it should be at least a week. However, considering the substantial discrepancy between last night's and this morning's examination results, there exists a possibility for sudden deterioration in Mr. Jiang's condition. Thus, I cannot guarantee specifics. Lin Runin concluded that Jiang Qin must be concealing something from her. Undoubtedly, some special circumstances had occurred the previous night that she was oblivious to. She promptly provided a relatively objective assessment, after Jiang Qin acknowledged her observations and issued an order for her to leave. She hurried back to her office to inquire about the events that unfolded in Jiang Qin's ward the previous night. Meanwhile, As Lin Runin was determined to investigate Jiang Jinyu's peculiar behavior and changes, the online world of Zhonghai was already in an uproar. Jiang Jinyu's public statement and declaration were promptly featured on the front pages of major media outlets in Zhonghai. These reports, without a doubt, went viral. Local forums and the comment sections of various news articles were inundated with remarks from local residents. Observing Jiang Jinyu's appearance, many speculated that he must have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. His demeanor and vitality resembled that of her grandfather shortly before his passing. It seemed that the impact of Jiang Mian's situation had profoundly affected him. The last time she saw him, although he appeared frail, he still retained an indomitable spirit. Unlike now, where he seemed to embody the essence of decline. The eldest son has long since passed away, and the most cherished third son is likely facing a death sentence as well. It is not surprising that he has stepped forward to support Jiang Qin at this moment. After all, regardless of circumstances, Jiang Qin is indeed his bloodline, his only remaining kin. Observing Jiang Jinyu's current state, one might speculate that his end is also near. By making such a declaration now, he likely seeks to repay a debt of gratitude, while also striving to mend the rift between himself and Jiang Qin, in hopes of achieving a semblance of dignity in his twilight years. Such is the fickleness of fate. Once, Jiang Jinyu commanded great respect in Zhonghai City. Who would not accord this name the utmost reverence? Yet now, he requires a wheelchair to even rise from his bed. To seek dignity in his later years, he must rely on the very second son he once held in disdain. Perhaps this is the consequence of his past misdeeds. Conversations abound, with some offering profound insights, others reveling in misfortune, and many reflecting on the vicissitudes of life, all using this incident as a means to express their sentiments. Lin Feng, who had just received a substantial sum of 10 million, felt a wave of elation until he saw the news. Unable to contain his fury, he crushed his phone with a single snap. Jiang Qin, yet again, is the universe truly jesting, allowing this scoundrel such fortuitous luck? And what of Jiang Jinyu? This old fool, so fond of his youngest son, must see that these calamities are clearly orchestrated by someone, most likely Jiang Qin himself. Yet, he stands up to publicly support Jiang Qin. Has he completely lost his senses, or is he simply senile? The shattered glass of his phone screen cut into his hand, but he was oblivious to the pain. Lin Feng seethed with indignation, his face contorting with rage as he stood by the roadside. It was not until a passerby screamed in horror at the sight of him that he noticed the blood dripping from his hand. He quickly composed his expression, applied pressure to his wound, and hastily made his way to the nearby pharmacy. Chapter 85. Lin Karen's interest intensifies at the very moment Lin Feng burst into the pharmacy. Causing chaos within, Lin Karen, having just awakened, performed her usual ritual of sniffing her feet to check for any odor. Satisfied with the absence of scent, she rose to wash up and stumbled upon the breaking news. When she saw the video report of Jiang Jinyu publicly acknowledging Jiang Qin as his savior and declaring that the Jiang family and its empire would be passed on to him, her brushing motion abruptly halted, and her mouth fell slightly agape. A bit of foam escaped her lips, landing on her decolletage, but she paid it no mind. She simply widened her eyes, fixated on the news, until it concluded. Lin Karen recalled vividly that just the night before, Lin Runin had confided in her how vehemently Jiang Jinyu opposed Jiang Qin taking over the Jiang family and its enterprise, even going so far as to contradict himself in front of Lin Runin to prevent Jiang Qin from gaining control. However, at this moment, Jiang Jinyu not only publicly declared that he would bequeath the Jiang family and the Jiang group to Jiang Qin, but also openly acknowledged Jiang Qin as a savior. Thus, the truth of the matter is reduced to a singular event. Something transpired last night. Recollecting Jiang Qin's arrangements from the previous evening, Lin Karen's mind raced. Last night, Jiang Qin had instructed her to arrange for intelligence agents to contact Lao Mo's subordinates and relay Lao Mo's location information to him. Subsequently, it seemed Lao Mo's vehicle had been directed towards the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. The incident likely occurred at the hospital. It is plausible that either Jiang Qin or his enigmatic mentor, Wang Yixian, resolved the situation with Lao Mo last night and subsequently sought out Jiang Jinyu. After connecting these dots and formulating some conjectures, Lin Karen resumed her actions. She hurriedly continued brushing her teeth, rinsed her mouth, wiped away the froth that had already slipped in, and then sought out Lin Runen's number, dialing it once more. "Sister, are you busy at the moment?" "Yes, I am occupied, grappling with a challenging problem. Is there something concerning Lao Lu?" Lin Runen maintained her serious demeanor in front of her sisters, as always. She appeared perpetually earnest, never indulging in gossip or frivolity, always immersed in medical quandaries or her work. Lin Karen, believing her facade, directly broached the subject. "I just came across some news. Jiang Qin publicly stated that Jiang Qin is his savior and mentioned that he has already passed the Jiang family and the Jiang group to him. After reading that, I felt something was amiss. It doesn't seem like a typical action for Jiang Qin. Haha." Lin Runen chuckled lightly at this. "You are indeed correct, Lao Lu. After meeting with the media today, Jiang Qin immediately asked me to conduct a re-examination. The results indicated that his condition had suddenly deteriorated last night. It seems his life may only last about a week. He claimed to have felt something was off last night, which prompted him to orchestrate today's series of actions, hoping to curry favor with Jiang Qin and his mentor in the hopes that his mentor would intervene once more to preserve his life. However, from my observations and understanding, it is likely that some event last night catalyzed this transformation." Lin Karen did not dwell on the peculiarity of Lin Runen's final remark. Instead, her eyes flickered, and she pressed on, "Sister, do you have any insider information?" On the other end of the line, Lin Runen appeared to carefully consider her words before responding. "I heard from some staff at the hospital that last night, Jiang Qin suddenly summoned his bodyguards into his ward, and they proceeded to contact the media. Later, he had someone wheel him down to the second basement parking lot, seemingly to meet someone." Lin Karen's breath caught. Did the hospital staff have any details about the individual Jiang Qin met? "I do not know, but I estimate that it was likely Jiang Qin's mentor who intervened again. Jiang Qin's mentor possesses remarkable foresight and had previously warned Jiang Qin not to meddle with Jiang Qin's affairs. Yesterday, Jiang Qin's coercion of Jiang Qin may have been deduced by him, and only he possesses the uncanny ability to discreetly siphon off Jiang Qin's life for several days." As Lin Runen provided clues, the entire sequence of events became remarkably clear in Lin Karen's mind. "All right, I understand the situation now. Since you, third sister, have matters to attend to, I shall not disturb you any longer." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she appeared ready to end the call. However, unexpectedly, Lin Runen hurriedly interjected, "Wait, don't hang up just yet. Sixth, do you also know something?" Lin Karen did not ponder for long. After a brief reflection, she recounted the events of last night when old Mo sent someone to inquire about Wang Yixin's whereabouts. Naturally, she omitted the details concerning Jiang Qin, merely suggesting that it was information inadvertently gathered by subordinates. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Lin Runen could not help but chuckle, concluding that it was indeed old Wang's intervention. Jiang Qin had undoubtedly faced retribution from old Wang last night, losing several days of his life, and was now thoroughly intimidated. Everything made sense. After concluding her conversation with Lin Runen, a glimmer of revelation flashed in Lin Karen's eyes. "It seems my Jiang heir is truly a treasure of a man. Not only is he a rare, handsome, and honest individual among the second generation, but he is also robust and possesses boundless potential for the future. I must act swiftly to secure him completely." She proceeded to the wardrobe, shedding her strapping nightgown, her gaze swiftly scanning for the most enchanting attire to captivate Jiang Qin. Meanwhile, as Lin Karen sought ways to ensnare Jiang Qin, the atmosphere within the Jiang group grew lively once again, with various small groups bustling with chatter. Almost all employees, during their work breaks, secretly discussed Jiang Qin's public declaration from that day. They couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Qin's fortune and destiny while speculating about potential shifts within the company. After all, anyone who had worked at the Jiang group for a while recognized the existence of various factions within. Beyond the pragmatic faction, the slacker faction, and the parasite faction, there were also distinct interest groups centered around figures like Jiang Mian and Jiang Qin. With Jiang Qin poised to ascend, not only would it surprise everyone, but the factions and internal dynamics of the group would undoubtedly face a significant reshuffling. Chapter 86. Zhou Wanqing's heart sinks almost simultaneously at the headquarters of the Jiang Group. In the office, Lu Man reported to Zhou Wanqing with a grim expression regarding the various developments within the group. President Zhou, almost everyone in the group is discussing this matter, and many senior executives are taking corresponding actions. The faction aligned with Mian is almost entirely seeking self-preservation or switching allegiances. The faction of old Jiangdong is also mobilizing, with some actively aligning themselves with young Jiangdong, assisting in building his momentum. President Zhou, what has happened with old Jiangdong? Why has there been such a drastic change in attitude? Several senior executives, who share a close rapport with you, are currently experiencing a sense of anxiety. They have sent messages expressing their desire to report on their work. Observing the office, one could see Zhou Wanqing intently watching an interview video of Jiang Qin on her computer, her brow furrowed in confusion. She finds it perplexing how Jiang Jin's demeanor has undergone a complete transformation overnight. Rather than responding promptly to Lu Man, Zhou Wanqing repeatedly examines the news and accompanying images released by various media outlets until she comes across a close-up shot of Jiang Qin, appearing aged and seated in a wheelchair. Her interest piqued, Zhou Wanqing quickly enlarges the image to scrutinize the details. Zhou Zong, Lu Man, unaware of her unease, is about to prompt her when Zhou Wanqing interjects, "Please hold your tongue." Her gaze remains fixed on the close-up of Jiang Qin, her heart racing. This realistic portrayal reveals that Jiang Qin appeared notably weakened during his encounter with reporters and the media that morning, significantly more so than after his treatment by Wang Yixian the previous day. His condition seemed reminiscent of how he had been a few days prior. Last night, Zhou Wanqing had also heard through her channels that Jiang Qin had sent someone to seek out Wang Yixian. The outcome was unknown to her. However, she received intel this morning indicating that Jiang Qin had dispatched someone to contact media reporters in the dead of night and had someone pushed down to the underground parking garage, seemingly to meet with an individual. Connecting these clues, along with the enigmatic and formidable nature of Wang Yixian, Zhou Wanqing quickly surmised the unfolding narrative. It appears that Jiang Qin suffered a significant setback last night, leading to his apprehension. She couldn't help but inhale sharply, hastily shutting down her computer and rising from her seat. Addressing Lu Man, who was still waiting at the desk, she instructed, "Prepare a vehicle immediately. I must make a trip to the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai." Zhou Zong, Lu Man appeared somewhat bewildered. She looked up at Zhou Wanqing and, after a moment's hesitation, reminded her, "Zhou Zong, the atmosphere within the group is quite tense. Director Ma and the others are still awaiting your briefing." These individuals, part of Zhou Wanqing's inner circle, hold significant positions within the Jiang Group. As Lu Man, a trusted aide, was privy to these secrets, her comments serve as a reminder that Zhou Wanqing's loyal team was anxious for her guidance. Zhou Wanqing understood this implicitly. Without a moment's pause, she replied, "Let us prepare the vehicle. I will ascertain the situation at the hospital before proceeding." Lu Man promptly set about her task. Once the car was ready, she personally drove Zhou Wanqing to the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai at the quickest pace possible. Upon arrival, in addition to visiting Jiang Qin, Zhou Wanqing cautiously inquired about various circumstances. Subsequently, her previously anxious heart sank entirely. Although Jiang Qin did not disclose the specifics of the events that transpired, for the first time, fear was evident in his eyes. Jiang Qin had repeatedly urged her to wholeheartedly assist Jiang Qin. It was evident that his public declaration this morning was sincere, and he had completely extinguished any lingering thoughts of ulterior motives. "Father, rest assured, I know my limits." With a forced smile, feigning a trip to the restroom, Zhou Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Her fingers clenched tightly as she ground her teeth in frustration. After a considerable lapse of time, she finally regained her composure and hastily retrieved her phone. Pondering for a moment before sending a private message to Lu Man and Director Ma, among others, the matter was settled. From this point onward, everyone was to remain discreet and compliant, fully supporting Jiang Qin's endeavors. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family villa within the dining hall, the atmosphere shifted. Lin Runan was left speechless, secretly elated, her emotional score registering at 568. Conversely, Lin Feng's mental state neared collapse, with a score of 555. Lin Karen was taken aback. Her interest in the host significantly peaked, yielding a score of 769. Bai Xiaoying was invigorated, her score at 588, while Zhou Wanqing was caught off guard, with her score at 366. Zhou Wanqing felt a desolate despair, her emotional score at 666, and soon developed a fear of the host, her score soaring to 969. As Jiang Qin savored his breakfast, he listened to the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Enjoying breakfast while receiving a barrage of good news was indeed a delightful affair. Judging by the current developments, Jiang Jinyu seemed to be quite astute. Not only had he convened a press conference for a grand announcement early in the morning, but he had also made a series of statements that reflected a sincere desire to survive and demonstrate earnestness. Just as Jiang Qin felt a wave of contentment, another phone call interrupted his thoughts. Answering casually, he was met with Su Zhifei's exuberant voice. "Chairman Jiang, I am truly in awe of you." Jiang Qin smiled slightly, pondering what this new level of admiration entailed. "Perhaps you could demonstrate this off for me next time." The line fell momentarily silent before Su Zhifei's voice, tinged with shyness, resumed. "I'm being serious here. You have no idea of the waves that have been stirred within the group following old Zhang's declaration. Those from the Mian Shao faction are scattering like leaves in a tempest, with several high-ranking officials, notorious for their unsavory reputations, hastily submitting their resignations, likely fearing retribution from you. Others have been persistently contacting me, imploring me to convey their desire for an opportunity to report to you. Furthermore, old Zhang's loyalists are also taking action. Some are proactively seeking your consideration, while others are attempting to distance themselves, paving the way for your inner circle. Some have even applied for early retirement. In a nutshell, the Jiang group has entirely conformed to your image. Wasn't it once rather unruly?" Jiang Qin mused with a smile. "I see. Much like yourself, correct?" Upon receiving the call from Chairman Jiang, Su Zhifei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her emotional value at 269. "Oh dear, why do you always resort to that when we disagree?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with shyness. "Perhaps it is your words that lack substance," Jiang Qin replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I shall amend my ways," Su Zhifei quickly declared. She then proceeded to report, "Currently, various factions within the group are actively aligning with your interests, including several influential figures. As per our usual practice, please filter the essence from the dross, and I shall later engage in discussions with select individuals." Jiang Qin issued his directive. "Very well. Should I schedule meetings with them now?" Su Zhifei inquired. "Everyone is quite anxious, including Director Bai from our faction, who urgently requires your leadership." "Hold on for now," Jiang Qin replied without hesitation. "I have more pressing matters to attend to shortly. Once I have concluded that task, I will officially assume my position at the group." "Understood." Su Zhifei refrained from probing further, reporting additional details before not delaying his time any further. Jiang Qin swiftly finished his breakfast and requested Yin Li to personally drive him to the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City. After all, establishing a public persona was essential. Visiting Jiang Jinyu first aligned more closely with the public's preconceived notions of him than heading directly to the group. Solidifying his image would prove advantageous for Jiang Qin's future endeavors, such as securing Lin Karen and Lin Shishir. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Qin noticed Yinli struggling to suppress a smile. As he exited the vehicle, he lowered his voice and advised, "You must cultivate your composure. Although my father has stepped back, numerous eyes remain vigilant. It is acceptable to find joy in private, but one must maintain decorum in public," he emphasized. "Understood." Yinli grinned, glancing around nervously. Spotting a nearby camera, he immediately composed his expression. Jiang Qin, familiar with his loyal disposition, chuckled and instructed him to wait downstairs while he ascended alone. At the entrance of the special care ward, numerous bodyguards stood guard, appearing more like sentinels. The door to the ward was ajar, and the sweet scent of fruits and flowers wafted from within, indicating a plethora of visitation gifts, likely due to Jiang Jinyu's recent public appearance. Upon entering the ward, Jiang Qin observed a familiar middle-aged man conversing with Jiang Jinyu, while Zhou Wanqing busied herself with tea and water. "Ah, young Master Jiang has arrived." The middle-aged man greeted warmly before taking his leave. Jiang Jinyu immediately sat up in his bed, seemingly exhilarated, and grasped Jiang Qin's hand tightly. "Little Two is here? Wanqing, please prepare tea for Little Two." Zhou Wanqing, feeling slightly pained, displayed a complex expression, yet hurriedly prepared tea for Jiang Qin. "Father, what has happened to you?" Jiang Qin feigned surprise as he looked at Jiang Jinyu. "Yesterday afternoon, I came to see you. You seemed well, so how is it that in just one night, you appear so aged?" "Alas!" Jiang Jinyu patted Jiang Qin's hand heavily, lamenting, "It is all my fault for the transgressions of my youth. Last night, I was unable to sleep, pondering for hours. And the more I reflected, the more I realized that I had treated you unjustly in the past. Over the years, I have indeed owed you far too much, and some actions I took were hardly befitting of a father." Feigning surprise, Jiang Qin responded, "Father, why do you speak of such things? Have you not already entrusted the Jiang family and Jiang group to me? That is more than sufficient compensation." "No, it is not enough," Jiang Jinyu insisted. Gripping Jiang Qin's hand tightly, his expression won a profound sorrow. "I have wronged you far too much. Therefore, in addition to publicly announcing your succession of the Jiang family and Jiang group to the media this morning, I also reached out to the board members and those old friends who once fought alongside me. I have instructed them to clear any obstacles within the group and to fully support you moving forward." "What?" Nearby, Zhou Wanqing, who had been preparing tea for Jiang Jinyu, trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Jinyu had not only publicly declared Jiang Qin as a savior, but had also taken the initiative to remove barriers within the Jiang group for her. Was he so fearful of death or of Wang Yixin? Could anyone in the Jiang family, Jiang group, or even the entire Zhonghai stand in the way of Jiang Qin's ascent? Ding! Zhou Wanqing felt a surge of despair. Emotional value 555. A notification echoed in Jiang Qin's mind. She then displayed a look of surprise, gazing at Jiang Jinyu. "Father." However, Jiang Jinyu did not allow her to finish, taking a deep breath and continuing, "Additionally, from this day forth, I have decided to relinquish all involvement in the Jiang family and Jiang group. Once your master, Old Wang, treats me again, I shall retire abroad with some of my old companions to enjoy life and travel the world." "Father." Upon hearing this, not only was Jiang Qin taken aback, but even Zhou Wanqing, who had been making tea, paused and approached. "What is it, Wanqing? Do you have something to say?" Jiang Jinyu turned to look at her. Zhou Wanqing bit her lip, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle before regaining her determination. "Father, given your health, I'm not comfortable with others caring for you. I would like to stay by your side along with the household staff." "You are quite thoughtful," Jiang Jinyu remarked, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, though he did not immediately respond. Zhou Wanqing then turned to Jiang Qin. "Chairman Jiang, I would like to request an extended leave to care for my father for a while. Would that be acceptable?" Jiang Qin found her intentions somewhat opaque. However, after a brief moment of reflection, she smiled and replied, "It is rare for my sister-in-law to express such concern. I will certainly accommodate this request." "Sister-in-law, please do take care of father. The matter of your leave will pose no issue with the group. You may take as long as you wish." "Indeed." Zhou Wanqing remained silent, her demeanor reflecting a lack of enthusiasm. "Ah, my child, this time I truly recognize my mistakes," Jiang Jinyu lamented, his expression one of profound sorrow. At that moment, he revealed the gravity of his situation. "This morning, after Dr. Lin's follow-up examination, I was informed that my condition has deteriorated. Look at your master." Chapter 88. It's not that you acknowledge your mistakes. You are merely aware that your time is running short. Jiang Jinyu grasped Jiang Qin's hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline, his eyes betraying a pitiable plea. Jiang Qin felt a wave of disgust wash over him. This old man did not truly comprehend his errors. He merely understood that death was imminent. Nevertheless, Jiang Qin maintained an outward appearance of inner conflict. It was not until Jiang Jinyu clutched his hand with a hint of desperation in his voice, as if pleading, "I beg you, let me try once more," that Jiang Qin sighed in resignation. Last night, for reasons unknown, Master had messaged me in the dead of night, instructing me not to mention anything about saving him. Jiang Qin visibly trembled, both in eyelids and hands. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. Has Master Wang said anything else? I wish to inquire further, but Master has turned off his phone. Jiang Qin feigned helplessness. I shall go to the mountains shortly to seek him out, Jiang Qin hurriedly advised. If Master Wang is displeased, do not pry unnecessarily. Speak of matters that would please him. For instance, recount the actions I undertook today, along with my support for you. Should Master Wang have any further requests, you may convey them on my behalf. As long as Master Wang desires it, I, Jiang Qin, will comply without hesitation. Jiang Qin pretended to be perplexed, gazing at Jiang Qin. Father, has something transpired between you and my master? Why does it seem that your and Master's behaviors do not align with what he conveyed to me yesterday? A faint blush of embarrassment crossed Jiang Qin's face as he cleared his throat. These details are inconsequential. What matters is your father's health, and I entrust that to you. In a single breath, he declared, as long as Master Wang is willing to intervene, any conditions are negotiable. Ding, Zhou Wanqing is greatly impacted. Emotional value, 555. A system notification echoed in the air. Very well, I shall seek out Master shortly, Jiang Qin responded, turning a glance at Zhou Wanqing, who now bore a troubled expression. As he bid farewell to Jiang Qin, he signaled Zhou Wanqing to have a private conversation. In that moment, Jiang Qin subtly activated his mental connection. What is this scoundrel signaling me for? Does he wish to discuss something privately? Is he attempting to assert dominance? With so many eyes around, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Engaging him might also serve to clarify my stance. Though this scoundrel harbors ill intentions, he possesses a certain depth and cunning. It would be wise not to oppose him further. Zhou Wanqing pondered briefly before following Jiang Qin into the hospital corridor. Here, devoid of surveillance and with few people nearby, they could delve into more intimate discussions. In the deserted corridor, Jiang Qin's gaze lingered upon the graceful figure of the beautiful young woman approaching him. Without concealing his scrutiny, he directly addressed her, President Zhou. What is the meaning of this? Your request for an extended leave, what does it imply? Are you retreating into the shadows due to the current unfavorable circumstances? Preparing to wait for an opportune moment to act? Zhou Wanqing maintained a composed demeanor as she regarded Jiang Qin. This cunning individual, as I suspected, conceals his true self in public, even before that old fox Jiang Qin. Yet, in private discussions with me, his true nature emerges. Upon hearing of my intention to request a long leave, his immediate assumption is that I aim to withdraw and strategize due to the adverse situation. This instinct alone reveals he is far from naive. She met Jiang Qin's gaze and replied calmly, Chairman Jiang, you jest. I am merely a member of the group, assisting my father in exercising certain responsibilities. There is no question of retreating into shadows. The reason I wish to take a long leave is, on one hand, to care for my father, and on the other, to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to conflict between us at the company. After all, my previous entanglements with Jiang Mian run rather deep. Is it truly that simple? A smirk danced upon Jiang Qin's lips. If it were merely that straightforward, President Zhou would not be requesting an extended leave, would she? Is this matter truly uncomplicated? Zhou Wanqing offered a self-deprecating smile. Jiang Mian and you are like fire and water, and I find myself in a precarious position, holding him in check. You're not being entirely truthful, Jiang Qin interjected. As far as I am aware, your situation is far more complex than merely restraining Jiang Mian. What is this cunning individual insinuating? Could he possibly be aware of my plans? How was that conceivable? A flurry of emotions surged within Zhou Wanqing, her feelings reaching a height of intensity. Although she maintained her composure outwardly, her mind began to race. She met Jiang Qin's gaze, asserting, I speak only the truth. Jiang Qin scrutinized her eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then how do you explain the clandestine Zhou faction you have been assembling? At that moment, Zhou Wanqing could no longer maintain her calm facade. Her breath caught for an instant. The Zhou faction? How does he know I have formed a loyal cadre, which I have privately dubbed the Zhou faction? Our group is small, composed of carefully selected individuals, each holding secrets that ensure their loyalty. We have been exceedingly cautious in our interactions. Even Jiang Qin remains oblivious. How could he possibly know? Could it be that he has overheard something and is now attempting to draw me out? Zhou Wanqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Moments passed before she managed to regain her composure, feigning surprise as she responded, "Zhou faction? What are you talking about, Jiang Qin? I am unaware of such a thing." Jiang Qin observed her subtle expressions and inner turmoil with keen interest, finding amusement in her attempts to deflect. He leaned closer to Zhou Wanqing, gently pinching her delicate face with his hand. "My dear General Zhou, do you still wish to argue at this juncture? Must I enumerate the names and titles of those affiliated with the Zhou faction?" Zhou Wanqing hastily pushed his hand away, retreating a step back. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. You must be mistaken or someone is slandering me." Jiang Qin remained unfazed by her actions, continuing to regard her with a bemused expression. "Lu Manman, assistant to Jiang Group, your staunch confidant, Ma Sinian, deputy director of the supervision department at Jiang Group, Zhao Xiangwen, director of human resources, Fang Zheng, chief operating officer of the corporation. Am I not correct?" Zhou Wanqing's previously composed demeanor faltered, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. How could that wretched man know these individuals, and with such clarity? This is inconceivable. Those few should not have posed any issues. There should have been no slip-ups during our interactions. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Wang Yixian assisted him in deducing this? A flurry of Zhou Wanqing's anxious thoughts intertwined with a system notification echoed in Jiang Qin's mind. He continued to observe her with that enigmatic smile. "Tell me, General Zhou, do you still aspire to achieve your goals, along with the benefits you promised them?" At that moment, Zhou Wanqing's expression crumbled, her breath quickened, and her heart, already prominent beneath her qipao, surged violently. That wretched man has unraveled all of this. No wonder he has always exuded such confidence. It seems my decision to withdraw from this contest was indeed prudent. He conceals himself too deeply, and his true strength is formidable. Jiang Mian, myself, and even that old man Jiang Jinyu must have been mere pawns in his game all along. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Wanqing finally managed to quell the tempest within her, offering a self-deprecating smile. "It appears I have underestimated you. I concede, I am utterly defeated. Speak. What must I do to earn your mercy?" Jiang Qin lifted her chin, remarking now, "It is you who seeks my favor. You should tell me what you are willing to offer in exchange for my forgiveness." Zhou Wanqing instinctively attempted to push him away once more, yet hesitated, her hand poised midair. Indeed, he makes a valid point. Previously, I had subtly aided Jiang Mian, orchestrating plans from behind the scenes, while secretly assembling a foundation to position myself advantageously once Jiang Mian secured Jiang Group. Such actions are grave transgressions within our family and the corporation. Now that my conspiracy has been unveiled and he holds the upper hand, it is only fitting that I take the initiative to express my intentions. The tide has certainly turned. Zhou Wanqing allowed Jiang Qin to lift her chin, taking a deep breath, and gracefully acquiesced. "I will ensure that all those from the Zhou faction will, from this moment forth, heed your commands and fully cooperate with your endeavors." Jiang Qin gazed upon her delicate visage, shaking his head slightly, not sufficient. Zhou Wanqing continued to raise the stakes. "I shall transfer all control over those individuals to you, transforming the Zhou faction into the Jiang faction entirely. You are already aware of the Zhou faction's concealed significance. These individuals are the elite among the elite within the conglomerate. With their full support, you would undoubtedly navigate the corporate landscape with remarkable ease." Still insufficient, Jiang Qin persisted in his refusal. "Moreover, I will incorporate my connections in Zhonghai," Zhou Wanqing added, presenting her final card. "This is all I possess." "Not enough. What more do you desire?" "You shall become my subordinate," Jiang Qin asserted, lifting her chin once more. This insufferable man. Zhou Wanqing's eyes momentarily flickered, a swift wave of embarrassment and indignation flashing beneath her calm exterior. Yet in an instant, that embarrassment dissipated. However, this insufferable man is indeed becoming increasingly impressive. If he truly excels in managing enterprises and investments, proving himself capable, then being his woman might not be a poor option after all. If he can achieve success in investments, It would sufficiently demonstrate that he indeed surpasses me in every regard. Aligning myself with such a man not only meets my criteria for a partner, but may also aid me in realizing my lofty aspirations. You are not yet worthy of such sacrifice on my part, Zhou Wanqing stated calmly. Once you formally take over the Jiang group and achieve results, we may revisit this discussion. Are you implying that once I achieve success with the Jiang group, you will agree? Jiang Qin's face bore a hint of amusement. We shall discuss it further once you have proven your capabilities. Very well, it is settled then. Jiang Qin was unperturbed by Zhou Wanqing's potential change of heart. He had thoroughly reviewed the original narrative of the return of the war god within the system. The novel clearly indicated that Zhou Wanqing, apart from her extraordinary talent and exceptional management skills, was a woman who greatly admired strength. Her unconventional worldview led her to disregard societal judgments. In the narrative, after the war god vanquished the Jiang family, she gradually succumbed to his superior prowess, ultimately becoming one of his consorts. Given Jiang Qin's inherent advantages, as long as he convincingly demonstrated superiority in various aspects, she would undoubtedly accept his terms willingly. May I depart now? Zhou Wanqing inquired, preparing to extricate Jiang Qin's hand from her grasp. Wait, Jiang Qin pulled her into his embrace. Let me collect a bit of interest first. Before Zhou Wanqing could respond, he approached her, causing her body to stiffen momentarily. However, this time, she surprisingly refrained from resisting, allowing Jiang Qin to indulge himself. After he had satisfied his whim, she gently pushed him away, her face blooming like a peach blossom. If you truly wish for my willing cooperation, prove your strength first. I shall await the outcome. Jiang Qin refrained from forcing matters further, casting a fleeting glance at the disheveled qipao she had left in her wake before departing. What a disgrace. Zhou Wanqing, you must be out of your mind. After being treated that way by him, you not only showed no resistance, but absurdly found yourself wishing for more. Such thoughts can only stem from a deranged mind. Within the corridor, Zhou Wanqing hastily adjusted her attire, simultaneously berating herself in her thoughts. For just moments ago, when Jiang Qin had behaved thus, she had, in a moment of utter shame, felt an unsettling desire arise within her. Meanwhile, Jiang Qin remained oblivious to her turmoil. Upon hearing that Zhou Wanqing had once again contributed to a surge of embarrassment, he thought little of it and proceeded to the underground parking garage. After leaving the First People's Hospital of Zhonghai City, he made a brief phone call to Su Zhifei before promptly taking up his new role at the Jiang Group. With an unprecedentedly warm welcome from the entire group, Jiang Qin completed the formalities of assuming the position of chairman. Once the procedures were finalized, he returned to the newly prepared office for the chairman, where he listened to Su Zhifei's report while contemplating the investment opportunities offered by the system's rewards. Chapter 90. What is this operation? Chairman Jiang, currently, the positions of Director of the Investment Department, Deputy Director of Human Resources, and Director of Finance are all vacant. Director Bai of the Investment Department, Deputy Director Niu of the Finance Department, Chief Operating Officer Fong, Vice President Zhang, and Deputy General Manager and Director of Administration Chen are all eager to report to you. Furthermore, former Director Liu of the Investment Department has claimed health issues and submitted his resignation. Vice President Wu, citing age, has requested early retirement. And Vice President Zheng has also stated he can no longer keep up and has tendered his resignation. Nearly every piece of news Su Zhifei relayed was favorable, indeed. Significant good tidings. The individuals resigning were all formidable figures who could have posed obstacles to Jiang Qin. Those aligning themselves with Jiang Qin, aside from Director by Xiaoying, were predominantly those who had previously held ties to Jiang Jinyu, Jiang Mian, or the Zhou faction. All had been vetted by Su Zhifei and Jiang Qin, proving to be capable pragmatists. It was evident that following the joint efforts of Jiang Jinyu and Zhou Wanqing, everyone within the group had made their choice. Henceforth, the various factions within the Jiang group would officially disband, leaving but a singular faction, a pragmatic faction solely belonging to Jiang Qin. After listening to Su Zhifei's report, Jiang Qin instructed her to arrange brief meetings with these individuals. Subsequently, he issued his first directive as chairman of the Jiang group to exert every effort, starting tonight and for the next 2 days, to short the Nasdaq Futures Index. Upon receiving the instruction, Su Zhifei, as Jiang Qin's secretary, raised a note of caution, expressing that the Nasdaq had experienced a prolonged bull market and that the risks of shorting were substantial. However, seeing Jiang Qin's unwavering confidence, she articulated her viewpoint and promptly set forth to relay and execute the orders. Not only her, but all individuals from the investment and finance departments, including by Xiaoying, the current deputy director of the investment department, chose to execute Jiang Qin's directives despite their reservations. They eagerly and swiftly propelled the execution, allowing the entire Jiang group to operate under Jiang Qin's command. It was only after fulfilling Jiang Qin's orders that Bai Xiaoying discreetly contacted him, subtly suggesting that the recent performance of the Nasdaq was exceptionally strong and inquiring whether Jiang Qin wished to consider some hedging investments. No need, Jiang Qin replied, quite pleased with the collective attitude of the group. Upon receiving Bai Xiaoying's private inquiry, he promptly sent a message back, instructing her to proceed with short selling. This singular message instantly quelled any further discussion from Bai Xiaoying, who then assured him of her complete obedience to his directives. Jiang Qin felt a sense of relief. Devoid of the frustration often portrayed in novels where a protagonist, as a boss, faces constant challenges from female subordinates questioning or opposing his decisions. After tending to some internal affairs and familiarizing himself with the chairman's responsibilities, he left work feeling quite satisfied. However, Jiang Qin did not anticipate that as he was being driven away from the Jiang Group headquarters by Yin Li, a Hummer parked roadside would suddenly lower its window. Inside, Lin Kuren's alluring yet restrained visage was visible. Her interest peaked as she listened to music while observing Jiang Qin, seemingly waiting for him deliberately. Please return first, Jiang Qin instructed Yin Li, stepping out to approach the imposing Hummer. Yin Li, without further inquiry, drove off. As the vehicle's doors unlocked and Jiang Qin settled into the passenger seat, Lin Kuren gestured for him to fasten his seatbelt before starting the engine and heading away from the city. Where are you taking me? Jiang Qin inquired, glancing at her as she steered towards the outskirts. To a more convenient place for business, Lin Kuren replied with a flirtatious smile, casually resting her hand on his thigh while waiting for a traffic light. Jiang Qin felt an absurd sense of dislocation. He had only ever seen men enjoying the company of beautiful women in luxury cars, never imagining he would experience a woman relishing the same while touching a man's thigh. He promptly brushed aside Lin Kuren's hand, cautioning her, be careful, there are cameras. You wouldn't want to be reported for inappropriate driving, would you? Lin Kuren chuckled, you're quite adorable, Jiang Er. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate to describe a man as cute. Jiang Qin maintained his cool demeanor. Regardless, I find you charming, a delightful man, she continued, attempting to caress his cheek. Let us keep the conversation verbal and refrain from physical gestures. Improper driving leads to tears. Jiang Qin rebuffed her advances once more. Fine, I'll focus on driving first. Then we can see. Lin Kuren conceded. Lin Karen, with a gentle smile gracing her lips, drove her car to a picturesque location in the suburbs, where mountains met clear waters. She then activated the vehicle's privacy mode, unfastened her seatbelt, and turned her body to face Jiang Qin, draping her alluring legs clad in black stockings over his. Jiang Qin, taken aback by her bold display and her beaming expression, was engulfed in confusion. Was this her intention all along? Had she stationed herself outside the Jiang group merely to flaunt the stockings he had gifted her? He couldn't help but think, you claim to be unlovable, yet you are utterly adorable. Lin Karen leaned closer, her smile radiating warmth as she playfully pinched his cheek. I have come to see you, of course, for something serious, but it's a bit inconvenient by your company's entrance. I feared your subordinates might misinterpret our encounter. Jiang Qin was skeptical of this underground queen's words. Her thigh resting on his was anything but innocent. The intensity in her gaze suggested she harbored ulterior motives. Yet, for the time being, he needed to maintain his facade of innocence before her. Leaning back slightly, he feigned reluctance and innocently inquired, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly. And let's refrain from any inappropriate actions. It could lead to misunderstandings. Ah, little Jiang Qin, your words are quite amusing, as if I do not know you well enough. Your temper is not so easily ignited, she teased, her demeanor playful as she slipped off her shoes, presenting her slender legs before him. "This is not quite in accordance with decorum," he remarked. "While I appreciate your elegant legs, I'm not fond of such forwardness." He grasped her delicate foot, encased in exquisite black stockings, preventing it from straying too close, while casting her a look of surprise and inquiry, questioning her intentions. "Does my leg feel pleasant to you?" Lin Karen chuckled, her toes playfully wiggling under his grip. Jiang Qin silently activated his mental defenses, feigning increasing exasperation as he addressed her. "Sister, if this continues, we may indeed cross boundaries. Let us discuss the matter at hand. My dear little Jiang Qin, you are simply delightful to tease. The more I engage with you, the more I find myself enchanted." She mused inwardly, contemplating the balance between playful banter and ensuring he did not become overly flustered. Though her smile remained, her expression grew slightly more serious. "All right, I shall cease my teasing and speak of business." Jiang Qin observed her quietly. "You are remarkably composed. Even with my hand upon your leg, your demeanor remains unfazed. Were it another man, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue given such an opportunity." Lin Karen adeptly displayed the art of contradiction. While her heart may have harbored different thoughts, her words conveyed, "Since your last treatment, it's true that my feet have lost their odor. However, despite the bustling days, upon returning home, I still sensed a faint odor. Unsure if it was merely a figment of my imagination. I sought your assistance once more, Jiang Air. It must be a psychological effect, right?" Jiang Qin possesses unwavering confidence in his medical skills. Moreover, with his current prowess, his senses have heightened to a degree far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and he detected no hint of odor whatsoever. Clearly, Lin Karen's feet do not genuinely emit any scent. I harbored similar doubts. Yet this matter has become a source of distress for me. Perhaps you could assist me in another round of treatment? Lin Karen's delicate foot playfully moved a few times, brushing against Jiang Qin's hand. "This reasoning should be quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Allowing my dear Jiang Air to treat my persistent ailment, then seamlessly shedding my stockings in his presence, perhaps allowing a slight glimpse, feigning a state of emotional turmoil once he commences the treatment." Jiang Qin cast a bemused glance at Lin Karen's expression. Why is she suddenly looking at me? Is there something amiss with my rationale? That can't be. I've pondered this for quite some time, ensuring it was flawless. Surely, my expression hasn't betrayed anything. While Lin Karen maintained an exterior calm, upon noticing Jiang Qin's gaze, her mind began to whirl. After some deliberation, unable to deduce the truth, she boldly inquired, "Jiang Air, why are you staring at me? Are you unwilling to lend your sister a small favor?" "It's nothing," Jiang Qin chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over Lin Karen's exquisite legs, which boasted a longevity surpassing that of many lives. "Just take off your shoes and socks." "I knew my Jiang Air was the best," Lin Karen exclaimed with glee, swiftly planting a kiss on Jiang Qin's cheek before leaning against the car door, retreating her lovely legs to commence removing her shoes and stockings. At this angle, raising my legs to this height, little Jiang Air should just have the perfect view, and it shouldn't appear contrived, right? I'm truly a genius for contemplating these details. Jiang Qin watched as she removed her shoes and stockings, and he could indeed see that her thighs, rising higher, were devoid of any unsightly safety shorts. He hastily averted his gaze, adopting an expression of decorum. The plan has succeeded. Little Jiang Air is blushing. This big man is truly adorable. I wish to hold him down and shower him with affection. He even turned his head away. Could he possibly be blushing? Lin Karen skillfully slipped off her shoes and stockings, presenting her perfectly proportioned, luminous feet once more to Jiang Qin. "Here you go, Jiang Air. You may begin." Jiang Qin felt fortunate he was not an unrefined individual. Otherwise, upon hearing such lines, his first instinct might have been to indulge. He cast another glance at this scheming woman, then took hold of her delicate foot, commencing his treatment. As he began, Lin Karen set her plan into motion. "Little Jiang Air, your hands are so large. They are so fair. It feels delightful when you press." She intermittently uttered words to tease Jiang Qin. Once Jiang Qin's treatment concluded, it seemed that Lin Karen could no longer contain herself and began to make advances toward him. Jiang Qin, much like an unsuspecting man, found himself completely at her mercy, ultimately succumbing to her whims. It was not until the sky outside had darkened that Lin Kurun, exhausted from her antics, finally ceased her playful torment. Jiang Qin, with a hint of melancholy, cast a sidelong glance at her, suspecting that her so-called request for foot therapy was merely a pretext. Lin Kurun, wearing a satisfied expression with remnants of joy lingering on her face, gazed at him with eyes like shimmering water. "Oh, Xiao Jiang heir, how could you think such a thing? Do you truly perceive your sister as a wicked woman? Humph, I would never admit it. But seeking you for foot therapy is indeed just a ruse. Xiao Jiang heir, you should prepare to let your sister indulge in you for a lifetime. Your sister will undoubtedly make it so you can never bear to part from her." As Jiang Qin dressed, he feigned a sigh. "Alas, xiao Jiang heir." It was truly just a moment of impulse. Observing his demeanor, Lin Kurun perhaps believed he was displeased and quickly sat up beside him, showering him with sweet words, reminiscent of a rogue comforting a Navi girl after their rendezvous. "Consider it as if your sister owes you once more, whenever you desire. I shall be at your service. Ahem, whenever you need any assistance, your sister will do her utmost to help. Is that acceptable?" Wrapped in her soft embrace, Jiang Qin continued to feign reluctance, acknowledging that events had already unfolded and could not be undone. "Indeed, Xiao Jiang heir, do not be disheartened. Your sister will certainly keep her word and take full responsibility." Lin Kurun embraced him, continuing to coax him. Jiang Qin chose not to respond and resumed dressing. However, Lin Kurun took the initiative to gather his clothes and assist him in putting them on, while also steering the conversation. "So, today you commenced your position at Jiang Group. I trust you encountered no obstacles. Do you require any assistance? I have heard that there are many factions within Jiang Group." Jiang Qin accepted her overture, allowing her to help him with his attire, and responded that everything had proceeded smoothly. "And what of you? How did you handle that fellow who tampered with the martini at the bar?" Chapter 92, You might profit slightly, but I will never suffer loss. Lin Kurun's actions of helping Jiang Qin dress, while slyly taking advantage of the moment, faltered for a brief instant. "Is Xiao Jiang heir genuinely concerned for me? Oh my, could it be that my strategy has borne fruit? Xiao Jiang heir, while professing disinterest, is secretly beginning to accept me? How splendid!" With a glimmer of secret delight flashing in her eyes, which she quickly concealed, she regained her composure. "You know, that man truly did present me with some challenges." "Oh," Jiang Qin, feigning ignorance of her true feelings, cast an unexpected glance her way. "You are the renowned queen of the night in Zhonghai City. That fellow committed his offenses in your territory with irrefutable evidence. What challenges could you possibly face? It seems Xiao Jiang heir is indeed concerned for me," she mused. "Is my springtime finally approaching?" As the notification chimed, Lin Karen felt a surge of excitement, her emotional value reaching 123. Tentatively, she leaned closer to Jiang Qin, resting her head on his shoulder with a hint of exasperation. "You may not be aware," she sighed, "but that guy is affiliated with the Tiger Gang. Moreover, during our interrogation, his demeanor was rather peculiar. Sang Biao and the others sensed that he might be concealing something. Are you implying that this is no trivial matter, but rather the Tiger Gang stirring up trouble from behind the scenes? Worried that they might instigate a conflict with your organization?" Jiang Qin did not directly address her probing thoughts. Aware that the underworld of Zhonghai was dominated by two major factions, the Xinglong Society led by Lin Karen and the Tiger Gang founded by Lei Laohu. The Xinglong Society held sway over the southern half of Zhonghai City, while the Tiger Gang occupied the northern half. Historically, the two factions maintained a clear boundary, refraining from encroaching upon one another's territories. Now, with members of the Tiger Gang suddenly causing disturbances in Lin Karen's domain, it was difficult not to suspect that Lei Laohu was contemplating some ulterior motives. Is it possible that Xiao Jiang has begun to accept my need for comfort? It appears my assumptions were correct. He is genuinely starting to embrace me. His physique is so sturdy, leaning against him brings a sense of security. I long to touch him, but doing so now would seem a bit inappropriate. All my previous pretenses would be in vain. Perhaps I should hold off for now and seek another opportunity later. As Lin Karen leaned against Jiang Qin, her expression reflected her dilemma. "Yes, I'm experiencing a bit of a headache right now. On one hand, that guy is exceedingly tight-lipped, No matter how much Sang Biao and the others interrogate him, he refuses to relent. Without solid evidence, we cannot confront Lei Laohu directly. On the other hand, although the guy's actions infuriate me, they are not particularly grave. I cannot take extreme measures against him, or else I risk providing Lei Laohu with a pretext to provoke discord. She felt trapped in a quandary. Jiang Qin glanced at her alluring yet reserved face, his gaze intentionally avoiding her fair figure. I actually believe the likelihood of that guy being incited by Lei Laohu is quite low. You need not dwell on that concern. Oh, why do you say that, Xiao Jiang? Her curiosity was piqued, and her attention shifted from his physique to his face. Jiang Qin met her gaze. I understand Lei Laohu quite well. He has long abandoned any aspirations for dominance in the underworld. Several years ago, he sought transformation, aiming to legitimize the Tiger Gang and distance himself from illicit activities. Particularly last year, after his daughter was accepted into the law department at Zhonghai University, he has been fervently advocating for the Tiger Gang's reformation. He is quite devoted to his daughter, who has chosen to study law. Coupled with his recent actions, his intentions are evident. In this context, do you truly believe he would send someone to your establishment to create chaos using such illegal methods? What do you think the chances are? A flicker of realization crossed Lin Karen's eyes, and she responded, now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Lei Laohu indeed does not appear to be the type to instigate further disputes. However, what are we to make of the lad who, while causing trouble in our establishment, was evasive during questioning? Jiang Qin spoke slowly. I have heard whispers that the most powerful gang in the provincial capital, the Poison Snake Gang, intends to expand its influence. This gang is notorious for its tactics of sowing discord, inciting local factions to fight among themselves, and then capitalizing on their weakened states to reap the rewards. Are you suggesting that the boy may be affiliated with the Poison Snake Gang? Have we caught their attention? Lin Karen sat up straight. It is quite possible. Jiang Qin nodded slowly. Good heavens, if that is the case, the Poison Snake Gang is exceedingly ruthless. Lin Karen hurriedly began to dress, retrieving her phone to call Sang Biao. Biao, ensure you interrogate that lad thoroughly about the substances he added to the drinks. If he remains silent, employ every means at your disposal. I shall be there shortly. After the call, she donned her attire with determination and returned to the driver's seat. Xiao Jiang Air, where are you headed? I will take you first, then I will visit that boy later. I shall accompany you. Jiang Qin adjusted the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Very well, Lin Karen replied without formalities, starting the car and driving towards the bar on Chang'an Road. Upon arriving at the bar and greeted by a throng of staff and subordinates, Lin Karen bypassed the office area, leading Jiang Qin directly to a nondescript storeroom in the bar's rear courtyard. Boss, inside the storeroom, Sang Biao was in the midst of interrogating a young man with yellow hair. Upon noticing Lin Karen and Jiang Qin's arrival, he quickly halted his questioning and greeted them. What is the situation? Lin Kiskivi Korin inquired. Apologies, boss. I fear I have disappointed you. We dare not be too harsh, and there has been little progress. Sang Biao scratched his head in frustration. This lad's lips are sealed. He insists that his actions were purely his own, with no connections to anyone else. Yet, some of his subtle expressions suggest he is indeed lying. Just as Jiang Qin was about to assess the yellow-haired boy's demeanor, a sudden system notification chimed. Ding, Lin Feng is greatly enraged. Emotional value 268. He was taken aback. Lin Feng, what is going on? Why has his emotional value suddenly appeared? Jiang Qin extended his senses but detected no trace of Lin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, a taxi en route to the bar was carrying Lin Feng, who was secretly observing the storeroom's activities through a covertly installed pinhole camera. Chapter 93. Lin Feng was in a state of deep frustration. He had become aware that the yellow-haired man, Huang Hongwei, was affiliated with the Minghu gang and was notably tight-lipped. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity to approach Lin Karen, he had stealthily installed a military-grade pinhole camera in the storeroom where Huang was being held and had conducted some discreet inquiries. As Lin Karen prepared to make her entrance during a particularly troubling moment, she intended to employ the interrogation techniques learned during her studies abroad to elicit a confession from Huang Hongwei, thus transforming his image in her eyes. However, He was utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events that unfolded. Just as he had finally uncovered some leads and was ready to showcase his skills before Lin Kurun, he spotted her arriving at the bar with Jiang Qin. Furthermore, the proximity between Lin Kurun and Jiang Qin suggested a level of intimacy that left him feeling rather perturbed. Lin Feng could not help but reminisce about the night he had waited at the bar's entrance, recalling the tumultuous events that had transpired in Lin Kurun's office. Although he had later discerned that the confusion had been a result of a martini-induced mishap rather than any genuine entanglement between Lin Kurun and Jiang Qin. The current dynamic between them led him to suspect that, even without the martini as a catalyst, an intimate relationship could very well exist. Frustration bubbled within him, compelling Lin Feng to instinctively contemplate kicking the passenger seat in front of him. Yet, the haunting memory of being ejected from a ride-sharing vehicle, subsequently facing restrictions from a platform, restrained him from acting on that impulse. Why couldn't he simply fade away? Lin Feng muttered a curse under his breath before addressing the taxi driver, who was discreetly observing him. "Driver, could you please accelerate? I am pressed for time." As he spoke, he lowered the window to allow the cool breeze to calm his nerves, then turned his attention back to his phone screen. Ding! Lin Feng's mood is exceedingly gloomy. Emotional value 355. At that moment, another system notification resounded in Jiang Qin's mind, heightening his alertness. Although Lin Feng was not in proximity, his emotional value continued to spike, indicating something amiss. It was plausible that Lin Feng had discovered some means to learn about the situation at hand. As Lin Kurun inquired about some details from Sang Biao, Jiang Qin began to search the storage room. However, lacking professional expertise, his search yielded no significant findings. Hearing that Sang Biao was somewhat powerless without resorting to extreme measures, Lin Kurun was once again engulfed in her troubled state. Jiang Qin promptly proposed, "Why not let me give it a try?" "You?" Lin Kiskiviko Ren responded, clearly taken aback. "I have accompanied my master and learned some medical skills, as well as some knowledge of poisons." Jiang Qin smiled earnestly, suggesting he could inflict unimaginable suffering without leaving any trace of harm. "Is there anything we need to prepare for you?" Lin Kurun's eyes lit up, clearly surprised by the prospect of such an effective tactic. "Just prepare a set of silver needles for me," Jiang Qin replied, still wearing his earnest smile. Lin Kurun immediately turned to Sang Biao, instructing, Biao, go prepare a set of silver needles right away." Sang Biao hurried off to gather the necessary materials. In a short while, he returned with a set of silver needles. "The scene may be somewhat brutal, so you all should wait outside," Jiang Qin advised, ushering Lin Kurun and Sang Biao to step out. "All right, if you need anything, just call for us." Lin Kurun wasted no time and led Sang Biao and his companions outside, leaving the storeroom to Jiang Qin and Huang Hongwei. What could this fellow be up to? In the taxi, Lin Feng observed Jiang Qin's movements, filled with suspicion. Although the pinhole camera captured the visuals quite clearly, it failed to record any sound, leaving him to deduce the situation solely from the actions and reactions of the individuals involved. At that moment, Jiang Qin's positioning obstructed the camera's view, rendering Lin Feng only able to see his silhouette. Inside the storeroom, Huang Hongwei felt equally perplexed and bewildered. "Young Master Qin, I am but a minor character, unworthy of your personal involvement," he remarked. "Moreover, I've already confessed all that I could. There's truly no need for you and Sister Lin to expend further effort." It was evident that he recognized Jiang Qin's stature, aware of his significant background. However, having been confined in the storeroom for the past 2 days, he remained unaware that Jiang Qin had ascended from young Master Qin to Chairman Jiang and head of the Jiang family. Jiang Qin, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly stripped away Huang Hongwei's clothing, pinpointing certain acupuncture points. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles, akin to lightning, pierced through. As they entered, a surge of hidden energy coursed through. In no time, Huang Hongwei acutely sensed that his nerves had become exceptionally sensitive, as if they were being stimulated by an unusual force. He could distinctly perceive every contour, knot, and texture of the ropes binding him, as well as the flow of blood within his veins, the rhythm of his heartbeat, the peristalsis of his digestive system. and even a movement of air within his respiratory tract. The silver needles, initially imperceptible, suddenly provoked an intense itch. His sensitivity, particularly regarding touch, pain, and itchiness, seemed to amplify exponentially. "Young Master Qin, what are you doing?" Huang Hongwei felt a surge of anxiety and a tingling sensation on his scalp. At that moment, he became acutely aware of the goosebumps rising on his skin and the subsequent itchiness where they brushed against the ropes and fabric. "I have truly confessed everything. Please, I implore you, spare me this once. I shall never dare again." Jiang Qin remained silent, merely extracting a few more silver needles, striking them into additional acupuncture points with the same swiftness. Employing a unique technique to stimulate, Huang Hongwei soon felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling over him, infiltrating his body through his pores, traversing through his internal organs, and evoking an overwhelming sensation of terror as they gnawed at him from within. The intense itchiness and the feeling of being devoured surged toward his internal organs and brain, driving Huang Hongwei to a point of unbearable distress, culminating in a scream as he involuntarily lost control. I confess. This time, I truly confess. Young Master Qin, I beg you to cease your methods. I will divulge everything. Previously, I was deceitful. Indeed, I was commissioned to stir trouble or sow discord. Chapter 94. Sixth Sister, You're Confused. Huang Hongwei was utterly distraught. Without needing any prompting from Jiang Qin, he voluntarily divulged all he knew, even confessing the evidence he possessed and its current whereabouts. If only he had done so sooner. It was at this moment that Jiang Qin withdrew the silver needles from him, deciding to endure a little longer. The effects would likely persist for another half-minute. "Woe is me, young Master Qin. Is there not a quicker remedy? I am in such distress." At this juncture, Huang Hongwei exhibited no trace of defiance. His face and tone filled with desperation. This torment was akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Jiang Qin, disinclined to engage in further dialogue, extracted the silver needles and approached the storage room door, flinging it open. "What's the situation?" Lin Karen and Sang Biao, almost instantaneously, rushed forward. "Has he confessed?" Jiang Qin nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Send a trustworthy person to a specific location to retrieve something." "You truly are remarkable, Xiao Jiang," Lin Karen exclaimed joyfully, disregarding Sang Biao's presence, and planted a fervent kiss on Jiang Qin. "Tell me where to go. I shall have Sang Biao go personally." Ding.